I remember one afternoon, a flock of birds soared across a sky burning with crimson light. Back then, facing a pack of savage beasts, a man was frantically backing away. "Stay away from me. I don't have anything for you to eat." Even so, the beasts opened their jaws wide, snarling at him. The sheer intensity of their roar made him instinctively reach out to defend himself. In an instant, the ferocious sounds vanished, leaving behind nothing but pools of blood. Feeling that he had escaped danger, the man in the blue robe opened his eyes and gasped, "Huh?" Standing tall right in front of him was Rania, having just unleashed her technique. The man in blue immediately asked who she was. At that same moment, the system suddenly announced that it had dispatched a mage for the withered Rania Vanchaias. She decisively extended her hand to channel her magical power. Blasts of energy surged forth, sending the beasts flying back over 1,000 meters. In the past, Rania had made a pact with the stars to escape the demon lord. The beasts were subjected to a ruthless, relentless assault. Under that overwhelming pressure, they tried to resist by digging their sharp claws deep into the ground. Her energy continued to radiate as she unleashed the demon scale. Of course, every deal comes with a price. The beasts braced themselves, preparing to lunge again. Rania stood perfectly still, effortlessly waving her hand to take care of them all. As she finished them off, the entire area erupted in a blinding, brilliant light, the consequence of that pact. Now, she stood silently alone in the heart of the deep forest. Standing motionless, she thought to herself, "I can't completely escape the demon lord." Not stopping there, the beasts refused to give up and launched a silent ambush from behind. One opened its maw, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth aimed at Rania Vanchaias. This only fueled her growing rage. "The demon lord's curse still lingers in my heart." Sensing the counterattack, the beast's eyes widened in horror. She calmly pointed her finger to strike back, while deep inside, Rania's thoughts were full of bitterness. "Because of him, I can't even go on adventures anymore." Without hesitation, she finished it off in mere seconds. A wave of force erupted, making the ground beneath feel as if it were about to collapse. Witnessing this, the man in blue was utterly bewildered. What was that? As soon as the situation was settled, Rania asked coldly, "Are you all right?" His voice trembled, unable to form words. Yes." She then reached out to help the man in blue to his feet, and he began to express his gratitude. "Thank you so much. May I have your name, so I can show my proper appreciation?" Rania hesitated before answering briefly. "I am Rania Vanchaias." A second later, she turned away and warned him, "This path is dangerous. Be careful from now on." Rania breathed a sigh of relief. She had almost let something slip. Hearing this, the man in blue replied gratefully, "Thank you." Without another word, she said her goodbyes. "I'll be heading off now." Before leaving, Rania carefully pulled her hood down to cover her face. "And so, I, Rania Vanchaias, have declared my departure from the battlefield." The afternoon light quickly faded into night. Before long, the first light of dawn began to break. Rania returned alone to the familiar village. "It's been so long since I've been back." A member of the hero party, the Mage of the Withered, Rania. Memories suddenly shifted back to her past life. Rose asked in a cold voice, "Do you want to defeat the demon lord?" A voice full of longing followed. "Are you really going? You might be killed, and all your magic could be stripped away." Rania remained silent. Her teacher helplessly continued, "Are you still determined to go?" Finally, she made her decision clear. "Teacher, I'm going." The eyes of the mage slumped as he gritted his teeth, swallowing his pain. "I understand. You foolish student. Bring back the demon lord's head. If you manage that, I will accept you as my disciple once again." That spurred her determination and focus. 5 years had passed since then. "I want to bring the demon lord's head back to my teacher." Thinking this, Rania approached and knocked on the door. He walked out, looking confused. "Who is it?" Seeing Rose, she took off her hood. Rania smiled brightly and announced, "I'm back, teacher." Seeing her return safely, he stared in disbelief. Without needing further explanation, Roselle grasped the situation. "I see. So that's what happened. She secretly admired him. My teacher is truly amazing." Seeing through the situation immediately, he suddenly clutched his face in regret. "If I had known you would end up dying like this, I would have tried to stop you." The statement made her jump in surprise. Rania's appearance has changed, so he couldn't recognize me. He wiped away tears in grief. "You came to deliver the boy's final words, didn't you? There is no way he would just leave behind a staff like this. From the start, I was so worried, but then I felt so proud when he achieved so many victories. When I heard he defeated the Black Dragon, one of the 4 heavenly kings, I was so happy." Rania paused, struggling to speak. Let me explain, teacher. She introduced herself emotionally. Teacher, it's me, Rania Vanchaias. But Roselle didn't believe a word of it. You don't need to try to make me happy that way. To prove it, she decided to channel her energy into the staff. Seeing this, his eyes widened as he realized, is this Rand's gray mana? Rose asked emotionally. Is it really you? She confirmed it. Yes, teacher. I'm back. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed past his neck. That surge of power instantly split a large wooden beam in two. He turned his back coldly and said in a chilly tone, Come in. Rania happily walked back in, wearing a professional smile. Upon entering, Roselle Vanchaias slowly recounted everything. He had written various letters himself. To Rose, the exemplary tower master of the Grey Tower. To Rose, professor at the Alpha Academy. To the bearded teacher of the Mage of the Withered. A series of responses had poured in. The Mage of the Withered had announced his retirement. Professor, do you know where he is? I'll get straight to the point. Our magic tower wants to meet the Mage of the Withered to appoint him as an elder. He then shouted angrily, Look at this. I've received hundreds of letters from everywhere. Is anyone as foolish as you, suddenly announcing retirement for no reason? You didn't contact me at all. And I'm the one who had to deal with all these letters. I thought you were dead. Seeing her safe, Roselle Vanchaias decisively decided, Bring them here. I'm going to burn every single one of them. Before he could finish, another letter arrived. Again? The sender was the Dean of Alpha Academy, Aaron Vantirent, and it was just an ordinary letter. The contents read, To my dear friend Roselle Vanchaias, spring is coming to the Alpha Academy, the cradle of academia. Have you prepared for the upcoming semester? I'm not writing this as a dean, but as a close friend. Roselle Vanchaias, do you know where your student, the Mage of the Withered, is? You know, don't you? The new freshmen are the future talents who will rule this era. The professors are sitting on pins and needles. We must find the Mage of the Withered as soon as possible. At the very least, you must tell me where he is. Without hesitation, Roselle Vanchaias produced a stack of letters and made a demand. Burn them. Before acting, Rania gritted her teeth and asked back, Are you sure, Master? What if something goes wrong? But he didn't care at all. What if? Stop talking nonsense and just burn them. There's plenty more where that came from. Roselle sighed softly. Why did this have to happen to me? Rania scratched her cheek with a wry smile. Well, as you can see. After I left the heroes' party, I got drunk, got into an argument, and then I ended up like this. She hesitated, wondering how to explain it. Not long before this, she had been beaten to a pulp. Exhausted, Rania collapsed to her knees, coughing up blood. Her opponent kept unleashing a terrifying new source of power. Rania gritted her teeth, fighting back with everything she had, even as her heart was filled with doubt. I'm still not really sure. Seeing Rania struggle to speak, Roselle didn't push her. Fine, that's your business. But there has to be some reason for all this. Tell me your plans for the future. What do you intend to do with this second life of yours? She answered brightly and clearly. Well, I won't be returning to the Magic Corps or the Heroes Party. I'm not sure what I need to do, which is why I came back here. Master, in Rania Vanchaias' hands right now was a letter from the Dean of the Apia Academy. Aaron Roselle stroked his beard, staring at her without a word, then said briefly, Think it over. It's a special favor for an old friend. The scene of that palace appeared clearly in Rania's mind. That letter had essentially been inquiring whether she would attend the Apia Academy or not. The beautiful morning sun shone brilliantly down on the palace. A voice suddenly rang out, You have a suitable candidate for the new professor position? Following that, the Dean of Apia Academy, Aaron Vantirent, exclaimed in surprise, Really? Roselle stroked his beard and stated confidently, That's right. You could say this is one of the brightest candidates in the capital. You'll be surprised when you see this person's abilities. I have no doubt. Hearing this, Aaron thought to himself, excited, He's talking about the fallen mage. I'm looking forward to this. Then, he firmly proposed, Then let's sign the contract. The next second, Roselle Vanchaias said, while handing over some information, This is my newly adopted daughter. Her skills are very stable. Suddenly, Aaron interrupted. What about the fallen mage? He paused, confused, for a few seconds. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Then Roselle continued. Fleck, that child's name is Rania Vanchaias. She has a solid foundation and excellent skills. Perhaps she will make a good teacher too. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, That's unacceptable. Following that, Aaron flatly refused. You always prioritize fairness, but now you're recommending a relative? That cannot happen at Apia Academy, the cradle of academia. Seeing the expression on his face, Roselle Vanchaias frowned. speechless. He was so stubborn, and he wouldn't stop bringing up his past contributions. I worked for years without an assistant, remember? Without hesitation, he firmly retorted, that's because you gave everyone before this a dozen tasks to do. Aaron kept trying to reason. That's exactly why I'm choosing someone who can put up with me. The next second, he stood up and slammed the desk to intimidate him. Do you understand how important this year is? This is a time when we must be completely honest in our professor appointments. Without hesitation, Aaron Vanchaias tossed a stack of papers forward. Look at these. Everyone here wants a chance to step into this academy. Seeing this, the old man actually felt amused. Unbelievable. Then that's all the more reason to choose my daughter. At this point, Aaron could only give up. You jerk! Shortly after, Rania quickly arrived at the Royal Library. She stood still, staring, and thought, it's been 6 years, hasn't it? I only came because Master told me to. But nothing has changed at all. Rania slowly stepped inside. She carefully recalled each of Rania Vanchaias' instructions. You will soon become an assistant professor, so study seriously. Looking at everything around her, Rania felt a bit bored. Seriously? I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. I read this pile of books a long time ago, but since I'm already here, I have to do something. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out, accidentally catching her attention. Why? The young man with the bowl cut shouted in confusion. I can't transfer mana? Why? Is this for real? Why isn't mana coming out of the pen? From there, the classroom got noisier, causing the teacher to angrily demand, quiet down over there. Not stopping there, the guy continued to complain. Please, look at this. The mana suddenly disappeared, and that girl over there is saying hers did too. Seeing this, he adjusted his glasses and gritted his teeth, judging the situation. First time in the Royal Library? There's only one reason for that. At the same time, the bowl cut guy suddenly realized, looks like a new student. Rania slumped her shoulders, wondering, the mana isn't coming out? I just need to focus a little. The next second, Aila accidentally bumped into her shoulder. It's the fourth princess. Lady Aila is in the Royal Library. The accidental collision caused all the books to fall. Rania asked worriedly, are you okay? Sorry, I was lost in thought. Even so, she only replied coldly, I'm fine. At this moment, Aila's hand was slowly picking up a stack of papers. She stared at them without blinking for a second. That was how she could confirm. The fourth princess, Aila, is a child beloved by the stars. Returning to their conversation, Aaron casually said, even a great person like that wants to join the academy. He looked through the files with interest. I heard you received reports on the recent war situation. As soon as he read the part about A, Roselle felt impressed. That's right. It seems the knights on the front lines were defeated because the fallen mage retreated. That's why the princess has to start studying magic theory now. After a moment, Aaron asked curiously, exactly where is your student? As soon as she implicitly guessed the other person's true identity, Rania was extremely confused. Rania Vanchaias, without a doubt. Is that the fourth princess? Or was it 6 years ago? Every time she came to the library, she would ask for my guidance. Compared to what she looked like back then, she's grown up now. Seeing her motionless, the princess asked bluntly, why do you keep staring at me? Immediately, she regained her composure, feeling shy. Ah, I'm sorry. Then Aila continued. That robe? Are you a mage? Rania confirmed firmly. That's right. Anyone here wearing a robe is a mage, right? What a meaningless question. Then she fell silent, listening intently to the girl explain. When they recruit inferior mages, they have no problem-solving skills and don't know how to analyze magic theory. Useless people, unlike her. How many people had to sacrifice themselves because of mages like that? While listening, Rania carefully picked up the remaining papers. Aila asked sharply, you call yourself a mage? But do you actually understand the meaning of it? She thought for a moment and answered tentatively, I think I do. Receiving the answer, Rania closed her eyes and beat the village drum. Sorry for the trouble, thanks for picking it up. After saying that, she turned around and left without a second thought. Rania reached out to grab the last piece of paper. Oh, here's another one. She politely handed it to Aila again, but she still felt something was off, one was still missing. Then, Aila decisively snatched the paper back from Rania's hand. Isn't this a barrier circle? She didn't want to let go for a second. The next moment, Rania drilled straight into the questions. It was a circle, created by the ancient Sibolelba remains. Is it really? Aila froze, sweat dripping down. Who is this person? Just by one look, she knew it was the barrier circle of the ancient Sibolelb corpse. You destroyed the Night Brigade. This is a barrier that's very hard to reconcile. Even the mages not on the front lines are trying to find a solution. Thinking that, she didn't hesitate to confirm. That's right. You know a lot. If you don't intend to resolve it, can I have a go? Even though I didn't think you could solve it, everything is beyond prediction. Rania said calmly and confidently. This? If I start, I'll have it solved in no time. Hearing that, Ayla's face suddenly darkened. She asked confusedly, Did I say something wrong? Surely not. But not letting Rania say more, Ayla hurriedly urged, Then go ahead and try to solve it. The next second, she snapped, Since you've looked down on me this much, then solve it. Seeing Ayla so angry only made Rania more confused. Look down on you? Since when? Then she started casting magic. If you do it like this. A few minutes had passed, but there wasn't the slightest movement. Rania was extremely confused. Huh? It's not working? Mana? Seeing her flustered, Ayla said in a cold voice, Trying to use mana here? Do you even know who I am? Is that because of the limitation of the stars? The stars that grant me control over the energy of the mages around? Sorry, wait a moment. Before she could finish her sentence, in an instant, Rania cast a technique that enveloped her entire body. Even her feet began to radiate power. The whole area was now filled with energy from Rania. The bowl-cut guy was stunned with his jaw dropped. What is that? The blonde girl was also dazed, unable to believe it. Is this mana? But the princess is here. After showing off for a moment, Rania looked at the world with cold eyes. Facing this scene, Ayla clutched her head in dizziness. No way. She can instantly summon the Sibolelbe barrier? How should I describe it? Breaking it is easy, but explaining it is hard. At this moment, the whole class was in a mess. She suddenly paused. No. Wait a minute. Realizing the other side hadn't truly acknowledged her, Rania continued to show off. I'll let you see it with your own eyes. Look closely. Finally, she returned safely. Dazzling light pierced through the gate and shone into the room. Rania read a book while probing. Still no news yet? Rose recounted helplessly. He is quite stubborn. Even though the result wasn't as expected, she didn't get angry, but asked softly, The headmaster's name is Aaron, right? Then he coughed a few times and continued, He is very sincere about Apia, but sometimes too headstrong. The pressure has made him go bald. I probably can't be an assistant professor anymore. Rania coldly flipped the page, expressing her dissatisfaction. Then what else can I do? If he didn't allow it, he hurriedly tried to reassure her. Don't worry, we'll find another way. Then from now, before he could finish his sentence, there was continuous knocking at the door. Is anyone home? The professor replied immediately, and the door was cracked open. Have, looking calm, offered, Long time no see. The professor smiled awkwardly in welcome. Isn't it the royal guard? Have? What brings you here? However, he didn't care about the question and went straight to the main point. Is Lady Rania Vanchaias home? Rose replied softly. My daughter is here. Having said that, Have took out a new outfit and continued, I need to deliver this to her. It's from the Fourth Princess. At this moment, she stepped out, heard everything, and was stunned. The Fourth Princess? Who is she? In the previous life, the mages were devastated. Rania Vanchaias had been recruited as an assistant professor at Apia Academy. Up to this point, she once again returned to this feeling. To congratulate her on becoming an assistant professor at Apia Academy, Rania was confused and speechless. Assistant professor? The morning after, Have went to the palace to report. Your Highness, I have sent the magic chart to the front lines. Receiving the news, Aila specifically praised him. Well done, Have. However, he still hesitated a bit, but I'm still worried. She turned to ask, What are you worried about? The worry on Have's face was evident, along with beads of sweat. I'm worried about the person named Rania Vanchaias, the Sibolelb defensive magic chart that she analyzed. I'm worried it won't be used correctly on the front lines. Finishing, he gripped the magic paper tightly and nervously apologized. I apologize for daring to say such presumptuous words. Ayla sighed and let it go. It's fine. It's natural for you to think that. Then she rested her chin in thought. That is the main content of today's meeting. I bet everyone will have a lot of questions. Not stopping there, Have added softly. I heard that all the magic tower masters will attend, she replied, looking drained of all vitality. That's right, and that actually makes him even more curious. Will that girl pass this trial? And then Ayla pledged. Of course she will pass. Just believe in me. Saying that, she looked into the distance with a glimmer of hope. Everything will go smoothly. Back to Rania. She panicked and picked up the outfit. Do I have to wear this? Rose demanded sternly. The princess sent it for you as a reward, right? Put it on and go quickly. Even so, Rania was still a bit skeptical. Did you mention the meeting with the magic tower masters? Thinking back, he suddenly remembered. It seems they have carefully considered my recommendation, and I also heard that a new student will accompany the Magic Tower delegation. They must be waiting for you. They are looking for your weaknesses. And the princess will be there too. Keep up appearances. Put it on quickly. At this point, she could only sigh and comply. Yes, sir. As soon as she put on the outfit, she couldn't stop looking at herself in the mirror. Then she lowered her head and thought, why would she give me a set of clothes that looks exactly like what she wore when I taught her magic at the Royal Library? Her gaze began to drop, flashing with suspicion. Could it be? However, Rania's judgment was extremely negative. She had too many, so she gave some away. A moment later, Rose called out loudly, "Are you ready yet?" She immediately turned and left. Yes, I'm leaving right now. Outside, the air was quite fresh, with petals falling. At this time, Rose and Rania walked together before the palace. Seeing Rania restless, he remarked, "You seem very worried, Rania. The people from the Grey Tower will be here. I can't blame you for being nervous." Then, he chuckled and said smoothly, "If you keep tapping like that, you're making me nervous too." Hearing that, Sally propped her chin on her hand and laughed mockingly. "Looks like you're getting so old your eyesight is failing too?" "I'm not nervous. I'm actually incredibly relaxed. You've got it all wrong." Hearing this, the old man gritted his teeth in fury. "Of course I'm old. I don't have the luxury of wasting money on mana potions or risking my life on the line just to look young like some people." "Even so," she nonchalantly countered, "when has my face ever not been young?" Watching this scene, the other party was speechless. Had they forgotten why everyone was meeting? They started arguing again. A moment later, Sierre cleared his throat and said, "Professor Rania Vanchaias has arrived, accompanied by his assistant, Rania Vanchaias." Seeing their appearance, everyone curiously tilted their heads. So that's her. The power gap between the towers was established by Rania Vanchaias, the master who possessed overwhelming power over the Grey Magic Tower. If the Elder was bringing that monster along this time at that moment, Aila smiled with great satisfaction. Immediately, she stood up without hesitation. Facing the crowded room, Rania felt a bit awkward. All eyes were fixed on her. They began to judge her in their hearts. What is that? That girl seems to be able to control mana, but she doesn't look like anything special. She's more mediocre than I thought. There's no reason to be on high alert. It seems the rumor about her using mana in front of the princess was just nonsense. Obviously, the princess is a Stella. There's no way she could use mana in her presence. Just then, bright sunlight poured directly into the meeting room. Rania slowly sat down, feeling quite uncomfortable. Things were awkward already. They kept whispering about her, not wanting to drag it out. Sierre spoke up. "Princess, let's begin." Aila nodded in agreement. "All right, let's start." Saying that, she turned to talk to Rania. "It is truly an honor to meet Assistant Professor Rania Vanchaias. You don't need us to introduce ourselves anymore, right?" Seeing Sally's casual demeanor actually made her feel even more awkward. "I have no idea who you are. Why don't you introduce yourselves?" The next second, she stood up and said boldly, "We are here today to evaluate the capabilities of Rania Vanchaias. The Elder from the Grey Magic Tower will be in charge of basic mana and the most fundamental core curriculum." Finally, she probed, "As an assistant professor, you will have to participate in that class, right?" After hearing this, Rania's face went pale, but she tried to force a friendly smile. "You're being a bit pushy, but you're right." Next, Sierre slammed the table and snapped. "To put it briefly, that means you will be teaching the new top-tier student, Lavon Grey. He is the next head of the Grey family. The Gledis clan holds power over the entire northern region. Do you have enough ability to teach someone like that?" Seeing her pale face, Sierre laughed loudly in mockery. "You look terrified. Why don't you just quit while you're ahead? Our lord has outstanding talent." The more she heard, the more confused Rania became. "What is it?" Seeing her confusion, Rose quickly reassured her. "It's a new academy. The White Magic Tower is running. She's just bragging about her student." As she finished, the old man stroked his beard in agreement. "She has a point." Then, she smirked and replied, "Obviously, you may be old, but you still know how to judge people." The next second, he insisted, "Simply put, you don't have a shred of faith in the assistant professor's abilities." Sally asked in bewilderment. "What do you mean by that?" He explained thoroughly. "Because the strongest new student is Benoa from our tower. No matter how good your student is, they can't defeat an entire criminal organization from the slums. He's a monster." "A monster? It would be better for my lord to teach that northerner." Rania turned to ask Sierre once more. "Benoa?" He held his head and sighed wearily. "New student at the Black Magic Tower. Don't listen to him." As soon as he finished, she stood up and retorted, "Huh? Are you insulting me?" "Right here?" The old man didn't hesitate to confirm. You heard me right. Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly unstable, Sierre hurried to intervene. Please, everyone, calm down. Roselle Vanchaias frowned, observing every detail without a word. A moment later, his solemn voice rang out. Could you listen to me for a moment? I understand the affection the Tower Masters have for the AP Academy, but why should this assistant professor care about your gossip? I believe those who have the right to judge her should be the students she will teach. Hearing this, Rania closed her eyes in pure satisfaction. That's right, Sally agreed. He does have a point. Having said that, Rose took out a bunch of different papers. This is my proposal. I propose that the placement test for the students be conducted before the entrance ceremony. This plan wasn't in her calculations, and it suddenly left Rania in a state of shock. A placement test? His voice rang out, full of confidence. So, I propose that Assistant Professor Rania be one of the proctors. If she can complete that task, then she will be recognized as having enough ability to teach the students. Receiving such an important nomination, her eyes widened, and she stammered, Professor, something this important. Meanwhile, Rania cried internally, Professor, you should have told me beforehand. What do you mean making me a proctor? This is terrifying. A while later, they gradually moved to the entrance of Homan Forest. Sierre announced loudly, Now, I will explain the placement test to you all. Hearing this, the students were all surprised. What? Didn't we already do the entrance exam? If we have to do a placement test, there must be a lot of highly skilled students. People were already whispering about their grades, and why on earth were they testing in Homan Forest? Next, he sternly suggested, Everyone, pay attention. Students who did not register, please leave. High-ranking students and the proctors, please gather here. Regardless of how everyone was focusing, Rania nonchalantly let out a long yawn. Suddenly, a student cried out in panic. Hey, look over there. Those 4 are the strongest new students. The princess is there too. They say she's the most powerful mage in history. As soon as they appeared, their oppressive aura spread everywhere. Not only were they talented, but they also had magic towers backing them up. Why are monsters like that appearing in our generation? This is insane. The constant chatter ringing in Rania's ears annoyed her to no end. Geez, it's so noisy. Aren't you guys sleepy? And then, Rania curiously observed as well. Sierre held a piece of paper in his hand and continued. Everyone has gathered. The bright sunlight shone directly onto the signboard. I will explain this one more time. Now, the placement test for the top students begins. Hearing this, Rania clutches her head, wishing she could have a coffee. Seeing everyone listening intently, he continues in a serious tone. I will now explain the placement exam for the top-tier students. First, a quick introduction. This is the newly appointed assistant professor, Rania Vanchaias. Her voice rings out clearly. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Seeing Rania, the blonde guy points at her, confused, and asks, Wait, is that Professor Roselle Vanchaias' assistant? The guy next to him replies, looking doubtful, Must be. Now, I, Sierre, will create a magical power circle. I'll explain how the placement exam works. The exam will be held in the Homan Forest. Students will be assigned to 4 different areas of the forest. At the center of each area, there is a magic stone block. Students will be scored based on the time it takes to touch the stone block in their assigned area, and limited offensive and defensive maneuvers are allowed. However, if the proctors believe a student has crossed the line, they will intervene. And most importantly, please remember, do not go near the monaspring in the center of the forest. You all know why, don't you? Hearing this, Rania rests her chin on her hand, puzzled. Why on earth would they hold an exam here? As soon as he finishes, he adjusts his glasses and flashes a sinister smile. Thinking about it, we haven't decided which area to assign Assistant Professor Rania to supervise yet. Since the assistant professor is starting later than the others, I'll have her take the final area. Sierre jokes nonchalantly, as if it were nothing. The North Zone it is. There shouldn't be any problems. I trust you'll do your job well. Hearing this, the students grit their teeth, worried for her. They're putting the new person in that zone? Without further delay, he makes the decision himself. All right, let the placement exam for the top-tier students begin. Upon hearing the mission, the crew cut guy leaves quickly. I'm heading out. See you later. The girl waves back. Bye. At this moment, every group stands neatly inside their own magic circles. Meanwhile, Rania is still in shock, muttering to herself, I'm going to the North Zone. Just then, CA suddenly calls out to Assistant Professor Rania. As she turns, a sense of foreboding washes over her. He's smirking at her, but she keeps a neutral expression. Yes? Is there something you need? He plays the good guy, offering some help. I have a few things to explain to you about the North Zone you were just assigned. With that same smirk, he adds, that zone is special, just like you. Benoa from the Black Magic Tower and Lavan Gray from the White Magic Tower are both assigned to the North Zone. Think you can handle it, or is it too much for you? The power struggle between the towers will get tangled up in this. If either of them gets hurt, their towers won't just sit back and watch. Even though she feels pressured, Rania refuses to give up. I've spent years waiting to become Professor Rose's assistant. I'm not going to let some nobody take that position away from me. Sierra doesn't stop there, lightly adding a request. Those two are highly skilled battle mages. Please keep a close eye on them. End of discussion. She frowns and replies dismissively, you're right. I'll be going now. She can clearly feel his contempt. Looking at everyone around her, Rania sighs to herself. These people are all crazy. His calculating gaze and hidden agendas are constantly watching her. Back at the palace, Sierra reports enthusiastically, Tower Master, the exam has begun. Yotoai replies coldly, I know. He then clasps his hands as if in prayer. Yotoai's finger keeps tapping Rania's file. Reading through it, he starts sweating profusely. I intended to wait patiently for the exam results, but something strange is distracting me. Rania Vanchaias. It turns out she's Benoa's proctor. I thought I was the only one who noticed back then. Because the Black Magic Tower had previously investigated the spell capacity of those who could store curses in their bodies. Even so, I still couldn't tell just how much of a curse load that girl is storing, or what kind of formation it is. Even I, a Tower Master, can't figure it out. Thinking this, he makes a decision. For now, let's just enjoy the placement exam. Whatever happens, it won't affect the test results. He even confidently guarantees that even if he is a student of the White Tower, he won't be able to defeat that monster. He can already imagine the sour look on the White Tower Master's face. Back in the Homen Forest, in the North Zone, Benoa has stepped into a dangerous place. Suddenly, glowing red magic erupts from the ground, grabbing their feet. He immediately recognizes it as shadow-weaving magic. At the same time, Lavan Gray's silhouette slowly appears. Seeing the scene before him, he freezes, unable to speak, his heart filled with doubt. Is he the one the Black Tower guy keeps talking about? While clearing obstacles, Benoa keeps remembering what Yotoai forced upon him. Do you understand? Prove to them that you are better than the students of the White Tower. However, he feels disappointed. This is no different from the usual demands I receive. Suddenly, Lavan Gray senses something wrong behind him. On the other side, he quickly takes a defensive stance and shouts, Stop hiding, come out. Real warriors don't play hide and seek. Hearing this, Benoa doesn't hesitate to rush forward with lightning speed, unleashing his shadow-weaving power without a second thought. He quickly throws his axe to counter. The precision of the throw aims the axe blade straight at the target. Facing such unfathomable power, he suddenly freezes, breaking into a cold sweat. In an instant, all the energy Benoa released vanishes into thin air, and even he is partially affected. Benoa quickly retreats, thinking, that thing, it's heavier than I thought. Taking advantage of the distraction, Elsie tries to slip away. He vanished, but it doesn't end there. He grits his teeth in frustration. Then, Benoa holds his head high, acknowledging that the guy really looks like a battle mage. From above, he lunges down with his axe and sheer determination, a crushing force, landing with massive impact. He quickly deploys a defensive barrier. Thanks to this, Lavan Gray is accidentally pushed far back, and only then does he truly acknowledge his opponent's strength. Damn it. Guess the rumors about him tearing a troll to shreds weren't exaggerated. Fighting head-on is going to be tough. Then, Benoa straightens his face and vows, but I haven't lost yet. The oppressive energy within him continues to radiate from his hands. Benoa cracks his knuckles and says, his voice cold and sharp, sacrifice. Immediately, a terrifying wave of power envelops his entire body. At this moment, Rania is secretly watching, sighing in amazement. Man, these youngsters are actually pretty good, full of energy. I love it. Their Tower Master talks way too much nonsense, making me wonder if they're actually the real deal, but they seem talented enough. That kid over there looks like he could be tossed straight onto the front lines and hold his own. No wonder the White Tower Master made him his top student. But as for the one the Black Tower Master sent over, even if this is supposed to be a real fight, this is going a bit too far. The stars' creations believe to be the very truth of this world once you reach the peak of glory. The stars grant mages power proportional to the price they pay, and the foundation of this exchange is the scales of equilibrium. It's an extraordinary skill, but you have to truly understand the balance to wield it. Because of that, only a handful of people have the massive magical energy required to operate it. Since they can't exchange directly with the stars, mages created a new form, a replica of the scales. The exchange scale is different from the fair trade of the true scales. The exchange scale demands sacrifices, and it specifically demands parts of the human body. Facing this 1-9-1-1-0 combat test, Benoa frowned to himself, knowing he wasn't going to win unscathed anyway. With that, he snapped another one of his own fingers. Sacrifice is only natural, he thought. Benoa gritted his teeth against the pain. A wave of energy surged, spreading toward Lavangray, who broke out in a cold sweat. What is this uncomfortable feeling? Seeing the boy seemingly turning into a demon, his instincts screamed, "That thing is incredibly dangerous, I have to get out of here." Lavangray looked around frantically for a glimmer of hope. "I need to retreat and look for an opening." He smirked, calculating, and took a step back, but then, he changed his mind and charged forward with everything he had. No matter the situation, a true warrior never retreats. Seeing this, Benoa looked slightly satisfied. "I didn't expect you to run away, you barbarian." Lavangray lunged instantly. Just as the impact hit, Benoa erected a protective barrier. The two forces collided in a flashy explosion. Lavangray frowned, guessing. "You've clearly changed something, but this method is definitely not normal." Hearing that, Benoa scoffed. "Who are you to judge what's normal? What's so abnormal about this?" He didn't hesitate, staring intently at his magical hands. Benoa triggered another sacrifice. The deeper it went, the more unsettled Lavangray felt. What is this twisted intuition? The demon inside him was swelling, yet he refused to give up, even choosing to face it head-on. Rania didn't want things to go too far, so she stepped in. "That's enough, stop fighting." Seeing someone interrupt the duel, Lavangray gritted his teeth. What the hell? Benoa was equally confused, unable to move his body. A second later, she stepped forward to warn them. "Unauthorized aggression won't be tolerated. If you keep this up, I'll have to stop you." Rania was forced to use a restraint technique, then she scolded them sternly. "Weren't you listening to the instructions?" Rania quickly channeled energy around herself, and without hesitation, she unleashed it, shattering Benoa's power. Feeling the attack, he looked back, shocked. She just erased my dark shadows. Not stopping there, Rania used her power to heal his bleeding hands. Her gaze softened. Finally, Rania decided, "I'm going to treat your wounds now, starting with your hands." Seeing his hand react, Benoa was caught completely off guard. What is happening? Even his feet were surrounded by her energy. What is going on? He couldn't believe his eyes. She was breaking the pact he made with the exchange scale and nullifying its effects. She can do that? Benoa began to wonder about Rania's true identity. Who is she? Once everything was settled, the sky cleared up. Lavangray lowered his head, admitting, "I lost." He clenched his fists and muttered, "I admit I couldn't outrun you. So I thought if I could destroy your arm, your shadow would disappear. But even without your hands, the shadow still remains, doesn't it?" Benoa replied flatly, "You guessed right." He bowed his head. "Then it's my loss. I admit defeat." Meanwhile, Lavangray couldn't help but wonder, are all the professors as strong as her? I still can't believe she could use a suppression technique while we were both going all out. She might not be an ordinary proctor. After cleaning up the mess, Rania stroked her chin and sighed. This is a headache. Why were two top-tier students placed in the same area? Is the academy trying to get rid of one of them? Actually, both of them deserve to be here. Is there a way to accept both without it being unfair? Seeing her troubled expression, both proctors looked confused. "Hey, you two," Rania suddenly shouted as a plan formed. "Follow me." A moment later, the three of them were deep in the desolate woods. Benoa walked slowly, stammering, "Isn't this the mana spring?" Upon arriving, she crossed her arms and smiled with satisfaction. A second later, Rania grinned. "Soak in the spring for 1 minute. Beno, if you can last a minute, I'll pretend I didn't see you using that forbidden magic earlier. You too, Lavangray. If you can last a minute, I'll ask Professor Rania Vanchaias to place you in the top class. That should satisfy your ego, right?" Lavangray hesitated. "But I heard that if you get close to the mana spring, the mana in your body will go haywire." Rania immediately countered, "No. Only if you soak up to your neck. We're already far from the center, so, at most, your blood vessels will expand a bit, your lungs will fill with blood. And there's a tiny chance of death, but it's not that high. If you're lucky enough, you'll survive." Hearing that, both their faces went pale, their spirits practically crushed. Then, they started eyeing each other. "Are you going in?" Benoa replied hesitantly, "I'm not sure." Lavangray's voice trembled in agreement. "Me neither." After a moment, he thought it over, and Benoa finally decided, "I'll do it." Seeing that, his resolve strengthened. Then I'm in too. The northern warrior wouldn't accept defeat easily, but that didn't mean he was arrogant enough to think he was the best. Seeing Lavangre copy him, Benoa was speechless. Fine, let's get on with it. Rania crossed her arms and announced sternly. All right, let's get started. Both of them slowly stepped into the cold spring water. The first step was taken. Benoa thought happily. This is easier than I expected. However, things didn't go very smoothly. They were suddenly hit by some kind of oppressive force, causing them to grit their teeth in confusion. Not only that, but their necks were being tightly constricted. What's happening? I can't breathe. Lavangre wasn't an exception either. Watching the two of them being physically torn apart, Rania remained calm, counting numbers. The next second, she opened her eyes and warned, "If you can't take it, let me know, got it?" And then, Rania calmly sat back to watch the show. By this point, Lavangre's face was covered in bulging veins as he gritted his teeth and coughed up blood incessantly. Meanwhile, Benoa was still clutching his throat, enduring the pain. Rania, on the other hand, sat perched on the cliffside, teasing the ripples in the water and the two boys. Elsewhere, Hav's group had ventured deep into the outskirts of the mana spring in the human forest. After walking for a while, they stopped to catch their breath. He wiped away the sweat and wondered, who were those summoners earlier? Can Sierre even fight against them? The young man beside him immediately exclaimed, "Who would have thought those four would be that strong?" A moment later, Have held his head, confused. Even if they're descendants of gray magic, being that strong is a bit too much. At that moment, the forest emitted a mysterious green aura that left them bewildered. Hey, doesn't this place feel kind of weird? He gripped his throat and spoke up uncomfortably. My body feels strange too. I can't breathe. Seeing this, his friend quickly realized the problem. Hey, stop right there. That direction leads to the mana spring. Have startled and blurted out, What? Let's turn back. If we go any further, we might end up puking blood. No sane mage would be hanging around there. The sky was still as clear as before, and Rania continued to count, nearing 50, 45, 46. Every count was another moment of agony for Benoa. 47. Lavangre was no exception. He gritted his teeth and glared with a terrifying expression. 48, reaching 49, both of them were becoming exhausted. However, her expression remained innocently cheerful as she counted. 50, then 51, 52. At that moment, an immense power surrounded Lavangre's body. Then, he suddenly remembered what his master had once said. What do you feel before the terrifying blizzard of Mother Nature? Fear and hopelessness. Do you know what people who overcome it are called? Great warriors, the true warriors of the North. Each time a number was called out, the madness within Lavangre flared up. 57, 58, 59. By now, he was straining so hard that his eyes were bloodshot. Soon, the count hit 60. Lavangre reached out as if pleading for help. At this point, his body was completely drained, and he collapsed. Rania quickly caught him, and Long secretly praised him. He's got good endurance. I was going to let him pass if he could handle 30 seconds. He was at such a disadvantage, after all. He withstood it with his whole body, and even dared to take 3 more steps in. She then glanced at Benoa with interest. Looks like this one is even more reckless. The trick is quite strange, too. He even used a sacrifice to try and endure it. To prevent things from going too far, Rania pulled him to the bank herself. I'll acknowledge your determination. We're done here. Get up. As soon as he touched the ground, Benoa couldn't move a muscle. The kid just collapsed and stayed down. She crossed her arms and stared at the two of them, thinking to herself, come to think of it, a long time ago, I tried and failed. Too. She felt a bit flustered. The question remained, what about now? Rania held her head high, lost in deep thought. What if I try it now? The reason this forest is called the human forest is because of the ancient human tree that the ancient dragon mage gifted to the Apia Academy. Beneath the tree is a stream filled with mana. Simply put, it's a massive amount of mana gathered in one place. Saying that, Rania carefully placed her foot on the surface of the spring. She walked step by step without hesitation as she approached. The mana here reacts in resonance with the mana in one's body, and that resonance quickly turns into oppression. Following that, Rania began to hesitate. Is this the right distance? At this moment, the reflection of Rania from her past life became clear on the water's surface. My blood vessels were screaming. When the mana resonance crushed them and I started going insane, the hallucinations were relentless. From there, she asked herself, 70 years have passed since then. How much can I endure now? It's true that I've attacked the Demon King's army base and withstood their demonic energy, but this is a mana spring. I'm going to get a taste of it soon. A moment later, Rania's eyes widened in great surprise. Before long, the water had risen to her waist. I'm in the middle of the spring already. She smirked slightly, forced to admit it. Thanks to this test, Rania truly felt satisfied. Everything she had been through was not in vain. Not long after, Rania returned and reported the situation. Upon receiving the news, Sierre immediately stood up and slammed the table in anger. What do you mean? You said no one was at the North test site? He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. Like this, I'm going to be blamed for the test. Facing Rania's silence, Sierre became even more irritated. What is with that face after failing them both? Are you mocking me? Next, he crushed the paper, blaming himself, fearing this would be his fault as the administrator. Not stopping there, Roselle stroked his beard and spoke up. It's not that no one passed. Sierre interrupted him. If you're trying to defend her because she's your daughter. Before he could finish, he quickly interjected. I believe you've also seen the report. After that, Roselle slowly pointed out the strengths of the two. Lavangre demonstrated excellent perception and solid mental strength. Benoa is proficient in both magic and combat. It can be said that both deserve to receive proper education. So, both students were recommended by the proctors for the advanced class, weren't they? And then, he decisively produced a paper filled with aura. This is the principal's approval for those two. Both were evaluated based on individual skills, without any interference from the White Tower or the Black Tower. So, those two will be placed in the same class. Isn't that all thanks to you? Hearing this, Sierre choked up, moved beyond words. A second later, Sierre's voice trembled. Yes, as you said. Having received the good news, his spirits immediately lifted, and he said clearly, the meeting is adjourned. Seeing this, Rania secretly admired him. He lived like that without getting tired or feeling at a loss. At that moment, Roselle clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head to praise her. Well, your performance in the placement test was great. Rania laughed and expressed. That was actually quite interesting. Their use of magic is quite similar to mine, but they mostly rely on physical attacks. As mages, they should be using magic. From that, Roselle deduced, I guess they are combat support mages then. But she still didn't feel satisfied. Besides, the kids didn't like it. If they had enough magic skills to survive on the battlefield, they wouldn't have to suffer like that. Seeing her complaining, he was speechless and helpless. This kid, doesn't she realize she's the one who inspired the support mage class? Rania just hung her head and sighed. First of all, mages are. Before she could finish, he hurriedly cut her off, telling her to stop grumbling and go to the infirmary to see how the two kids were doing. Hearing that, she immediately agreed. Sure, I'm going. Rania was now walking down the corridor. Rania was a bit uncertain, wondering to herself, I guess it's this infirmary, right? At the same time, she bumped into Yotoi and C. Rania sighed, confirming her guess was right. A second later, the woman scowled and challenged her. Are you Rania Vanchaias? Sierre, as an examiner who couldn't even monitor a simple test? How dare you show your face here? Seeing Rania didn't fight back, Sai smirked, assuming, it seems you're looking down on me, right? Even though this is the Academy's territory, I am still the tower master of a magic tower. A mediocre mage like you should naturally show me some respect. Yet, look at what you're doing. You're scowling at me and acting like you own the place. The woman's expression became menacing. I guess I'll have to drill some manners into your head. Immediately after, Sai stomped hard on Rania's foot and belittled her. You have no achievements to speak of. You barely scraped into this position. I'm doing this for the sake of that old man. Feeling insulted, Rania glared at her, full of resentment. Suddenly, Rania turned and stared daggers at Yotoi, making him tremble and curse under his breath. That crazy woman, doesn't she know she has no idea who she's dealing with? I have to stop her before things get ugly. Yotoi awkwardly intervened. Hey, White, cut it out. However, the madness in Sai only intensified. She even began to channel her power. The moment the energy was released, he panicked and yelled, Damn it, this woman has completely lost it. What do you think you're doing, White? And then, that energy was aimed directly at Rania. Even so, she remained calm, her face darkening as she stood face to face with the attack. Seeing the move unleashed, Sai became smug. You don't need to scream like that. I know how to control my power. Who do you think I am? As soon as she finished speaking, Rania suddenly collapsed, leaving the woman stunned. The space around them turned chaotic. Sai looked back in anxiety, mouth agape. Suddenly she snapped and shouted, Hey Black, stop stealing my spell like that. Yotoi hadn't even grasped the situation and wondered, what's going on? He didn't bother to explain, instead feeling a deep sense of admiration. I can't believe it. She easily stole White's spell and doubled its power. I didn't even realize she had activated all those spells she had stored up. Sai still hadn't grasped the situation, constantly criticizing. Why would you do that? Hey old man, I'm talking to you. Upon seeing Rania appear, Yotoi cleared his throat. He sighed and turned to leave. What's the point of venting your anger here? Don't ruin your own reputation. The more she heard, the more frustrated Sai became. Are you mocking me? A second later, Yotoi nervously nudged her. You're worried about your students, right? Let's go. Quickly. Rania stared at them intensely, but didn't act yet. And then, in an instant, they both left, leaving behind the woman's harsh criticism. Sierre, why are you always like that? My pride is being insulted here. Are you even listening? He felt completely helpless. I shouldn't have gotten involved. Once they were completely gone, Rania let out a sigh of relief. It was true she had led the two of them to the mana spring, so she was prepared to take a few hits. Thinking back on that moment, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. But seriously, don't stomp on people's shoes. Looking at the broken ceiling, Rania felt inwardly conflicted. I really messed up this time. Outside, cherry blossom petals fell across the courtyard. At that moment, Rania slowly stepped into the room. The guy with slicked back hair suddenly appeared beside him, making the bowl-cut guy grit his teeth in shock and jump. That left him confused. Why did you jump like that? Then he carefully explained, I ran all the way to the mana spring just to hide from her. The slicked hair guy continued to look puzzled. I thought you were in the West Zone. I heard she got the highest total score in all subjects combined. Who would have thought? Don't look at her like that. As soon as Rostalut appeared, all eyes seemed to turn toward her, as she was the heir to a magic tower. Hearing them whispering excitedly, Rostalut muttered, Mana Spring. She frowned and pondered. 2 days ago, in the Hom Forest West Zone, Rostalut had single-handedly taken care of a pack of beasts. That accidentally caught the eyes of 2 classmates. No way, she completely controlled 10 magic beasts at once. That's a different level. Seeing Heveo lingering and not wanting to leave, the guy beside him hurriedly urged him, Give up, let's just go to another area. Even though they were very careful, all their actions were detected by her. A second later, Rostalut closed her eyes and focused on casting a reconnaissance spell. Immediately, a white bird appeared and circled around. The bird flew high into the sky to scout the situation. From that, she deduced that the other contestants in the nearby area had likely all given up. Well, that's done then. Suddenly, Rostalut eyes widened as if she had discovered something. At that moment, Rania's appearance accidentally caught her eye. Rania Vanchaias is the examiner for the North Zone. Seeing her covered in filth, Rostalut gasped in surprise. But why is she soaked like that? There's only one water source in this forest. Seeing Rania leave safely, she found it even harder to believe. No way. That's impossible. Lord Rania Vanchaias doesn't even dare to go to the center of the mana spring. There's no way she could have done that. Returning, Rostalut couldn't stop thinking, and had to ask, Wait, Lord Rania Vanchaias. If it weren't for Lord Rania Vanchaias, Rostalut is also talented. But, if it's Lord Rania Vanchaias, comparing the two of them is a bit unfair. But Lord Rania Vanchaias will. Rostalut still isn't good enough. Compared to Lord Rania Vanchaias, no matter how hard she tries, no one in the Grey Tower can compare to her. Returning to reality, her expression darkened with every passing second. Not long after, class began. A shocked voice suddenly rang out. Who is that? This is Basic Mana and Exchange Methods class, right? That person isn't Professor Roselle Vanchaias. Rostalut was sitting there, highly focused. Rania spoke in a serious tone. Good morning. Today, I will be teaching in place of Professor Roselle Vanchaias. I am Rania Vanchaias, the teaching assistant. Nice to meet you all. Hearing the familiar name, Benoa rested his chin on his hand, recognizing Rania Vanchaias, the person from all those rumors. The professor announced that she was hired thanks to her connections. That accidentally made Elle suspicious. Does Professor Roselle Vanchaias even need an assistant? Well, it's all about nepotism, isn't it? Facing the massive classroom ahead, Rania whispered to herself, Professor, remember when Roselle trusted me with this not long ago? Go teach, he'd said. I have a meeting with the other tower masters. You teach for me. She had grinned with delight. Was this actually a good idea? After Rania finished her brief introduction, Rostalut fell silent. Right after, she slammed a syllabus onto the table and started listing her demands. For today's lesson, I want you all to solve the worksheet I've handed out. If you have any questions, just ask. In a split second, an arm shot up. I have a question. Seeing that, she paused. We've only just started. But fine. Go ahead. What is it? Rostalut kept a straight face and challenged her. Please show me how to solve problem number 30. As soon as she heard the question, a flurry of thoughts raced through Rania's mind. Problem 30 is about the Libra hypothesis, right? Only Professor Rania Vanchaias can solve that one. Is she trying to catch me off guard? This will be fun to watch. With that, she focused on reading the problem. Meanwhile, whispers and mocking laughter could be heard from the students below. Look at her pretending to think. She's definitely going to crash and burn. Maybe she hasn't gotten the hang of things on her first day. But Professor Rania Vanchaias' class is way out of her league. Unfazed, Rania recalled his previous advice. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Don't just assume the students think the same way you do. And especially, don't skip the explanations and say things like, just do it, and you'll figure it out. Rania had retorted, but I always figure it out after I just do it. Hearing that, Rose had angrily pointed a finger. That's exactly why. They aren't like you, he had added bluntly. And don't hold yourself back on my account. Hearing that, Rania had responded with excitement. Yes, got it. So you know everything then. Suddenly, she remembered that moment when she clashed with Sally, and her feet felt awkward. He said don't hold back, but she definitely shouldn't cause a scene. After a moment, Rania made her final decision. Take it slow, and just teach. She doesn't know the answer. Getting no reply, Rasta-Lut-Liston looked disappointed. It seems I had too much expectation for Professor Rania Vanchaias' judgment. At this point, students around were whispering, what's wrong with her? Is she trying to show off? Right after, Rasta smugly added, I suggest you try harder. We all know you only got this position through connections, but at least try to learn the basics first. If you can't, I'd say you became an assistant professor way too soon. Hearing this, Rania remained silent for a moment before speaking up. If you want to know about the Libra hypothesis, I can absolutely materialize it for you in detail. Outside, the morning sun poured directly down onto the palace. In front of the Apia Academy, the area outside the headmaster's office was packed. Rose watched from afar as they all stood there impatiently. How long does he expect us to wait? Seriously. Facing this, he stared in astonishment. There are so many people gathered outside the headmaster's office, huh? They crossed their arms and frowned. How could this be? Because of her, the students in my class are all spaced out. They kept grumbling and complaining about Rania. Is it the same in your class? Could it be that they really saw that new assistant materialize the Libra scales? Suddenly, the bald guy raised his voice. Forget it. There's no way she could easily materialize the Libra scales, right? We've all communicated with the stars. But to materialize the Libra scales, you need to understand every single step of the entire process perfectly. How could an assistant pull that off? Yet, others still acknowledged her abilities. No, but it really looks like they saw it. If we verify it with our own eyes, it'll be easy to resolve. Watching her get criticized constantly, Rose held his head in frustration. Rania, what on earth are you doing? Thinking he had a handle on things and wanting to avoid the noise, he hurried away, thinking, I'll come back later. Hearing that, Aaron cursed under his breath. Is that assistant using it to start the lesson again? Making the students that shocked and stunned. This is completely unacceptable. That damn old man started this mess and is nowhere to be found. I have to get the situation under control. And then he stood up and slammed the table. Everyone, quiet. If you doubt that assistant, you should verify it yourselves. I will use my authority as headmaster. I am authorizing Rania Vanchaias to teach an open class. At that moment, a stack of papers suddenly flew everywhere. Rasta-Lut-Liston froze and turned her head. Before long, the papers were scattered across the floor. She looked at them with hesitation and confusion. Immediately, Sinvai asked Han anxiously, Master, are you all right? Let me do it. The girl immediately used her power to gather the papers and stack them up. Rasta-Lut-Liston just stood still, and in an instant, the papers were neatly back in her hands. Despite Sinvai's help, she couldn't escape her thoughts. Just with a clap. No, it was even simpler than that. Up to this point, Rasta-Lut-Liston had secretly come to admire that assistant who had so easily materialized the Libra scales. She must have used some kind of trick. At the same time, Lavangray carefully picked up the last piece of paper and started a conversation. You didn't need to take it that far, did you? Now she's going to have to teach an open class. Why do you seem so dissatisfied? Rasta-Lut-Liston snapped, grabbing the paper and raising her voice. Don't act like you know everything. And then it fell right onto Benoa's feet. He spoke up at the same time. What? Then stop showing your emotions so clearly. Benoa dared to say that everyone could see her hostility. If you were in the north during the test, you wouldn't have been able to act like that. Hearing this, Lavangray sighed in agreement. Making her prove herself during an open class doesn't mean anything. Seeing him share the same thought for the first time, Benoa teased. Even a barbarian knows how to talk sense, huh? Then, he quickly backtracked, calling her a barbarian. Barbarian is a bit too harsh. Rasta listen, don't listen to him. Seeing him dodge the issue, she angrily snapped, "Don't you know I'm talking about you?" At that moment, she was extremely submissive, confused, and didn't utter a word. A second later, Rasta Liston acted out loudly. "Shut up. What would students from towers like yours know? I'm confident that our gray tower has its own standards, absolute standards, that follow the path." As she walked, Rasta Liston worriedly thought to herself, she must be struggling to prepare for the lesson right now. Since all the professors and tower masters will be there, all those lucky breaks and tricks of hers won't work anymore. Go ahead and try your best, Rania Vanchaias. Not long after, the sunset arrived. Rania returned to her room alone. The maid offered special praise. "You've been working so late. You're amazing. Here's your coffee." Rania responded with shy, awkward hesitation. "Professor." "Oh, thank you." Everything on the table was perfectly organized. Rania felt a bit puzzled. "Professor, do you usually teach open classes like this?" Lost in thought, she picked up the folding board. Rania's eyes were heavy with calculation, wondering if this would be all right. Facing her was Ah's warm gaze. "You're doing great." Suddenly, Rania startled, blurting out, "Did I just say that out loud?" She immediately chuckled, confirming that she had indeed spoken clearly. Looking at the coffee on the table, Rania began to feel complacent. A student offering her coffee after the first lesson. Not only that, she was super positive, drinking and thinking. So that means I'm not a bad teacher, right? I think the class went great. Then, Aila happily recounted their fated meeting. "The first time we met was during the placement test. Even after meeting in class, she kept her own style. Even if she gets lost, she keeps moving forward. You remind me of someone." Hearing this, Rania hesitated, then quickly stood up to answer, "Princess, thank you very much." Rania didn't hesitate to stand tall, probing for intent with a bright smile. "So that means things are fine just as they are, right? Thanks to you, I feel much better. I'm going back to prepare for the open class." Seeing Rania's spirits lift, A smiled in satisfaction. "Good. I'm looking forward to it." Professor Rania. A few days later, the open class took place, announcing a session on mana exchange, with rules listed in endless detail. At that moment, whispering broke out incessantly. "An academy holding an open class like this is unheard of. Is that so? Did the headmaster really allow it? I heard the teaching assistant is going to be the instructor. Seriously? I don't think the professors will just sit idly by." Shortly after, Sai sneered, "Oh my god. I keep smelling something old around here, and it turns out it's coming from right here." Hearing this, Yotoi gritted his teeth in irritation. "So, you can smell yourself too, huh?" As expected, she was immediately furious. "What did you say?" The two bumped heads, arguing endlessly, as if they had no self-respect left. After all that bickering, she still dared to attend the class. She really was thick-skinned. Sally quickly retorted, "Why do you care? As a tower master, I obviously have a responsibility to do so." Witnessing this scene, Lavangray and Benoa were left speechless. He spoke up helplessly. "You got dragged here too?" He frowned and replied curtly, "Yeah." And then, the atmosphere suddenly turned much more serious. That immediately made Elle realize it was about to start. Rania's figure rushed past everyone. Her appearance unintentionally caused Sally and Yotoi to stop arguing. Rania held a stack of important documents tightly in her hand. Even so, the students below looked at her with contemptuous eyes, but she didn't say much, coldly picking up the chalk. In front of countless students watching, Rania decisively presented the lesson on the green board. Surprisingly, the whole class watched her with extreme focus. And then Rania said in a cold voice, "Today, we will have an open class on the basics of mana exchange." On the board, the words "I am Rania Vanchaias" were written clearly. Rania flashed a friendly smile to win them over. "I may still have many shortcomings, but I hope everyone will focus and listen carefully." As soon as Rania's voice rang out, everyone grew excited. In unison, they murmured, "She's starting." At the same time, the old lady rested her chin on her hand, with a look of contempt. "Just a lowly assistant thinking she can teach an open class? Know your place." A second later, Sally added fuel to the fire. "She has the headmaster backing her, after all. The real mages are all here. Let's see how she tries to pull the wool over our eyes. This is nothing but child's play to people like us." At that moment, almost every eye was fixed on Rania. Even so, she stood with her hands on her hips, fully confident. Rania looked down at the students below calmly, without a hint of fear. And then, a firm voice began to rise. Hello. Does everyone know that it takes 3 steps to be able to activate a spell? Hearing this, the old lady immediately mocked. I expected so much more. But she's just repeating the basics that even a 5-year-old child knows. Starting off like this isn't good. Then, Sai's expression softened, thinking, right. Even if she's strong, it's useless. The real problem is that knowing something and teaching something are 2 completely different things. Everyone here has centuries of experience in practicing magic and teaching. How can a child of her age keep up with what we've spent so much time on? As soon as she finished speaking, Rania closed her eyes to focus and regulate her power. Seeing her stand silent, everyone whispered and clapped. Oh, she thinks that meaningless gesture can. Immediately, a dazzling light erupted, leaving some with their mouths agape in shock. Wait, no way. One of them slightly lifted his glasses to observe carefully. Is this what the students said they saw? However, the bald guy slammed the table in disapproval. Using tricks in class is unacceptable. Hey, stop standing in front of me. I can't see anything. That light shone directly across Sally's line of sight, making her freeze. The flow of power within Rania spread wider and wider. It was an extremely high-level spell used to communicate with the Libra stars. Witnessing the flashy scene right before their eyes, everyone seemed stunned into silence. A second later, Rania continued, I will demonstrate the first step to activating a spell. To be more specific, it was the step of drawing the magic diagram. Each shape she demonstrated clearly. First blue, then yellow, connecting one after another until everyone had to admire her. It didn't stop there. Rania didn't bother being modest and showed off her full potential, while everyone widened their eyes to observe every detail. So skilled, such a difficult diagram, and she did it perfectly. Still not stopping, Rania continued to demonstrate the second step, paying the corresponding price in mana, carefully accumulating energy onto her 2 magic-infused hands, not too much, not too little, just the right amount. The exact amount of mana needed to balance both sides. Before long, all sources of energy had intertwined. While speaking, Rania performed the act. Finally, everyone had to point the spell in the right direction. Without a moment of hesitation, she shouted out the incantation for the burning technique clearly. By this point, Rania had thoroughly guided them through everything. These are the 3 necessary steps to activate a spell. At that moment, the entire hall suddenly went quiet. Even Rasta Luta Liston couldn't believe it was real. Besides that, Sai also had to silently admit that his own eyes weren't deceiving him. The spell is extremely stable. You can even feel the star's mana in it. That means she has complete control over absolute power as she desires. When a mage uses a spell hundreds, even thousands of times, the light from those stars begins to linger within it. It's an incredibly extraordinary phenomenon, signifying that the spell has ascended to a new level. It's called absolute power. So, that's what it was all about. Aila was beyond satisfied and pleased. She knew she wouldn't let her down. Then, Rania spoke up firmly. I'm sure everyone here already knows these 3 steps well. We walk the path of magic, but why do we even call it that? As the name implies, it is a journey. While traveling it, we also sharpen it. We read every book within reach to master it, and we spend countless hours proving we have truly mastered it. The deeper they delved into the topic, the more everyone seemed to grasp the truth of life, and Yotoi was no exception. Her voice echoed once more. I only need to explain this much, because we are all groping in an endless void. We must never forget the foundation of the path we have chosen. This was their foundation. By now, everyone seemed to be changing their perspective. Sai clenched her fists, listening intently, soaking in every word. Is she just repeating the same point? Return to the heart, master the basics. Is that what she's trying to say? This wasn't even in the books. Seeing her strange attitude, Lavangray glanced over with curiosity. Caught red-handed, Sai angrily slammed the table, acting out this inferior lecture. Seeing the situation turning sour, he quickly stepped in to intervene. Thanks to that, the Tower Master refrained from making a scene, though her brows remained furrowed without another word. Finally, Sally closed her eyes and applauded in agreement with Rania. Seeing her stand by her side for the first time left Lavangray truly bewildered. Seeing the Tower Master do so, he rose to his feet without hesitation. The girl sitting behind them was left wide-eyed in shock at this rare, unprecedented scene. By now, Aila was also clapping in absolute satisfaction. Hav was trembling in a cold sweat. As for Rasta Lute Liston, she remained solemn, lost in thoughts she couldn't easily voice. Meanwhile, Rania stood alone, under the radiant light of her power. Even she was doubtful about being recognized like this. Finally, Rania allowed herself a satisfied smile. In that moment, she stood with hands on her hips and announced triumphantly, "What I just said is the content of the lesson. Those are the basics of mana exchange. I will end my lecture here. Inside the prestigious Academy castle, students were buzzing with excitement. That's Rania Vanchaias, right? Yeah, she's so beautiful. God, I should have come to the open lecture. Her mana balance was perfect. Even though it was just a rumor, shortly after, Professor Rania walked nervously beside Rose, deep in confused thought. Every gaze seemed to be fixed on her. I wonder what I did to suddenly get called to the principal's office. But then he started rambling about handing the academy over to her, saying she was the future of the mage world. His attitude had completely shifted. Right then, Rania slowly glanced to the side, leaned in close to him, and whispered softly, "Teacher, you seem very happy." Rose smiled kindly. "Do I?" Looking back at the past, Sai solemnly admitted, "I must acknowledge what deserves recognition. I just don't understand why you didn't come to see me when you had such incredible talent. We are only human and prone to mistakes, and in my capacity as the White Tower Master, I will turn those mistakes into opportunities and welcome you to the tower. Consider it carefully. It's not too late to join. Even now, I remember how the heads of both the White and Black Towers tried to recruit you." Yotoai, refusing to lose, shrugged and retorted, "Unlike someone else, I recognized your power from the beginning. I could tell you weren't an ordinary person through the spells within your body. Because of someone's ignorance, you were attacked. But if you come to me in the Black Tower, I guarantee that won't happen. I believe that is a far better offer." Rania replied helplessly, "Yes." At that moment, Roselle curiously asked Han, "How was it? Do you want to go straight to the Grey Tower? I want to see the looks on those old towers' faces." She firmly refused. "No, I don't want to see them at all." He laughed loudly and gently reminded her, "I see. I bet they really want to meet you, though. You never know when they might show up. So, always be vigilant." Rania promised respectfully, "Yes, I will be careful." The scene shifts to the gloomy, cold, snowy mountains. Inside the castle, Lavengre's father was reading a letter in his hand with intense longing. "Dearest father, are you doing well? It's been a month since I joined the AP Academy. Every day I realize there is so much I need to learn, and I have seen how arduous it is." Meanwhile, Rania stood at the podium, seriously instructing, "Do it like this." When the spell activated, he confessed, feeling dizzy, "This is really difficult. I can't understand anything at all. Absolutely nothing. But what makes me feel better is that I'm not the only one. It looks like a painting. Father, the path of studying magic is long and arduous." The scene moves to the office. She exhaustedly threw her books on the table. "This is terrible. When did the room get so messy?" Looking at the books piled up like a mountain, Rania sighed in frustration. She clicked her tongue, justifying it to herself she was just too busy and had no time to clean up. With that excuse, Rania sighed in relief and sat in her chair, enjoying some personal time. "Only now do I realize it's been such a long time since I took any time for myself." She pondered deeply, thinking about how she had retreated from the front lines and had no reason to meet them. Her habit of being submissive due to tension had eased. Teaching wasn't as bad as she thought. No one asked questions, which proved the class was going well. After that, Rania decided to relax and take a break. Just then, Rasta Luta Liston knocked politely. "Assistant Professor Rania, may I come in?" She thought, sadly. Damn, why now? Seeing the door slightly ajar, Rania tried to stay patient. "Fine. What is it?" She shyly bowed, saying nothing. She stammered as she stepped out and closed the door. "Does she have some questions?" Rania panicked, blaming herself. "This is bad. What is this kid's name again?" Rasta Luta Listin. Rasta Lute Liston hesitated and spoke. "There's something I need to tell you, Professor." She told herself she needed to say it. Rasta Lute Liston recalled her memories and silently promised to apologize to her for what she had done. She wanted to tell her that she had forgotten the joy of learning until it returned through her classes. She wanted to say, "Thank you." Rasta Lute Liston bravely prepared to speak. Suddenly, a group of arrogant people swarmed in. "So, this is your room, Assistant Professor Rania. We've been looking for you." The rude tower master shoved her aside and feigned his heartfelt sentiments. "I was impressed by your open lecture." Rania looked him up and down, concluding he was a mage from the old tower. The other tower masters chimed in coldly. "We expected nothing less from a disciple of Roselle Vanchaias. I must say, your approach to the subject was quite fresh." She found their remarks grating. 5 years later and they hadn't changed a bit. Rania replied politely with a chilly demeanor. "Why, thank you very much." But they didn't stop, continuing their barrage of praise. "The magic you displayed in that class was truly exquisite. To reach that level at such a young age, I am genuinely looking forward to seeing what else you can show us in the future." Rania cursed under her breath. Shut up. 5 or 6 years apart, and yet, nothing has changed at all. You are still trying so hard to best me. I never thought these old geezers would drag their sorry asses all the way out here. Just then, Rania's attention shifted behind her. What is that girl doing? Rasta Lut Liston clumsily bumped into a tower master. Her stack of books suddenly tumbled to the ground. Rasta Ludi Liston shrieked in fright. She bowed frantically while being stared down. I am so sorry. The tower master sneered cruelly. You really are a useless one. Hearing that, Rasta Luta Liston trembled with fear. Witnessing the scene, Rania frowned, clearly displeased. The old man turned back to her, offering with a syrupy tone. Now, Assistant Professor Rania, won't you accept our offer to become a new tower master? Rania bluntly refused. My apologies, but I'm currently occupied, so please be on your way. The tower master froze in shock. What was that? She smiled, skillfully deflecting them. This is a place of learning, not your personal tower. The students should be our priority, don't you agree? Rania smiled as she ushered them out with a sharp undertone. Please, do be careful on your way out. Feeling dismissed, they stormed off, grumbling insults. Then, Rasta Luta Liston spoke up timidly. Professor Rania. Rania guided her thoughtfully. You should take that path to get to the main staircase. That way, you won't run into them again. The girl spoke gently. Professor. Rania quickly ducked into her office and waved her off. I told you I was busy, didn't I? I'll hear what you have to say another time. Goodbye. Without another word, she slammed the door shut. Rasta Luta Liston stood outside, bewildered. What did she mean? Wasn't she talking about me when she said she was busy? At the same time, inside the office, a few drops of blood hit the floor. Rania smirked, realizing the mistake she had completely forgotten about. She clutched her chest in a struggle. It's happening again. The scene shifted to a cold battlefield, the front lines of the Kus Canyon. On the ground, thousands of soldiers lay scattered. At that moment, the stoic leader shouted to rally them. Even if it costs us our lives, hold the formation, keep fighting. In the ranks, a young soldier held his weapon wearily, looking at a giant monster. He sighed in despair. How much longer will this battle drag on? Can we even survive in this hellish place? I just want to rest. Just as he finished speaking, something shot past like the wind. That object shattered the stone monster into pieces. The boy gasped in amazement, and upon recognizing the familiar sign, he cheered excitedly. It's the archer, Lemia's arrow. The archer Lemia is here. The whole team cheered joyfully. Archer Lemia. Just then, she grumbled in annoyance. This is so irritating. Lemia regained her focus, drawing her bow to prepare a shot. Using mana for this arrow is such a waste. Immediately, the flaming arrow shot forth. Seeing the counterattack, the warriors roared bravely. The Saint Archer is here. Charge. The boy fell to his knees in awe. Can we really win? The next second, he felt a healing aura emerge on his left. The boy looked up, stunned. Bathed in that light, he saw a gentle woman and cried out in relief. Saintess Sarah. Next, the boy locked eyes with the final person, and seeing that familiar face, he shouted with joy, It's Sir Kai, the hero Kai's squad. He swung his blade with such skill that the soldiers erupted into cheers. The hero's party had arrived. As time passed, the tense atmosphere settled into silence. The warriors were cheering in celebration. We won! Send out the victory message. We've defeated them. The hero's squad is truly amazing. Just as he was reminiscing about the past, Sarah called out to Kai. She leaned against him, acting coy. Are you even listening to me? The stench of those zombies is stuck to my clothes, and I can't get it out at all. Can I buy new ones? I've already worn this outfit twice. Lemia frowned and warned them. Hey, let's stop this. The battle could have ended sooner, if we had that dying mage with us. Sarah smirked, adding with contempt. Of course, he was useful. Though, he's probably about to kick the bucket anyway. If I hadn't helped him, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that curse. The scene shifted to the city at night. Rania was walking alone through the streets. She shuddered, wondering how she still had the strength to endure it. Suddenly, a wave of pain struck, and she clutched her chest in resentment. Damn it. Again. This damn curse. She touched her chest and channeled her power. The next second, the black marks surrounding her heart began to fade away. Rania sighed, looking at her palm, not understanding how she had managed to hold it back until now. But this wasn't a long-term solution. She frowned and grumbled. Damn it, why do I have to suffer through this? Rania mocked herself wearily. I succeeded in stalling for time by trading my lifespan to hold back the Demon King, but the curse is embedded in my heart. Well, that was my own doing. She focused, trying to find her way. I think his house is somewhere around here. Just then, Rania spotted the location. Ah, found it. She looked around and mused, still as gloomy as ever. Inside, Kadi started, his attention drawn outward. The door suddenly swung open. He asked curiously, I wonder what distinguished guest would come here at this hour. You've picked up some strange hobbies since we last met. Kadi turned to greet her. Rania Vanchaias. Rania criticized him, clearly unhappy. Do you think I ended up like this because I wanted to? You don't have to be so mean to an old friend you haven't seen in a while. Kadi observed her keenly, noting, Your appearance has changed. Your soul has been altered. And on top of that, there's a curse embedded straight into your heart. He cut straight to the point. What on earth has happened to you over the last 5 years? Rania Vanchaias remembered the bustling streets. A few weeks ago, in a small alleyway, belongings were scattered across the road, and people lay drunk on the pile of rubble. Inside the inn, Rania Vanchaias cursed in anger. Damn it! She held her face, questioning herself. Why am I being treated like this? The Mage, a former member of the Heroes Squad, Rania Vanchaias, known as the greatest mage in the kingdom and the successor to the Grey Magic Tower. I gave up a bright, promising future and started this 5-year journey. Rania Vanchaias wasn't happy, drinking down his frustrations. Damn it. He looked down at his staff in shame. I never saw it coming. Getting kicked out of the party like that. I'm too ashamed to even face the master. Just then, Rania Vanchaias spotted a girl with striking red hair. He glared at his enemy in horror. No way. That woman is the succubus queen, Buzlep. Why is she here? Of all places, now. She hummed a melody, walking through the narrow alleyway. Buzlep cheerfully opened the inn door. She turned around, calling out with a sweet voice, Hey warriors, come this way. The men were completely bewitched, their minds clouded. She stepped inside slowly, offering a friendly, Stay calm, everyone, and come in, one by one. Buzlep wore a satisfied smirk, turning around as she muttered with a hungry tone, Looks like I'm going to be stuffed by the end of today. Just then, Rania Vanchaias crept toward the spot. He paused when Buzlep beckoned, swaying her hips. Come on over, don't trip now. Without another word, Rania Vanchaias poured all his strength into his arms. He firmly cast his magic and lunged forward decisively. She spun around, startled. Buzlep panicked, dodging the attack in a hurry. The door slammed shut, and all the hypnotized men collapsed instantly. From inside, she shouted, Wait a minute, who the hell are you? Rania Vanchaias didn't care. He coldly unleashed a chain-cast spell. He aimed his magic right at Buzlep's face, intensifying a counter-curse incantation. Rania Vanchaias nullified her technique and reflected the attack. Realizing what the skill was, Buzlep anxiously thought, He's destroying my shape-shifting spell and shattering my mana barrier. She fell backward, flustered, and asked, Who on earth is this guy? Seizing the golden opportunity, he clicked his fingers. Rania Vanchaias boosted his power, sending Buzlep into a panic. With a flick of his wrist, he pinned her to the wall, sealing her movements. Rania Vanchaias snapped his fingers again to signal, finishing with a punishing blow to her stomach. Buzlep was wounded, coughing up blood as she collapsed in pain. Rania Vanchaias dragged a chair over and calmly called out to the succubus queen, Buzlep. He sat down nonchalantly and greeted her. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Remember me? Buzlep gasped, suddenly recognizing her opponent. Oh, I remember now. This guy. She sneered with contempt, which only fueled Rania Vanchaias' anger. Are you that virgin mage from the heroes' party? Buzlep sensed something wrong and quickly changed her tune. No. Rania Vanchaias, right? He warned her, clearly annoyed. Good thing you remembered, because otherwise, I would have beaten you until you did. She feigned weakness, acting all fragile. Are you planning to lay a hand on a defenseless lady? Is that really something a member of the heroes' party should do? A defenseless lady? I'm just taking care of a succubus that's been draining the life force out of commoners. I'm only holding myself back right now. Just let me go this one time. Rania Vanchaias flatly refused. Not a chance. Buzlep panicked, trying to talk him out of it. Wait, she fearfully revealed her weakness. Only holy magic works on me. How do you expect to kill me without a holy knight? Or do you have another trick up your sleeve? He pondered this silently. Rania Vanchaias stepped closer, curious. You seem pretty confident, Buzlep smiled. Am I right? So, doing this is useless. He surged with team spirit, ready for the challenge. Just try it, and you'll find out. Let's see if you can take this full power mana strike. Here I come. Grit your teeth. Seeing Rania Vanchaias so relentless, she shrieked in terror. Wait, are you crazy? Buzlep thought in horror. He's serious. He actually wants to kill me. I have to get out of here. Just then, The wall suddenly exploded. Dai broke through and called out, "Buzlep, are you okay?" She called out to Dai with joy. Rania Vanchaias recognized him in shock. A Black Knight from the Demon King's army? He raised his sword and demanded, "I followed the distress signal here. Did this guy attack you?" Rania Vanchaias assessed him cautiously. Demonic energy radiated from his body. "I'd guess he's at the commander level." "Wait, a commander-level Black Knight came here just to rescue her because she couldn't drain life force from those men?" Without hesitation, Dai lunged forward. Rania Vanchaias muttered in annoyance, "Even for a superior, this is a bit too much." Rania Vanchaias opened his palm, summoning a magic circle from his arm. He flicked his hand, frantically performing the ritual. Double, incantation, reinforce, break spell. In a flash, the knight was pushed back, stumbling to a halt. The attack pierced right through his armor, and Dai fell backward, stunned. Seeing this, Buzlep thought in confusion. He took down Commander Dai in an instant. How can a mage like him use melee combat skills? Who is this guy? She bit her lip in fear. If this keeps up, I'm definitely dead. Right then, Buzlep remembered something important. That's right, the gem. She recalled the moment she was given strict instructions. Don't ask what this gem is, just fill it with the life force you drain. Buzlep analyzed the situation. I've been collecting life force, also known as mana, for decades as I was told. If I use this, I might be able to stop that monster. At the very least, I can buy enough time to escape. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled out the gem. Seeing the black residue surrounding it, Buzlep gasped in surprise. She lost control, and it backfired on her. Rania Vanchaias noticed something wrong and turned around in a hurry. Damn it, what is that? He watched the scene in confusion as black mist engulfed everything. The black energy quickly wrapped around Rania Vanchaias' heart. He clutched his chest in pain, coughing up blood in shock. He hunched over, gasping for air. After scanning the surroundings, Rania Vanchaias realized with clarity. There's no doubt about it. This black sludge is the monster I encountered 3 years ago at the Black Battlefield. A demonic entity that accumulates curses. The Demon King. I could never forget the creature that cursed me. He gritted his teeth, wondering, why is his sludge here? Why does a Black Knight possess it? Staring at the thick black mist, Rania Vanchaias froze for a few seconds. He frowned, certain of his realization. There's no mistaking it. This black sludge is the Demon King's accumulated origin that defeated my party. Rania Vanchaias asked himself cautiously, who in the world is this woman? Instantly, he felt a strange sensation run down his spine. I can sense 3 spells. Rania Vanchaias focused. Deducing, shape-shifting, mental poisoning, and one I don't recognize. Despite the danger, he clenched his fists with steely resolve. Whether he is the Demon King or not, I can't let him get the better of me. I'll use every spell I have. I will shatter this sludge. At that moment, Buzlep, as if possessed, chanted a mysterious chain of spells. Rania Vanchaias firmly made his vow. A spell for a spell, a curse for a curse. I'll show you that these past 3 years haven't been for nothing. He channeled all his energy, unleashing a massive burst of magic. Rania Vanchaias' cursed mana shot lightning bolts directly at her. A second later, the room lit up brilliantly, and everyone outside was blown away. After the battle subsided, everything outside fell silent, leaving only swirling dust and ruins. The next second, the room erupted in light, blasting everyone outside. Once the battle subsided, an eerie silence fell over the area, leaving only thick smoke and a heap of rubble in its wake. Standing amidst it was Rania, now transformed into a woman. She looked around in shock. Both of them had vanished. Rania reached out toward the fading light in desperation, watching as all the spells she'd prepared simply dissolved. These black bones were suspiciously easy to handle, not even a real threat to my life, she thought. When I first faced the Demon King, I had to sacrifice half my lifespan. She clutched her head, unable to believe it. Seriously? Rania gasped, stunned by how rapidly she had changed. My chest is bigger, my hair is longer, and my hands. They're so pale and dainty. Is this really a woman's body? She screamed in frustration. Buzlep, you witch, what have you done to me? Rania stared at her palms and groaned helplessly. Damn it, this is such a headache. My body is in this bizarre state, and the Demon King's army is probably still lurking somewhere around here. I need to come up with a counterattack plan. She closed her eyes, reminding herself, from now on, I have to start hoarding spells again. Rania summoned the golden scales of Libra. She stood before them, deep in thought, until the scales spoke in a calm, steady voice. State your wish. Rania made her urgent plea. I wish for whatever was consumed by the curse to be restored as stored mana for my body. It listened, then calmly offered a counter-proposal. She nonchalantly suggested. How about 90% of my current mana? The scales of Libra coldly declared. That exchange is insufficient. A limit will be applied. Irritated, Rania had no choice but to accept. Stupid things, just like always. The efficiency to cost ratio is still terrible. Fine, she confirmed, sealing the deal. The moment she spoke, a new power surged through her body. Intricate new patterns appeared across her arms, and a series of complex spell chains were added to her repertoire. Chain casting, spell amplification, multicast acceleration. Rania pointed her finger cautiously. As soon as she shattered the barrier, a black aura erupted and spread everywhere. Passers-by looked on in confusion, frantically covering their noses. What kind of spell is this? Is that foul stench coming from that building? Is that demonic energy? Soldiers rushed over to issue a warning. Everyone, get away from that building now. Bystanders, caught off guard, asked. Everything was fine a second ago. What's going on? And what was that building used for in the first place? As she looked around, Rania realized with a start that a perception-altering barrier had been cast over the entire building. She frowned and whispered a mysterious name, Seabol. Rania fell into a grim contemplation about her origins. That barrier definitely came from one of the four heavenly kings, the Demon Queen Buslep, the Black Knight, or perhaps the gemstone used to unseal the Demon King. She rubbed her chin, realizing this couldn't be ignored. Rania held out her hand, feeling exhausted, and focused on the strangest part of it all. She couldn't wrap her head around why she had been gender-swapped. If their goal was to kill me, there were plenty of easier ways to do it. Why go to all this trouble? Rania thought, her mind a mess. She pulled herself together and continued on her way. Worrying wouldn't help, especially when she had no answers. The real question was, how was she going to survive and adapt to this curse? Since she couldn't break the curse anytime soon, she returned to reality at the inn. Rania shrugged and recounted. After that, I went back to see my teacher, and almost died. I was surprised when the master suddenly started scolding me. He's so mean, right? Kadi interrupted. Wait, hold on. He calmly sprinkled something into a bowl and probed, Black bones? And you attacked that mist? Kadi didn't believe it and immediately retorted, Rania Vanchaias. Don't talk nonsense. It's not nonsense. Can't you see what I've become? Kadi remarked with a dry, sarcastic tone. From what I've heard so far, it sounds like you've had quite the glorious 5 years. She glared at him, unhappy. Glorious? Where? Suddenly remembering something, Kadi snapped his fingers. He smiled and transformed into a youthful young man. Seems like you've had more interesting experiences than the rumors suggest. I'm surprised you managed to suppress the curse by converting it into mana. Kadi took out some liquid and sighed. Defeated. I'm not sure if I know a way to change you back. He tucked the vial away and reluctantly offered a solution. But I can stop the curse from eroding you further. He carefully filtered drops of holy water into a bottle. Looking at the medicine on the table, Rania picked it up, skeptical. Is this bottle enough? Kadi explained honestly. Well, it's not a permanent solution, but at least you can manage when there isn't a saintess around to heal you. She grumbled. Sierre? Why bring her up? That girl is just an idiot, but I do honestly appreciate this. Rania changed the tone and asked, You know something about this curse, don't you? Kadi's straightforward response made her click her tongue in annoyance. I can't tell you. Rania gave a sarcastic smirk. Keep playing it cool. That's such a bad habit. He instructed her indifferently. Take it once a month. She sighed in gratitude. Fine. Fine. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Rania hesitated before making a genuine request. By the way, I'm not just going to take this for free, so, if there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Kadi pondered for a moment. I don't really need a favor. Just then, he remembered something and added, Actually, there is one thing. For the past few days, I've felt something crawling around in the sewer pipes. She reported sharply. I already sent a disciple to scout it out. He listened, then asked with sudden excitement, You have a disciple? What's his name? What's he doing? Rania smiled as she introduced him. Instead of calling me master, parent would be more accurate. I taught that kid magic with my own 2 hands. His name is Benoa. In the dark, damp sewer, a mysterious black aura suddenly emerged. Benoa slowly approached a pack of wolves. He reminded himself quietly, I promised to meet Chloe tomorrow, so I'd better wrap this up right now. Without a word, Benoa annihilated the wolves. Sacrifice, he thought, staring intently at his prey. Benoa struck with agility, moving from one wolf to the next. In just a few minutes, he had taken down a mountain of them. As he fought, he mused, I thought she'd lost her mind making me soak in that mana spring, but it's actually bringing unexpected benefits. I can use less mana and get even better results than before. After wiping them all out, He sighed in boredom. Just then, Benoa sensed movement behind him. He turned his head, glancing in that direction. A mysterious black shadow was slowly approaching. Observing his surroundings, Benoa realized the sewers were crawling with wandering undead. And yet, someone is deliberately hanging around without even trying to hide their presence. To be safe, he quickly summoned his power. That means whoever did this must be the one who released them. Benoa then unleashed a fierce dark spear attack, which flew straight toward the mysterious figure. They effortlessly vaulted into the air. Seeing that, he exclaimed in shock, "What? He dodged it? And he's even faster than the northern orc." Then Benoa cracked his knuckles and braced himself with everything he had. He knew he had to give it his all. He focused his energy toward the mysterious figure. It was Rania. She moved with incredible speed, effortlessly dodging the danger. As a shocked Benoa prepared to retreat, she reached out. "No way. I can't do anything against her." He realized how helpless he was at this range. But just then, Rania was already prepared for everything. She gave him a sharp flick to the forehead. Rania spoke with satisfaction. "Good. You've improved a lot, but you're still lacking the basics. First off, never attack someone when you don't know who they are." Stunned, he called out, "Wait, Assistant Professor Rania?" She let out a helpless sigh. "Good grief," Benoa asked skeptically. "Why did you come all the way down here?" Rania yawned and explained, "Your teacher told me to come down here and clean up this mess." He couldn't believe it. "Teacher? You mean the old man at the magic potion shop?" She snapped her fingers in confirmation. "That's the guy." Rania casually cleared the path and spoke honestly. "He and I go way back." Benoa took the opportunity to probe. "How old are you anyway? I mean, you two don't look the same age." She hesitated. "I'm 27. Actually, 21. Rania then asked him, "Is there something you wanted to say, Sierra?" He quickly denied it. "No, not at all." Still, Benoa boldly pressed on. "Can I ask you something? What did you do before coming to the academy?" He was deeply suspicious. She fought with such expertise. Her movements were unique, something a scholar, even after a lifetime of study, couldn't replicate. Instead of a mage, she seemed more like a rigorously trained warrior. Rania hinted at her past. "Let's just say I've been in a very filthy place for quite a long time." Suddenly spotting a wolf approaching, she turned serious and brushed the conversation aside. "Enough small talk. Let's finish this training." Rania looked at the pack of wolves and identified their position. "Looks like that's our target." As soon as she finished, she chanted a scorching spell. In a split second, the entire pack of wolves vanished into thin air. Benoa was baffled. What kind of spell was that? It was as if she had woven multiple spells together at once. He couldn't even guess the principles or mechanics behind it. He winced, disturbed by the smell. "It's getting worse. Are we really going in there?" Rania cautiously opened the door. "I have an idea of what's inside, so be extremely careful while purifying this thing." They quickly moved inside. The scene shifted to the outside of an inn. Rania asked, "By the way, who is Benoa going to meet?" He spoke warmly. "Chloe, my childhood friend." She was surprised. "A childhood friend? I didn't expect that. I didn't think you'd have one. But why did you change your appearance?" Kanthan revealed his goal. "This makes it easier for me to get close to people." Rania took out the object she had found and ended the conversation. "Well, I have to go. There's a mountain of things waiting for me to check." She placed it on the table and spoke seriously. "I found this altar under the sewer system. This small altar is releasing a massive amount of evil energy. It's going to be quite difficult to purify this completely. What's suspicious is that it was right in the middle of the sewer, protected by monsters. But what's even more worrying is that it looks exactly like the gem from the LP, and it was protected by a perception-altering barrier. That's why no one has noticed it all this time." The old man listened, lost in thought. Rania continued to offer her perspective. Even though hiding it underground avoids prying eyes, it's still strange for something this suspicious to appear right in the heart of the capital. "Right. This definitely isn't a small matter," she warned anxiously. "An uprising will happen soon. The scent of him is filling this place." Many things had happened, and a month had passed since I became an assistant professor. Now I'm used to teaching. I think, inside the classroom, she calmly instructed, "You all need to start like this." Rania gave detailed instructions on how to cast the spell. She provided specific evidence. For example, a binding spell can be illustrated with a diagram like this. And finally, we get a matrix like this, only a small amount of mana is needed to cast it. Does anyone have any questions? Looking at the blank faces of the students, Rania questioned herself. "Sierra, I get the feeling that no one understands a thing. Isn't it pretty simple?" She covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Rania thoughtfully decided to lecture again. "Now, I'll write the content of today's lesson on the board." She wrote while carefully instructing, Use the remaining time to review the lesson. Rania wondered to herself, this is strange. Setting aside the fact that I'm not used to teaching, today's lesson was way too easy. She encouraged the students wholeheartedly. I think it would be great if you all tried to cast the spell yourselves before the next class. You can also try solving my practice problems. Sierre? Finally, Rania said goodbye and left. Class dismissed. Good luck, everyone. Meanwhile, the students complained wearily. I have to write that down all over again. Did you get that? I guess so. After stepping out of the classroom, she slammed the door shut. Rania lamented anxiously. I think the teacher is going to scold me again. If I teach them like this, there's no way they'll understand. It's easy for me to demonstrate it. So, why is it so hard to put it into words? She pouted and comforted herself. At least many people have said they learned a lot from my open lectures. At the same time, Rania caught sight of S, who was teaching devotedly. It's easy, right? You should do it this way. Then plug in the values. She watched, amazed, and quickly passed by them. He simplified the principles of the chain explosion spell to explain it. The student asked eagerly, then how should I solve this case? Professor Rania panicked and denied it. Hey, don't say I have to do it that way. She simply justified it to herself. I'm not sure. If they don't understand, they'll come and ask like Rasta Loot Liston anyway. Killing demons is way easier than this. Back in the office, Sierre slammed the desk angrily. Assistant Professor Rania, do you have any idea what this is? These are complaints about your classes. There are so many of them, Rania replied embarrassedly. Yes, he emphasized sternly. You're only teaching 2 classes, but please read these carefully. Just before that, Rania had been harshly criticized by students. The spell diagram is too complicated. I can't understand it. You lecture too fast. I don't understand the incantations used in class. Sierre lost his patience and lashed out loudly. What exactly are you doing in the classroom? Please put yourself in the student's shoes. She retorted unhappily. I don't understand this situation either. Please lower your voice. You're being too aggressive. Feeling criticized, he smirked and sighed. Then, Sierre contemptuously mocked. A professor who doesn't know how to teach. You and assistant professor Say are worlds apart. Who is that? She didn't know assistant. Professor Say. He was the one who stood side by side with Professor Mahath CPT on the battlefield. Because of his wounds, he was forced to leave the army, but he continued to pursue the path of magic research. Unlike some people, he puts himself in his students' shoes and guides them toward improvement. He's a truly genuine and precious educator. Cutting to a bustling cafe, Rasta Lut Liston gently pushed the door open and walked in. A friendly staff member greeted her. Welcome. Feel free to sit wherever you'd like. She nodded and replied, thanks. No sooner had she stepped inside than Rasta Lut Liston heard students complaining under pressure. Assistant Professor Rania's class was insanely tough. I have no idea what she's even talking about. In the end, I always have to ask Assistant Professor S just to understand it. Professor Rania Vanchaias' class was much easier to follow, but he gave out way too much homework. She looked around, unhappy. Why was the cafe always so crowded? Just then, Rasta Lut Liston happily pulled out a chair. Thank goodness there was still a spot. She silently prayed that whoever sat nearby wouldn't be noisy. At that moment, Lavangray cheerfully called out her name. Hey, Rasta Lut Liston. She turned her head in surprise. Rasta Lut Liston replied coldly. Lavangray? You're here too? He confirmed it joyfully. Yes. Lavangray innocently added, I'm drinking black water. She corrected him skeptically. Black water? Are you talking about coffee? He naively remarked that he thought that was what everyone called it, realizing this wasn't a simple matter. Rasta Lut Liston observed him thoughtfully. He was wearing a grumpy expression. There had to be a reason he was drinking it. When she saw the documents on the table, she asked Lavangray about them, and he honestly explained, this is an assignment I got this morning, and I still haven't figured it out. I came here because some classmates said they study at this cafe and drink black water whenever they get stuck. Rasta Lut Liston frowned, wondering to herself, are there no cafes in the north? She stared blankly at his ink-stained hands. That prompted Rasta Lut Liston to reminisce about her own past, back when she had to study diligently. Even though she was teary-eyed, she still had to grind through and finish it. At this point, Rasta Lut Liston took the initiative to show him that if he didn't understand something, he should use the same method as the third question. She warned him sternly, I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. Lavangray replied nervously, yes ma'am. Rasta Lut Liston offered some enthusiastic advice. If you ask Assistant Professor S about this incantation, he'll explain the theory behind it, and you can reference some books on the subject. At that very moment, Rania was drinking tea, looking annoyed. Seriously, Was it that guy Can? Or was it Rastalut Liston? Seeing her students look so clueless like this was enough to make her realize she was a terrible teacher. Meanwhile, a group of female students brightened up when they spotted the person they were looking for. He's here! They were absolutely in awe of him. Assistant Professor Sierre. The students greeted him politely. We're so sorry to bother you while you're resting. May we ask you a question? He smiled confidently. Of course. What seems to be the trouble? She wondered to herself. So that's Assistant Professor Sierre. He listened intently as she explained. Can you help us? It's related to combat magic. Rania watched with intense interest, unable to look away. Let's see just how talented you really are. The scene shifted to the Apia Academy. Training Hall number 2. Suddenly, a student shrieked in terror. Get out of the way! Immediately after, an instructor bellowed furiously. Enough, you pathetic fool. Get up right now. Professor of Practical Magic. Marpet, you can't even grasp the basics. If this were a real battlefield, you'd have been dead long ago. The student grumbled unhappily. Even if it's practical combat, why do we have to fight a magical beast all by ourselves? This is ridiculous. It'd be better if the assistant professor was teaching instead of him. So exhausting. When will this end? And why on earth do they even keep magical beasts here? Doesn't it look a bit weird? Don't worry, it's restricted by control magic, so it won't. Before he could finish, the beast suddenly lunged like a starved tiger. Watch out. The students were stunned into silence. Afterward, they screamed in terror. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Rania was watching secretly. So, that's Assistant Professor Sierre? All right, let's see how good you are. A student asked timidly. So, what should I do if the application doesn't follow the rules? Hearing that, she questioned it skeptically. Basically, that's just the lesson I taught in class. What's the difference? This kid didn't analyze this part. Right. Applying the spell diagram to this incantation. And yeah, he's skipping this crucial part entirely. Rania set her teacup down and concluded. But his students clearly look much happier. They show a clear understanding of the material and are steadily improving. What on earth is he doing differently? Sierre suddenly felt an indescribable sense of unease. The back of his neck prickled. After finishing their questions, the 2 female students bowed respectfully. Thank you so much, Assistant Professor. He smiled and waved goodbye. Sierre calmly spoke up. I believe this is the first time we've actually met. Isn't it? Assistant Professor Rania. Is there anything I can help you with? Rania asked, surprised. You know who I am? He replied with a playful grin. Of course. You've been a hot topic at the academy lately. Please, have a seat. Rania sat down, feeling flustered. Sierre took the initiative to gauge her mood. You seem to have something on your mind. I'd be more than happy to talk with you if you don't mind. Rania got straight to the point. You seem to teach students in a way that they can actually understand. Do you have some kind of secret trick? He humbly dismissed the compliment. I'm honored that you think so highly of me. It's not really a trick, but students are still just children. After all, standing before so many different paths, they don't know which one to choose. And even after they pick one, they often stop halfway, doubting their own choice. What I'm doing is simply guiding them along my path. Sierre's emphasis made her suddenly recall the past and the way her own teacher used to guide her. Rania nodded thoughtfully. I see. That's a heavy topic. Right then, he remembered something and offered his help. Oh, right. I've studied a bit of educational theory. If you'd like, I could recommend a few books for you. If you're free this afternoon, why don't you swing by my lab? Rania readily agreed. My schedule is pretty open. Sierre nodded, pleased. Great. I'll take you to the lab. While the 2 of them were walking outside, he hesitated before asking, May I ask you a question, Lady Rania? She replied warmly. Sure, go ahead. Sierre asked timidly about their relationship. Could you tell me how you met Professor Rose? Just then, Mahath CPT angrily interrupted. Sierre, what are you doing here? Seeing the other person charging toward him, he looked confused. Professor Mahath CPT. She rubbed her chin, recalling what Sierre had said earlier. Now that she thought about it, that guy mentioned earlier had also brought him up. Sierre explained flusteredly. I was just talking with Assistant Professor Rania. The professor didn't look happy and loudly scolded him. There you are, always doing useless things. How could you be so careless with the control magic? Mahath threw a stack of documents onto the ground and snapped. Another magical beast has gone berserk in the classroom. If you still can't do your job properly, you should probably head back to the battlefield. Sierre, do you think just throwing on an expensive suit makes you a scholar? This is your final warning. Get your research done correctly and make sure the report is on my desk by tonight. Noticing his dazed expression, Rania asked with concern, Are you all right? He scratched his head. acting like everything was fine. Yeah, well, this kind of thing is pretty normal for me. She picked up the documents and explained helplessly. Professor Mage wants to teach us through real combat scenarios, so he's making us raise magical beasts in the lab. But lately, the research has really hit a wall. Rania listened and remarked with admiration. Practical experience is important, I suppose. But wait, they're actually raising magical beasts? He muttered something cryptic. In the end, it was all just for the sake of that research. She asked cautiously, "Did you say something?" Seer started, quickly trying to change the subject. "It's nothing. Thanks a lot for helping me with these documents," he added apologetically. "They must be pretty heavy," Rania insisted firmly. "It's fine. I'm actually pretty confident in my physical strength." Seer nodded respectfully. "All right then. I won't stop you." The scene shifts to the area outside the training forest. Suddenly, a powerful aura streaks past the leaves, piercing straight through the tree trunk in front of them. Benoa breathed heavily, unable to shake off his unease. "I just can't stop thinking about that suspicious altar. One look is enough to tell it gives off a really shady vibe." Assistant Professor Rania didn't say anything about it, when suddenly, Lavangre appeared in surprise, not expecting to find anyone else out here. He carried his axe on his shoulder and asked in a friendly tone, "Do you practice in this forest often? Your accuracy has gotten better since last time. What kind of training did you do over the break? Do you have an instructor outside the academy?" He turned away coldly. "Why do you care?" At the same time, dozens of fierce beasts were hiding, peeking at them. Benoa bragged excitedly. "It's not like nothing happened. I bet you wouldn't believe me if I told you I went down into the drainage channel, right?" Lavangre challenged him. Fired up. "Want to have a sparring match?" He quickly accepted. "Sure." Benoa stopped and proposed an idea. "Let's turn it into a competition." He rolled his wrists and reminded him. Thinking about the magical beasts appearing at Apia, he expressed his suspicions seriously. "That shouldn't even be possible. How are we going to decide who wins? Counting ears takes too much time. How about whoever kills the most wins? You northerners are really strange." The pack of magical beasts advanced aggressively, threatening them. Benoa asked point-blank, "Are you ready?" Lavangre replied firmly, "I'm ready." Both of them, fired up, shouted together, "Let's do this." The scene shifts to dormitory building number 5 at APIA Academy. Inside, a student grumbled irritably. "The wind is so strong today. I can't even sleep with all that noise." No sooner had he finished speaking than something suddenly punched through the wall. They stared in terror, eyes glued to the thing. "What is that? It's moving." After identifying it, a male student screamed in a panic. "That's a magical beast. That can't be right, can it?" There's a barrier surrounding the academy. They stared at each other, bewildered. Professor A.H. uses those beasts in his class. That makes sense. But then, the student hurried to run away. "We need to run first." Seeing the horrific scene, the student asked in terror, "Hey, are they multiplying?" Before they could even process it, the creature lunged at them. Then, a puddle of blood suddenly splattered. The student asked, dumbfounded, "Wait, why doesn't it hurt?" Just then, Rasta Luta Liston stepped out calmly to report the situation. The other students have already evacuated to dormitory building number 3. A high-level magical beast appeared, gnawing on a smaller wolf. She scolded them nonchalantly. "You're in my way. You should have already reached a safe area." They let out a sigh of relief and thanked her profusely. "Right. Thanks for saving my life. I'm just doing what needs to be done." The very next second, Rasta Lut Liston focused and opened a chained summoning magic circle. She doubled the number of magical beasts. Once she saw there were enough, Rasta Lut Liston remarked calmly, "That should be enough." Without hesitation, she directly ordered them to take care of the enemies. Hearing the command, the one-horned beasts jumped in to tear them apart. Meanwhile, Rasta Lut Liston turned anxiously and asked, "Sinvai, where is this evil energy coming from?" The little girl quickly and accurately identified the source. From the forest behind this dormitory. Sinvai could feel the massive beast. She pointed out the target. "It's trying to pass through this building, to head straight for building number 1. Inside the forest, the sounds of death echoed. Rows of wolf carcasses lay scattered across the ground. Lavangre grumbled, realizing they couldn't kill them all. Benoa sighed and provoked him. "Are you tired already, Sierre?" He retorted arrogantly and fiercely. "No way. I've only just started warming up." He nodded, signaling. "All right, it's time to get serious." At this moment, an aggressive gorilla pointed its finger forward. It angrily destroyed the nature around it. Benoa and Lavangre both felt its ferocious power. They moved at the same time, using enhanced shadow steps. He deployed dark magic, and a streak of blood suddenly shot out, quickly embedding itself into the gorilla's arm. Meanwhile, he raised his axe, preparing to jump in. Lavangre poured all his strength into the seismic axe. Next, he threw it straight at the beast's other arm, with such force that it severed the gorilla's arm, and it shrieked in pain, spitting out toxic blood. Benoa and Lavangre moved down to the ground and attacked together. This will finish it. They stared intently at the gorilla, but just then, he startled, as he realized that the attack hadn't completely immobilized it. Watching the gorilla regenerate, Benoa gasped in shock. What is going on? It's regenerating. We need to find a way to counter that. Immediately, Rastalut Liston spoke up with cold sarcasm. Isn't it obvious enough? How do you intend to take it down if you didn't even know its weakness from the start? He cheered happily. Oh, Rastalut Liston, you're here. Benoa frowned and replied. You, he hesitated, asking cautiously. Are you here to help us? She quickly retorted. Do you really think I'd just sit still while the whole academy is in chaos? Right, Benoa reluctantly admitted. Yeah, I guess you're right. Rastalut Liston cleared her throat and changed the subject. That's not important now. Basically, that beast is very different from regular magical beasts. That small hole in the middle of its body helps the rest of its parts maintain their shape. It's more like a golem than a magical beast. If you don't destroy that core with magic, it will keep regenerating endlessly. Sin, Vi commented sharply. The structure of that beast is really strange. Given that the Academy's barrier keeps those monsters contained, they shouldn't be able to break the barrier to get in here. Instead, they appeared from the inside. From inside the barrier. She warned anxiously, I have a bad feeling about this. Master, please be careful and focus back on the task. Lavangre confirmed calmly. So we just need to destroy that core, right? Benoa sighed in relief, agreeing that it made things much easier. Then, she enthusiastically chimed in, Right, let's do this. Without wasting a second, the two of them bolted forward. They charged in to attack, while Rastalut Liston stood back to provide support. The moment he stopped, Lavangre confidently prepared a seismic amplification spell. First, he skillfully slashed horizontally in a straight line, blocking all its movements. Then, before it could regenerate, he used a shadow bind to leave it completely immobilized. At that same moment, Rastalut Liston closed her eyes to unleash the finishing move. She triggered the final strike, summoning a mid-level lightning sprite, overriding the spell, and pinpointing the coordinates. Her hands trembling, she held on tight and gave the order, Make it quick. Rastalut Liston calmly shouted, I'm ready. Rastalut Liston gave a stern command to execute it immediately. Mid-level lightning sprite. Sin Vi. As soon as she finished, she opened her eyes, unleashing a massive surge of power. Sin Vi conjured a bolt of lightning that struck the gorilla right on the head. The next morning, inside the academy, students were grumbling with frustration. All this work is because of Professor Mahath CPT, right? They agreed while cleaning up. Yeah. Just then, a student concernedly asked, Can you carry that all by yourself? Lavangre replied nonchalantly, Yeah, I'm good. Another student complained tiredly. I knew this would happen the moment. He said we had to fight magical beasts. He gently asked, Sorry to interrupt, but do you need me to move anything? Seeing his eagerness, they politely declined, each taking a crate. No thanks, we're fine. The male student let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing we don't have to fight magical beasts anymore. They complained angrily, forcing us to fight magical beasts, even if it's for preparing for a real war, it's just too much. Is he crazy? He even looks down on students he doesn't like. How could Sierre have such a terrible teacher? How careless could he be managing those beasts to let something like this happen? I heard Assistant Professor Sierre was the one managing the beasts, though. But even so, the fault still lies with the professor, right? If he wasn't so hateful, this wouldn't have happened. The scene shifted to the trial hall, where Aaron sternly banged his gavel. He signaled solemnly, Silence. Everyone, settle down. Then, Aaron bluntly questioned, Mahath CPT, do you have anything to say regarding the accusations against you? All your research and achievements related to magical beasts, the control experiments, and most importantly, the loose beasts were all under your management. All evidence points to you, Mahath CPT retorted confidently. You should know full well that these beasts were bred for combat training. I am a knight. I have fought for everyone on the battlefield. Why would I be suspected of manipulating magical beasts to attack people? This is an outrageous insult. The crowd whispered unhappily, noting he didn't answer the question. Sitting behind, remarked sadly. Mahath CPT is always hot-headed, but he has always been firm and proud like a true knight. It's just that there is too much evidence against him this time. Even the master of the Grey Tower couldn't easily break the beast's barrier. And those who were the first responders were hindered by a perception-altering spell. It all points to an inside job. He couldn't convince anyone of his innocence by just losing his temper and screaming like that. Just then, he started, drawing his attention to a voice nearby. The teachers panicked and tried to intervene. "Assistant Professor, please sit down. You need to wait until the headmaster." Aaron was shocked. Did he realize that wasn't Assistant Mahath, CPT? He said calmly, "It's all right, let him speak." Sierre was overjoyed and grateful. "Thank you so much, sir." They quickly switched places. Mahath CPT lashed out in anger. "You finally showed up. Sierre, this is all because of your careless beast management." Aaron spoke up sternly. "Mahath CPT, calm down." He turned to request Assistant Professor Sierre to share his thoughts on the matter. He began his speech, gently. "Respected Headmaster Aaron, I know this incident caused great damage, but thanks to the students' efforts, many beasts were suppressed. I believe this proves the effectiveness of Professor Mahath CPT's lessons. Of course, there is no doubt this incident was an unfortunate accident, but it was also a valuable opportunity for the students to prove their abilities. If you must assign blame, let it fall on me for negligent management of the beasts." Aaron listened and nodded, countering. "I understand your point, but you know, many have opposed the breeding of magical beasts. If all he needed was an opponent for the students, he didn't need to use magical beasts. Regardless, he insisted on doing it, and you've seen the consequences. Some students weren't ready for combat and got hurt. Your opinion isn't wrong, but it's unfair to make an assistant professor like you take the fall for such an incident. It would be best if you were careful with your words." After that, Aaron announced his ruling without hesitation. "Mahath CPT, you will be detained until this matter is resolved." Hearing this, the fire of rage inside Mahath CPT boiled over. He didn't hold back and shouted, "Do you dare insult me?" Headmaster Aaron, people around him urged him anxiously. "Professor Mahath, CPT, please, calm down." Mahath struggled and yelled, "Let me go. I am a knight of this kingdom." The scene shifted to the princess's bedroom. In a dream, a mysterious voice whispered, "My dear, go find it. With it, find it." She woke up, dazed and confused. What was that? At that moment, the morning light shone through the window. Standing by the table, Aila wondered in surprise. That revelation was clearly different from the others. It's the first time the stars have given me a revelation, as if they were talking to me directly. What are the stars trying to tell me? What should I be looking for? Just then, Have bowed, respectfully. "You are awake, Your Highness." She greeted him with a smile. "Good morning." Have cautiously reported the news. After the trial, Professor Mahath, CPT, was detained. His classes will be handled by Assistant Professor Sierre, for the time being. Aila walked and asked, "Is no one else being investigated?" Have concluded solemnly. "As of now, the professor is the only suspect." She confirmed thoughtfully, "I see." Seeing Aila lost in thought, he asked the princess worriedly. She stood before the door with complicated thoughts. "I don't understand what the stars want to reveal, but I came here as if I were being led. Surely, the stars are guiding me." Aila knocked on the door. "May I come in?" Assistant Professor Rania, she invited her in warmly. "Yes, please, come in." She opened the door a crack and spoke urgently. "There is something I wish to discuss with you." As soon as she stepped into the room, Rania apologized sheepishly. "Forgive me, my room is a bit of a mess right now. Feel free to step over the things on the floor," Aila replied softly, unbothered. "It's fine." She turned, looking expectant. "You've come at just the right time. I'm preparing for the next lesson. You can take a look and see if you understand it. I tried to simplify it in my own way." She looked confused at the numbers on the board. "Simplify what? Exactly?" Aila sighed, sounding helpless. "I'm just the type who understands formulas by instinct. I'm afraid I can't help you there." Rania crossed her arms, looking gloomy. "Is that so?" she asked suspiciously. It seemed her mindset had changed since the open lecture. "You don't get it?" she asked, bewildered. "Huh? What do you mean?" Aila put down her books and guessed. "You've been looking for books to prepare for the next session, haven't you?" Rania smiled and denied it. "These aren't mine. Assistant Professor Say lent them to me." Hearing the source, she felt a sudden, strange sense of dizziness. In the quiet lecture hall, the man introduced himself. "Good morning. I am Assistant Professor Say, and I will be filling in for Professor Mahath. From now on, we will suspend combat practice against magical beasts and instead focus on the theoretical foundations of combat magic." Rostalut Liston looked up instinctively at the news. Benoa rested his chin on his hand, silent and unreadable. He continued teaching the theory as he always did. The foundation of combat magic is. After class ended, she chatted curiously. I heard the magical beast lab was shut down, and that Assistant Professor Say is taking over all of Professor Mahath's classes. The students seemed very intrigued. Seeing Aila deep in thought, Rastalut Liston turned to Han and asked, "Is something bothering you?" "Yeah," he replied. "I smell something rotten going on somewhere." She looked confused. "A rotten smell?" Rastalut Liston asked skeptically. "Isn't there any better way? Are you saying the issue hasn't been resolved yet?" Lavangray nodded in affirmation. "That's right," Benoa agreed sharply. "I think so too. I've dealt with similar issues involving those very same beasts. Manipulating that many beasts at once is impossible, even for a professor. Someone must have been behind this." He emphasized the important part. It was just a hunch, without any concrete proof. "You agreed with your teammate. I think so too." Just then, Aila slowly approached. She stated her position seriously. "We haven't seen the end of this yet." Rastaluta Liston gasped in shock. Princess A, the scene shifted to the academy at night. She was restless and probing. Are you sure about this, Princess?" Aila calmly acknowledged. "Yes. I trust your intuition, Lord Lavangray." Rastalut Liston hesitated. "But isn't this Assistant Professor Sierre's lab?" Aila firmly bared her heart. "Lord Lavangray has a special sense, even in the northern folklore. It's the same. There is definitely something else behind this door." She hesitated before continuing. It's not that I doubt your word, but..." Just then, Aila felt an intense surge of power. Her index finger was trembling slightly. The stars were guiding her here, as if by some instinct. It was dangerous, but she had to keep going. Lavangray focused and turned the doorknob. The stench here was overwhelming. Once we go inside, everything must be brought to light. After observing the surroundings, he offered a profound comment. The beasts were collected and trapped in these cages. Yeah, and they were clearly restricted by control magic. "Princess, perhaps we really should head back," she firmly suggested. "No, I will take responsibility. So please investigate the room as thoroughly as possible." Benoa confidently looked left and right. "Nothing will escape my eyes." He turned toward a dark corner. "You check that side." Aila frowned and touched a layer of dust. "It's definitely this place." While she was deep in cautious thought, someone peeked in from outside the door. If even Assistant Professor Sierre isn't the culprit, there must be something important here. Suddenly, S spoke up elegantly. "Hello," he asked in surprise. "Why are the four of you here so late at night? And Princess, is there anything I can help you with?" Rania looked at them, confused. What were they doing? At that moment, Aila took the initiative to question Assistant Professor Sierre. "I need you to clarify a few things. In my mind, were you the one who released those magical beasts?" He stood stunned and retorted, "Sierre? You're accusing me again?" Benoa demanded an answer harshly. "Explain why you're accusing me of that first." "Barbarian," you emphasized seriously. "There's nothing concrete, but my intuition tells me that's what happened. You carry the stench of those beasts with you. Assistant Professor, don't corner him like that right now." Rastalute Liston asked quietly. Why are you here?" "Assistant Professor Rania?" She calmly explained. "I just came to return the books I borrowed." Rania smiled and advised, "Come on, it's quite late now, so let's go get some rest, okay? I mean, look at the time. Can we really talk about this now?" Aila flatly refused. "That won't do. Assistant Professor Rania," she declared firmly. "The stars are in agreement with Lord A, with the honor of my lineage. I have a duty to investigate Assistant Professor Sierre." Rania analyzed it wearily. "Okay. So, the stars are involved, huh?" As soon as she finished, S spoke up in praise. "I'm truly impressed." Lavangray, upon hearing this, looked back in surprise. Lavangray reached for the sword behind his back cautiously, and confessed pensively. "It was me, without a doubt. The one who released the beasts was me. Yes, I was behind this." Aila asked gently. "Assistant Professor Sierre, can you explain why you would do such a terrible thing?" He was willing to share the story. Of course. Professor Mahath tried to find a way to create intelligent, magical beasts. She was stunned and asked, "What did he do?" Sierre sighed and described Mahath's blind obsession. He reached the limit of the number of beasts he could control. But something drove him to immerse himself in his research. Over time, he gradually accumulated many small beasts to use as test subjects, and that's when that unfortunate incident occurred. I couldn't say that in front of the board, as it would only make things worse for him. I thought at least I could clean up those beasts myself. He confessed with tears in his eyes, filled with torment. "This is entirely my fault. If only I had worked harder." If only I had stopped him. Everyone listened in silence. Rasta Luteliston stepped forward to comfort him. Please calm down. Assistant Professor Sierre, I understand your situation now. S expressed his gratitude, deeply moved. Thank you so much. Rasta Lute Liston. Benoa scratched his head and asked Han, so what do we do now? He quickly proposed a plan. Let's report this to the principal and figure out where to go from there. At the same time, Aila felt something strange surrounding her finger. The revelation from the stars was intensifying. They were warning her. Why did Assistant Professor Say explain everything? The sudden warning cut off, leaving her speechless. It stopped. Suddenly, a violent force sent the cart flying into the wall. Hearing the crash, Rania cursed them with merciless disdain. Man, I just wanted to hear your side of the story, not some stupid, made-up excuse. Do you get me? Sounds like you need an elbow to the face. Assistant Professor S, or should I call you out for what you really are? She spat the words at the two-faced traitor. Just then, how did S slowly pull himself up from the rubble? Rostaluteliston asked in shock. Huh? Assistant Professor Rania, what are you doing? Are you okay? S didn't say a word, just broke into a twisted, savage grin. Whoa, Sierre asked, looking worried. Sierre shot him a dark, sarcastic look. You're attacking people out of nowhere. You're way more dangerous than I thought. Then, Ran cast a summoning spell, shouting in fear. Oh no, it's a magical beast, S smirked defiantly. You'd better do something about it. I can control these beasts, but if I can make them obedient, I can definitely make them do the opposite. It's a bit different from my original plan, but the result? It'll be exactly the same. These beasts are enough to level this cursed academy. Rania retorted confidently. You think we'd just let that happen? In a flash, she stepped forward and barked out orders to each of them. Princess Rasta Lute Liston, Benoa Lavan Grey, go chase down those beasts. I'll handle this scumbag myself. Sierre spoke up with interest. I've heard plenty about you. They say you're strong. Now I get why you're so arrogant. He attacked with everything he had, sneering. Do you really think you're strong enough to take me down? Combustion? She blocked his strike and scoffed. Arrogant? Who do you think you are? S heard this, summoned more magic, and unleashed another spell, multi-combustion. Wow, you're stubborn, aren't you? Fine, take this. Rania dodged the attack, furious. And let him have it. You do all this? And you still have the nerve to act all innocent? You even betrayed your own mentor. He twisted his face into a sneer. My mentor? You think that guy is my mentor? S emphasized, hurling a massive wave of fire straight at her. I only ever had one true master. Rania, suspicious, effortlessly swatted the attack away. Don't tell me. You're calling that dirtbag with the filthy dark energy your master. She pulled out a stone, frustrated. Damn it. This is going to be harder than I thought. Seeing the object in her hand, he gasped in terror. Why do you have that relic? Without another word, she crushed the stone, sighing with exhaustion. God, you're making this so difficult. Out of everything, why choose to side with a demon? Seeing this, S shook with rage. That's his holy relic. It belongs to him. You have no idea how precious it is. How dare you? He snapped, unleashing the full extent of his power. S launched a vicious counterattack with dark arrows. The pitch-black projectiles flew at blinding speeds, but Rania stood her ground, expertly parrying every single one. He laughed weakly. You're just a fool who doesn't understand its true value. And yet, you dared to destroy it? Just then, the whole room began to shake violently. Seeing Rania fall to the ground, he laughed with pure delight. He stared at his own palms, inhaling deeply with excitement. Yes, this is the power I've always craved. I'm so glad I chose to follow him. With this power, I could decapitate that pathetic excuse for a teacher with one hand. With this kind of terrifying strength, I can do anything, as long as I keep faith in him. Right then, Rania looked at him with pity. How pathetic, Sierre said in surprised admiration. I almost respected you for surviving that last hit. You were prepared, weren't you? Did you even bring a healing potion? She frowned, denying it. This wasn't just a healing potion. It was my monthly tonic. Rania smiled, explaining her move. Almost forgot that. While you were rambling, I saw the perfect opening to drink it. He laughed coldly, launching another dark magic blast. Too early to relax. You aren't walking out of here alive. Rest in peace, S then shouted as he unleashed a lethal dark impact. She didn't even flinch, standing perfectly still. In the blink of an eye, all of his dark arrows suddenly vanished into thin air. Sierre stood there, stunned. What? Rania decisively ended the fight. You just exposed your connection to that relic. Even without saying the details, you've told me exactly who's backing you. I don't need you anymore. In the dark, chilling room, she declared aggressively, "You're dead meat." He responded in a rage, confused. "Sierre? You? How could you break my spell?" Rania lunged forward with contempt. A 5-year-old could break that pathetic excuse for a spell. She cast a doubling enchantment, boosted her technique, and immediately punched S straight in the gut. He vomited blood from the pain, his eyes rolling back as he stumbled and collapsed. He fell right at her feet. Rania mocked him and commanded, "Stop faking it and get up. I went easy on you." As soon as she finished, S silently summoned more magic. He prepared a magic circle behind her back. Without hesitation, he launched a dark arrow counterattack. He relentlessly bombarded her with overwhelming magic, but the attacks vanished the moment they neared her. Sierre stood up, dazed and frustrated. "Just how many spell arrays do you have? My spells keep getting broken like they're nothing." "Fine then." Stubbornly, he called upon another circle, determined to use a stronger technique. "How about this?" Coldly, he unleashed it. Gladys' Dark Impact spell. Instantly, the energy shot straight toward her. He roared in hatred. "Die!" A massive explosion erupted. Sierre panted, completely exhausted. He smirked, hurling an insult. "Turns out you were all talk after all," Rania calmly retorted. "Takes one to know one." She instantly teleported, boosting her spell work. Next, Rania grabbed him by the head and performed her own technique to lock down his magic. With immense power, she slammed his head into the floor. Rania lifted his head up, gloating. Even traitors need a little taste of suffering. Going against all moral standards. Once more, she furiously slammed his head down. "And you're still sitting there bragging about your power? You love this kind of treatment, don't you? Even a regular person like me can crush your skull." Seeing him unconscious, Rania judged him bluntly. "You're not weak because you're human. You were always pathetic." At the same time, outside, Haveo was rushing around. "Hurry," he shouted while checking in. "Did you check the dorms?" His subordinate nodded. "Yes, only one spot left." Haveo muttered impatiently. "Taking longer than I thought." Just then, Rania appeared to explain. The situation got a bit chaotic. He called out, relieved. "Assistant Professor Rania." Haveo bowed, apologizing. "We're so sorry." A huge number of magical beasts suddenly appeared. "But what on earth just happened here?" She calmly dragged S along and explained. "Look at this. His blood is black, which proves he sold his soul to the devil and betrayed us. If he hadn't used that dark energy, no one would have known. I've confirmed he was using dark energy. I took him down right after, but he should be waking up soon. Please, go ahead and interrogate him when he comes to." Have hesitated, asking, "He's still alive, right?" Rania shrugged and pointed at the figure on the ground. "I told you, I only knocked him out. Why don't you believe me? Look, he's still breathing." Have was genuinely grateful and thanked her for her cooperation. Right after that, Rania waved goodbye. "I have urgent business, so I need to get going. Good luck getting this all sorted out." "Well done." Scene shifts to a dark, gloomy forest. Aila sighed in relief, confirming it seemed like those were the last of them. Lavangray nodded in satisfaction. "You all did great. I think that covers it." Then, he thoughtfully suggested to Rasta Lut Liston, "You can head back first if you're tired. I can handle the rest." She looked uneasy and voiced her concern. "It's not that. I'm just worried about Miss Rania. She's facing Assistant Professor S all by herself." Seeing them smiling, Rasta Lute Liston was startled and asked, "Wait, what? What's with that silly look?" Ayla comforted her with confidence. "You don't need to worry." Lavangray agreed, nodding. "Exactly." Ayla admired her, noting that she was the first to notice something was off and took care of it. She's probably hunting down the real culprit right now. Meanwhile, Rania grumbled with fatigue. "So much work. I'm definitely quitting as soon as I get the chance." Rose walked over sternly and asked, "What was that you just said?" Rania panicked and hurriedly denied it. "Nothing at all. I can't get these bloodstains out of the laundry." He reminded her sternly. "Don't tell me you tried to use magic to wash clothes. You received these from the royal family. How did they get blood on them?" "Never mind. Forget it." Rania gave a forced smile and replied, "Right." While she was doing the laundry, she wondered to herself, "I hope they got home safely. They're sharp enough. My lessons didn't go to waste. If I keep lecturing them because I'm lost in thought," she gasped. "It tore," Roselle scolded her. "You foolish girl. I told you to be careful." Rania stammered. I'm so sorry." The next morning, students around the academy were buzzing with confusion. "I never imagined Assistant Professor S would be a traitor." "You mean he was the one who framed Professor Mahath CPT?" "Probably. I'm not sure though." How could there be a traitor inside this school? This is unacceptable. We have to do something. At the same time, inside the headmaster's office, a staff member reported that the situation was under control and dormitory number 5 had been repaired. Also, there's a report that Assistant Professor S woke up this morning. We've scheduled an interrogation for this afternoon. Aaron listened curiously and asked, "Who will be conducting the interrogation?" The staffer provided the information immediately. "It will be Mr. Have." He nodded. "All right, then the matter will be handled well. What about the classes?" The official continued. "Some combat and basic magic classes have resumed, sir. Naturally, we aren't using forbidden magic anymore. And Assistant Professor Rania is teaching a class right now." A female teacher reported nervously. "We asked if she wanted to postpone today's class because of yesterday's accident, but she said it wasn't a big enough deal to do that." Scene shifts to a magic classroom. Rania was deep in thought, lecturing on linear radius mass velocity. Finally, clarifying and shortening her point, she calmly called out, "Lavan Gray, what kind of spell is this?" He answered hesitantly, "It's a high-level targeted damage spell, ma'am." Rania nodded, confirming, "Correct. It's a type of magic circle commonly used. Mages memorize, and use it without understanding why it's formed, just out of habit." She emphasized the importance. Memorizing the circle gives you a certain level of effectiveness, but understanding it offers so much more. Rania scratched her head in confusion, feeling like she was about to lose it. "Is it just that I'm not used to this?" She cleared her throat to regain her composure. Rania shifted the topic. "Right, we can use yesterday's accident as an example. The Academy has been through some trouble lately, but thanks to all of you, it's been resolved. Understanding magic circles so you can fully utilize them is just as important as being aware of the problem and acting flexibly to solve it. You were all worried for nothing. It's okay, everything is fine, just give it a try." Hearing this, the students happily began the lesson. She took a deep breath, determined. "All right, let's keep going." After finishing class in the hallway, Rania noted cheerfully, "Honestly, this isn't so bad. Even though I wouldn't call it a relaxed life, quite the opposite. Actually, at least they aren't firing me." Just then, she spotted a strange group of people with unfamiliar patterns on their swords and flag. Rania stared, wondering, "What is that symbol?" As she looked at the mysterious people in red cloaks, she pondered, "Isn't that the symbol of the Royal Hound Unit?" Rania's thoughts spiraled in her head. She decided to let it go and change direction. "Whatever, I don't care. I'm going to get some coffee." Scene shifts to the Academy's dark dungeon. Have asked sternly, "Where is he?" The guard gestured respectfully. "Right here, sir." The guard called out from outside, "Hey, S, wake up." He tried to urge him. Suddenly, S let out a mad, frantic warning. "The Prophet will punish you all." With bloodshot eyes, he screamed, "The Prophet will punish you all." Seeing this, Have stepped back and gave the order to retreat. Have blurted out in a panic, "No way. I didn't know his mind was this far gone. It's being consumed by an incredibly powerful energy." The guard asked fearfully, Is he dead?" Have replied firmly, "No, he can't die yet." "All right, take him to the church." While moving locations, Have muttered suspiciously, "The Prophet, huh? I only have 2 clues leading to him. First, he might be inside Aya or is an influential figure. Second, he's colluding with demons to attain that immense power." He gripped his sword and told himself, "Whoever he is, I can't take him on alone." Just then, Hav's eyes widened in shock. He stared in disbelief and whispered, "You've arrived already?" Looking at the imposing group in front of him, Have greeted them cautiously. Flashback to Candia Palace, 7 years ago. Have panicked and grabbed Aila to run. She turned back, sobbing. "Why would Gurk do this to me?" He shouted in a panic. "Princess, don't look. That's not Gera anymore. He's just a filthy traitor." The royal mage Gurk spoke up, baiting them. "Come here, princess. I only need you. Just you. The Prophet promised me an immortal army in exchange for you." Then, Have bravely stepped forward to shield her. "Princess, don't listen to him. Run." Aila had no other choice but to run while crying. She screamed in terror, "Please, help me. Someone, please." As soon as she finished speaking, something blew the wall behind them to pieces. Aila gritted her teeth in fear and turned away. Amidst the smoke, Rania Vanchaias stepped forward with concern. "It's so smoky, princess. Are you all right? I'm here to save you." She stared blankly, lost in the memories of that past moment. Duke Rania Vanchaias had suddenly appeared, instantly defeated the traitor, and then vanished immediately after. She wondered why he was here now. Just as Aila called his name again, Rania, who was drinking tea, choked. "Duke Rania Vanchaias." She fidgeted, thinking to herself, I feel like I just heard the princess's voice. At the same time, the students chatted excitedly. I bet Princess Aila is doing that too. That's amazing. Rania sighed, bored. Should I tell her that I tore the royal gift while snatching it? I really don't want to say it. But I have to, right? Is it really necessary? The scene shifted to the outside of the academy. Have asked. Ken curiously, aren't you going to interrogate him directly? Mr. Can? Ken replied firmly. There are other things that take priority. Ken glanced around, deciding, I have to find out why there is still dark energy here. Have was stunned. Dark energy? With his experience, Ken noted that it was so faint one would need a seasoned eye to detect it, but it was definitely still there. After walking around the students and the buildings, Have wondered to himself, I can't feel a thing. But he knew, if it was Mr. Can, even before he became the Royal Hound, he was already a master hunter who could track a target in a heartbeat. He had fought on the front lines with the heroes party. So, Have concluded that if Mr. Can said he sensed dark energy, then it was true. Regretfully, he thought, if only the Hound unit had been near the palace 7 years ago. Just then, Can froze, sensing something unusual. Wait! He spun around abruptly. Can peered through the crowd, following the dark aura, his hand gripping his sword hilt firmly. Without a word, Can gathered his strength and lunged straight at Rania. He leaped into the air. Found you, you filthy traitor. Instantly, an explosion erupted. The students gasped in shock. What's happening? What was that? What's all this commotion? It scared me. Was that a sword? It couldn't be. Have wondered at the strange behavior. Mr. Can, is he chasing Assistant Professor Rania? Shouldn't we report this? Just then, Rania reached out from the dust, brow furrowed as she blocked the attack, caught completely off guard. Who is this guy? Why is he pointing his sword at a random person? Rania mused, wondering who he was. Could it be that neither of them would yield, launching a barrage of attacks? Have stood by, stunned. No way. The hounds. The royal hounds were more experienced than anyone else. They were known as masters of close-quarters combat. In other words, the hounds were a mage's natural predator. No mage had a chance when facing one. Strange. It should be like that. Meanwhile, Can frowned, noticing something odd. She's clearly holding back against me. She's not even using a weapon. Rania, seeing through everything, counterattacked with ease. Can wondered blankly, how is she pushing me back like this? As soon as he thought that, his sword was knocked from his hand. Realizing his blade had fallen to the ground, he clenched his fist in horror. No way. I know this is just a theory, but, as Can questioned himself, she grumbled, goodness, don't lose focus during a fight. Not a single wasted movement. Everything she did was simple yet immensely effective. Realizing he was out of options, he raised his hands in surrender. Rania suppressed her anger and asked, who the hell, excuse me, who are you? Can shrugged. I was wondering where you went. Why are you here? And why do you look like that? Duke Rania Vanchaias. Oh, no, senior. He recalled the past. 5 years ago, in the Hell Desert. Rania Vanchaias had asked, running, hey, Hound, are you sure this is the right way? He confidently asserted, absolutely. She questioned him again. Is your intuition broken, or something? Can sighed, I'm not a dog. Rania Vanchaias looked around and decided, it's definitely not here. The moment she finished speaking, a giant worm burst from the sand. She cheered in surprise. There it is, he announced triumphantly. I told you so. Can solemnly drew his sword. I want to say one thing. Buslep Fafu for me, will you? Can, the personal assistant to the mage Rania Vanchaias. After the battle went smoothly, Rania Vanchaias urged him happily. Job's done, let's head back. He rushed forward confidently. This is simple. Time passed until dusk. Looking at the pile of carcasses, he sighed in boredom. When will this ever end? I want to retire from the battlefield and rest. Can, standing nearby, asked excitedly. When do you plan on quitting, senior? Will you inherit the Grey Tower? Rania Vanchaias denied it flatly. No way. The old fogies there are a headache. After that, I'm thinking of my future. Maybe I'll become a teacher. He teased with a smile. I'd feel sorry for your students. Rania Vanchaias snapped back. What's that supposed to mean, you jerk? Is that how you talk to your senior? Can laughed playfully. That hurts. He clutched his head, pouting. Spare me, please. In the moment of life or death, Can screamed in panic. Senior, run. He yelled in despair. Senior, realizing the enemy's identity, Can thought in horror. Damn it. Why is one of the 4 heavenly kings here? The Deathblade. I am Ganakan Vangathi, and before my blade, no one survives. After the fierce battle, Rania Vanchaias asked with concern, "Are you sure you want to retire?" Sarah explained uncomfortably. "He has to. We saved his life, but his body was ravaged by dark energy." He spoke awkwardly, but she asked irritably, "I apologize for this unreasonable request, but can't you show some sympathy? I can't fight with a body like this. I don't know what I'll do, but please forgive me for resigning." She comforted him with admiration. "Listen, you survived. Even though you only had a troublesome sword on you, that's extraordinary. Take this. It's my letter of recommendation for the cavalry commander. The Gletus royal family always needs promising individuals. You've done well." Can choked up, expressing his gratitude. "Senior, I am truly grateful to you," he sobbed, tears welling up in his eyes. Sarah sighed, scolding, "Damn it, don't make the patient cry, you useless jerk," Rania Vanchaias said shyly. "What the hell? If you don't want it, give it back." Can teased lightheartedly. "Asking for it back. How stingy." Returning to the present, he gently recalled the past. "I remember you wanted to become a teacher after you quit." Can looked dazed, remarking, "But I never expected you'd actually become an assistant professor. And in that body, no less." Rania clenched her fist in a threatening gesture. "Zip it, or you're going to get a fistful of knuckles." With a grave expression, she pulled out an item. "The demonic energy you've been sensing? It's coming from this. I found it near the underground drainage," Rania reasoned with certainty. "The person behind the student attacks definitely knows about this relic. They didn't just mention similarities. They were also rambling on about some kind of prophet or whatever nonsense. You trusted me with it, and I think I've managed to purge all the dark energy from it. I'll leave it to you. You're the best at sniffing things out," Can said with a playful smile. "Should I take that as a compliment?" Rania pouted, urging him on. "Come on, don't be such a buzzkill." He offered to take charge, asking, "Mind if I take them with me? We'll handle this ourselves." She readily agreed. "Fine, leave it to the expert then." Just then, Can stared intensely at Rania Vanchaias. She noticed and asked curiously, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" he asked with an amused tone. "How's your teaching job going?" "It seems to be going much better than I expected, right?" Rania sighed, exhausted. "It's a nightmare. The old geezers at the tower keep barging in, trying to recruit me for the Grey Tower. They're always trying to make me their apprentice." "You guys again?" "Oh, it's you. I asked her first. With my support, you could. But I'm too busy." Can chuckled dryly at her comment. "They're always like that, aren't they? Some things never change." The old jerks were caught off guard. The Black Tower, the White Tower, they're all the same. Rania excitedly changed the subject. "More importantly, I've found a few promising students here." Hearing this, he congratulated her sincerely. "I'm happy for you, Rania Vanchaias." She snapped back irritably. "Are you even listening to me? What's so funny about that?" Can quickly stood up, ready to head back early. "I mean, I'm just glad to see you've settled in here," he confessed, feeling a sense of relief. "I honestly didn't think I'd get the chance to say that. When I heard you got kicked off the heroes' party, I was so worried about your health," Rania said sadly. "That's not," Can teased, understanding what she meant. "Obviously, you aren't the type to just accept being fired, Rania Vanchaias. I mean, you didn't just throw your resignation letter in their faces and aggressively hit the bars, right?" She calmly offered her advice. "I don't think you need to worry about me. You see a lot of things when you've lived as long as I have. Anyway, as your senior, I'm going to give you some advice." He looked confused, not understanding what was happening. "What are you?" The moment Rania placed her hand on Can's chest, she immediately unleashed a punishment move. Before he could defend himself, he fell backward. Rania tilted her head playfully, warning him, "Fix that habit of randomly attacking people, okay?" Can smiled wryly, expressing, "I'm glad you haven't changed at all." At the same time, inside the academy, Rasta Lut Liston panicked. "It's so late already. I've broken the curfew." Suddenly, Jilan spoke up, greeting her and making her turn pale. "Long time no see, Rasta Luta Liston." She turned her head, trembling with fear. Rasta Lut Liston was shocked to see Elder Jilan. The legend tells of a powerful nation that existed hundreds of years ago. Acadia, a magnificent empire that turned to ash in a single night because of 4 entities: the Dark Knight, the Black Dragon Biliovani, the traitor Gretos, the Blade of Death, Ganakan Vangothi, and the Ancient Light, Cibole. However, those chosen by the Stars of Hope rebuilt Acadia from a ruined kingdom, gathering all the strength they could: heroes, priestesses, mages, alchemists, and even witches. The witches built separate towers for different purposes, and the king bestowed a specific color upon each of those towers: blue, red, yellow, white, black, and gray. The Black Tower was known for its barriers and elemental magic. Each tower focused its research on a unique path with the goal of achieving ultimate magic. But the Gray Tower was completely different. It didn't care about personal research or what happened behind the scenes. It had only one goal: to restore the lost magic of Acadia. That was the Gray Tower. At this point, Jilon grumbled, looking annoyed. "I'm sick of seeing you cower like that." Rastaluta stammered, I'm sorry." He questioned her sternly. "Have you forgotten that you are the successor to the Gray Tower? Don't make me repeat myself. Stand up straight and walk with confidence." She trembled. "I'm truly sorry for failing to meet your expectations." Jilon lost his patience and cut her off. "Enough." He changed the subject, probing. "Tell me everything you know about Rania Vanchaias." Rastaluta tried to answer, fearful. "Assistant Professor Rania. She is the adopted daughter of Mr. S, and she teaches the foundations of mana. She's usually in her office or the cafeteria." Jilon coldly interrupted. "That's enough. Do you think I want to hear that? I never expected much from you, but you're so dim-witted that you actually worry me about your future," she asked in surprise. "You mean the future of the Gray Tower?" He smirked, confirming, "Exactly. Everyone needs to know the value of a recommendation letter from me." The next morning, inside the cafe, students filled every seat. Everyone was nervously asking each other, "Did you review? Is it exam time already?" Rania sipped her tea and remarked, "The cafe has been so crowded lately." She recalled the advice from earlier. "I think you should go back to the Gray Tower, senior." Rania pondered in a daze. The tower? At the same time, students were anxiously whining. "The professor hasn't even mentioned the exam format yet, has she?" "Not at all." "Oh my god. I'm going to get kicked out of my house if I fail this exam. Studies are so hard lately. I thought I was the only one who felt that way." She looked around, annoyed. "I need to find a quiet place. It's too noisy to think." Seeing their strange behavior, Rania wondered, "Why are they suddenly leaving? Where should I go? What's this? What's happening? What is going on?" Just then, Jilon stepped forward with a serious expression to greet her. "I'd like to speak with you in private. It's a pleasure to meet you. Assistant Professor Rania, I am Jilon from the Gray Tower." Rania analyzed the situation with caution. "Okay, I wonder what this is about. The elders must be getting impatient to send Jilon to see me, right?" Except for her mentor, who had zero interest in politics, Jilon was the most influential person in the tower. He negotiated bluntly. "I understand you're very busy, so I'll get straight to the point. I'm here to give you this. As a witch, you understand what this means, don't you?" Noticing the card, she froze for a few seconds. "I don't understand why you're giving this to me." Rania questioned him sharply. "I heard that the Gray Tower maintains a balance between the 6 elders. Are you planning to bring about conflict?" Jilon looked annoyed, stating, "So you did your research. But who cares about balance?" He presented it smugly. "This is a personal recommendation letter from me, one of the 6 elders." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into silence, with only the sound of the clock ticking. She was stunned, silently repeating, "Every other witch would kill for this letter." The moment she accepted it, she would become the successor to the Gray Tower. Seeing her indifferent attitude, Jilon bit his lip in anger. He whispered in surprise, "She didn't even bother to look at it. I can't tell what she's thinking." Jilon suppressed his rage and took the initiative to speak. "I must say, I'm impressed by your attitude," he sneered. "I think you know exactly what you should be doing." Without another word, Rania poured her tea straight over his invitation. Seeing this, he erupted in angry criticism. "What are you doing? Who do you think you are?" she stated firmly. "You wanted an answer? Well, here it is." Looking at the soaked invitation and the teacup rolling across the table, Rania smiled and emphasized, "It's pretty clear, isn't it?" Then, she called out his name with a defiant edge. "Elder Jilon." He gasped. "Is that really your final answer?" Rania calmly countered, "And what did you think it would be?" Jilon angrily judged, "I heard you had talent, but it seems you have no idea how to respect your elders. I have served the Gray Tower longer than any other elder, and I came here with the intention of recruiting you. Just feel what I am capable of." He unleashed his energy to probe her, a field of magical power. Suddenly, the teacup shattered. The room shook violently, and Jilon arrogantly threatened her. "Well, I'll give you one more chance to accept," Rania retorted, annoyed. "You stubborn old man, didn't I already refuse?" He was struck with terror. "What? How do you have this?" Without a word, she snapped her fingers. Instantly, the magic in Jilon's hands began to dissipate. Rania sharply presented her point. "You recruit more people to make the Gray Tower stronger. Also, your tower can stand above everyone else. If that's all you wanted, Well, you've certainly achieved that. Isn't that right? Your field of magical power. Seeing this, he was stunned silent. You copied my magic? You're suppressing Jilan. That girl really had the talent to take that position. Rania noted sternly. It may not have been revealed yet, but an elder of the Grey Tower cannot afford to let such an extraordinary talent slip away. Are you so blinded by power that you can't see that? She smiled, warning him. That's not a good look on you, Elder Jilan. Rania walked out nonchalantly, then asserted, I'm sure she is perfectly suited for the position of tower heir. I can guarantee that to you. At the same time, Selvi called out anxiously, Master, you're destroying your own body. You need to rest. Master, Rastalut Liston murmured weakly, I need to try harder. Achieving results is the only thing I need right now. She recalled the cruel words. It's so disappointing. This is why I can't trust you. The position of Tower Master is out of your reach. Are you even really trying? How pathetic. Just then, a dark aura crept up from behind Rastalute Listin. It brushed against her. The next morning, at the academy, Ian looked at the notice board in surprise. It seemed exam announcements were posted. Benoa asked suspiciously, Are you saying that's the exam? Rania complained, annoyed. They're whining again. This time, I'll give you a question you can actually answer. They were confused. Isn't that what the assistant professor was researching recently? Is this the exam? Seeing their reaction, she smirked, You little brats. Rania then turned her attention to the person in front of her. Rastalute Liston looked different. She asked with concern, Rastalute Liston, are you sick? You look terrible. Your face is pale. Maybe you should take a rest. Rastalute Liston? However, the girl was shrouded in a dark aura and felt dizzy. Noticing Rastalute Liston running away, Rania shouted impatiently, Can you not hear me? Rastalute Liston? Just then, Ian walked up, wondering, That's not really the question you're giving them, is it? She greeted him calmly. Surprise, you finally came back. Right on time. He was startled. Sierre, you knew I would come back here? Rania sighed, reminding him. Listen, you haven't figured everything out about that relic yet. Have you? You think you can act arrogant just because I'm in this body? Ian smiled, admitting. Of course not, you guessed right. He whispered, changing the subject. Besides, it's easier to talk this way. She sighed tiredly. It's such a headache. I've done everything to prepare for this, but that relic is a nuisance. Even if we cleanse all the dark energy and destroy the relic, it can still open a gate. It's worse than doing nothing, until the gate is opened. And the disaster will never end until all the demons are slaughtered. You're right. We have no way to deal with that yet. Ian sarcastically remarked, Everyone around here is complaining about you, Senior. Rania angrily kicked him. So what? Are you mocking me? The scene shifted to the royal capital of Chaddia. A group of people was gathering, led by a guide. This way? Kai asked curiously. I heard this path leads to the tomb. Is that true? The guide nodded, confirming, That's right. It clearly opens a gate leading to the capital. Kai pondered. Has anyone taken this job yet? The guide replied honestly. As far as I know, you are the only group. Kai, changing the subject, asked, I mean, is the witch Asen participating? The guide answered confidently, I don't think she is in the capital. Kai muttered in confusion. That's strange. The guide turned around, perplexed. What do you mean? Kai solemnly revealed. The holy sword. The stars have told me they are leading the way to where I will meet her. Meanwhile, inside the meeting room, Sierre reported the situation. Headmaster, the hero team, was dispatched yesterday. Aaron nodded, confirming, I know. And what about the assistant professors? He explained their mission. They are inspecting and reinforcing the city's barrier. They should be finished by noon today. The headmaster ordered gravely, All right. Make sure everything else is finished too. The teacher asked, Is there anything else we need to do? Aaron Van Tierent shook his head. No, that's all for now. He mused, analyzing. According to the Hound team, there is no way to prevent the altar from opening. It is inevitable that it will open a gate through a medium, leading to the world beyond. It's hard to believe such a thing resides within the academy. Even if we can't stop the altar from opening, we must do our best to minimize the damage. Aaron emphasized his role. As a teacher and as the headmaster of this academy, I have a responsibility to protect my students. At the same time, the students were struggling with their assignments. One student complained in frustration. This is insane. These books aren't helpful at all. We should have known this when she said she'd give us the question. What is this magic diagram in the middle? Wait a second. Isn't that the magic diagram used in the highest level defensive magic? Benoa asked, confused. How are you doing? The two of them looked nervously at the blank pages. Ian was helpless. I don't understand anything. Just then, He turned his attention to the side. Lavangray asked Rasta Lutlistin curiously, "Have you figured out the answer yet?" The other female students scrutinized her. "What's wrong with her? Sierre, why do you keep staring at her like that?" "She's probably just exhausted," Lavangray confessed anxiously. "I have a bad feeling," he teased. "Is your instinct kicking in again?" "Just finish the test and we'll be done," Lavangray warned him solemnly. "Don't underestimate the instincts of a northern warrior," Benoa angrily snapped. "Fine. Then use your damn instincts to finish the test." Meanwhile, as a student walked by, looking completely hopeless. "Seriously, who can answer this? I bet not a soul." The dark aura around Rastalut Liston keeps getting thicker. After a futile argument, one student just sighs, completely exhausted. "Enough. Let's call it a day. What's the point of asking a question when we can't even answer it?" Everyone heads out, anxious. The issue itself is the problem, right? Are you stupid or what? So troublesome. What exactly is the problem here? At this, Ken bursts out laughing. Is someone spouting nonsense? Rania has been chilling way too much. It's unreal. She grumbles. "I spent so much time preparing for this exam." He asks, stunned. "You mean that nightmarish exam?" Rania lays it out. "Do you have any idea how hard it is to create a test? You just don't understand the struggles of a teacher. Doesn't matter now. All we can do is wait for the altar to appear." Ken nods in agreement. "She's right. It's not like something we can prepare for in advance." He hesitates, preparing to bring it up. "Master Rania Vanchaias." Rania worries. "What is it?" "Sierre, are you making that face again?" Ken cautiously reveals, "It's to support us. The top brass have summoned the hero squad." She scoffs and laughs. "God, I thought it was something important. You think I'd lose my mind over that?" He admits cautiously. "Well, to be honest, yeah." Rania is displeased. "Who do you take me for? You think I can't separate my personal life from my work? It's better to keep them around. They can clean up whatever is left behind." Can is shocked, freezing up. "Expect the hero squad to do the cleanup?" She stretches, changing the subject. "I understand more about the medium now." Can is surprised. "Don't tell me you've already identified it?" Rania muses, predicting. "Well, for now, it's just a hunch. However, if it gets too stimulated, it could become dangerous. We might even accidentally create a new member of the Four Heavenly Kings." He's stunned. "It's that dangerous?" She judges firmly. "In terms of talent? Yes. That girl is even more gifted than I am. Those old fossils at the Grey Tower are truly blind. The child's abilities fit her potential perfectly. At the same time, Sinvai patiently encourages her, just wait a little longer." Rasta Lutliston wonders carefully. Who left this here? She's amazed to find a magic circle inside defensive enhancements, a composite circle, another layer of defense, and then a counterattack spell. This circle must be meant to protect something. Rasta Lute Liston reflects, praising it. "It's a perfect circle. Not a single thing overlooked. Should I take it with me?" Suddenly, the wooden panel is pushed up, and a mysterious aura leaks out. Seabol quickly envelops her, that cowardly heir to the Grey Tower. Rasta Lute Liston, startled, calls for Sinvai. He doesn't even let her react, shoving Rasta Lute Liston into the mysterious space. "Go back to where you belong." While bound, she hears a voice calling, "Rasta Lute Liston." She reminisces about her childhood, surrounded by admiring kids. "Rasta Lute Liston, what are you doing? Come on, this way." "You're amazing." Rasta Lute Liston. "Is this a spirit summoning spell?" Her master affectionately pats her head. "That's right, very smart. Do you know its name?" Rasta Lute Liston, innocent and naive, replies. "The book says it's a wind spirit." Her master kindly reminds her, "It'll be sad if you call it that. Call it Sinvai." Afterwards, Rasta Lute Liston's master offers. "Rasta Lute Liston, do you want to learn magic under my guidance? You have the talent enough to lead this era." "That's right. Very smart. Wonderful. Well done. Rasta Lute Liston, you've summoned another spirit. Come here. I'll teach you a new magic circle. Hurry up." Rasta Lute Liston's scene shifts to the tower where Rania and Can are talking. She is annoyed. "It should be around here by now." He teases her. "Bored. So impatient. Aren't you?" She knows who the medium is, but she can't do anything about it. Rania coldly dismisses it. "The guy is just too cowardly. I was a medium once, so I know exactly how that feels." Can is startled. "Is that so? Wait, what? When did that happen?" She calmly explains. "It was a while after you left the front lines, right after we witnessed the disaster. Kai and I were in a tough spot. He said something about quitting being a hero. It was just awful. And then Sebol, that bone-headed bastard, caught me. He brainwashed me and locked me in a dream." He questions her, curious. You've been to another world before? Rania Vanchaias confirms, you could say that. She tucks her hair back and emphasizes, it's something you need to experience for yourself to understand. He discovered where the altar opened and snatched the medium's consciousness to the other world. Meanwhile, he possessed the medium's body. That's how this damn trick works. That's all there is to it. Can ponders, probing. What did you see in the other world? Rania says nothing, silent for a long time. Then she smiles, challenging him. Guess. What kind of dream could hold you captive for that long? A dream with everything I ever wished for. Even so, in the end, my true wish couldn't come true in a dream. That's where the story ends. He doubts her wish. Rania teases him playfully. Wipe that scowl off your face. Of course, I have a wish or two. Silly. What I want can't be found in memories, that's all. Meanwhile, Cibole presses, you're too weak. Is that really all you can do? How pathetic. Grow strong enough to be worthy of your professionalism. Not enough, nowhere near enough. You don't meet the standards. You aren't even close to that mage's level. Rasta Lutliston sobs in pain. What is this? I don't want to see it. I don't want to see these painful memories anymore. Just as she reaches despair, Rasta Lutliston's master comforts her gently. Rasta Lutliston, I understand you're very scared. There are times when people need to be selfish. Perhaps the price you have to pay for realizing your talent is a bit too heavy for a child your age. However, things are different now. As soon as she finishes, the Lavangre shakes violently outside. Rania announces, tense. It's starting. Can asks naively, the medium is a student, right? Do you think they'll be able to resist it like you did? Rania is confident. Of course. The girl has lived in the Silver Tower for 3 years, so don't underestimate her spirit. Mages are arrogant creatures. One way or another, we've all got a bit of madness in us. Right then, Rasta Lutliston wakes up, firmly repeating, even the elder said so. A mage doesn't live in the past. They must look ahead and live for the future. She is determined to call out, Sinvai. Instantly, a small light pierces through the darkness. The loyal girl flies in. Master! Rasta Lutliston cries out in joy. Sinvai sees this and roars in anger. You foolish child, go back where you belong. In the dim space, Cibole is surprised. This child. How could you wake up? She retorts firmly. You are the ancient wizard, Cibole. He warned with a sneer. If you had been a little more obedient, I would have given you an easier path. After hearing that, Rasta Lutliston silently clenched her fists. She focused on casting her spell, chain summoning. After a careful look, Rasta Lutliston reached out, ready to strike. There wasn't a single color here except for his mana. A colorless space from another world. If that's the case, I can still fight. After all, this is a perfect space for summoning. She used her willpower to launch a psychic attack. Immediately, the demonic beasts swarmed in to tear him apart. Cibole chuckled, enjoying the counterattack. Are you not satisfied with the dream? Rasta Lutliston opened her eyes wide, stunned. It was that easy. He reached out with a wicked aura. Keep sleeping a little longer, little girl, until the end of all things. She panicked, thinking to herself, no, if this keeps up, I'll lose consciousness again. Is there any way out? No sooner had she said that than a magic circle suddenly appeared. Rasta Lutliston was shocked. What is this? Is it Professor Rania's protective spell? She welled up with emotion. It's real, so she's been watching over me all along. Cibole heard the familiar name and roared in rage. You again, you cursed piece of trash. What is this? Hurry up and finish the curse. This is clearly outside interference. Rania calmly denied it. It's not outside interference. There's nothing unusual about this at all. He screamed in resentment. Again, always again. I knew it was you, you relic. Rasta Lutliston covered her ears in discomfort as the barrier began to crack. Cibole went berserk, howling. When will you finally leave me alone? She immediately activated the magic circle. Rania focused all her energy into her hands, smiling as she stared him down. Rania playfully commanded the hellhound. Go find him. Can scoffed helplessly. Do you have to use such harsh words? As soon as he received the order, he could feel Can's gaze piercing through every corner of the forest. He wiped the blood from his nose and signaled, marked him. See that light? Rania thanked him warmly. Thanks, you did great. Now, handle those demons down there for me. Can grumbled in annoyance. Aren't you using people a bit too much? I would have done it anyway without you asking. He jumped down, relaxed. Let's go grab a drink when this is over. At that moment, she looked at him with contempt. Is that coward trying to run away again? Seeing his aura trying to break free, Rania defiantly challenged him and quickly flew up. Keep dreaming. Speed up. She zipped forward at lightning speed. Rania aggressively chased after him. "Stop running and try to fight me. You little brat." At the same time, back at the academy, the professors were working hard to treat the students' wounds. Suddenly, Sai kicked the door open. "Oh, headmaster," a teacher reported anxiously. "Ciboli's barrier has covered the entire academy. This might last for a while." Right then, the window shattered, and a surge of dark energy poured inside. They stared in confusion. The barrier. It's gone. Who could have done that? In the forest, a weak hand clung to a tree. Rastalute Liston looked around, trembling. Ciboli's barrier had been broken. She calculated warily. "I don't know why, but I have to get out of this area. If I get caught again, I'll never make it out." As someone caught her, Rastalute Liston asked in surprise, "Who is it?" Realizing who was helping her, Rastalute Liston happily called out, "Professor Rania." She praised her. "You did great." Rastalute Liston teleported through the dark space. Cibole spat out a challenge. "You intend to fight me alone? You cursed, despicable piece of trash. Again, and again. You always ruin my rituals, my plans. If it weren't for you, the Child of the Stars would have already become the Saintess of the Star Spirit Temple. And if the battlefield barrier hadn't been broken, your capital would have been mine already. You brat. You haven't even lived to be 100, so how do you keep breaking my barriers so easily?" Rania smirked mockingly. "His inferiority complex is exactly the same as before, huh? How annoying." She shrugged, provoking him. "If you know I'm targeting you, you should try a little harder. You're so easy to beat that I just love doing it." Meanwhile, down on the academy grounds, the number of monsters was growing. The students looked around vigilantly. Kai reminded them anxiously. "It looks like they've started summoning low-level monsters." He decisively assigned tasks. "Sarah, go, treat, and protect the students in the infirmary. Lemia, go help the knights face the dark forces." He touched the hilt of his sword. "And as for me," he slashed the surrounding beasts away. As they vanished, Kai pinpointed the location and charged into the heart of their shrine. Just then, Cibole cursed furiously. "You gray-haired, disgusting Rania Vanchaias. The Star Spirit has cursed you, so how are you still alive? How are you the only one who can withstand the Supreme One's curse? How can you still be human?" Silence fell over the space. Suddenly, Rania burst out laughing. She said angrily, "So, that's your game, huh?" Rania began to exert her power. Enhancement. She decisively transformed her body muscles and physical strength surged. Then, Rania snapped her fingers to grab his attention. "Hey, Skullface, isn't that just your style? I just realized that I'm the one who started this whole combat support mage class." She stomped the ground in excitement. "This fighting style was literally created just to defeat you." Rania heroically leaped high into the air. "That's the whole point." She poured all her power into her fist. Punishment. Cibole refused to lose and conjured a protective shield. Rania punched the barrier hard, but couldn't break it. The ancient witch, Cibole, one of the 4 heavenly kings. To defeat someone who defies logic like this, I have to analyze my own logic first. She had shortened her casting time and stored magic diagrams on her own body. Prioritized direct attacks to avoid being tied down by elemental contradictions. She kept dashing forward, charging in to attack at close range, always on the front lines. She focused all her strength on shattering the barrier. Rania arrogantly declared, "If I were a swordsman or an ancient bronze, maybe I'd stop. But a mage like me?" Rania prepared a finishing blow. "How could you possibly beat me?" In desperation, he quickly unleashed a violent surge of power. A massive explosion erupted. She stood back up and questioned him. "That thread you used to wrap around your neck, is that your life force?" Rania reached out as if she had caught his weakness. "Whatever I can cut, I'll cut." At the same time, on the other side of the forest, Kai and his team were rushing toward her. It looked like an entire combat class was following that guy. His teammates analyzed the tactics. It seems the combat support mage class was formed based on Lady Rania's fighting style. They are the warriors on the front lines, alongside the knights that have been getting so much attention lately. If a hero from that class existed, they could probably follow in Rania Vanchaias' footsteps. He didn't believe in negating it. No, that's impossible. Theory and practice are 2 completely different things. It's hard for anyone to keep up during a fight. No matter how many strength-enhancing spells you use, a human body has its limits. I can use Starlight to overcome those limits myself, but Starlight is only for the chosen few. That guy. Is he using mana instead of Starlight? Truly worthy of the title, the Grey Cyclone, that the hero couldn't defeat. Just then, Rania summoned the mysterious power of the Libra scales. I have something to trade, she stated cautiously, expressing her desire. What I want is my own body, flesh and blood included, the scales asked curiously. And the price? Rania hesitated but offered up mana, which the Libra scales quickly absorbed. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy flared up around her. Seabull roared in anger. That disgusting color. Gray, gray, so incredibly gray. He lunged at her in a rage, trying to turn her to ash. Right at that moment, Rania finished her incantation. Bone collapse. In the middle of the battle, a soldier reported joyfully, Sir Khan, I've cleared out all the slaves inside the building. He nodded in confirmation. Good. Let's get this over with. Khan gave sharp instructions. They might have been summoned from inside. Search thoroughly. He gasped, realizing the terrifying amount of mana that had enveloped the forest was starting to settle. Who would have thought an event involving Seabull would end so quickly? Khan thought to himself, hoping other matters would go just as smoothly. Meanwhile, Kai was speeding in pursuit. At that moment, Seabull shouted in shock. Bone collapse? He looked at the barrier he was trapping her in. What the hell is this? Even after being swallowed by that darkness? As soon as he finished speaking, Rania pounded on the barrier and yelled, Hey, what do you mean by that darkness? Immediately, she shattered the barrier. Then, Rania stepped forward aggressively. First, it's a curse, then it's darkness. What the hell is going on? He questioned her skeptically. You don't even know? You don't know what it is, yet you still managed to block it? She smirked sarcastically. That sounds ridiculous. If I had actually been blocked, would I be in this state? Does a half-dead guy like you have necrosis in half your brain to create such a trashy spell? Seabull was stunned. I don't get it. That curse was supposed to swallow you whole. It should have been corroding your body and making you vomit blood every single night. Rania snapped her fingers confidently. I already took care of that. A second later, a flame appeared. He was stunned and shouted, How? How dare you? With that amount of mana, you can even control the darkness of the Death Sword? How is that possible? When you haven't even stepped foot in the land of darkness. Without another word, she casually crushed it. I did it because I felt like it. Seabull shrieked. He shouted aggressively. Die! Rania provoked him, sounding disappointed. How boring. Don't you want to dissolve into ash anymore? Seabull screamed insanely. I said, Die! She dodged his attack with a bored expression. This lunatic realized his dangerous intention. Rania wondered, is he planning to drag me down into the mana stream? What did he trade to be able to use the forest's mana? It couldn't be his own life force, could it? Regardless of what it is, if that thing explodes, Apia will be blown to smithereens. In the worst-case scenario, the whole capital could be gone. Is it always like this when dealing with the Demon King's army? Looking at the secret before her, she asked irritably, Why do they always have to hide these things? Rania mused. There's no limit to making trades with the stars. But that doesn't mean there aren't loopholes created by the limitations of the incantations. Just then, she realized something and lit up with joy. Found it. Rania focused intensely and cast her spell, boosting her technique, enhancing her magic, reinforcing her muscles, and strengthening her stamina. She punched the barrier decisively, and it instantly cracked. Rania sighed with regret. I'm a bit annoyed lately. The supporting mages don't seem to have much of a foundation. She stepped forward slowly, adding, That kind of mage. They lack the fundamentals and basics of being a mage, so I wanted to show them how it's done. Even if it's a bit late now. He ordered unhappily, That's enough. Stop it right now. Rania just snapped her fingers again. A blue flame quickly spread out. It scorched Seabull, causing him agony. Kai saw this and was stunned. What is that? He confirmed it had to be him. His comrade asked curiously, Sir, are you talking about Sir Rania Vanchaias? Kai nodded. Only he would leave a trace like that. They stared in silence at the debris beneath the cliff. Seeing him teleport, his comrade looked bewildered. Sir Kai? He tried to scramble through every corner. Where are you? Where are you? Seeing a figure, Kai whispered, Rania? However, standing in front of him was Rania. The two looked at each other for a long moment, each with a different expression. The atmosphere became awkward. Kai asked curiously, Who are you? Without further ado, Rania ordered bluntly, Get out of the way. Didn't you hear me? Move it. In her memories, Roselle Vanchaias had sternly taught Rania Vanchaias, a mage must be someone who carefully considers every single move. They are people who perform dozens of calculations, hundreds of times a day. People who must judge the situation with logic instead of emotion. So, always stay calm and keep an objective view. Even if someone makes you angry, think about the consequences instead of thinking about how satisfying it would be to hit them. Returning to reality. She pleaded desperately. Please. Just let it go. Rania gritted her teeth, longing. Can't I just slap him hard? Stabbing him would be even better. She knew dealing with the aftermath would be a headache, but just one hit would be worth it. Kai hesitated. You asked me who I am? He grabbed her arm sharply and replied, Tell me. Rania cursed. This crazy dog. Suddenly, she was confused. Wait a minute. Why doesn't this guy recognize me? Rania became highly alert. This bastard has the same thing as the church. The eyes that see through the soul. She struggled uncomfortably. Those walls and windows definitely weren't a joke. Let go of my hand. Let go right now. Rania mocked him with contempt. I never expected the so-called hero to turn into such a jerk. Kai realized his action and bowed his head in apology. I apologize for being rude. I just didn't think anyone would show such hostility towards someone they knew was a hero. She smirked sarcastically. Is that why you're a hero? That's rare. An apology from a hero. He questioned her, probing. Then exactly who are you? A moment ago, this place was overflowing with magic. Why would you come to a place like this? Rania stuttered with a lie. A professor also needs permission from. Just then, Kai called her name, making her freeze. Rania Vanchaias. What does this have to do with Rania Vanchaias? He asked curiously. Even after retiring, you still come to this place? She became annoyed. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Kai expressed his belated regret. I should have come sooner, he asked with concern. Your body doesn't seem to be doing well. If I had known this was happening, it would have been better if we had gone together. After the fight, Kan asked, Are you hurt anywhere? Rania replied casually, Not at all, kid. I already took care of the ones who attacked me. You're stubborn, but you look absolutely exhausted. Your face is all bruised up, she criticized him, feeling helpless. Ah, so I guess that's your fault then. He stood there blankly, wondering what that was about. But he knew if he said one more word, he'd end up just like Sibol. Rania felt annoyed. She really wanted to smack him again. Surprised, he asked, Sibol? She looked at her palm and smiled, replying, What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Do you really think a skeleton can bleed? At that moment, Sarah came running over in a panic. Oh my God, Kai, are you okay? Kai rubbed his face and offered a bitter smile. I was just doing some thinking. She looked at him closely. Is everything all right? What about C? Lemia asked, watching them with a confused expression. Even though we fought Sibol and it was chaotic, I didn't see any sign of the holy sword. This guy is actually pretty good. Kai coolly cut her off. I already took care of Sibol. They were all left speechless, stunned. Sierre? She shrugged, feeling relieved. Well, isn't that a good thing? I didn't even need to use my strength or the moonlight arrow, Lemia eagerly urged. Well, if that's done, let's head back. Sarah chimed in excitedly. That's right, Kai. It's been a while since I've been to the capital. I heard there's a new clothing shop and a new cafe, too. Kai went blank. Rania Vanchaias was a name he could never just ignore. That girl, the moment she was provoked, became even more confident. Her movements, her unique spells. The only difference was her gender. At that moment, Kan bowed sincerely. Thank you for helping me finish up the work, Lord Rania Vanchaias. She reacted unhappily. Hey, stop calling me that. It's giving me goosebumps. He sighed, feeling helpless. If I can't call you Lord Rania Vanchaias, or Lord, what am I supposed to call you? Rania suggested calling her Senior instead. She expressed her doubt. Right, I actually have something I want to ask you. Kan, how did you recognize me? Come to think of it, it made no sense at all. Up until now, the only one who had recognized her was Sea Teacher. The child of the stars, the hero, the holy sword, none of them had realized who she was. A person's body and soul cannot be tampered with in any way. The stars, it's the natural laws themselves that decided it. And to interfere with those laws, one would have to break the norm. A being that isn't bound by these laws. Maybe only the Demon King could do that. He stammered in his response. Well, due to the specific nature of my job, I've developed a habit of remembering people's small movements and habits. During our last match, you showed more than 10 of those habits. Do you want me to elaborate? On page 13. Looking at the book in his hand, Rania felt a chill and scoffed. Ugh, that's creepy. Drop it. She sighed and mused. If someone is blessed by the stars, surely they wouldn't recognize me. That's what the stars would whisper. What is this curse? What is that darkness? But one thing is certain. The stars don't acknowledge me. As Rania Vanchaias? Her intuition told her that the girl was indeed Rania Vanchaias. But why do the stars insist she isn't? Kai decided to take matters into his own hands. It was time. He went blank for a few seconds. It was just an illusion. The next morning, A boy excitedly spread the news all over town. The breaking news was a terrifying attack by demons at the APIA Academy. Witnesses reported a black barrier covering the Hyomen forest. A black barrier? So did Cebole appear? Everyone was talking about it fervently. Who could possibly go up against Cebole? It must have been the chosen hero. And the Royal Hound Squad, too. They successfully stopped and pushed back the barrier of the 4 heavenly kings. Thanks to them, there were no casualties. Right? The kingdom, having a team of heroes, is truly a blessing. Most public opinion leaned in a positive direction. At the same time, inside the royal palace where books were piled high, Aila frowned as she presented the information. But the opinion of the Hound Squad was different. Right? Haveo confirmed the information. Yes, the destruction of Cebole proved it clearly. He said it wasn't the work of the hero squad. As the papers said, the scene of the fight with Cebole was clearly devastated. However, most of the traces were from spell collisions and were thought to be marks of a series of continuous attacks. The important thing is that they didn't find any traces of the Holy Sword or the team. Instead, an energy source like ash was found in many places, combined with the traces of the battle and the lingering hints at the scene. It can be concluded that the defeat of Cebole was entirely thanks to the Ash Mage, Rania Vanchaias. So, the hero squad. She heard this and complained indignantly. Aren't they stealing the credit from Lord Rania Vanchaias? Ah expressed her frustration. I know, Lord Raniel asked us not to reveal her involvement, but that seems a bit shameless, doesn't it? In the letter, Rania cautioned, do not reveal my involvement. I have no intention of returning to the Knight's Order or anything similar. I have to leave for an important matter, so I'm entrusting the aftermath to you. She was curious. Something more important than this incident? I wonder what she's doing. Aila looked out the window with regret. There are so many things I really want to say to her. But he reminded her sternly, Your Highness, you should quickly process the remaining paperwork. This is the report from the Knight's Order. She felt bored. I miss the academy. Changing the scene to the headmaster's office, Rose wondered, what's with the expression on your face? You haven't lost your hair yet, have you? You can say whatever you want. Aaron boasted with a smile. Few casualties, and a lot of good news. I feel wonderful right now, and all the students are safe too. She was speechless. I would have known that, even if you hadn't said it. Roselle sighed and asked his purpose. I thought you called me here to help with the recovery, but you seem more relaxed than I thought. Why did you call me here? He confirmed with satisfaction. You're right. The recovery is going very smoothly. The Saintess is purifying the dark energy. Just a light flick of the Saintess's cloak is enough to clean up the dark energy. Aaron watched in admiration. It's like a miracle. He got straight to the point. So, what does this have to do with why you called me here? He announced, seriously. I heard Rania is also very interested in dark energy. She also went near the barrier to find her students, didn't she? All the students infected by magic were cured, thanks to the Saintess. Aaron excitedly suggested, Rania should also. Before he could finish, Rose firmly cut in, No, absolutely not. No matter what, I cannot let them meet. He asked suspiciously, Is it that serious? He clenched his hands, reassuring himself. My state of mind has been calmer lately. But if that person is the Saintess, that's a different story. Aaron looked blank. Isn't that a good suggestion? Rose told herself, if they meet, one of the two will have to die. And the one most likely to die is the Saintess. What else? She prayed, please stay at home, don't go anywhere. On the other side, Rania was fidgeting, picking at her ear. My ear has been itching for no reason. She sighed while grating. You've got to be kidding me. Only one person solved it up to question 7? I'm joking. Just joking. Even if I tried to explain, they wouldn't understand anyway. Seeing her student, Rania greeted her warmly. Rasta Lute Liston, you can move now? She asked with polite concern. Professor, I have something I need to tell you, the student suggested intimately. Then let's go to the cafe. I have something to tell you too. Scene transition to outside the academy. While walking to the cafe, Rasta Lute Liston suddenly felt something strange. Seeing her looking dazed, Rania called out, Rasta Lute Liston. She jolted and replied, Yes, Professor? Rania asked sincerely. Are you all right? Let's sit here and rest for a bit. What would you like to drink? Rasta Lute Liston replied with a bright smile. The same as I used to have. Please. Rania nodded and waved. Wait here a second. She stepped into the cafe, thoughtfully choosing a drink. Since they would be talking for a while, she thought, I'll get something warm. As she entered, Rania remarked to herself how quiet the cafe was today. It was true there was only one other customer. Sarah was relaxing, savoring the sweet aroma of coffee. Rania frowned, thinking of the disgusting, sugary voice the woman used to seduce men. The scent of heavy perfume hit her straight in the nose. Seeing the woman about to turn around, Rania grimaced, preparing to turn away herself. Once she recognized who it was, Rania's expression soured. Is that woman, Sierre, here again? Flashing back to the past, in a gloomy, remote village, a wooden stake was driven into the ground. Rania Vanchaias turned back, stunned. What did you just say? Sarah crossed her arms arrogantly. Are you all deaf? Since your unfilial ears don't seem to hear clearly, I'll say it again. The woman coldly declared, let's use this entire village as bait. Sarah then kicked the stake, annoyed. Must Sierre deal with such annoying things? She retorted haughtily. A saint like me having to dirty my own hands, it makes no sense at all. Sarah commanded, emotionless. Set a trap in this village. Use the villagers as bait so the demons trample them at the right moment. Rania gritted his teeth and replied, go on. The woman challenged him arrogantly. Is there a problem with this plan? It's effective and fast. You wouldn't understand. With that 0% faith of yours, did you skip the first chapter of the Bible? When you are willing to offer your flesh and blood to the Lord, your soul will be led to the eternal, pure place. They are creatures destined to be sacrificed to the Lord for holy purposes. As soon as she finished, Rania Vanchaias crushed the wooden stake. The moment Sarah concluded, he grabbed her face in a fit of rage. I am the representative of the Lord, Rania warned her sternly. You'd better stop the nonsense. Which damn star are you worshipping? He had been talking about making deals with a star or something similar. Faith is not something of value to be bartered with. This is the first and final warning for you, you crazy saint. If you ever dare to utter those words in front of me or Kai again, I will make you personally feel how everyone back in my and Kai's hometown died. How everyone back in my and Kai's hometown died. They were the ones who conveyed the will of the stars to the earth, the Holy Mother. Cherry blossom-colored hair bestowed by the gods. Light blue eyes just blooming like young leaves, a physique and abilities perfectly carved by the gods. Back in the present, the woman looked at herself in the mirror and complimented herself. No matter how many times I look, this appearance is truly a blessing. No wonder others throw envious gazes my way, just like the person here. Would you like anything else to drink? Affection, jealousy, admiration, these were the emotions she felt she deserved. Sarah tilted her head and requested, give me 2 to go. I want to bring some for my teammates. She noticed the person glaring at her. Sure, it wasn't as if she had any enemies, though. Sarah wondered, confused. That is definitely someone I don't remember. Sierre, why are you looking at me like that? She wondered to herself. Suddenly, the woman confidently made a guess that made Rania freeze. Could you be a fan? Sarah thought to herself, stepping forward. They must be moved to meet me, to the point where their expressions are all twisted. That could be it, too. Rania was stunned after hearing that. A fan? A fan? Rania felt disgusted and furious. I knew you were crazy from the start, but how could you? Sierre, how could you say that with a straight face? She flatly refused. Sorry, but I'm not superstitious. Hearing this, the woman grew angry. Huh? Immediately after, a cup of coffee spilled unexpectedly. Sarah feigned regret. Oh my, I'm sorry. She stepped on the coffee cup and explained her actions. My hands were idle for so long that I slipped. Rania indignantly accused her of starting it. Without another word, she reached out directly. Seeing Rania grab her hair, Sarah panicked and resisted. What are you doing? Let me go. I said let go. Just as the woman challenged her, Rania poured the entire cup of coffee onto Sarah. Do you know who I am? Rastalut Liston asked anxiously from outside. Is everything all right? At the same time, Rania smiled sarcastically. Oops. My hand slipped. She smirked. You're a saint, right? You'll forgive the mistake of a lowly fan like me, won't you? Sarah screamed in fury, while Rania stepped out cheerfully. I'm so annoyed. What is this? She wore a satisfied smile. That felt great. Rania greeted her warmly. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? Then she slowly sat down beside her. Rania asked affectionately, Now, let's hear your story, she said gently. Rastalute, Liston and Rania sat next to each other on the lounge chair. Rania took a sip of coffee and got straight to the point. All right, don't be shy, just say it. Rastalut Liston held the cup in her hands, hesitating. Professor Rania, she began, then asked, Have you ever met Rania Vanchaias? Hearing this, Rania lowered her eyes and replied, Of course, I've met him many times. Are you curious about something? She reminisced, then asked what she wanted to know. Everything. What kind of person was he? Not only that, Rastalut Liston also wondered how he lived as the next master of the Grey Magic Tower. Knowing Rastalut Liston's heart, Rania smiled and said, To me, You are quite like him. Rasta Lute Liston opened her eyes wide as she listened to the explanation. The Grey Magic Tower seems like a very dangerous place, Rania continued. Constantly provoked by peer mages. Always scolded and criticized by older ones. They always used their background to belittle others. So, I had to achieve so much that they couldn't say anything anymore. After a moment of silence, Rasta Lute Liston asked again, "Where did Rania Vanchaias come from?" Rania replied, "He was a lowly mage who had lost his homeland. The veteran mages thought the paper was too dirty and wouldn't even touch it. So, with the determination to crush them, he wrote on that paper. In her mind, the defiance of Rania Vanchaias appeared. It's too dry, can't eat it, shove it down your throat. Do you know who you shouldn't mess with?" Out loud, she continued. Even so, he didn't tarnish the honor of the one who took him in. He wanted to prove that person chose correctly. That is why you want to hold on to this position so tightly. Right? Rania said with feeling. Your relentless effort reminds me of him. Rastalut Liston was still full of questions, so she continued to ask. So, Professor Rania, you seem pretty close to Rania Vanchaias, don't you? It's like you were right there. Caught off guard, Rania jumped, accidentally splashing coffee all over her face. She wiped it off while giving a strained, awkward laugh. Is that so? Then, Rania reluctantly added, Anyway, what I meant was, you're doing a great job, and she's praising you. Rastalute Liston beamed with joy and thanked the professor. She handed Rastalut Liston a key and said, I'm glad I could help you, and here's a gift for topping the midterm exams. I've been meaning to tell you this earlier. It's the key to the third drawer in locker A3, inside Rania Vanchaias' research room at the Grey Magic Tower. She took it, staring blankly at the key in her hand. Then Rastalut Liston asked, sounding uncertain, First place? Me? But is it really okay for me to take this? Rania reassured her. Of course, it's yours, so keep it safe. Right after that, she snapped her fingers and teased, and if those old mages bother you, just grab whatever's in that locker and throw it at them until they run away. With that, the two stood up and left. Rania asked again, but seriously this time, weren't the midterms super easy? Rastaluta Liston denied it immediately. Not at all. As night fell in a tavern, Rania downed a shot of liquor and winced. As she poured another drink, she asked Kadi, who was sitting across from her, what kind of elf drinks liquor this strong? Kadi replied nonchalantly, That's just a stereotype. Rania Vanchaias raised her glass, took a sip, and goaded him. A brat who hasn't even lived for 1,000 years is talking about the quality of elves? How ridiculous. Only young ones like Ovo would run off to nature. Hearing that, Rania thought to herself, Isn't that old man over 1,000 years old? Kadi then asked about the reason for their meeting. So, what is it this time? Running low on potions again? She looked calm as she retorted, Do I need a reason to visit a friend? But he called her out directly. You only come by when you need something. Rania used magic to confess. Fine, you got me. I'm here to ask you about something. I recently beat up that brat who was sabotaging the well. Katie asked, Do you mean Cibole? She confirmed it, adding that he called this curse the Shadow. He claimed it could only be triggered by the Sword of Death, and that only those from the world of darkness could use it. What exactly is the Shadow? I figured you'd have the answer. Sure enough, Katie knew about it. I do, but he couldn't give her the answer. Unless the stars allow it, I can't say a word. Rania, already tipsy, squinted at him and pressed, What do you mean? What stars? Do you really know everything? Kadi lowered his eyes and admitted, It truly exists. I am being heavily restrained. Rania snapped in frustration. Those annoying stars, always. But Kadi cut her off. Should a mage even be saying that? After a brief pause, he spoke again. I have something to ask you. 2. Rania propped her chin on her hand, waiting. Go ahead. Tell me though, you probably won't be able to say much anyway. Kadi voiced his concern. Besides the Black Dragon, have you encountered any other disasters? She smiled smugly, raised her glass, and said, I've been on the battlefield for 5 years. I've seen it all. Curious. He asked whose story she was referring to. She uttered a name. Gledis, the apostate. Gary V. Gia Beo Amias? Rania repeated it with suspicion. Isn't the apostate the one who abandoned his faith, Gledis? Kadi pressed his lips together, silent. She compromised and began to speak. Litus, the one who abandoned his faith. I have plenty to say about that disaster. They called for me shortly after we defeated the Black Dragon. She reminisced about the time at the human forward base near Rodi Mio Fortress. She gripped the letter tightly, unable to believe the fortress had been captured in just a single day. A soldier asked her, Do you think Sir Kun Theo is okay? He just went on a scouting mission. A mere human shouldn't be able to face such a disaster, right? She bowed her head in thought, then pulled back the tent flap. Looking outside, she noted, he's already a master swordsman, a superman, so we need to consider something entirely different, like summoning the hero party faster. Thick fog blanketed the area outside Rodimeo Fortress, and in the mist, countless red eyes were watching. Swordsman Kun Theo sat on his horse, wondering, should I ride through it? He drew his sword, preparing for battle. A bit too many, old man. Aren't you being a little too harsh? Rania Vanchaias pulled back the tent flap hard and shouted, Sir, are you all right? Kun Theo was bandaging his own arm, and seeing her, he said, Oh, you're here, just a little scratch from the dogs. Kai bowed in greeting. I'm just glad you're safe, master. He nodded. Yeah, right. Then he asked, I heard you beheaded the Black Dragon. It feels like you only just started learning swordplay from me yesterday. Then Kun Theo stood up and turned away. I'd love to drink and hear your stories, but I heard the apostate has appeared. The two confirmed what he said. Rodimel Fortress was taken in an instant. As you can see, master, the situation is critical. It's like this outside, and we have no idea what's happening inside. Kun Theo drew his sword, sighing. I thought an infiltration would be possible, but it seems not. This is a precious holy sword gifted from the sacred land of the spirits, yet it has ended up like this. He lowered his eyes, his voice laced with regret. I wanted to let you rest, but we can't lose Rodimeo Fortress. Rania Vanchaias disagreed. You don't need to apologize, sir. It's impossible to succeed that quickly. She frowned, concluding that, in any case, swordsmen and summoner mages weren't exactly close to begin with. Unlike Sibol, who could appear and raid the battlefield at any time, this entity, the apostate Gledis, was a mystery. Someone who had appeared only a handful of times over the last few hundred years. But Rania Vanchaias knew better than to underestimate them. She thought, if we appear right in front of it, we're sure to lose. With that, she punched Kai on the shoulder. I'll go ahead to scout the situation. She left Kun Theo standing there stunned. He crossed his arms and asked Kai, Kai, you're the hero, right? He asked back, confused. Yes, Kun Theo remarked. Sometimes that girl looks more like a hero than you do. At the same time, Sarah grimaced in annoyance and asked, Ranilin, why am I the one scouting with you? She snapped, threatening. If you don't want your jaw smashed again, hurry up. Hearing that, Kai clenched his fists but helplessly admitted, because she's smarter than me, she comes up with almost all the strategies. Kun Theo stroked his chin, listening to the assessment of Rania Vanchaias' capabilities. In this situation, you can't just charge in. Whether it's animal instinct or survival instinct, her judgment is sharper than the stars themselves. Suddenly, he offered some advice. Kai, I suggest you don't rely on the stars too much, Kai asked, surprised. What do you mean? The old man pondered for a moment before saying, in the most critical moments, the stars don't do anything at all. In front of Rodimel Fortress, Sarah asked Rania Vanchaias, So, what do we do now? Impatient, she replied. I'm thinking. Sarah offered her own opinion. Can't you handle it like you did with the Black Dragon? Create a blinding magic circle, and Kai will take care of the rest. Why bother infiltrating? Rania Vanchaias completely snapped, covered her face, and gritted her teeth. Then she explained in a rush, I'm only saying this once, so listen closely. Compared to the Black Dragon, there is too little information on the apostate. Her appearances are negligible. She arrived with the mist and vanished with the mist. That's all there is to say. Rania Vanchaias flared up, staring at all those summoned monsters. Their sizes are completely different. Don't tell me you're not planning to scout ahead? Sarah looked nonchalant, replying coolly, Of course. Why would I have to go there? You and Lemia go. Besides, she added, what about the knights in the fortress? Rania narrowed his eyes, questioning, Why are you suddenly so worried about the knights we lost? Rania Vanchaias thought to himself that a day had passed since they abandoned the fortress. Honestly, assuming they were dead was reasonable. But Sarah's reply was, I meant the survivors. This surprised him, and he retorted, What? She turned her head toward the fortress. There were sounds of prayers coming from within. Gods, please. A voice begged for mercy. Rania Vanchaias and Lemia walked through the pile of stinking corpses. Lemia held her bow, covering her nose. Rania Vanchaias had to plug his nose too, feeling repulsed. Even now, remembering it, Rania waved his hand in disgust. The stench back then, it was no joke. It must have been a mix of anesthetic and a type of liquefying agent. I use it quite often in the magic tower. Kadi pondered, then suddenly spoke up. Wait. Kadi stood up and went to the shelf, grabbing a vial. Rania asked curiously, What are you doing? Why not drink it? Suddenly, Kadi opened the vial and shoved it under her nose. Does this smell familiar? Rania snapped angrily. Damn it, you're ruining my wine. Then, she went pale and covered her nose in realization. Yeah, that's the smell. Throw it away. Otherwise, everything I just ate is coming right back up. At least put the lid back on. Hearing this, Katie bowed his head and muttered, So you've arrived there, Laria. Rania still kept her nose covered, stepping back, wondering, why is the atmosphere like this? Isn't it just a liquefying agent used to melt monsters? Kadi didn't say much. It's best if you see it for yourself. With that, he dropped a bit of the liquid onto the animal on the plate. Immediately, the creature shrieked and lunged. Kadi continued. Instead of melting, it's a reagent for fusion. 30 years ago at Galachik Valley, human corpses lay scattered under the pouring rain. A man in a black cloak stood tall before Kun Theo, who was struggling to stand. He spoke, You don't even have a sword? This is the Deathblade, Ganaken. He continued to taunt him. Your home was burned to ash. Your friends and your master are dead. The culprit is standing right in front of you. Yet you drop your sword to survive? You're not even worth killing. At this moment, Kun Theo was wiping his sword, thinking to himself, It's been 30 years since Gon destroyed my home. Even the sword I spent years honing couldn't reach that calamity. It broke so easily in the mist. Kun Theo sighed, feeling helpless. Suddenly, Rania Vanchaias burst through the tent flap. Master Kun Theo. The old man jumped, turning to ask, You're back? Rania Vanchaias' face was full of urgency. Call Master Hai Ko and Kai immediately. At the temporary human outpost near Rodi Fortress, everyone was gathered for a meeting. Rania Vanchaias said firmly, Even if we have to destroy Rodi Fortress, we must stop Gletus at any cost. Haiko expressed his concerns, but it was hard to give up a strategic location like Rodi Fortress. Another young man also asked why they had to abandon it. Rania patiently explained that Gletus was a crustacean-like creature found in the main hall. Gletus was creating a monster there. Rania Vanchaias' gaze turned cold, pointing out the problem with what she was using to create it. The Baleo Vani Black Dragon. Its wings were torn off and its claws pulled out during the month-long battle. The remains of that last dragon child. The skeleton is made of human bones, derived from the bodies and souls of the melted knights. If she succeeds, a new entity, not the original dragon, will be born. A new beast crafted from pure magic. Hearing this, the others couldn't believe it, gasping. What? Using living beings as a medium? Can a Sierra being existing beneath the stars really do that? Finally, Kai broke the tense atmosphere. That explanation is enough. He asked decisively, When do we move out? Everyone smiled brightly and excitedly said, As expected of Kai. I always trusted you. Rania Vanchaias rubbed his chin, pondering silently. Then, he offered the time he had carefully calculated. Dawn. The most logical time. Since it was late, everyone dispersed. Rania Vanchaias stretched and asked Sarah and Lemia, Did you remember everything? Lemia lost her patience. How many times do I have to tell you? I remembered it all. Human, Rania angrily retorted. I keep repeating it because you keep forgetting. The demon sighed and asked, Are you ready? Kai replied shortly. Ready. Rania raised his voice. Give the command. Fire. Lemia's arrow flew instantly from her bow. It pierced through the front wall. Immediately after, Rania Vanchaias poured his strength into a sword swing, the powerful force shattering the sturdy fortress wall. Rubble and dust filled the air. Everyone unleashed their magic, diving in to fight Gletus. Rania Vanchaias used a chain spell to restrain the monster. The bound beast let out an angry roar. Kai didn't hesitate, lifting his sword and shouting, Cut it down! A single strike from his blade severed the beast's head. The two landed on the ground, relieved. Good, it's cut. The wind howled outside the human temporary camp. Suddenly, an explosion rang out, followed by a fire. The soldiers panicked and rushed out to look. A soldier pointed tremblingly to the front, where a group of people was walking toward them. When they saw it was the hero party helping each other back, the crowd murmured in confusion. The hero party? Why are they back already? Did the mission fail? What's going to happen to us? This is a joke, right? In the barracks, Sarah was healing Rania Vanchaias. He frowned, thinking to himself, Every injury is severe. My body has been buffed with so many strength-enhancing and blessing spells. Yet, just by blocking one hit, I ended up like this. At that moment, Sarah called out, Hey, Rania. He looked up, answering, What? She stared back with teary, frightened eyes, stuttering, Should we run away? Rania Vanchaias frowned and countered, What are you talking about? Sarah trembled violently. No, I mean, we have Kai. As long as Kai is here, We can defeat that calamity. But does it have to be now? Lemmy mused, then agreed. Sarah's right. We can't take that thing on with our current strength. Why don't we wait for the next opportunity? Sarah suddenly had an idea. That's right. The Beliovani Black Dragon. We can do it like we did when we caught it, right? We'll prepare more traps, more magic circles, and gather more warriors before attacking. As long as the hero party is alive, we still have a chance. Rania Vanchaias angrily swatted her hand away, warning, "Watch your tongue. Don't just say whatever comes to mind," he said firmly. A hero must face the calamity. A hero must be the symbol of glory. After that, Vanchaias set a time frame, asking Kai, "I'll hold Gladys for 15 seconds. How much can you handle in that time?" Kai crossed his arms, looking far from optimistic. "Forget the fog, there are way too many crustaceans. If we only had Gredis, maybe we'd have a chance." Seeing him get up to leave, he quickly asked, "Rania Vanchaias, where are you going?" Rania Vanchaias replied calmly, "Finding someone to deal with those crustaceans for you." Back at the tavern in reality, C asked Rania, "Is that really necessary? Gredis is one of the 4 legendary calamities. No one would blame you if you just ran away the moment you faced her." Rania turned away and stood in silence. Just then, Kadi started pointing. "Hey, the right corner is still dirty." She scrubbed and shouted, "I see it." Katie kept nagging, "Don't just wipe it in a hurry and say it's dirty." Rania gripped the cloth, retorting, "Who even leaves that kind of mess on the table?" After a pause, she sighed, her voice dropping. "Maybe the hero is right. I wouldn't judge you if you fled. I believe we will capture Gredis and reclaim the Rodim Mail fortress. Countless knights have paved the way for us. I have to take it down, even if it kills me." Kadi lowered her eyes, smiling as she praised. "You've grown up, kid." Rania pulled out a chair and poked at him. "Are you having a midlife crisis or something? Why are you suddenly saying things like that?" Kadi ignored her odd tone and continued. "So, who fought off the crustaceans?" Rania was silent for a moment before answering. At that time, there was only one person capable of handling them, only one. Then, she drifted back into her memories. On the battlefield, soldiers were in an uproar. Is that demon only being summoned by Gradus? Stars above. Does this battle even have a meaning? What are we fighting for? She stomped her sword onto the ground, raising her voice. "Stay brave, don't be afraid. Mages, pin them down. Heroes, strike them true. We will clear the path for the heroes." Gradus flashed a wicked smile. She commanded the beast to attack C. He used his sword to block its razor-sharp jaws, shouting, "Glory to the stars." Rania Vanchaias yelled out orders. "Kai, ignore the small ones and charge." He unleashed his chain arts, then followed up with a binding spell to lock Gredis down. Even her beast was restrained. He immediately screamed at Kai, "Sever that damn right arm." He didn't hesitate, lifting his sword. Kai put everything into a strike against the beast. It was hit and collapsed to the ground. He cast a targeting spell. "All right, next is the heart." But a grim voice suddenly echoed, "Oh, what a pity." A flow of demonic energy slowly crept up his blade. The voice spoke again from within the dark mist. "I wanted to play a little longer, but they've come to get me." A glowing red eye of danger appeared before everyone. "I ask you," it taunted, "don't you have a sword?" Elsewhere, the 2 women were boosting the soldiers' morale. "Don't back down, we need to break through." The soldiers fought relentlessly, carving out a path of blood. She unleashed a sweeping strike, cutting a monster into 3 pieces, while the 2 of them kept the hero's spirits high so they could press forward. As the path to victory opened, the hero drove his blade in for a critical hit, finishing off the beast. Not far away, Kai was stunned, stammering, "What?" Seeing his sword covered in black smoke, Kai wondered, "Why? Why isn't there any starlight on my blade?" The black mist swirled together, and a voice spoke out from it. Gredus emerged from the smoke, laughing wickedly. "Break on through." The black smoke poured out of Kai's body. Then, she looked up at the sky, sounding regretful. "I have to go now. I can't keep playing." Kai lost consciousness, but the voice continued. "What a shame. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did." "Let go of the sword," Kai asked suspiciously. "Why aren't the stars answering me?" He looked at his trembling hands, filled with confusion. "Why isn't there a single flicker of light? What's wrong?" Kuntheo caught the unconscious Kai, laid her down, and looked up, staring at Kai with sharp, piercing eyes. He stood up, looking down, and said with authority, "Aren't you going to pick up your sword?" No sooner had he finished than Gannikin swung his blade, rushing forward. It looked like Kai was about to be hit, when suddenly a light flashed before his face, accompanied by a voice. "Did I say we were finished playing?" Rania Vanchaias watched anxiously from the side. It was Kuntheo. He had blocked the blow for Kai and called out, Kai! Kai sat paralyzed on the ground, shaking and stammering. Master! Kun Theo scolded Kai sternly. I told you, don't rely too much on the stars. They clashed. Then he leaped back, ordering, Rania Vanchaias, get Kai out of here. Kun Theo looked at Gretus lying on the ground. He signaled that this is our chance. Gretus was unconscious. Rania Vanchaias hesitated, but after hearing Kun Theo say, Bus left everything to me. None of you are dying here. She helplessly followed his lead, grabbed Kai, and replied, Understood. Rania Vanchaias hauled Kai away, running for her life. She shouted, It's all up to you. Kun Theo watched the chaotic battlefield, 2 words echoing in Kai's mind. Why did he still feel a lingering sense of fear? Looking back, he wondered how his master could still hold a sword in the face of death. Seeing the bodies strewn along the road, his heart was full of questions. How can he stand up to death like that? Even when facing a deadly blade, Kun Theo remained calm, even a bit excited. Turns out living a long life has its perks, huh? Body enhancement, he said, seriously. I didn't think there would come a day where I'd pick up a sword again. In the pouring rain, Ganakin remembered seeing the sword in Kun Theo's hand. That sword, it's a holy blade. A young man once knelt helplessly beside that sword. He mocked, You're the swordsman who couldn't even hold that sword back then. Kun Theo stood in a fighting stance, humbly saying, Back then, I don't think I was worthy of being called a swordsman. Ganakin swung down with a blade, the power radiating intensely, creating a gust of wind that whipped up dirt and stone. He said coldly, Well, you're good enough now. Even though he used his insight to read the moves, Kun Theo was struggling internally. Think. I need to think. Shifting his stance, he kept calculating. What do I need to do right now? Kun Theo dodged to the side, desperately trying to figure out his next step. That was what Ganakin, who only knew how to hack and slash, was missing. He launched a counterattack. Kun Theo lunged forward, but was immediately blocked by Ganakin. He tried different techniques, but Kun Theo frowned in frustration. No matter what move he made, Ganakin blocked them all. Ganakin unleashed a flurry of slashes. Kun Theo could only grit his teeth as he took the hits. Suddenly, a blade grazed his arm, and blood sprayed out. After standing his ground and taking the blows, Kun Theo wondered, My senses are fading. How long has it been? He was only worried about his students' safety. Have the kids escaped yet? Suddenly, Ganakin exuded a massive pressure. He spoke, I ask you. Kun Theo struggled to shield himself from the gale force winds created by Ganakin. He asked coldly, What is your name? Remembering the days of laughing with friends in his youth, he said softly, Lich Tin. Recalling those happy memories, Kun Theo felt a sense of pride. Shout your name out loud. Are you Kun? Following Lan's magnetic field? Gan asked, his voice low. Kun drew his sword and introduced himself. My name is Ganakin. I offer my respects to the master swordsman. Facing Ganakin's strange attack, Kun followed closely, surprised by how different his sword swings were. Watching the trajectory of the blade, he seemed to realize something. The swordsmanship lacked the brutal nature of a demon blade. Kun followed, gripping his sword tightly, and muttered, I see. Closing his eyes to focus, Kun followed, replied seriously. So you've inherited the Sword Saint's legacy as well. He lunged forward to retaliate, but it was too late. His arm was severed, and his body was covered in wounds. Looking at his enemy one last time, he gave his final words. His blade had missed a fatal blow by only a hair's breadth. Kun followed, passed on his will to his child, and collapsed. Before passing away, he called out. Back in the old wooden cabin, scattered with empty wine bottles, Rania rubbed the rim of her glass, saying sadly, It was an unavoidable situation. When Uncle Kun followed, faced Ganakan alone, we escaped. As she spoke, she reached out, clearly wanting another drink. I also ran into Gletus a few times after that. There was more, but I'm out of drinks. Kadi raised a hand to stop her, saying indifferently, That's enough. I've heard enough. Rania snapped back angrily. Then answer my question. Recalling the darkness radiating from that Ganakan fellow, she asked, What exactly is Sierre? Explaining slowly, Katie said, Do you remember Ganakin's sword? There were holes all along the blade. Rania rested her chin on her hand, looking annoyed as she said, Of course I remember. Some foul, pitch-black liquid was oozing out of those holes. A second later, she mused, That liquid absorbed all my magic, so I couldn't launch a counterattack. That's why Kai is the only one who can face Ganakin Van Gasthi. Rania waved her hand, sighing as she set the candle holder down. That thing even swallowed the light of the holy sword. Kadi hesitated before saying, You can probably guess by now. Lighting the flickering candle flame, he slowly explained. Do mages harness magic through a contract with the stars? Every spell, no matter how big or small, is imbued with starlight, even the spells that haven't reached their full potential. Do the stars align to form a shimmering golden trail around the candle? Kadi continued. The stars help it shine brilliantly, but only with immense power. Rania sat still, listening intently. When you think about it, doesn't it seem strange? Kadi concluded his theory. Life and death, light and darkness, all existence must be in balance. After pondering for a moment, Rania finally spoke up. So it doesn't just devour my magic. Blowing out the flame, Kadi replied. Exactly. Sierre is the concept that balances those stars. It simply consumes anything that uses stars as a medium. Rania rubbed her temples, about to ask C, but he cut her off before she could finish. Kadi closed his eyes, interrupting Rania. That's all I can disclose. Cut off, she snapped indignantly. What did you think I was going to ask anyway? Kadi summarized it simply for Rania to grasp. You need a stronger light, one so blinding that it can't be swallowed, right? I don't know what the price for that will be. Rania, now slightly tipsy, said regretfully. If only Kai hadn't lost his starlight. A moment later, she held a brand new bottle of wine. Rania Vanchaias was starting to get annoyed. Let's open another one. Kadi was terrified of this booze hound. He stammered, How and where did you even find that bottle? Rania avoided his gaze, deftly opening the wine. I found it while cleaning the drawer earlier. To all our glory. Kadi panicked, realizing it was too late. Not that kind of drink, is it? Nearby, Roselle could only sigh. Oh my disciples and I are growing older by the day. Rania dodged the subject. I'm sorry, Roselle questioned. Didn't I tell you about the letter from the Magic Academy? Put on the spot, she stuttered in fear. Yes, Master, you did, he continued. And I also mentioned how much they liked your magic circle at the Ivory Tower, didn't I? By now, Rania was sweating and trembling. Yes. At this point, Roselle had lost all his gentleness. Though his voice remained soft, the murderous aura radiating from him sent a chill down her spine. And yet, you stayed drunk until dawn. Understanding her nature, he sighed helplessly. You still don't like the Ivory Tower, do you? Rania changed the subject, scratching her head and searching for an excuse. Well, it was just the sanctuary of the Ivory Tower Magic Academy. A place focused on finding magic circles and complex obstacles in ancient ruins at least. That was the image they projected. Usually, mages at the Magic Tower prioritized the efficiency of magic circles, but the people here pursued the artistry of magic. Looking up at the tower, Rania felt incredibly annoyed. I've lost count of how many times I've argued with them about this. As long as the magic circle works, who cares about art? Honestly, I can't stand them. Following her master, she gave a forced laugh. I heard Apia and the Ivory Tower have a pretty good relationship. Roselle Vanchaias walked ahead with his hands behind his back, calmly saying, That's right. Aaron himself recommended your magic circle to the tower. A moment later, Roselle placed a hand on Rania's shoulder, threatening, So don't cause trouble just because you dislike something. Just nod and follow along. She smiled wryly. Yes, I understand. A short-haired girl with glasses stepped out to greet her. Professor Rania, you've arrived? She bowed politely, introducing herself. I am your guide. It's a pleasure to meet you. Rania also bowed politely. A pleasure to meet you as well. Lip walked in front, leading the way. I'll take you to the upper floor. As they walked, Lip briefly explained the agenda for today's meeting. The heads of the departments are waiting for you. They want a brief explanation of your thoughts on the magic circles. Looking at the walls on both sides, she said wearily, they're hanging useless circles all over the hallways again, as usual. These guys never change. Suddenly, Rania froze and stammered, This circle. Wait. Behind her, Lip adjusted her glasses with a look of triumph. You have a good eye. Gesturing to the painting, Lip proudly introduced it. The magic circle you are admiring now was donated to the Ivory Tower by the very mage from the ruins, Rania Vanchaias. Rania was speechless. They continued walking. Rania couldn't believe these people were happy about something she had created specifically to annoy them. Lip led the way, smiling awkwardly. I'm a bit excited. She felt helpless. What is wrong with these people? Standing outside the door looking in, Rania thought, even if she was reluctant, making them happy couldn't be that bad. A mage greeted her. Welcome, Miss Rania. Rania stepped into the meeting room, and the mage added, It is a great honor to welcome you to the Ivory Tower. She bowed respectfully. The mage stroked his chin, lost in thought. She's younger than I expected. Her magic circles reminded him of someone else entirely. Those intricate magic circles were so complex that they were impossible for the average person to grasp. The life reflected within the circles was truly sophisticated, like a cliff face sharpened over time by constant erosion. The old man proposed, "Now, please explain and present your project." Rania pointed to each magic circle, beginning her detailed explanation. This magic circle was designed to assist with cognitive processing. Among those sitting there, a mysterious smile flickered on someone's face. Watching intently, it looked incredibly complicated, but it could be broken down by grasping the core concepts. Dissecting the magic, she explained simply that it only consisted of defensive circuits, reinforcement, and magic circle linking. That was why it could be solved so easily. With a snap of her fingers, Rania retracted the magic, concluding her presentation. Just like that, the Silver Mage thought. Absolutely flawless. As a project, it was perfect and ready for publication in an academic journal. Yet, it lacked aesthetic beauty. With a few refinements, it has potential. Seeing their silent expressions, she understood. I know what everyone is thinking. Rania turned her gaze toward the voice that offered praise. That's actually a fine magic circle. A blonde lady smiled gently. She complimented it, saying it was far more beautiful than the garbage hung out in the hallway. This was none other than the first princess, Lerouen. She continued. Don't you think so? Whenever the first princess of Catadia, Lerouen Clyn Catadia, was mentioned, people still couldn't accept that she had given up her claim to the throne. Sitting by the fire, he hesitated and said, Princess Lerouen is a bit strange, don't you think? Rania Vanchaias sat casually on the ground, asking confusingly, Didn't she pull out the holy sword? Is that what she told you? Kai lowered his head, lost in thought, recalling the moment he faced the princess. He had been humiliated by Lerouen in the middle of a banquet. Kai thought it was ridiculous that someone like him had tried to play the hero. Rania Vanchaias laughed so hard, tears streamed down her face. This world must be coming to an end. That's what she said. She covered her mouth to stop the laughter. He seemed amused. I'm starting to like her. I'd really love to meet her in person, Kai replied. But I don't think either of you will ever get that chance. Back there, after finishing her magical explanation, Rania looked toward the voice that had just spoken. Realizing who it was, she couldn't help but wonder, why is the princess here? Sitting regally in her chair, Lerouen sneered. Did you not hear me? You must be both deaf and blind. A mage spoke up. As you said, Your Highness, it is a fine magic circle, he continued. However, it is not beautiful. Pointing to the core of the magic circle, the mage noted its high value, perfect composition, and assembly, but argued that perfection is merely the foundation of art, and that it is completely different from true beauty. Lerouen sighed, bored. I've heard that over and over again. You guys can't grasp anything, you make no progress. You only think flashy, gaudy things are beautiful, don't you? Minimalism and stability are beautiful too. Touching the magic circle, Lerouen noted that minimalism requires a mind that fully understands its subject to be achieved. But she was looking for an excuse to challenge Rania. Can you prove this to these ignorant commoners, Professor Rania? The beauty hidden behind that magic circle. Rania understood what the princess meant. She took a deep breath and said nothing. Immediately, Rania performed her magic. Lerouen looked on with contempt, while the other mages were stunned by the performance. She mocked them. Now, even those who were blind can see clearly. I was only chasing what glittered on the surface while neglecting the true beauty of the iceberg beneath. How foolish. If you have something to say, speak up. Lerouen stood up abruptly, and her attendant immediately threw a cloak over her shoulders. Hands on her hips, Lerouen ended the meeting. If not, that's it. The mages were all ashamed of their own shallowness. Before leaving, Lerouen turned back and said, Oh, that's right, come with me. Rania was startled, feeling a bit uneasy. She asked, Me? Lerouen replied haughtily, pointing directly at her. Yes, Rania Vanchaias, just you and me. Outside, Rania was curious. What is it? Why would she want to talk to me? Sitting before someone of such noble status, she felt anxious. Why would she dismiss all her guards just to talk to me? Lerouen took a sip of tea and said leisurely, I'm actually jealous of you, Rania asked. Me? Your Highness? Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Why was she saying that? While Rania drank her tea in a state of nervousness, Lerouen sighed. You learned a lot from your father, didn't you? I'm the exact opposite. I didn't learn a thing from my father. Lost in thought, questions piled up in her heart. What is she talking about? If she meant her father, that would be the king. If she showed disrespect, she'd be in trouble. But wait, she's royalty too, is this okay? Lerouen disgustedly described the garbage, her brother, who only knew how to indulge in pleasure. My brother is exactly the same. She didn't hesitate to criticize. This royal family is becoming more and more sick and rotten. Rania was terrified to her core, but tried to act as if nothing was wrong. Her soul was crying for help. Someone, please, stop this crazy princess. Setting her tea down, Laruin continued, You know I've given up the throne, right? Rania was stunned to hear the princess reveal this. I did it to survive. The palace was stained with blood. One by one, people were dying, Laruin continued. But even after killing our two brothers, he still wasn't satisfied. He's trying to kill me too, even though I chose to step back. My younger brother is an uncontrollable, bloodthirsty monster. Images of the cold-blooded crown prince who had harmed his own kin flashed through her mind, remembering her innocent, carefree siblings, who knew nothing. She blamed herself. I was too busy trying to protect my younger siblings. Despite her eccentric personality, Laruin looked at Rania sincerely. But I truly want to protect those who are left. Rania asked, Why me, Your Highness? Laruin tilted her head and smiled with interest. That's not a bad answer. Countless magic circles appear all over the palace, she shared. I am very talented in magic science, but I cannot bear the magic power. I know someone is tracking me, but there's no way to find out who it is. So, I need to find someone with deep knowledge of mana. Someone who isn't on my younger brother's radar, Rania asked coldly. Why on earth do you trust me, Seer? Laruin crossed her arms and said, Don't get the wrong idea. It was Aila who wanted you, not me. Suddenly, she held up 3 fingers and said, 3 days. Stick by my side for 3 days, Laruenza proposed. I'll give you whatever you want, as long as it's not my life. As Rania followed the servant's directions, she let out a long, weary yawn, thinking to herself that she knew this royal family was crazy, but they seemed even worse than she'd imagined. The servant opened a door and spoke up. This way, please. The person sitting inside spoke. You've arrived. Rania felt annoyed and had to cover her nose because of the stench coming from the room. Laruin was sitting casually on a metal drum, with her attendant beside her. She said, with a hint of awkwardness. With so many enemies, this place is the safest. I hope you understand. With that, Laruin ordered, Rugrant, give it to her. Looking at the item she just received, Rania felt a bit panicked. What is this? Laruin explained. Didn't I tell you I have a lot of enemies? She laughed cheerfully and said, To stay by my side, we need a disguise. For the next 3 days, you'll be my maid. Moonlight shone into the damp, dark room. Rania asked dejectedly, You want me to wear this? The head maid, Sarilyn, watched her thoughtfully. Sier, does she seem to hate it? We're short on time. She spoke up. This uniform is necessary for this mission, my lady. Rania turned her head, her face full of confidence. Even if I wear this, won't I still be recognized? My face is pretty famous, you know. She suddenly chuckled and asked, Sarilyn, how about I infiltrate the Royal Mages instead? She replied in a serious tone. The Royal Mage Division is managed very strictly. Sarilyn analyzed calmly. The palace has just hired many new maids, so it will be much easier for Lady Rania to blend in. Rania wondered, would there be spies watching the princess in there too? As she popped open the box, she replied, Yes, my lady. So please hurry up and change. We must protect your identity. As soon as she saw the item inside, her face turned pale. In the box was a white headband with a red flower, which sent Rania into a panic. I have to wear this too? Sarilyn picked up the headband and reassured her. Yes, my lady. This accessory will definitely help you. Her face darkened with regret. I should have just gone home when I had the chance. The morning sun shone throughout the palace. Laruin was taking notes and called out loudly. Hurry up. She saw Rania with the headband and offered a compliment. It suits you well. Lorua ordered. Now, I want you to set up a soundproof barrier. The moment she finished, she waved her hand to cast the spell. Every object and every wall sank into silence. She bowed her head to take notes and told Rania, I will be by your side for the next 3 days. She continued. Don't worry. You don't need to do any cleaning. Rania gave a stiff, forced smile and replied, What an honor. As Laruin handed papers to Rugant beside her, she looked at Rania and thought, Sier, does she seem to hate it? She commanded, Your mission is to protect me from any kind of magical attack. Just deploy it. No need to report back. Hearing Laruin's words, Rania hesitated and asked back, I can act on my own accord? She smiled and answered, Was I not clear enough? Aila was the one who recommended you. Laruin's eyes glimmered with trust as she told her, Of course I trust her. She was adamant about it, so feel free to act however you need to. Laruin's authoritative voice rang out. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Rania looked around warily and asked her again. So, I don't need to ask for permission first? Laruin, still calm while taking notes, reassured her. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. As soon as she finished speaking, Rania tightened her gloves, took a deep breath, and channeled her power into her right arm. A punch aimed straight at the high ceiling made the princess widen her eyes. She looked on in surprise as a blue liquid dripped down from the ceiling. A pair of magical blue eyes landed among the messy papers. Razalin and Rugen were startled as well. Rania spoke up. Let me clean that up. She looked at Laruin and thought to herself. The princess had spent all day with these papers. This scene looked so familiar. She began to suspect whether this place was actually a secret magic tower. Suddenly, she frowned and sighed. Reading this stuff just made her eyes ache. Laruin furrowed her brow and waved a man away. Get that out of here. Now. The man quickly bowed and scurried away as fast as he could. Seeing the man retreat to the door as quickly as he did piqued her curiosity. Why was everyone running like their lives depended on it? Suddenly, she asked, look at them. Are they afraid of getting bitten by a mad dog? Hearing Laruin say that, Rania startled and asked herself nervously, did I say something wrong? She asked hesitantly. The princess is a mad dog? She replied leisurely, picking up a cup of hot tea while looking at her notes. That's my new nickname among the nobility. Laruin continued. It's not so bad, as long as it's useful to me. Rania still felt curious and spoke up. How is it useful? She explained slowly. For example, occasionally I'll send letters to the old nobles near the battlefield, demanding they contribute to the army. They can't exactly refuse, but when they see my letters, they panic. So, the soldiers end up with more supplies. The image of soldiers receiving more food appeared in the princess's mind, Laruin said firmly. Because if they don't, I really will bite. After a moment of thought, she decided to speak. If it's necessary, Rania asked, does the princess really have to do that? She just closed her eyes and offered a faint smile. Laruin answered gently, every citizen of Catadia should be grateful to the knights on the battlefield. Her eyes shone like stars as she said, the fact that our country is still standing is all thanks to their noble sacrifices. Even with the title of princess, I am still a citizen of this land. I must do my best for them. She looked at the princess and thought to herself, that look, it's so familiar. Rania bowed her head, recalling old memories. People who sacrifice everything for the highest cause. Walking a path where they might lose everything, they always have eyes like that. Suddenly, she walked off quickly and told Laruin, I'm going to go get some work done. She looked at Rania, puzzled. Wasn't she working already? After opening the door, she turned her head, gave Laruin a bright smile, and replied, there's so much dust out there, I'm just going to go sweep the courtyard. Rania looked at the walls, covered in magic, and exclaimed, there really is a lot, isn't there? She adjusted her gloves and asked herself, are these all from an old acquaintance? In front of Rania were countless magical traps set up. She began to emit a blue light of magic and reminded herself, since I've taken the money, I have to finish the job, right? A man's panicked voice rang out. Huh? What is going on here? The royal mage, Nikol, was annoyed. Things were suddenly acting up for no reason. Another mage saw him scowling and asked, Han, what's wrong? Nikol replied, not knowing what kind of shady business was going on in the castle. The other mage saw a faint, blurry purple orb and was terrified. Are all those surveillance circles closed? Are they testing mana resistance or something? After slamming the orb back onto the table, he muttered, thanks to these ridiculous antics of the princess, we have to make a trip to the castle tonight. The other mages looked at each other and speculated, maybe the mad dog found an ally, and he was the one who destroyed all the magic circles. A sneer of contempt appeared on his face. They laughed heartily. You're joking, right? Nikol smirked and spoke up. Even the master of the Black Tower couldn't do that. He lowered his voice. Every creature will struggle before death. Another one chimed in. That mad dog must still love life. Her instincts are probably telling her that her time is up. Nikol slowly added that even if it took 3 days, the poison would surely consume her. Slowly but surely. After all, the first prince himself had placed those circles. He gave a wicked smile and continued, as loyal servants, it is our duty to watch this mad dog take her last breaths. What goes around, comes around. A moment ago, Nikol was smug, but now he was full of regret. His face was swollen, bleeding profusely, leaving the princess puzzled, asking what that dying thing even was. Rania beamed, waving her hand in response. I just ran into these guys while cleaning the hallway. At her feet, a whole bunch of mages were kneeling on the floor. They had planted surveillance circles everywhere. After hearing Rania's explanation, both Laruin and Sarlin were shocked. She thought to herself, how did she beat them into such a pulp? But whatever, they deserved it. Laruin sighed and complimented her. You've been working so hard even this late at night. Thank you. Rania grinned from ear to ear. It's nothing, Your Highness. Actually, a few hours earlier, she and the princess had planned everything. She asked Rania, completely stunned. What did you just say? She slowly explained. That's an ancient magic circle, but I can't resolve it immediately. A mark of an ancient magic circle appeared on Leruin's forehead. She clutched her forehead in distress. Rania, how do you know about it? Rania quickly replied, I saw it on the battlefield. Realizing she'd slipped up, she hesitated and twirled her finger. I heard it from mages who had direct contact with it. Leruin, exhausted, continued, It doesn't matter. I don't need to know where it came from. Just tell me what you know. Returning to a serious demeanor, Rania said that this type of magic is commonly used by mages on the battlefield. Her voice rang out slowly. It looks like a normal spell, but in reality, it's a summoning spell, specifically crafted to summon monsters using the life force of whoever bears the seal. Hearing this, she revealed, This symbol started appearing about a week before my siblings died. Leruin's hand clenched into a fist, her face full of rage. So you mean my two siblings had their life force drained just to summon those low-level demons? Rania anxiously asked, Did they all appear right after they passed away? She became calmer and replied, Yes, but they were all destroyed immediately afterward. Leruin recounted the memory of that rainy day, explaining that was why there were rumors that the royal family was cursed. She remembered the first prince standing in the middle of the funeral, speaking with such malice. But my shameless younger brother kept spreading rumors by blaming their weakness. He wouldn't even let us investigate to stop those rumors. Leruin felt helpless. It must be because we are cursed. Otherwise, why would I have to endure such losses? The whispers echoed in her ears. It's the third princess this time. The second princess passed away not long ago. And look at those wounds. It seems like she was torn apart by that monster. She recounted that her sister was once the flower of the royal family. That beautiful child had now closed her eyes in decay. The older sibling focused on training, and that strong child had also closed their eyes after a brutal attack. They lived such beautiful lives only to die so tragically young. I must find the cause. I have no talent, so I have to compensate by observing and learning. My research led me to the ivory tower, but even after meeting with the honorary pillars, I couldn't find the truth. Leruin said pensively. The kind of magic that Mage used on the battlefield must have a reason why I couldn't find him. She asked Rania, Can't you just dispel it now? She slowly explained. If we dispel it now, the lost life force won't be recovered. Rania continued. We have to wait until the summoning process is almost complete. When the monster is about to leave the host's body, she raised her thumb in a slicing motion across her throat, her voice gentle. Then kill it. Rania said. Only then can we recover the stolen life force. She slowly explained to Leruin. Whether it's magic or a curse, whenever it involves life and death, we have to be careful. A tiny mistake can lead to a huge disaster, making it impossible to fix. Hearing that, she couldn't help but wonder, why does she sound so experienced? Rania coughed. Anyway, let's just wait until tonight. Her voice was firm. A mouse or two will definitely crawl out. And just as predicted, 3 mice mages appeared. Leruin arrogantly taunted them. Do you want me to bark for you? She pulled the gag off his mouth and spoke up. Well, Mr. Nicol. Leruin tossed the glove aside and said, You must have practiced your voice enough by now, right? Why don't you tell me everything? The other 2 mages trembled. Princess, it's a misunderstanding. One tried to excuse himself. We were just trying to protect you thoroughly. Nicol stammered. That's right. We were only trying to protect you from that curse, so you wouldn't follow the other 2 princesses. Her face darkened. I was such a fool. Rania approached from behind, holding the blue eye. Leruin grabbed the filthy thing and slammed it into Nicol's face, mocking him. Nicol, I never knew you were so loyal. Leruin's face was sharp and cold as she hissed. You dare call spying on me protection? You dare call me a mad dog, even though you've never seen me truly go crazy? The 2 mages saw him lying motionless and could only tremble before Leruin. She gently called out, My dear Rania. Rania quickly responded to the call. Yes, Your Highness. Leruin turned her head and said, Do whatever you like. Her eyes began to glow. I'll bark for you, Rania stated firmly. Outside, far across the sky, snow was still lightly dusting the world. Inside, the magnificent castle, hushed voices could be heard asking, Have you guys heard the rumors yet? The servants whispered anxiously among themselves. All the royal mages had been summoned to the castle. The royal mages? Really? The maid with blue hair hesitated, searching her memory. Honestly, I was working late yesterday. On my way to get the laundry, I saw them being dragged to the dungeons. It was so dark, but I'm pretty sure the palace guards were there too. Their eyes looked so hollow, like they were terrified of something. Back in the present, a heavy sigh echoed through the castle. I heard the screaming in the dungeons hasn't stopped. Even now, the other two maids trembled. Once you go in there, you don't come out. What is going on? The blonde maid asked, her eyes cast downward in fear. Do you think those stories are true? The rumors that the Raven Maid is the mastermind? They say she's incredibly strong, that she can toss men around like ragdolls and take down those royal mages with just one hit. The blue-haired maid went pale, tears welling in her eyes as she lamented, "Please, no, it's my turn to serve dinner to the princess tonight." Another maid comforted her. "It's fine, you're just dropping off the food." As night fell, it was time for the blue-haired maid to push the serving cart toward the princess's chambers. Listening to the wheels grating against the floor, she tried to steady herself. It'll be fine, right? But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, a figure was suddenly sent flying right in front of her. She looked up, stunned, as she heard a deep, harsh voice scold, "Sierre, are you still not getting it?" Rania stepped out slowly, hands on her hips, unimpressed. "The princess is busy." The silver-haired man who had just been thrown to the ground scrambled up and barked, "Get out of the way. I have something I must discuss with the princess." Rania just shook her head and snapped her fingers. "Sierre, you're so stubborn." As she spoke, she calmly summoned a strange, glowing blue magic circle. With a cold smirk, she commanded the magic, and blue chains of light instantly bound the old man tight. He grit his teeth in agony, groaning as the restraints pulled taut. Rania let out an exhausted sigh. Looking back, she muttered, "As if I wasn't tired enough already, now I have to deal with this." The maid, seeing Rania look her way, jumped and wailed internally, "I'm done for." She squeezed her eyes shut, terrified, wondering if she was about to be crushed too. But Rania just asked softly, "Oh, is that the princess's dinner?" The maid was still trembling, whispering to herself, "Mom, Dad, I miss you both." Rania just shrugged and said, "I'll take it in." A moment later, the maid stared at the tightly closed door, bewildered. "Wait, am I still alive?" Rania pushed the cart slowly into the lavishly decorated room. Plates of vibrant food were quickly laid out on the table. Leruin calmly cut a piece of meat on her plate and smiled faintly, offering praise. "Thank you. I truly enjoyed your little outburst." As she spoke, she stabbed her fork into the meat with force, chuckling darkly as she watched the others begging for their lives. Leruin lowered her lashes, her voice cold and indifferent as she remarked, "How pathetic." Rania, sitting across from her, smiled as she held her knife and fork, and calmly suggested, "You've dug too deep, my lady. It's easiest to just wipe them all out at once." Leruin laughed with genuine amusement, nodding in agreement. "True. That's an impressive thought." Leruin slowly savored her food, thinking to herself that she should treat herself to such praise more often. She glanced over at Rania, who still looked full of life, the kind of vitality that would make even battle-hardened knights tremble. Leruin rested her chin on her hand, her gaze probing. "You're remarkably efficient, you know. Who exactly are you?" Rania froze, stuttering. I'm a teaching assistant at the Apia Academy." Leruin clicked her tongue, noting that sounded more like a question. She chuckled, her tone light and airy. She leaned her arms on the table, eyes curving into a smile, letting it slide. With that settled, time ticked away, and the meal soon ended. They remained sitting across from each other, chatting. Leruin sat up straight, her expression serious. "I have one more favor to ask of you." Rania responded respectfully. "I'm listening." Leruin didn't hesitate, her voice measured as she made her request. "Please, look after my youngest sister." Rania couldn't help but look surprised, her eyes widening. "Yes, of course." Leruin offered no further explanation, standing up abruptly. "That is what I mean. My brother isn't fit to be king. He would sacrifice anything just to protect himself. Thanks to you, the number of his lackeys has dwindled, but old habits die hard. Those who trample on others for personal gain have no right to sit on the throne. Don't you agree? I must stop him from becoming king." Rania's face remained impassive, her voice flat. "But you are still here, princess." Leruin shook her head slowly, explaining, "I have a different task now. The soldiers who sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, who lived and died for this land. I must bring stability from within. I need to choose a leader that everyone can respect." Returning to reality, Leruin turned slightly, her voice dropping. "That is my duty." Her complexion turned deathly pale, sweat beading on her forehead as she whispered, "That is my final." Before she could finish, Leruin swayed, about to collapse. Saurlin rushed to catch her, crying out, "Princess!" Carefully, Saralyn laid Laruin down on the bed to rest and tucked her in with care. Laruin lay there, exhausted, her eyes dreamy as she muttered, "It feels just like the day I met my brother on the street." Rania quickly pulled on her gloves, her face tight as she thought, "The princess has such nerves of steel. Even now, she's still making jokes." She walked slowly toward the bed, offering a gentle smile. "Please, just get some rest." Laruin's face was ghostly white as she listened to Rania's firm, reassuring promise. "You will definitely wake up again." Finally, she smiled faintly, closing her eyes. "Very well. I trust you." Seeing this, Rania immediately channeled her power, summoning a deep red magic circle. The light flowed down into Laruin's body. Rania watched for a moment, unable to help but marvel. The princess was truly someone special. A wound like that must have been excruciating, yet she bore it. A warm flow of energy slowly seeped into her. Rania whispered soothingly, "Please, don't worry." A glint of light flashed in her eyes as she chuckled darkly, declaring, "If there's one thing I'm confident in, it's handling curses like these." In the endless darkness, Laruin's voice drifted quietly. "When death approaches, it is silent and invisible. It has no scent, no taste. It just draws near. But why does it feel so familiar? The day I bowed my head to be my brother's dog, whether I barked or kept silent, it was always at someone else's command. Those were the days I bowed just to survive. This invisible death makes me feel as helpless as I did back then. My eldest sister was buried beneath the cherry blossoms, and my youngest, she was laid to rest under the thick snow. Do they all feel this way?" Laruin let out a sorrowful, whimpering sigh, finally clutching the sharp thorns that had pierced her. She vowed, "I will pay for this sin with my very life." Long, sharp willow thorns spread through the dark, gloomy space. Laruin slowly lifted her eyelids, her gaze indifferent as she muttered, "It's time." As soon as she finished speaking, Rania, standing outside, channeled her strength to fire a burst of blue energy to trap it. The power swirled around the rough, thorny branches, and a black and red resentment, like thin blood, poured out frantically, forming a monstrous shape. Rania tightened her grip on the gnarled roots, whispering with cold, sharp eyes, "You've been siphoning quite a lot, haven't you?" Just then, Laruin, lying silently on the bed, blinked as if seeing something. "That's the starlight I once saw on my youngest brother." She softly sighed, catching Rania's attention. "That light is so beautiful." She quickly withdrew the staff in her hand, closed her eyes, and chuckled in praise. "You did a great job." Streaks of blue light still flickered and swirled throughout the large room. They slowly converged, wrapping around Laruin. Saralyn helped her sit up, and she coughed, expressing her gratitude since it was all thanks to her. Finally, after a moment of silence, Laruin spoke softly, emphasizing, "You saved me." She crinkled her eyes into a bright smile, her tone sincere and appreciative. "Thank you." Laruin then hesitated, probing, "May I ask how you were able to do that?" Rania put her hands on her hips and nodded, explaining, "It's possible. I just did it." Her words made both Laruin and Saralyn widen their eyes in surprise. Finally, Laruin let out an amused, thoughtful laugh. Such an answer from her wasn't entirely surprising. A new day arrived, with gentle sunlight pouring down on the magnificent castle. After a night of rest, Laruin stepped out into the courtyard for a relaxing stroll. She clasped her hands behind her back, looked up, and took a deep breath, sharing her thoughts. "It's so open and comfortable out here. Many must think I'm dead because of my brother's curse." At that moment, Rania turned back, worriedly asking, "Will it be okay for me to just leave like this? There are still so many things left unresolved." Laruin slowly walked along with her, slightly shaking her head, and reassured her in a gentle voice. "I don't know what you saw, but you don't need to worry. My younger brother is a very cautious person. He will try to fully understand my abilities and the information I have." Before making any move, Rania frowned slightly, stating in a flat tone, "If the princess says so, well, from now on, you'll have a hunting dog watching over you." Laruin didn't deny it, even smirking as she continued, "and a very capable one at that." Rania was puzzled, rubbing her chin and racking her brain, wondering, very capable? Who could that be? Not letting her wonder for long, she smiled brightly and answered, "Sir Khan, the silent knight, the one who follows you around." Rania was completely stunned and asked, "Wait, who is that?" Laruin licked her lips, not sparing any detail to make it clear for her. "He is both skilled in swordsmanship and knows magic. A conservative, man of few words." Seeing this expression, Rania was speechless, annoyed, and asked herself, "What are you doing? Is it even the 'can I know'?" Finally, she jokingly offered, "If you want to meet him, just let me know." Then she frantically shook her head, refusing. "I respectfully decline. Seeing this, Leruin clicked her tongue, frowning with annoyance as she asked back, "So you're just not interested? This is a special privilege I'm offering you as a princess. Are you really going to refuse?" Rania mindlessly scratched her head, emphasizing with a bored expression. "I don't need anything. I have a home, a job, and money. If I ever need anything, I'll let you know." Leruin couldn't do much else, sighing as she looked for something. "Then take this magical artifact." She quickly produced a purple card and sincerely handed it to her. Leruin explained in her slow tone, "If you write a letter with this, it will be delivered directly to me. If you ever need anything, just call. I won't forget this favor." Rania laughed, shyly tucking the card away, whispering her thanks. "Thank you, Your Highness." The two of them continued walking deeper into a dense area. Leruin's feet moved gracefully, stopping slowly at one point. She stopped in front of a mysterious tunnel, giving instructions in a measured tone. "Just walk straight along this path. If you go diagonally, you'll end up underground." Rania Vanchaias fell silent for a moment, her eyes filled with contemplation as she hesitantly looked at Leruin. A moment later, she weighed her options and asked, "May I ask you one last question? Have you met the hero Kai?" Leruin frowned slightly as she recalled. "Ah, I have met him. I've encountered about 5 heroes, but he is the worst. He only knows how to act on instinct, with no ideals or conviction. He's about on par with my younger brother. If that guy is considered a hero, then the world really is ending." Seeing Rania covering her mouth to hide a laugh, she suspiciously interrogated her. "Wait, why are you asking this with that expression?" She immediately covered her hand, coughed, and replied seriously, "It's nothing." In her heart, Rania mused, "Interesting, but quite surprising. Even though Kai was a womanizer, he was still the Sword Saint hero, a symbol of hope." She never expected someone to see through that facade. At this point, Leruin didn't linger any longer, turning around and leaving directly. "All right, travel safely, and remember to tell my sister to be friends with Professor Rania." Rania smiled slightly and nodded in response, inwardly feeling that she was truly someone special. She also turned and entered the mysterious tunnel. Rania walked quickly through the path, taking the opportunity to change out of her maid outfit. "I can finally breathe. I thought I was going to die in that outfit." She quickly returned to her original appearance, walking steadily and wondering, "Haven't I got an exam coming up soon? What should I prepare?" The tunnel slowly came to an end, and Rania finally stepped outside to greet the sunlight. She stretched comfortably, taking a deep breath and telling herself, "Forget it. I'll think about that later. Better get ready to work." A fresh, new day, and in a training room, a fierce confrontation was taking place. Benoa moved nimbly, shaking her head, her face calm as she dodged the attacks. On the other side, Lavangray also pressed his lips together, tilting his head to dodge a power strike. Standing in the middle of the arena, the two swung their sharp moves powerfully. Pausing for a split second, Lavangray panted, thinking it was impossible to win. The more they fought, the more certain he became of one thing. He couldn't defeat Benoa right now. Since when did such a gap appear? Benoa frowned slightly, leaping to dodge L's attack. Meanwhile, on the other side, he bitterly thought back to the beginning of the semester when they were evenly matched, and the skill gap wasn't that big. Returning to reality, Lavangray swung a sharp axe blade, but Benoa had already firmly raised her sword to block it. The two continuously unleashed attack after attack. Lavangray was still left wondering, why? A flash of murderous intent flared in his eyes as he tightened his grip on his weapon and lunged toward his opponent. A powerful gleam also shone in the depths of Benoa's eyes as she flew in. The fierce, direct collision between them kicked up a cloud of dust. The crowd outside watched with wide, surprised eyes. In the center of the arena, the axe blade stopped right near Benoa's shoulder, just an inch away from striking down. Meanwhile, over there, his wooden sword touched the collar of Lavangray. A voice rang out. "All right." A purple-haired man waved his hand and coldly announced, "Benoa wins." Lavangray took a deep breath, raised his hands in defeat, and admitted, "I lose." The axe in his hand dropped straight to the ground with a jarring thud. The man started scribbling on a notification sheet. "Today's practice match is over. Everyone, return to class." The whole group replied in unison, "Thank you for your hard work, Professor." Lavangray was still bitter, thinking to himself that setting down his weapon meant accepting defeat. The group left while still eagerly discussing, "That last match was intense, wasn't it?" "Yeah, crazy intense." Meanwhile, he remained lost in thought. It felt humiliating, but it was what a warrior had to do. His father had taught him that, yet he couldn't feel anything from this loss. Lavangray briefly recalled a conversation with his father from the past. Back then, his father stood with his hands behind his back, stating coldly, I heard from the Knight Commander that no one in the north can challenge you anymore. Lavangray bowed slightly, his tone calm and humble. I still have much to learn, Father. His father said nothing, his lips pressed together in hesitation. Finally, he slowly gave a strange order. Lavangray, you need to leave this place. Lavangray froze, his eyes wide with confusion. Buzlepve. Why? Across from him, his father calmly explained. In the north, no one can make you taste defeat. There are surely warriors stronger than you out there, but you won't learn anything from fighting people who are beneath you. You need a rival of equal skill to teach you that. Back in the present, Lavangray looked at his fist, chuckled softly, and muttered, Bozleprinning from failure. He looked at the axe on the ground, his eyes heavy with sorrow. Yeah, it's really tough. At the same time, in a magnificent castle elsewhere, Rose was beaming, her face lighting up as she announced, All right, listen up. Rania Vanchaias. Rania smiled awkwardly, scratching her head, and spoke up hesitantly. Professor, you see. He kept looking at the paper and smiled slightly. Let me see. Is royal security really like this? There are many signs of break-ins in the Royal Mage's laboratory, and they are currently hiring outside consultants. The indentations found in the palace are currently under investigation. So, you really handled it all smoothly, didn't you, my student? Rania glanced away uncomfortably, whispering in protest. The princess said I should leave the cleanup for her to handle. I didn't want to do that either. Rose's eyes were still crinkled in a smile, but his expression gradually darkened with annoyance. He gave a cold laugh and remarked mockingly, So, now that the mage here can teach, does that mean what the teacher says is just nonsense? Rania hid her face in her hands and wailed in plea. Please, Professor, don't bring that up again. But on the other side, Roselle sighed and clicked his tongue, muttering, The Archmage is truly on another level. This room is the best one in the entire kingdom. She buried her face in her hands, agonizing internally. I was just trying to rest and do some sketches. Who would have guessed I'd accidentally turn it into a classroom? Rania's inner voice kept nagging. A mage must use magic. This isn't the first year. You have to chant. Your body is just a tool. Your primary weapon is magic. In her past life, Rania Vanchaias agreed completely. Exactly. Is there any kind of combat without a foundation? Seeing Ranha's silence, Roselle sternly questioned, Are you ignoring your teacher? Just as he finished speaking, a rhythmic knocking echoed at the door. Mahath CPT stepped in with a stack of papers and asked loudly, Assistant Professor Rania, are you free? Rania turned her head and replied, Come in. Roselle Vanchaias looked at her with a benevolent yet probing gaze. That look seemed to say, What kind of trouble are you causing now? Rania felt wronged and wanted to cry out, I'm innocent. He's just here to deliver papers. Time passed, and the sky gradually turned orange, signaling the end of a long day. The dim orange glow shone through the glass into the empty practice room. Lavangray sat silently on the ground, staring intensely at his axe. Suddenly, Aila walked in and asked softly, Are you still here? You must be quite shaken by the results of the practice match, right? Lavangray watched her sit beside him, his eyes filled with doubt. What do you mean? Aila blinked her large, round eyes at him. Do you feel annoyed because you lost? You know that feeling, don't you? The feeling of competing against someone on your own level. Lavangray bit his lip and frowned, replying bluntly, I don't. A warrior must know how to accept defeat. As he spoke, he stared fixedly at the axe across from him. Just then, Aila raised her voice to disagree. It's not like that. Accepting defeat and the feeling of competition are two different things. Apia has some very skilled professors. Why don't you go and ask them for advice? There was also a very strong professor right there. At the same time, elsewhere, Rania reviewed the papers and mused. Professor Mahath CPT. He's much more thorough than I thought. She focused on reading every page that Mahath CPT had handed her. For a moment, Rania recalled the past when she asked for help with an exam, and he used his arm as an excuse. Honestly, I thought he'd just half-ass it. All right, the topic for the practical exam is survival. The exam was intended to simulate a real battlefield environment, with the goal of improving the specialties of the elite battlefield class, conducted in the form of a maze exploration. Rania rubbed her chin, gazing thoughtfully as she muttered, Not bad. She slowly pulled open her desk drawer to find a pen, wondering, Simulating a battlefield experience, huh? Then let's make it even more realistic. Maybe I should drop in a few mana-absorbing monsters? Oh, right, and some invisible dark creatures too. If I can't take them to a real battlefield, I should at least make it look like one. After finishing what she wanted to write, Rania flashed a cunning smile. This should be enough. The sky grew dark, and the moon shed a faint light over the dense forest. In the middle of the field, Lavangray gritted his teeth and slashed his axe at the training dummy. His eyes sparked with fury as he swung again. I should have been half a step faster. If only I hadn't attacked and dodged instead, he thought to himself. If only I had aimed for the left first. Would I have won? Time slipped by. The sun began to peek over the horizon, casting a warm light. Lavangray was drenched in sweat, panting heavily after the training. He collapsed onto the ground, let out a long sigh, and muttered, "No matter how I think about it, I just can't picture myself winning." Lavangray looked at the shimmering sky above and let out a weary, mocking laugh. He reached into his pocket, his voice dragging as he remembered he still had to prepare for the upcoming practical exam. The topic of the exam was survival, and the proctor was Assistant Professor Rania Vanchaias. Lavangray took a deep breath, trying to reassure himself. It'll be fine, right? Time passed, and a new day slowly began, with the sky a pleasant, brilliant blue. 1 week later, on the day of the practical exam at the Grefeld family forest, someone clapped their hands forcefully to signal the group and announced loudly, "Now, I will explain the details of the test. Everyone, gather round." The students trudged over, faces twisted in annoyance as they groaned. Is Assistant Professor Rania really our proctor? I honestly miss Professor Mahath. Once the students were all gathered, Rania gave her chin a light rub and cleared her throat. With hands on her hips and a detached expression, she explained the exam. I'll be supervising this practical exam in place of Professor Mahath. As previously announced, the theme of this exam is survival. You will pass the exam once you fulfill one of two conditions. Capture the pack leader in the designated area, or survive in the forest for 3 days. 3 days! The students' eyes went wide, their faces tightening with anxiety. Rania didn't seem to care. She held up a bracelet and continued. Before we begin, each of you will be issued a special bracelet. This bracelet records the shock you receive from the phantom monsters in the testing zone. If the bracelet absorbs enough shock, you will be disqualified from the exam site. By shock, I mean oxygen deprivation. Insufficient oxygen leads to cellular and tissue hypoxia. You can try again after an hour, but you will be penalized. The students could only offer cold, defeated laughs at that. They couldn't help but curse Rania under their breath. She really was the nightmare of Apia. She remained unfazed, calmly handing out the bracelets with final instructions. The main grading criteria is adaptability. Try to stay calm in any situation. Now that the bracelets are handed out, let the exam begin. Oh, and a piece of advice. Stick to using the pre-installed magic circle rings. The students quickly strapped on their bracelets, listening closely to Rania's warnings. She snapped her fingers with a sharp pop and smiled brightly, adding, "As for why, you'll find out soon enough." A gloomy atmosphere descended as bizarre, eerie creatures appeared, accompanied by Rania's declaration. Now, start the exam. In the dark, dreary forest, a suffocating, deadly air hung heavy. A gray-haired girl looked around, terrified. Wait, is this really the same forest from before? Does anyone have a light circle? They suddenly spotted someone using a magic circle and loudly reprimanded her. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You're supposed to use the pre-installed rings. The short-haired girl replied nonchalantly. I heard you, but I need to be able to see first. The magic circle emitted a ghastly blue light, and a pair of glowing red eyes slowly emerged. The students screamed in terror as a monster, looking like a giant leech, lunged at them. It ruthlessly sank its fangs into the short-haired girl's neck. The nearby students realized in a panic that the monster was draining mana. The girl who was bitten rolled her eyes back, gasping, My mana, help me." 2 girls nearby shrieked in horror as they watched their classmate collapse and vanish. The gray-haired girl teared up as the monsters closed in, wondering, what do? I can't just give up. Elsewhere, the boys were panicking too. It's a pack of shadow wolves. Watch out for the front. What? Within seconds, several figures vanished from the exam. Before long, the forest was filled with a chorus of desperate screams. Benoa leaned against a tree, watching everything with a calm gaze. A moment later, he quietly remarked to himself, too easy. In another corner, someone was trembling, thanking Lavangray. Thanks for that. Lavangray just shook his head and replied, it was nothing. High above, the sky remained a clear, serene blue. The students were scattered and disoriented. Rania stood with her hands folded, observing the pale-faced students, and sighed to herself. If this were a real battle matrix, they'd all be dead by now. The students were still shaking, asking each other, what kind of thing attacked you? A mana-draining monster. Rania sighed again, bored, and turned to leave. Her phone rang. She tapped the screen and answered, I'm here, Professor Mahath. On the other end, Mahath was observing the exam through an orb and hesitated. I hate to say this, but the difficulty seems a bit high. Aren't they just first years? Isn't it a bit too high? He paused when he heard Rania's weary sigh. Honestly, I don't want to do this either, but most of these students will end up on the battlefield eventually. The sooner they face this kind of shock, the better. Isn't it better to struggle here than to lose your life on the front lines? At Apia, it's only through failure that they learn what to avoid and what must be done. So, this isn't just a failure, it's a lesson. After a moment of silence, Mahath exhaled slowly and replied, "All right, I understand your point. I must say, the matrix is impressive." Mahath hesitated, "But how are the students supposed to catch you?" On the other side, Rania took off her mask and gave a reassuring smile. "Come on, if you don't have the answer to an opponent you're facing, what's more important than figuring out the solution yourself?" In the wild forest, the sunlight beat down relentlessly. 3 female students sat on the ground, slumped in despair. Mana eaters, shadow phantoms, and now black wolves? The difficulty is insane. The short-haired girl finished speaking and lowered her eyes in thought. A moment later, she jumped up, fists clenched with resolve. "Let's try again. Even if we go out, it's just a penalty, not a permanent disqualification. Let's give it another shot. And if that doesn't work, we'll think of a different plan." The 3 girls stood up, energized and cheering. "That's it. That's the spirit. Let's try again." Putting words into action, the group charged back into the gloomy forest. The short-haired girl led the way, shouting, "This way! Let's wipe them all out in one go," she commanded loudly. "Fireball, now!" The gray-haired girl followed orders and gathered a ball of fire. Magic circuit complete. She quickly hurled the fireball at the giant leech-like monster and triggered an explosion. When they saw it wasn't defeated, they were dumbfounded. "Huh? It had no effect?" The girl with the ponytail screamed in frustration. "What's missing this time?" She gritted her teeth and quickly used her bracelet to evacuate. The 3 girls scrambled out of the forest before they could be attacked, cursing, "Damn it." Once they were out, all 3 were panting with exhaustion. The gray-haired girl rubbed her cheek, sighing in confusion. "My attack didn't work at all?" The short-haired girl rubbed her eyes, suspicious. Was the output not strong enough? "This time, let's stack a binding seal." The girl with the ponytail nodded. "I'll stack an attack seal." They entered the dark forest once more. The short-haired girl gathered a magic circle and gave the command, "Now." The girl with the ponytail raised her hand, firing off the technique as ordered. "Give it everything you've got." At the same time, Mahath, sitting in the observation room and watching through the orb, pondered the scene. He rubbed his chin, his eyes thoughtful as he muttered, "Unexpected, truly. Even if you fail, don't get discouraged. Think of new tactics, analyze the weaknesses, and try again." This endless spirit of challenge is the core value a mage needs to discover the unknown. Thinking this, Mahath nodded in satisfaction. Evaluating, the student's abilities will definitely improve significantly. I'll make a note of this for the next curriculum. Though things on the other side seemed a bit extreme, elsewhere, Rania stood calmly with her hands behind her back, eyes closed, enjoying the moment. She faintly heard footsteps approaching and chuckled to herself, thinking, "Finally, the game has begun." Rania looked at Benoa, who stood before her, and greeted him with a nonchalant tone. "Welcome, Benoa." She narrowed her eyes, looked at him calmly, and asked, "Could it be that I'm the monster you were told to capture?" Rania beamed with joy, snapping her fingers excitedly. "That's right. It's me." Benoa pursed his lips in frustration, his eyes downcast as he wondered if he should just give up. They stood silently in the desolate forest for a long while before Benoa finally rubbed his head and sighed wearily. "Assistant Professor?" Rania kept smiling as she replied. "Oh." He completely exploded, veins popping on his neck as he shouted, "How could I possibly defeat a professor who has fought hounds and specializes in close combat?" Yet she happily nodded and said, "Of course. That makes sense." As soon as she finished speaking, Rania snapped her fingers with excitement. Benoa's eyes widened as a streak of light appeared before him. At the same time, the ground right at his feet cracked in two. Benoa was secretly shocked, staring at the fissure, thinking that if she had targeted him instead of the ground, this test would have been over already. Opposite him, Rania kept her eyes curved in a comforting smile. "No way I would end a carefully prepared test like that. The other students will learn a lot from this, but if you don't gain anything, it would be a total waste. There are a few conditions in this test that you need to keep in mind." Without pausing, Rania said in a low voice, "First condition, if you don't cross this line, I won't attack first. Second condition, I won't use magic to target you." Benoa listened, then asked cautiously, "Is that all there is to those 2 conditions?" She gently shook her head, slowly explaining, "Not at all. There are 3 more. You'll have to discover the remaining conditions for yourself. and use all 5 to attack me. Benoa's gaze remained indifferent as he met Rania's eyes. She shrugged, pointed at a tree stump, and instructed calmly, touch any part of my body with this stump, and you'll pass. Simple, right? At this point, Rania chuckled and reminded him, watch closely. Even when facing an opponent who seems impossible to beat, there are usually 1 or 2 openings if you observe carefully. Benoa slowly manifested his weapon, sighing inwardly, thinking this would be tough, not impossible, but certainly not easy. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he stomped his foot and lunged forward. Benoa rushed in, swinging his sword at Rania. She easily blocked the blade, coolly reminding him, I warned you, strong moves are very difficult. As she finished, an explosion erupted around them, sending dust and stones flying into the air. Benoa gritted his teeth and retreated, clicking his tongue. Through the thick dust, Rania's skeptical voice rang out. Is that really how you handle your hands? When you need them, use them properly. She attacked relentlessly, teasingly asking, are we not continuing? Benoa complained wearily. At least let me catch my breath for a second. Behind a nearby bush, Lavangre hid and watched the fight, whispering to himself that he had a bad feeling. But the final obstacle was likely the professor. Thinking of this, he lunged forward. Rania reacted quickly, rushing over to launch an attack at Lavangre. He raised his axe to block the blow, and hurriedly looked back, asking, Benoa, are you willing to cooperate? I need a flexible weapon for my strategy. Benoa smiled faintly, his eyes dark as he continued. Funny, my strategy requires a solid shield for the operation to defeat the nightmare. Let's go back a few minutes. Before teaming up with Benoa, from El's perspective, he was hiding behind a bush observing the clash between Rania and Benoa, furrowing his brows as he thought, Professor Rania, that constant fear has faded quite a bit. Furthermore, those strange movements, after a moment of reflection, a thought flashed through Lavangre's mind. He quickly realized it was the barrier test from the north. Lavangre recalled someone once laughing and telling him, you have to find the weakness first. Master, look closely. Don't you see anything strange? Now, observing Renia's movements, Lavangre understood that those movements held a deeper meaning. On the other side, she was still enthusiastically kicking Benoa's chin. What other barrier? Lavangre glanced at the axe in his hand, feeling conflicted, although he found it. Testing the barrier didn't fit his fighting style. Thinking of this, he gripped his axe tighter and muttered, just a little more. I need a weapon that can decisively pierce through the flaws. Meanwhile, Benoa glanced toward a spot and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I've found the barrier, but that's not enough. I need the stamina to break that weakness. But stamina doesn't just increase like that. Both Lavangre and he gripped their weapons tightly, their minds filled with only one thought. What should we do? Time ticked by in that desolate forest. Back in the present, Lavangre charged forward, swinging his axe at Rania Vanchaias. She easily jumped back to dodge, smiling leisurely. Hello, Lavangre. You're later than I thought. Benoa stood behind, slowly retracting his weapon. After doing so, he looked up at Rania and asked, Professor Rania, does the test have to be one-on-one? She shrugged and replied, there's no such rule. Hearing that, Benoa turned and walked straight toward Lavangre, surprising him. He wrapped his arm around Lavangre's neck and whispered, what's your strategy? He cautiously glanced at Rania and spoke softly, Professor, she's only using her left hand. Most of her left-hand attacks are just feints. In reality, she's casting spells with that hand. On the other side, Rania clasped her hands, smiling, and muttered, these kids are turning their backs on their opponent. Benoa also looked at her, saying in a low voice, her perception is incredible. Just by looking, she knows everything. First, 2 conditions from the professor. Lavangre nodded after hearing this. So, what's your strategy? A moment later, Rania lazily lifted her eyelids as if she had realized something. She quickly leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding a powerful strike. Rania looked at the 2 of them and asked calmly, have you 2 figured it out? Benoa gritted his teeth and didn't answer, just quietly manifesting his weapon. Rania didn't need a reply. She rushed forward, lifting her knee to kick Lavangre in the stomach, but it's too late. He took the hit head-on, his face turning pale as he coughed up some water. Rania moved like a ghost toward Benoa, whispering with a smirk, I know what you're planning, but you should have been a little faster. She quickly punched him hard in the stomach and commanded, all right, let's try again. Benoa was also in such pain that his face went white, and he coughed up water. Elsewhere, he was still intently watching the match, his expression frozen, his lips twitching as he listened to every cry coming from the orb. Finally, unable to watch anymore, Ma called Rania. Assistant Professor Rania, I'm worried the students might end up with broken bones or something. Over here. Benoa lowered his voice at Lavan Gray. Why aren't you up yet? He muttered vaguely, lying flat on the ground. I can't. It's too hard. Rania chuckled at MH. Oh, it's just a little bit of training. She lowered her eyes, lost in thought. He'd thrown his students into a pack of monsters, yet here he was, just mumbling away. Over there, MH kept grumbling, asking if he could go a little easier. Look at that, they're coughing up a storm. Over here, Lavan Gray tiredly challenged Benoa, who was trying to pull him up. Benoa, wait, why? What is it now? Lavan Gray slumped, sighing in defeat. If your face is stuck in the dirt, just lie on your back then. Rania stood to the side, watching the scene and whispering to herself. Seeing this reminded her of, deep down, she couldn't help but recall her past life and Kai. Thinking of this, Rania couldn't help but compare them with a hint of annoyance. Lavan Gray is 1,000 times better than Kai. She cleared her throat and waved her hand, comforting MH. Don't worry, the kids can still take it. Deep down, Rania was quietly assessing them. Actually, they're holding up pretty well. I planned to keep them training until sunset to push them, but they're picking things up faster than I expected. It's probably been 4 or 5 hours now. I'm dying to see how they perform a bit longer. Time ticked by. Benoa quickly pulled Lavan Gray up to rest against a tree trunk. He asked in a low voice, "Can you still move?" He panted, answering, "I think 10 minutes of rest will be fine." Benoa frowned slightly and asked bluntly, "Can you do that thing again like before?" Lavan Gray didn't catch on, frowning back. "That thing?" He licked his lips, searching his memory to explain. "I mean when your eyes turned red and you went berserk." He realized quickly, nodding. "You mean heat up? If I use that, I lose control of my senses." But Benoa didn't care. He stood up. "Doesn't matter. I'll adjust to you. Just do what you like. I really want to see that again." Hearing this, Lavan Gray hurriedly grabbed his axe, instinctively refusing. "No way. A warrior's weapon is their soul, their own body. I'll adjust to you. Just do whatever you like. I want a bit of that." Lavan Gray, upon hearing this, hurriedly grabbed his axe and flatly refused. No way. A weapon is a warrior's soulmate, a part of one's own body. Benoa looked frustrated, smirking, and teasing. Then who was it that tossed their soul aside earlier? That was for strategy. Just lend it to me. Lavan Gray couldn't refuse any longer, shrugging as he handed the axe over. "Fine. Why are you so angry?" he snapped back. "Since when?" Just then, Rania sat at the base of the tree, silently evaluating Benoa. Benoa had come a long way. Even though he was exhausted, he hadn't failed once, and everything was going smoothly. So this is what a test is, throwing obstacles at your students and watching them grow. Is this perhaps the heart of a teacher that my master spoke of? As soon as that thought crossed her mind, Benoa and Lavan Gray felt a chill down their spines. He decisively handed the axe over. "Here, take it." Benoa grabbed it quickly, eyes darting around as he gave orders. "Stick to the strategy we discussed. Just move according to my lead." He reached out, weaving red and black smoke, whispering with his eyes lowered, "It'll take me a moment to adjust, but the test isn't over yet." Benoa held up 4 fingers. 4 total, that's how many restrictions I've found. The 2 the professor mentioned. Don't attack unless we cross the line, and magic is only to be used for restraint. Lavan Gray added his own deduction. Magic can only be cast with the left hand, and only 3 spells at a time. Once a turn is over, we have to reset. Benoa nodded in agreement. Benoa shouted, "Everything's clear now. Let's rush in and wreak some havoc." Lavan Gray immediately activated Heat Up. Rania looked surprised. "Oh, heat up in this situation?" She watched Lavan Gray's arm swell until his shirt tore, thinking to herself, a physical enhancement technique used by northern warriors. Honestly, Heat Up is a spell that clouds your judgment and isn't usually highly regarded. Rania wondered, "I wonder how this will turn out?" Lavan Gray quickly drew his sword and lunged at her. Rania instantly realized it and flew to the side, dodging his brutal strike. Seeing his fighting style, Rania realized it was a spell meant for weapons that generate heat. She looked down at the cracks in the ground beneath her feet. He's relying solely on instinct, and his body is moving on its own. At first glance, this fierce attack was trying to lure her outside the boundary. Rania paused, breathing heavily. She noticed Benoa in front of her. The gaps were being filled by him. It was then that Rania realized his role, supporting Lavan Gray's movements like a shadow. Rania smiled, sighing. Interesting, but still green. Suddenly, she looked down at Lavan Gray. Rania raised her fist and asked if he was a mage. She used a punishment skill, landing a critical blow on Lavan Gray. "You're being affected by the very magic you're casting." Red energy veins wrapped tightly around his legs. Lavan Gray trembled, clutching his axe. He swung it with all his might at Rania, but she blocked it easily, focusing on him. Not much left now. Benoa saw Rania wasn't paying attention and struck. Dark spear. Instantly, a red trail shot toward her back, but reality had other plans. Rania blocked it with 2 fingers effortlessly. She smirked, looking back. Just a little bit more. In the fading sunset, Rania's teaching voice echoed. That's it. Do it like that again. You have to stay calm and assess the situation. Meanwhile, at the camp, check the magic you've stored up. First, the system triggered, and the young man was suddenly distracted, looking over at the 2 restrictive spells. He looked at the 2 people lying on the stretchers, exhausted, and was shocked. He asked the person in front of him suspiciously, "That's Lavangray and Benoa, right? Didn't they just pass the test a moment ago? Why are they in this state?" he exclaimed. Just what kind of monster is at the center of this forest? Rania looked at the devastated clearing in front of her with satisfaction. She lowered her eyes and nodded. Truly, a student worth teaching. Before her, the original intact tree trunk had a massive chunk missing a grueling practical test. 4 days later, the doctor kindly advised him, "You've almost fully recovered, aside from some minor wounds, but you shouldn't push yourself too hard." He nodded obediently. "Thank you, doctor." Afterward, Lavangray got up and left. Stepping out of the room, he began to think. What was that? A strange feeling had taken over his logic amidst his instincts. Lavangray recalled the moment he fought Rania and sighed. "In the 3 years I've used Heat Up, I've never felt like this before. Even elite special forces struggle to keep their sanity while under Heat Up. My instincts and senses were leading me, making me waver and want to run." Lavangray clenched his fist, feeling proud of himself. "But that day, I definitely grasped my consciousness. I just don't know how to do it alone." Standing before Rania's door, he decided that perhaps Professor Rania would know. Hearing a knock, Rania, who was writing, called out, "Yes, come in." Lavangray opened the door and said timidly, "Professor." Seeing it was Lavangray, she spoke up. "Oh, Lavangray, come on in." Rania asked him with a bright smile, even though she was the source of it all. "How have you been?" Lucius Gray hesitated for a moment but answered her, "Oh, yes, I'm doing fine." Rania then suddenly asked him about the school being closed due to construction barriers. "What's going on at school?" Lucius replied to Rania, his voice full of hesitation. "Well, it's just..." She rested her chin on her hand, looking at him skeptically. Lucius's mind was still spinning. Why had his heart been beating so fast? "Please, say something," he thought. Rania, as if she could read his mind like a psychic, immediately answered the question in Lucius Gray's heart. "To maintain your rationality while in a heated state. Since you've experienced it once before, it shouldn't be difficult." She pulled out a stack of documents and placed them in front of him. "It's best if you experience everything for yourself." Lucius Gray watched Rania write a letter, suspicious. "Where are you planning to send that letter?" Shimmering blue letters began to appear. She explained, "To someone I recently met. I've racked up a few debts. I figured if I asked, they might help." In the blink of an eye, the content of the letter was replaced with a response. "Look, the reply has arrived." Rania beamed. "Lucius Gray, do you want to try some practical experience? It's a beautiful day at the academy." Dense lines of text began to appear on the letter. Rania cheered happily. "Look, a reply from Princess Aila." Aila was blushing, looking embarrassed. "I'm sorry." Rania laughed out loud when she heard that. "Sierre, you're apologizing again? You have such a wonderful sister." And she even agrees. She really is so cool. The reply letter was filled with inquiries. How is the little one doing lately? Is there any guy keeping an eye on her? Is life at the academy still going well? Rania laughed and reminded him. Make sure to write to the princess more often. Aila read the letter intently and nodded obediently. I think so too, Rania thought to herself. It'll probably be fine. She didn't say I couldn't show it to others. She asked curiously, but what is this letter of recommendation? She explained, oh, someone needs practical training. Do you know any place nearby? Suddenly, Aila went quiet. Is it for Lucius Gray? Rania froze, a bit surprised. She realized that when Prince Lucius Gray returned, the top spot in the magic department might change. Realizing her attitude was a bit strange, Aila quickly changed her expression and smiled. I just had a feeling. Rania was quite calm. I think Lucius Gray will do well. When it comes to learning, nothing beats practical experience. I am the person who understands that better than anyone, she thought to herself. It took so much effort to convince Dean Aaron Vantirant. Just go and study hard. At this moment, Lucius was still focused on his own path. The training instructor, PH, shouted, What? Aila? The apprentice knight, DM, nervously reported, Prince Lucius Grey, of the Northern Grey family, is here. He's waiting outside, PH asked suspiciously. Is it really the heir to the Grey family? DM quickly held out the letter. Yes, sir, take a look. After reading it, PH had to admit, it really is the princess's seal. Suddenly, he had a question. But what is this? A practical training report? PH threw the letter aside and sighed helplessly. Even so, this isn't a joke. This training base is the final gateway. Before officially being sent to the battlefield, he sternly declared, there is no room to tolerate these noble pranks, and then gave instructions to Dim. But we can't just ignore the princess's letter. For the next few days, make sure you treat him appropriately. He stood at attention and shouted, Yes, sir. Then, DM rushed out to find Lucius Grey. I apologize for keeping you waiting. PH still stood there and thought. Regardless, he probably isn't serious. I have to inform the other instructors. Suddenly, he glanced at something. PH observed Lucius Grey closely and remarked, This is already the second day. He just keeps training on his own, without any specific scheduled session. Is this just a whim? He shook his head to brush off the thought. Not in a real battle. Overconfidence means death. You can't rely solely on hard work or talent. Suddenly, Dim walked up and called out to the instructor, asking if he could. Let the prince join the Dawn Patrol team? PH asked. Is this your decision? Dim revealed. The prince asked for it himself, and I think he has the capability. He also recounted. He even woke up to train at the crack of dawn. PH replied, Fine, I allow it. Dim bowed deeply. Yes, thank you, sir. He thought to himself. I didn't expect him to be this serious. He seems to really like this place. PH told himself, I have to inform the other instructors about this. A while later, the sun had set. Inside the kitchen, warm scents filled the air. Looking at the appetizing grilled chicken leg, someone exclaimed, How long has it been since I last had meat? Dim asked while eating ravenously. Is it to your liking, Your Highness? Lucius Grey replied nonchalantly. It's similar to the monster meat I ate as a child. Dim laughed out loud upon hearing that. You have a great sense of humor. Even though it's just cheap meat, you should eat plenty. Tomorrow you have to go to the front lines for the Dawn Patrol. Lucius Grey's expression darkened upon hearing that. Front lines. After eating his fill, Lucius Grey and Dim headed deep into the field. Suddenly, Dim started the conversation. Why is Your Highness working this hard? Lucius Grey replied, I don't understand what you mean. Dim innocently explained. Occasionally, young nobles come here, but usually only to show off their status. You're different. You're very sincere, both in your everyday behavior and during training like this. You seem to be longing for something. Suddenly, Lucius Grey gripped his sword tightly and revealed, There is someone I want to defeat at any cost. Dim exclaimed. An opponent? Before he could finish, he was grabbed by the collar and thrown backward by Lucius Grey. Dim asked in surprise, Your Highness, why all of a sudden? It turned out that right in front of them were the glowing eyes of monsters. Lucius immediately ordered Dim, You, run back and report the situation to the instructor. He quickly turned and ran away. Bus-leaping him, standing there alone, Lucius sighed, worried about the distance. Even at maximum speed, it would take at least 10 minutes. Can he hold out on his own? Lucius Grey quickly regained his composure. No, don't be nervous. Looking at the monsters in front of him, he told himself, Focus on finding a way to deal with them. Just think about that. The monsters growled menacingly, taking steps toward Lucius Grey. He began to take a stance, preparing to attack. Lucius thought, There are so many of them, but I must handle this. Lucius Grey stomped his feet into the ground for momentum, his eyes glowing deep red, looking terrifying. Lucius Grey immediately activated his heat skill. His legs began to move at an incredible speed. Lucius Grey lunged and slashed, splitting a monster in half. The others became even more agitated, roaring fiercely. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. Watch closely. A monster holding a sword rushed toward Lucius Grey. He suddenly remembered what Rania had said. Like I said, you've experienced that feeling before, right? It won't take much time for you to master it, she revealed. The moment you are on the verge of grasping it. And that is exactly when the real training begins. I'll get the spot ready for you, so just relax. Once you move your body a little, you'll understand. Right then, Levan Grey leaped forward with incredible power to strike the monster. Suddenly, one behind him bit into his back. He remembered Rania's advice. Once you move your body a little, you'll understand. But he could feel it clearly now. The creature's bite was emitting a sinister aura. As it opened its maw, that energy surged out violently. Levan Grey stayed focused on the fight, his perception feeling much broader than before. He slashed through a monster, and thought to himself, These movements I couldn't pull off before, it's allowing me to perform the impossible. Rapid, heavy footsteps echoed through the dark, dense forest. They had managed to report to Instructor Phi just in time. He looked back, feeling the mana growing thicker by the second. Phi was stunned, his mind flooded with questions. And there's this horrific stench of blood and decay, too. What on earth is happening here? Just then, he and the others stopped in their tracks. Everyone stared with faces full of shock. A strange, hazy mist was spreading throughout the entire forest. As soon as they saw Lavan Gray, they called out, "My lord, Lavan Gray," feeling bewildered, mused. At dawn, a real battle was staged for the knights. A surprise attack on the army. The king's army was just defeated at a nearby battlefield, but the king's troops are lying all over the ground. Did Prince Lavan Gray really take on this entire army all by himself? While Phi was lost in deep thought, Lavan Gray was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. As soon as he saw Phi, he spoke up. "Ah, Instructor Phi Dim," asked the prince with concern. "Are you hurt anywhere? My goodness, did you handle all this by yourself?" Lavan Gray quickly replied, "I'm fine." Right after saying that, he focused his gaze on the weapon in the distance. The flow of mana and the protective magic circle were woven with exquisite precision. That must have been the handiwork of Assistant Professor Rania. Thinking of this, Lavan Gray suddenly smiled. Looking at his figure clutching the weapon tightly, others couldn't help but feel confused, then quickly asked, "Are you injured on your head? Let's hurry back to the barracks for now." Lavan Gray replied, "Even you aren't hurt, are you?" Just then, Phi suddenly interrupted. "Prince Lavan Gray." He bowed politely and said, "I'm glad you're safe. I didn't expect you to have to handle them alone. Thanks to you, today's training schedule has been scrapped." Lavan Gray heard this and stammered about that, but before he could finish, Phi interrupted again. "So today, could I ask you to spar with the apprentice knights? With your skills, I think I can completely trust you." After a moment of surprise, Lavan Gray suddenly smiled. Phi continued to ask, "Could I learn a few things from the instructor?" He quickly replied, "Of course, if you'd like." At the Aran Tower, Jilan spoke up. "Who's calling me?" The subordinate stammered. "It must be Rasta Lut Liston Ailino. She requested your presence at the Tower Master's office of the Aran Tower." After hearing this, Jilan quickly turned to leave and replied, "I understand. I'll go." The subordinates couldn't help but feel curious and anxious about the situation at hand. As they breathed a sigh of relief, they muttered to themselves, "Why is this happening all of a sudden? I hadn't even stepped into the research lab, yet here we are." Rasta Lut Listin was deep in thought inside the tower, looking out. Just then, she spoke up suddenly. "You're later than I thought, Elder Jilan." Jilan crossed his arms and asked, "What business do you have calling me at this hour?" Rasta Lut Listin said nothing, only casting a spell. The next second, a powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. Feeling the power within the room, he couldn't help but think, she can identify her own mana inside the Tower Master's office. It's an act of staking her claim on this place. Is she really the Rasta Lut Listin Ailino I once knew? Rasta Lut Listin's expression remained cold and impassive. With a sharp gaze, she said, "I want to hear Elder Jilan's opinion. Don't you think that's a bit much?" Hearing this, Jilan felt strange. What was this all about? Rasta Lut Listin emphasized, "As an elder, I think half is enough now." He was left completely bewildered and stunned to hear this from Rasta Lut Listin. That was back when Rania was struggling with her maid uniform at the Tower of Ashes. Rasta Lut Listin, with sin, suddenly spoke, "Master, everyone is looking at you." Rasta Lut Listin ignored the stares and replied, "He must be curious about what's going on, right? Up until now, I've never come to the Magic Tower without being invited, because I thought I had no place here. No one truly considered me the successor to the tower, but I don't care anymore. This is the place destined for me to use." Saying this, Rasta Lut Listin opened the door. Looking into the room, she was a bit overwhelmed. She said, "You said it was the third cabinet in the A3 row, right? Let's see. Even though I'm a mage, this is quite strange. It must be this one." Opening the lock, she laughed. "Yeah, that's weird." The next second, a small box appeared inside the cabinet. Holding it in her hand, she was filled with questions. "A magic artifact? How do I use it?" "Sin, try to open it with all your might." "I can't open it alone, it's not broken, is it?" Rasta Lut Listin stared at the artifact and reassured her. "It can't be broken." In her train of thought, at first glance, it looked like an ordinary cube, but this was a magic artifact created by Lord Rania Vanchaias. A mage of the ashes, it certainly wouldn't break easily. There must be something hidden. They found it. Instantly, the box was opened by Rasta Lut Listin's power. Countless pages appeared floating around. This left Sin completely amazed. As expected of Master. How did you manage to open it? She quickly replied. I saw the magic circle twisting with intent, so I just read it. Pointing to the page, Sin asked, But why are you keeping all those documents? This one? That one. They are all about the elders of the Aran Tower. Upon reading these things, Rasta Lute Liston felt incredibly helpless and stunned, thinking, if it's bothersome, just toss it away. Is that what it means? Use it carefully. It's more than just a little nudge. It could shake the very foundations of the elders in the Tower of Ashes. She tried to stay calm, breathing out as she told herself, stay calm. Rasta Lute Liston was deep in thought. I don't have any supporters or factions. The best thing I can do. The next second, she made a decision. I must call that person. The person Rasta Lute Liston thought of was none other than Jilan. Stacks of books filled with magic. Jilan sat in his chair and said coldly, You shouldn't say that without any preparation. What are you planning? Handing over a stack of documents, Rasta Lute Liston replied, This is a portion of the documents I possess. Jilan quickly picked up the papers in shock, then asked with great caution, How did you find this? Rasta Lute Liston replied coolly, I'm the one who should be asking the questions here. As he felt her power, he was filled with bewilderment, secretly thinking, What is this oppressive feeling? Is this really the Rasta Lute Liston I know? Rasta Lute Liston continued, I have no intention of getting directly involved. I'll just create a small crack. The elders will gradually widen it at the right time. You'll do that, won't you? Elder Jilan. Upon hearing these words, Jilan pondered. She is completely different from what I knew. That timid attitude doesn't fit a successor to the Tower Master position. The elder's words used to discourage her, leaving her indecisive, unable to do anything, just living quietly. Just then, he suddenly recalled Rania's words from before. Didn't I tell you already? Elder Jilan, this child has always had the aptitude for that position. The more he thought, the more puzzled he felt. Can a person really change this drastically? No, I failed to see the truth, as she said. I will become the Tower Master of Tia Chodan. You will lead this place, and I swear I will carry that burden. As he thought this, Jilan stared intently at Rasta Lute Liston. After a moment of thought, he spoke. Oh my, do I even have a choice? Rasta Lute Liston responded tentatively. This intrigued him a bit, and he burst into laughter, saying, So many surprises today. Good, very good. Tell me your detailed plan, future Tower Master. Hearing that title, Rasta Lute Liston looked slightly surprised, then smiled happily and said, I'm very glad to have you as an ally. Jilan replied, Of course, I will actively cooperate with you. The tower is very precious, after all. Outside, the sun was scorching. Looking at the scene outside, Rasta Lute Liston assessed the situation. Time flies so fast. Sinvai smiled brightly beside her and said, Now you're ready for school. This made Rasta Lute Liston curious. Sierre, are you that excited? Sinvai quickly answered, Because Master really loves school, both reading and studying. Rasta Lute Liston smiled in agreement. That's true. I'm really looking forward to it. What will today's class be about? The school grounds were magnificent and filled with knowledge. The students were all walking around looking dejected. Am I so tired that I'm seeing things? Unfortunately, I see it too. Mana Transaction Theory. Group Project Assignment. Lecturer Vanchaias. The students looked more and more dazed. They sighed helplessly. I wish the semester hadn't started yet. I wish so too. A few days before the short break ended, at the home of Rania and Roselle Vanchaiaso. Inside, Rania was staring intently at the documents on the table, then suddenly let out a long sigh. Master, is group work really necessary? Rose, sitting beside her, replied immediately. You know the reason why. This left Rania puzzled. Rose calmly explained. What you did on the battlefield that year was also a form of group work. Did you learn anything from it? As she heard this, she looked back on everything that happened, telling herself what she had done over those 5 years, then smiled grimly and said, The law of garbage that cannot be recycled. Wherever there are people, there is trash. Trust yourself. Don't trust anyone. A warrior who uses his lower body to think, and a crazy priestess. And that racist. Looking at her expression, he helplessly stroked his beard and said, All right. You must have had some difficult experiences. He sighed helplessly, then continued. But in this life, you will eventually have to work with others. What you learned from those years is also valuable. Those experiences have made you more patient, I suppose. Rania crossed her arms in agreement. That's true, Roselle said. You're overthinking it. Think about why group work is important. Upon hearing this, Rania fell into deep thought. Even if I hate it, there are things I'm forced to do. That's why I have to learn how to team up with trash. The words of those people flashed through her mind. Using the whole village as bait, right? You don't fit in with us. Every human is like this. The next second, Rania spoke up. There are things that can't be done alone. That's right. Thinking this, she quickly wrote something down. Knowledge gained from cooperation. If one refuses to cooperate, they cannot complete the training. Looking at the paper in her hand, she smiled grimly. There. That's enough. I've written it down. It's not bad. That afternoon, at the Black Tower, Yotoi smiled stiffly and asked, Did I hear that right? Not stone powder, but 20 intact anti-magic stones. And you need them right now? Rania replied calmly. That's right. They should at least be the size of a fist. The more he heard, the more confused Yotoi became. Rania Vanchaias, what the hell are you thinking? Buying 20 anti-magic stones? Anti-magic stones are rare crystals capable of resisting mana. They are used to create defensive stones, so they are quite expensive. Last time she bought a bunch of report slips because she said she needed them for testing. Those were expensive too. He thought and asked, Are you going to use these for testing again? You must be preparing a super difficult test, right? Rania tilted her head and replied, I'm just going to use them for a small project. Yotoi was dumbfounded. Before Rania left, he couldn't help but smile and say, Come back again next time. Remember to visit. Holding the paper, Rania thought to herself, Whatever, I got higher quality anti-magic stones than I expected. Once I get home and review the plan one more time, I'll be done. Maybe teaching is my true calling. Outside, people were bustling about. Benoa sat on a bench, deep in thought. It's time. Looking at the blue sky, he muttered to himself, Is it summer already? It's really hot. Chloe appeared out of nowhere, wearing all those clothes. Of course it's hot. Seeing her, Benoa asked, Where did you pop out from, Chloe? Chloe replied with a smile, I saw you sitting there looking dazed, so I snuck up behind you. There are lots of tasty-looking food stalls on this street. Let's stop by the candy shop. Benoa smiled and asked, How long have you been watching me? Seriously. Chloe quickly grabbed his hand and urged him, Hurry up. You have to help me decide which shop to go into. Watching her, Benoa smiled and thought, I still haven't gotten used to this peace, because I'm still more accustomed to the dark memories that the sunlight cannot reach. In his memory, under a dark, gloomy sky, young Chloe looked haggard from the cold. She stood in front of Benoa, who was sitting in a corner, and spoke. Listen, my name is Chloe. What's your name? Benoa replied irritably. Why do you need to know? Chloe didn't care, and walked straight up to him, then burst out laughing and said, Here, take this, come with me. My grandfather said it's okay to bring you along. The name Benoa means abandoned child. In Benoa's train of thought, the one who brought light to his name. Benoa's purpose in life was cast in a gloomy, smoke-filled scene. Benoa's forehead was drenched in fresh blood. He wondered to himself, his vision and memories feeling so hazy. Where the hell am I? I remember we visited a shop that Chloe picked out, eating all day, going for a stroll to digest, then saying we'd go eat again. And after that, I didn't see Chloe anywhere. I have to find her no matter what. Just then, a golden bell suddenly rang out. In an instant, a voice echoed, You lowly creature, what is it that you desire? Benoa was silent for a long time, then spoke up with determination. I want to make a trade. At school, students inside were chatting and laughing loudly. Long time no see? Are you done with the subtraction assignment? A student whispered quickly. The teaching assistant is coming into the classroom. What are we learning today? Don't bother guessing. Things will go beyond expectations anyway. Mana stones were placed on the desk. The very next second, Rania spoke up with a smile. All right, everyone, take your seats. In the previous lesson, you learned about the effectiveness of magic with Professor Rania Vanchaias, right? Today, we will continue to delve into that topic. We will analyze the magic circles to understand what limits are and how they function. The topic is the limits of basic magic. Rania called on someone. Chola, answer quickly. Yes. She smiled and asked, What do you think are the advantages of basic magic? He replied immediately. They have simple magic circles, consume less mana, and cast quickly. Hearing this answer, Rania followed up with another question. Very good. So what are their weaknesses? He hesitated a bit, thinking to himself, Because they are so basic, opponents will usually know their effects and power, and they are too weak to be used in real combat. Rania listened intently while smiling, then continued cheerfully. All right, very good. So, is there a way to overcome those weaknesses? La made a suggestion with uncertainty. Add reinforcement circles or stack more magic circles on top. Rania cast a spell while agreeing. True, that is one way. Seeing the power she displayed, the students were filled with surprise. Is that an anti-magic stone? No way, that stone is expensive. Rania focused on lecturing with the magic in front of her. Basic magic is incineration. We will reinforce its power and duration. Even so, it only equates to intermediate magic for Rasta Lut Liston. Rasta Lute Liston, hearing his name, quickly raised his hand and replied, I can use a limit magic circle. Rania, hearing this, praised him slightly. Very good. Many people mistakenly believe basic magic is very effective, but they just consume less mana. That doesn't mean they have higher efficiency. We can overcome the flaws by changing the characteristics of the magic. By adding limits, we can increase the magic's efficiency. Having said that, Rania quickly cast it for the students to see, shortening it. Reinforce. What if I add a time limit, and still keep the same amount of mana to reinforce the spell? Seeing the scene before them, the students were all dumbfounded and stunned. What is this? Is this really incineration magic? Rania continued to cast the incineration spell, and just a second later, a powerful burst of fire radiated out. The more they looked, the more amazed the students became. The anti-magic stone. It's actually burning. Rania calmly explained the phenomenon. Even basic magic can be this powerful. Don't just memorize the magic circles. Understand and apply them. Now, do you want to practice? I have prepared group exercises for you. Saying this, she held up a piece of paper. As I announced, you will be divided into groups. The groups were assigned randomly, so check your group again. The whole class must participate, and if someone is lazy, the whole group will lose points. Upon hearing this, the students were frozen in place, grumbling inwardly. This is Apia's nightmare, Rania said with a smile. The topic this time is… Before she could finish her sentence, the students were praying in their hearts. Please, let it be something normal. Rania held a magic orb in her hand and spoke. Mana per orb. With only one orb of mana, you must coordinate with your group members to break this anti-magic stone outside. She strolled forward while looking stern. You're here? Where did Can pop up from? As soon as he landed, he spoke. Please, help me. I've been so busy lately. Rania replied with a bit of anger. Just hearing your voice, I knew the hound was here. Aren't you making a big deal out of being a bodyguard for the princess? Hearing this, Can was a bit surprised and puzzled. Seer, you know, did I tell you? She forced a smile and replied, Not exactly. You were late, so I just guessed. You can't leave your post, right? Besides, if a hound has to protect someone, that person must belong to royalty. He sighed helplessly and explained, Being a bodyguard isn't the problem. A maid of unknown identity turned the palace upside down and disappeared. We suspect she belongs to the First Princess's faction, but there's no evidence. That person destroyed or burned everything, so nothing was left, and we're currently taking a beating for it. The atmosphere in the palace is very tense. What's with that expression? Like you're the culprit, Rania replied. I thought you were supposed to be tracking the culprit's trail. You should have said something. Can smiled brightly and answered calmly, and I still need you to help me with another thing. Hearing this, she was a bit annoyed. What's wrong with this guy? Then, raising her fist, she threatened, It's been a while since you got a beating. Have you gotten cocky? Just then, Ken interrupted. If I die, who will find Benoa? He continued. If it were a small matter, I could have handled it myself. She had to agree with this. You're right. I assigned group work, and Benoa's group said he has been missing for a few days, not on school grounds or in the dorms. He's not the type of person to just vanish like that. If our top student gets into trouble, it would be a big deal. After listening for a while, Can was a bit suspicious. So why are you looking for me? In another place, a place full of gloomy, eerie aura. A terrifying voice echoed while Benoa was injured and unconscious. How boring. Will that kid come? Watching him closely, Gletus excitedly muttered to himself, Do come here soon. At this time, Can and Rania were together deep inside the dark forest. While running, he asked, Senior, do you know anything about the new hero? She muttered in a cold tone, A new hero? I've heard of it. And then, Can frankly expressed his confusion. I think it's a bit strange. I thought they would have to come and meet you. That instantly made her stop in her tracks. A real hero has to come and meet me? I might use my fists, but I'm definitely not a swordsman. Hearing that, he sighed in frustration and replied, This hero is a bit different. But Rania didn't bother to care, replying dismissively. A hero is still just a hero. In some place, a hero dies, and another is born as a matter of course. In 2 years, 4 heroes are born and then pass away, a cycle that never ends. They are chosen by the stars, only to vanish. The heroes in this world are not immortal. That is why Kai is the first person I think of whenever heroes are mentioned. Beyond his personality and attitude, he has truly remained a hero throughout this past year. Suddenly, Rania freezes, grumbling incessantly. Lately, these heroes are just plain useless, completely useless. Can breaks into a cold sweat, forced to agree. Compared to the heroes of the previous generation, they are truly lacking. Before them lies a deep, dark space filled with ominous energy. After a moment of thought, he speaks up. After all, the current hero is the apprentice of the master of the Black Tower. As soon as he finishes, she exclaims in panic. What? Not wanting to keep Rania curious for too long, Can cuts straight to the point. The hero of the Exong-Ru constellation, whose name is Chloe, isn't a swordsman and doesn't carry any special weapon. Instead, her entire body glows with starlight. Hearing this, she looks confused. A mage can be a hero? Every other magic tower is dying to get their hands on her. The master of the Black Tower already has a successor. A moment later, he adds, Chloe and Benoa, it seems those two know each other. Upon hearing the familiar name, Rania repeats it in a panic. Benoa? Ugh. Now that I think about it, I think I've heard rumors about that somewhere. She holds her head in exhaustion. A mage with starlight mana? Seeing Rania's strange reaction, Can wonders. Is there a problem? Without hesitation, she honestly explains the reason. That's exactly why those who use swords aren't strong enough against her. Meddling with the stars will surely come at a price. You can't easily compromise with them. Most importantly, a witch with such a unique constitution would be the perfect target for someone. After hearing that, both fall into a heavy silence. Before Can finally explains, that is precisely why I had to go and find you. Senior, if my hypothesis is correct, we have no way to deal with it. Both of them disappeared at the same time, and a massive number of monsters appeared in Katanak. There are speculations that it was to cover up the kidnapping of a hero, but there is no concrete proof. Piecing everything together, he confidently asserts that although the trail is very faint, they certainly haven't left Katanak yet. Hearing this, Rania gives Can some rare praise. You've done well. You can head back now. However, his tone shows he doesn't agree. No way. You intend to go alone? She asks, narrowing her eyes. Do you think you're in any condition to go? Wipe off that blood and go with the girl, Chloe. Before leaving, Rania straightens her clothes and declares firmly, if a student runs off, the teacher has a responsibility to find them. Shifting to another scene, Kai's sword is drenched in blood. He uses the blade to force himself to stand. Kai clutches the wound on his arm and wonders why he's even still standing. Before him, countless red eyes are locked onto him. No matter how many he blocks, they just keep coming in waves. What are those rebels thinking? Seeing that he is about to collapse, Sarah rushes over. Sarah quickly approaches and supports him. Let me see your wound. Without hesitation, she quickly channels her power into Kai. Feeling the recovery, he clicks his tongue in praise. Your healing ability is truly powerful. Seeing Kai hurt like this, her heart breaks, tears welling up in her eyes, her voice trembling as she speaks. Even so, if he were here, no one would be getting hurt. If that person were here. A moment later, the healing is complete. He hurriedly urges her, Sarah, I'm fine now. Go back to your position. Right now, dozens of hateful eyes and sharp fangs are staring right at them. Hearing Kai, she has no choice but to agree. All right, Kai, be careful. With that, Sarah turns and walks away. At the same time, the soldiers tighten their grip on their swords, ready for battle. Facing this brutal fight, he still finds it confusing. Why do they spare humans? A hero isn't that great. If they truly wanted to wipe out humanity, humans would be powerless to stop them. What are they fighting for? Despite the thoughts racing through his mind, Kai decisively finishes off one after another. At the same time, the space nearby suddenly darkens. Someone steps out from a puddle of murky water, groaning. So boring. She yawns, looking dissatisfied. We should have just wiped them out already. However, the other immediately extinguishes that hope. There's no way to avoid being tracked. The more she hears, the more frustrated she feels, yet she lacks the motivation to do anything. If he were a man, I'd want to drain him dry. Finally, she sighs and admits, honestly, this kidnapping is too easy. I thought there would be something in the capital by now, but when disaster strikes, we're done for. Suddenly, the other falls into deep thought. That reminds me of something. She asks out of curiosity, oh? What is it? And so, he honestly recounts the story. A long time ago, I had the chance to meet Mr. Ciboli. At that time, I asked why disaster didn't strike. Hearing this, she immediately looks interested. Yeah? Why? He continues. The primitive contract, the first light, and the first transaction, the binding of the stars? Receiving that answer, her face falls in disappointment. What on earth are you talking about? He stares at her, growling. I don't know either. That's all I heard. She begins to hesitate. And thinking better of it, she quickly changes the subject. Right after saying that, she fires a terrifying blast of power toward Kay. He catches it instantly and exclaims, Didn't expect that. That power is quickly dissipated by Kay's crushing grip. After that, she stands tall and declares, Right then, and quickly transforms with a sinister smile. That delicious energy, let me have a taste. Just a little, is that okay? She uses a seductive tone to talk to Benoa. Hello there, little human boy. She stares at the energy surrounding him and adds, So happy to see you again. Not stopping there, she adds with amusement. The shapeshifters have been released. She smacks her lips greedily. But they look pretty tasty, don't they? Before the battle starts, she asks, Sierre, why are you out here all alone? Or are you looking for that girl? Hearing that, Benoa just lets out a long sigh without saying a word. Then, she begins to provoke him. Sorry, but you should give up on her. I'll play with you instead. As soon as she finishes, he glares at her with cold, sharp eyes and demands, Where is Chloe? Seeing this expression from Benoa, she feels incredibly amused. Oh my, are you angry? But you know, with your current skills, you can't win. At that moment, his burning energy quickly begins to radiate outward. Benoa snaps at her once again. I'll ask again about Chloe. Every time he opens his mouth, it just excites her. Don't be like that. Why won't you play with me? I'll make you feel amazing soon enough. Then, Booslip started talking about Chloe, a pure child, the kind of innocence that any man would want to get his hands on. If that's the type of woman you like, I can become just like that. At this point, Benoa couldn't control his emotions and barked out, Shut your mouth. Seeing that, De whispered a suggestion, that boy should be offered up to appease the calamity, and just like that, she pouted and replied, I know. With that, Booslep calmly raised a hand to command, Get up, everyone. She single-handedly controlled the entire horde of zombies. It was time to work. Before the real fight began, Booslep gave a special instruction. You know, don't kill him. Facing the situation, Benoa's resolve only surged higher. Who said he would let himself be dragged away without a fight? He gritted his teeth and whispered Chloe's name. Then, Benoa unleashed his hidden power and demanded in a sharp tone, Tell me, where did you take Chloe? At that moment, a blazing red force shot straight toward De, but he quickly shattered everything without a hint of mercy. At the same time, grotesque zombies appeared right behind him. From there, he softly uttered words like a victim. Sorry, he said, his voice trembling. We have our own circumstances too. And then, De strictly reminded him, Don't waste your breath. Benoa, a ghost at twilight, a boy dragging his life across the slums. Just like those living in other low-life places, his life held no value. Even if you sugarcoat it, his life wasn't exactly clean. It was a life without meaning or purpose. Even so, he kept on living. He trampled over others just to survive. He dirtied his hands just to stay alive. But for this boy, life finally had meaning. The light that crept into the alley had become his faith. She became the one he needed to protect, an irreplaceable existence he had to guard at all costs. Just thinking of Chloe was the reason Benoa was determined to fight to the end. He decisively slashed the heads off one by one. A moment later, Benoa fell into a state of total exhaustion. Booslep sat in a corner, chin in hand, and chimed in, Day, wouldn't it be faster if you just let me handle it? But she only received a short, dismissive reply. D turned his face away, acting petulant. Idle hands led to trouble, so she came up with a strategy. Kidnap the children chosen by the calamity. Separate the hostages to distract them while absorbing the energy of the pursuers. Meet at the escape route, hand the hostages over to the calamity, and that's it. That was the plan. Escaping that delusional moment, she. Sea Hill, warily. Slipping the capital is too easy. The pursuers can't touch the hostages, so we can't do anything either. She couldn't wait any longer. Tired and impatient, she urged them to hurry. Day, you idiot. Hurry up and finish this off. From there, he found a reasonable excuse. Capturing people alive is always harder, you know. Completely opposite to them, Benoa was so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open. I can feel my mana slowly running dry, he thought. I only have enough left for one sacrifice. The usable mana was limited, and his target was that armor. A calculating glint immediately flashed in his eyes. Without further ado, Benoa quickly launched an attack, gathering his energy. At that moment, his body was enveloped in an overwhelming pressure. Sensing the intensity, Kay seemed somewhat interested. Looks like you just created a pretty interesting fight. Release your spirit beast, Buslip. Hearing that, she immediately complied. That spirit beast immediately rushed forward and attacked Benoa from behind. Seeing that, he stroked his chin and exclaimed, "Oh, a fascinating effort. Did you trade sharpness for power, boy?" Hearing him ramble on made Benoa furious. "Are you done observing yet? Then die." With that, Benoa poured all his remaining energy into finishing off his opponent with the dark spear. Without hesitation, the attack twisted straight into that solid armor. Instantly, the armor shattered into pieces, leaving Kide staring in shock. "You really are beyond expectations, kid. Should I thank you for this performance?" Without further ado, he tightened his fist. A precise punch aimed straight at Benoa's stomach. And just like that, the boy was quickly sent flying back 1,000 meters. Benoa even spat up blood in agony. Witnessing this, LP exclaimed in panic, "D, are you crazy? What if he dies?" He quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, I controlled my power." Even so, LP remained skeptical. "Controlled your power, you say?" At the same time, Gannikin suddenly appeared, surrounding them, then smirked and spoke with hidden meaning. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting after beating someone else's student so badly?" Taking advantage of the distraction, Rania suddenly revealed herself. She carefully approached the boy. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Stick to the tin can, back to the side of Gannikin Vangathi, who was still constantly lecturing. Or should I call you the apostate Glatustus? My beloved disciple, are you going to keep treating me so coldly? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you?" On Benoa's side, his voice whispered weakly. Rania rushed over to support Benoa's head. "You're awake? Since you're awake, look closely." Saying that, Rania created a protective barrier around his body. Gannikin kept smirking mockingly. "See, you've done some interesting things. Isn't this appearance adorable?" Seeing that, Rania helplessly clutched her head. "I knew it. He really has lost his mind. How on earth is this adorable?" Seeing Rania's expression, Gannikin sighed in admiration. "Oh, my little gray thing, why are you so tense? I have no hostility toward you. You know that, right?" Faced with this attitude, she was even more annoyed. "On the battlefield, you're supposed to be more decent. Is there barking everywhere I look?" Even so, he expressed his amusement, praising her in a sing-song voice. "Are you disappointed? Oh my, you're just so cute." Gannikin Vangathi's eyes glowed, staring at her without blinking, making Rania shudder. What is this crazy woman now? Why is she looking at me like that again? I've been through all sorts of things on the battlefield over the last 5 years, but this Glatustus, I just can't understand her. The black dragon, Baliovani, he was like a beast acting on instinct. Even so, Rania could predict his moves and easily defeat him. A skeleton soldier? Just a coward. He didn't like people getting close, and he only appeared after collecting life essence containers. If you provoked him just enough, he would show up. Still, she couldn't escape her train of thought. But Gan is a swordsman. He doesn't kill those who put down their weapons, or sacrifice their lives to other calamities. I can understand something when I meet them, but not with her. Her faith, her beliefs, her habits, I couldn't pin down a single thing about her. I only learned one thing. She's taken a liking to me. Suddenly, Gannikin froze as a crazy thought struck him. "But, when we first met, I had no idea you were actually worth something. The second time we met, I had to kill you. And the third time, too. The fourth and fifth as well. I was just being a little strict because you kept getting in my way, that's all." Hearing this, Rania's face darkened at how ridiculous the woman was being. Without pausing, Gannikin continued, "But that's not the case anymore. Not at all. I'm sure of it. He even set a condition. Hand over the child, and I'll leave quietly for your own good." As soon as he finished, she pointed at him and snapped, "You caused all this chaos, and now you have the nerve to say that?" He just laughed casually. "Is that all? Oh, you mean the people I let loose in Catanach?" She pretended not to understand and summoned her spirit beast. "What's the big deal about that?" Gannikin began to growl. "You know, little gray one, if I appeared here in person, this wouldn't just be a simple game, would it? You feel a bit more at ease deep down, don't you? Then let's keep going. Hand over the child. I want that child, the one who's just like me. Do you really intend to stop me all by yourself?" At that moment, Rania stood frozen, unable to utter a word. His voice kept echoing, provoking her. Just all alone, without a single blessing from the stars, no priest, no oracle. With that, Rania clenched her fist and decisively unleashed a punishing blow, a surge of power firing straight ahead with overwhelming pressure. Not long after, that attack shattered everything in its path. Then, Rania's face turned stern, her voice cold. "What options do I have left? Let me handle this." After taking the hit, Gannikin coughed up blood. A second later, Gletus revealed herself, wearing a savage grin. Her eyes flickered with a mocking light as she stared at her opponent. You think you can handle me yourself? There's a big difference between being brave and being reckless. If you can stop me, then go ahead. At this, the body slumped, falling into the dais. Gletus accepted this uncompromising confrontation. Be my guest, if you can. Just then, Rania froze, sensing something strange. Could this sound be? Immediately, she launched an attack out of nowhere, but luckily, she dodged just in time. Gletus then offered a friendly-looking smile. Come on, let's go outside and have some fun. Seeing this, Rania frowned and shouted, Where do you think you're going? She rested her chin on her hand and suggested, It's too cramped here. We can't play properly. A second later, Rania carefully assessed her opponent's strength. Despite what she said, it was actually because she couldn't enter this space. She had weakened quite a bit. For some reason, the Calamities didn't directly enter the capital. It was as if they had some sort of agreement. Without another word, she decisively tapped into the power of balance that the sorcerer paid a heavy price for. In an instant, Rania succeeded smoothly and fulfilled the agreement. Just because Gletus was weakened didn't mean she could be easily defeated. Even in a weakened state, a calamity is still a calamity. That night, her azure power spread across the pitch-black forest. Outside, Gletus offered special praise. Gray 1. My little gray child, what a beautiful color you have. It's the same every time I see it. She closed her eyes and smiled with satisfaction. My beloved shade of gray. In that moment, Rania suddenly remembered the past with her loved one. Gletus had been endlessly gentle and attentive to her. Then, Gletus turned to look at Rania, expressing her feelings. You remind me of such beautiful memories. I should really thank you. Despite her flowery words, Rania remained stern, determined to win. Now, why don't you just disappear? Gletus stroked her chin and smirked. You really are cold-hearted. She clapped her hands casually, deciding the transaction herself. I have to take the child, so I'll leave a gift as payment. Rania immediately refused. I don't want to disappear. But she persisted. No, you'll love it once you receive it. I worked so hard to make it. I prepared it just for you. What do you think? Deep within her eyes, a silhouette suddenly appeared. She appeared immediately, and Gletus leaned in to ask, Isn't this face very familiar? The only person who could fight Gon Kan with a pure sword? The one who achieved what no superhero could? Oh, my dear little Gray, how do you feel now? Are you happy? Are you rejoicing? You get to see your master again. At this moment, he looked completely emaciated from Gletus's torture. The mocking voice kept ringing in Rania's ears. Are you so happy that you're speechless? Rania then remembered the moments when Kun Theo was healthy and strong. A second later, Rania's face hardened with criticism. Gletus, I know, you're insane. Recalling the times he had devoted himself to teaching her made her even more furious. But you've crossed the line. With that, she decisively stomped hard, trampling over the woman's dark energy. In Rania's eyes, the image of Kun Theo remained beautiful and unchanged. Afterward, Gletus gently lifted her face and probed softly. What are you going to do to me? You're still resentful, aren't you? Want to kill me? As she spoke, she carefully stroked Rania's hair. Right after that, Gletus's hand began to crack in a strange way. At that very moment, she narrowed her eyes in warning. Don't get too excited. I'm going to finish this right here anyway. Gletus drifted back into old memories. Back then, Gletus was frantically searching for her. So, there you are. Gletus turned back and smiled gently. Gletus, were you looking for me? He held a book and tapped her on the head. Of course, what else? You've caused trouble again. Gletus endured the pain until tears flowed, complaining, What are you doing? You're ruining my hair. Seeing this, Gletus sighed helplessly. Sierre, can you really be this carefree? Didn't I tell you to reset his bones before using restorative magic? The screams of the soldiers whose anesthesia had worn off were ear-piercing. Feeling the warmth of his body, Gletus shyly covered her face. You're too close, Gletus. Saying that, he decided to drag her along. That won't do. I'll teach you myself. Come with me. That action unintentionally left a deep impression on Gletus. Her cheeks flushed red. Gletus's heart fluttered. Even though he was always grumbling, he still cared for her. How cute. Looking from behind, Gletus's unique charm shone through the classic cold on the outside, warm on the inside. At this moment, Gletus clasped her hands in prayer, like a saint receiving the prayers of the faithful and sending them to the stars, a being close to the supreme deity to convey his will. From her encounters with Gletus began to feel a bit lovesick whenever people looked at her. She felt both envious and deeply respectful of him, like a superior. He was the only one who made her feel like a human being still existed on this earth. With that thought, the two happily embraced, returning to reality. She suddenly called out, "You little gray-haired brat. You remind me of that person." Gladys's eyes sharpened, her claws dripping with dark aura as she began to plot. "So, just a little more. Can it tame me?" She chuckled while asking for his opinion. "I make you happy too, don't I?" At that moment, Cell was still struggling under her control. Reaching this point, Rania no longer had any reason to show mercy. She gritted her teeth, expressing her utter rage. Witnessing this attitude only stimulated Gladys further. How adorable, yet so pathetic. The next second, she loudly ordered him, "Go on, shine as brightly as you can." Immediately, Kuntheo drove the tip of his sword deep into the ground. He used it as leverage and lunged straight toward Rania. She stood silently, watching Kuntheo attack her, unable to do anything. At that moment, he was no different from a mindless robot. Seeing the determination to fight rising in Kuntheo, Gladys took the opportunity to push him further, burning up his short life. "Show me a beautiful story. What do you think? Do you like it?" The swordsmanship is so refined, almost reaching the level of Ganekun. The battle before her truly delighted her. It felt noble and sacred. In that moment, Rania had to brace herself against the heavy pressure bearing down on her. Then, she used her defensive ability to protect her body and gripped Kuntheo's clothing tightly. Finally, Rania switched to using her 1,000-pound force and slammed him straight into the ground. As a result, Kuntheo's pelvis was instantly shattered. He let out a silent, agonizing scream. Meanwhile, Gladys sat perched on her beast, cheering, "Are you enjoying yourself? Too bad. It's useless now." Hearing this, Rania seemed to freeze. A streak of purple dark aura gradually gathered again, and it quickly restored Kuntheo's broken arm. At this point, she began to explain, "I quite like that material, you know? So I've been very devoted to it. A perfect body for a pitiful human. From a flawed prototype to the most perfect masterpiece." The more she heard, the more uncomfortable Rania felt. "Did I tell you to shut your mouth yet?" That only made Gladys more curious. "Sierre, are you not trying to please me? I'm unhappy because my hunting dog has taken my new toy, so I hope you can amuse me a little." Switching scenes to Caney approaching to report, "Sir C, this area is almost clear." He anxiously asked for more information. "What about Lady Chloe?" He replied with a calm tone, "She is on her way to the capital." Then, Can coldly ordered them to follow the escort team, while the rest joined the monster-slaying squad at Katnak. At that same moment, Yotoai slowly appeared and inquired, "Are you heading to Bo?" He didn't hesitate to confirm, "That's right. Would you like to come along?" "Just as I expected," he replied, having already planned for it. "I was about to suggest the same." Right after that, Yotoai looked straight up at the sky and saw the thick purple clouds. The situation seemed unstable. Such dark energy. "Anyway, we are in a hurry, so take this. This is a ring enchanted with acceleration magic from the Black Tower. Besides that," Can took it and asked further, "Do you have any other magical artifacts?" Without further ado, the two continued their conversation while moving. "I've brought everything I find useful." And then, Can borrowed everything without hesitation. "Please, let me borrow all of them." Upon hearing this, Yotoai was a bit surprised, but still complied. "Fine." Suddenly, he stopped, clearly looking perplexed. Upon second thought, Yotoai shouted, "What did you just say?" Talking about price was a bit much. But, however, Can looked at him with such a compelling gaze. "I beg of you. I have to get there." Witnessing Gladys abusing her power to attack, he was forced to be wary. "Wait, no, I can't let you go." Understanding the nature of her power was all the more reason for him to refuse. That is a true catastrophe. You can't do anything with just those magical items. Despite the looming danger, the resolve in Can only grew stronger. Even so, he considered Rania a partner on this journey, so he certainly wouldn't leave her to face the battle alone. "I have to do something." Hearing this, he suddenly clenched his fists. Finally, Yotoai had no choice but to agree. "All right, I'll lend them to you, but make sure to return them in one piece." Receiving the treasures, Can was overjoyed. "Yes, thank you, sir." And then, he watched silently as Can ventured into the danger zone, Yotoai's face looking incredibly worried, sweat dripping down. Unexpectedly, these artifacts contained the essence of the Black Magic Tower, created over a lifetime, sometimes over a whole generation. They weren't just ordinary items that could be easily handed to outsiders. Thinking of that, his face suddenly turned pale. "My predecessors are going to grind my bones to dust, but how can I stand by and watch others risk their lives?" Facing this critical situation, He could only hope. I just hope they can safely welcome the dawn tomorrow. Can, while clutching the treasures, sighed in relief. The dark magic was so thick that even the naked eye could see it. If not for these artifacts, I would have been dead already. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly critical, he muttered, "Damn it, I have to hurry. At this rate, she's going to lose." Kun Theo's sword tip was constantly driven into the ground with immense force. Can poured all his energy into accelerating, fueled by a glimmer of hope. "Please, don't be too late." Meanwhile, Gladys calmly rested her chin on her hand, commenting that the brat kept lunging at her even though he knew it was useless. At that moment, Rania decided to funnel her power into her legs, casting a spell, and then she leaped up and delivered a blow from above. Rania unleashed her 1,000-pound strike, pressing down on Kun Theo. After taking the hit, he could only grit his teeth and endure. The purple pressure faded slightly because of that. However, Rania still felt it wasn't enough. Just attacking like that wasn't going to cut it. Saying that, she once again used her casting spell, thinking, I have to make use of that large body. Not stopping there, Rania quickly switched to reinforcement and decisively lunged straight toward her opponent. Her hands were now enveloped in formidable power. The next second, Rania decided to grab onto him tightly. Without hesitation, she repeated her previous action, using all her strength to slam Kun Theo into the ground. He was even sent flying thousands of meters away by Rania. At this moment, Kun Theo's entire body looked like it was about to shatter into 100 pieces. Despite that, Gladys just laughed nonchalantly. Look at how you're struggling, seriously. Can you actually be this adorable, Sierre? I wanted to watch a bit longer, but even my patience has its limits. It's a pity, but I have to hurry now. It was time to end the story. As soon as she finished speaking, she seized the chance to channel her dark, toxic energy into Kun's body. Before long, his energy was fully restored. Then, purplish, bulging veins began to surface on his arms. Gladys probed, Will you accept it happily? She curled her lips into a sneer, trembling with excitement at the perfect ending, that I've prepared for you to die by your own master's sword. The next second, Kun lunged forward like a madman who had lost all control. Facing that speed, even Rania had to be somewhat wary. It was so fast that she could only close her eyes and pray. It was too late. At that very moment, Kan appeared just in time like a savior. He swung his sword with all his might to parry the strike, saving Rania Vanchaias. Even with the old man's movement, Kan, conversely, felt it wasn't enough. This speed is making me a bit sleepy, you know. Hearing that, both of them were taken aback. At that moment, he was still clenching the artifact in his teeth. He stepped forward confidently and assured them, I'm here. Just leave him to me. Hearing this, Rania exclaimed in confusion. What are you talking about? Are you planning to fight black magic with just your own body? Kan suddenly froze, hesitating before replying. It's fine. I'm fine. You should go. Quickly. Before leaving, she pointed at the object in his mouth and asked, Where did you get those magical items? Don't tell me you stole them. Seeing them so engrossed in conversation and ignoring her, Gladys began to get angry, cursing at this insolent little rat. Then, straining her neck, she shouted, Don't get in my way. At the same time, Kun rushed forward again. Seeing that, Kan anxiously urged, Go, hurry. Turning away, Rania proposed, You'd better have a better explanation for me later, remember? The next second, two opposing forces of light and dark collided. Yet, in front of him, he was clearly the weaker one. Facing him for the first time, he secretly admired him, thinking, He truly lives up to the name of Master Kun. I can't even feel 1% chance of victory. The greatest master of swordsmanship, a man who faced a deadly blade with a mortal body, a role model for all knights, a man who strove on his own to reach an unparalleled level without needing the blessings of the stars. At this exact moment, Kan closed his eyes and focused intensely. He told himself, and because of that, I must do this, even if it seems impossible, so that he can rest in peace as a true human being. A moment later, he opened his eyes, gripping his sword at a 90-degree angle, and declared solemnly, I am Kan. I wish to express my respects to a warrior worth being proud of. A short sentence, but it unintentionally touched the man's heart. The sword in Kun's hand actually trembled, but things weren't that simple. He regained his composure once more. Just then, leaves from nowhere began flying into the area. This immediately infuriated Gladys. That brat is ruining everything, she shrieked like a madwoman. Veins bulged on her face repeatedly. So annoying, so incredibly annoying. Seizing this opportunity, Rania quickly appeared and attacked. You've lived too long. That's your problem. If you die today, you won't be annoyed anymore. Despite being attacked, she still expressed herself nonchalantly. What a pity, but you can't do it. You aren't the one chosen by the stars. However, she didn't care at all. We'll see. As soon as she finished speaking, Rania unleashed her power, confidently asserting, "Actually, I'm quite persistent." The flashy energy continued to rise and surge. Before landing the blow, she skillfully left a provocation. "Let's see if you can say that after taking this punch." Gletus was now in the gloomy, desolate area beneath the cliff, with thousands of piles of rubble covering the ground. Yotoi looked around anxiously, thinking, "This is even worse than I thought. Where is Benoa?" Right then, there was a sudden movement under a pile of rocks. He scrambled out from the rubble, barely having survived. Seeing this, the man asked with concern, "Benoa, you're still safe?" He retorted skeptically. "Do I look safe to you?" Benoa asked with a tremble. "Is Chloe still okay?" Yotoi helped him up and confirmed, "Yes, the hellhound is protecting her." He breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good then." At this point, the man mused, analyzing that the magical protection circle on Benoa was definitely the work of Rania Vanchaias. That's right. Seeing this magic circle, he realized she was definitely making a bold attempt to overturn all previous rules. The magic circles are too perfect and effective. Among the people I know, only one person could create such circles, the Ashen Mage, Rania Vanchaias. Meanwhile, Rania channeled all her power into her fist and launched it fiercely toward Gletus. Magic feathers, enchanted reinforcement, punishment power. She smiled and complimented with a hidden meaning. "Beautiful, but that's not enough for you," she replied firmly. "I know that even without you saying it." Then, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the space. Rania crashed hard into the ground. She clutched her chest in pain and coughed up blood. Rania recalled her past memories, the day she gave half her life to the Demon King. The price paid to use power beyond her capabilities was heavy. Her soul was rotting, and her body was being destroyed. Even though both her body and soul had transformed, things that had withered away could not be restored. Even if she didn't want to, she had to realize it. "This is the final limit," Gletus expressed deeply. "I really treasure that child. You've truly made things difficult," she promised, then summoned a magic circle. "Don't worry, we'll meet again soon." She marveled. "Amazing. You are truly very much like that person. Even your stubbornness. You are completely different from the people I knew before. Human life is short, and even that is burned away so meaninglessly. A weak and foolish race, yet you humans are always the ones chosen by the stars. Is that why I can't take my eyes off you?" Rania heard this and declared decisively, "That's right. Watch closely." She fiercely chanted the spell, returning to her ashen form. Rania gripped the lightning sword tightly in her hand. Without hesitation, she took the initiative to attack with a sharp strike. The blade. Rania gritted her teeth in endurance. Meanwhile, Gletus laughed happily. One step, just one step, only one step left. Had she succeeded in cutting off her arm? Gletus sighed helplessly. "That was my last chance. I can't even take that ashen child with me." She reached out gently toward her. "My lovely ashen child, before you fade away." Gletus sent a message. "Will you come find me next time?" Rania replied immediately. "Of course. I will definitely be the one to kill you." At the same time, Can is locked in a fierce, evenly matched battle against Kuntheo. But in a split second, he gets blasted back by the old man's overwhelming power. Suddenly, something falls from above. Can groans in frustration. "Damn it, this magic is way too thick." He tightens his grip on his sword, eyes sharp. The more he fights them, the more he realizes this is an impossible wall to climb. People who have surpassed their own limits. Honestly, I have no business fighting them yet because I haven't cleared that hurdle myself. Ken tries to psyche himself up, but now isn't the time for that. He dives back into the fray, determined to strike back. Still, I've got to hold on a little longer. I can't let them get near the senior. Just then, Kuntheo knocks the sword right out of Can's hand. He stares in shock at his empty hand, then back at the old man. What the hell? This is it. Can helplessly closes his eyes, bracing for the end. He blinks, eyes widening. I'm dead, but why is there no pain? Seeing Kuntheo suddenly frozen, Can watches in confusion as the old man's body literally splits in two, then slowly dissolves into dark, corrupted energy. He stands there completely stunned for 5 seconds. Finally, Can exhales, collapsing to his knees. Am I still alive? He asks curiously. Senior, did you take down Gletus? As the battle ends, the sun begins to peek over the horizon, and the forest slowly comes back to life. Ken leans against a tree, feeling relieved yet beat up. Glad I made it out alive. Just then, Rania approaches, saying, "Look at me." She steps up, sarcastic. "I actually thought Gladys had a few more pawns left." Can shoots back with a playful grin. "I don't think you should be saying that." Senior. Rania sighs, tired. "Sekboliot over, let me sit." She turns to him, grateful. "Can, thank you." He jumps, teasing her. "Well, I've lived long enough to hear a thank you from you, Senior." Rania glares, stunned. "What? What is that supposed to mean? What are you thinking, challenging a master swordsman like that? What were you planning to do with all those magic tools you didn't even borrow?" Ken retorts calmly. "This isn't something you can just wrap up with a few pieces of paperwork." She gasps in horror. "No way. You knew that and still recklessly attacked?" Rania frowns. "I know someone who always dives in just like that. Someone who, when told to leave, actually walks away." Ken insists. "Someone had to do it, right? I know someone who always charges into battle like that." She sighs, throwing her hands up. "There you go again, always running your mouth. Either way, you did well." Can smiles. "It was nothing. Instead of that, just help me finish the cleanup work." Rania snaps. "You sure have a silver tongue." Scene shifts to the safe zone, where Chloe runs over, overjoyed. "Benoa, thank God, you're safe." She bursts into tears, checking him over. "You're half dead already." Benoa winces. "Chloe, that hurts." Seeing her go quiet, he asks in confusion, "What's wrong?" Chloe confesses, voice trembling. "I thought the hounds would be here so fast to save us. I kept thinking Benoa would be rescued quickly, too. Did all this happen just trying to save me?" "Thank you, Benoa. Always." He smiles humbly, trying to soothe her. "Why are you saying things like that all of a sudden? Even if I knew you were safe, I would have come to see for myself anyway." Benoa ponders, suspicious. White hair and blue eyes, just like that traitor Gletus. It's not just the color, it's like Chloe has grown up. There's definitely a connection to her being kidnapped, which also means it could happen all over again. She suggests with concern, "Benoa, if you're in pain, let me call a priest." He quickly waves her off. "Oh, no, it's just, I've got a lot on my mind. I'm the project leader, but I haven't even attended a single meeting. At the same time, the students are having a massive headache. Buslepter, please come back." Hearing that, Benoa itches his head for a second. Then, he suddenly bursts out laughing. Benoa is surprised. "Huh? Why are you laughing? Did I say something weird?" She comments happily. "Hearing you talk like a student is actually pretty funny." Benoa retorts, annoyed. "Well, I am a student." She chirps. "Come on, let me take you home. Let's go." Benoa obediently agrees. "Yeah, let's go home." On the way back, she excitedly expresses her wish. "I want to go to APIA soon too. Is the summer uniform pretty there?" He answers indifferently. "Who knows? Probably just average." She's curious. "I'm really interested in the person you and Master mentioned. She helped us this time, and you said she's a professor worth learning from. She must be an amazing professor, right?" He stands there, clutching his head, lost in complicated thoughts. She asks, worried, "Benoa, what's wrong?" He hints. "You'll find out when you meet her." She asks excitedly. "What? What does that mean? Are you worried about getting scolded for skipping the meeting?" Benoa admits hesitantly. "Ah, that, too." Scene shifts to nighttime, a carriage moving along a road in a gloomy forest. Inside, Can is flustered looking at the documents. He snaps. "Can you quit making those creepy ghost noises? I'm trying to work here." Rania waves her legs, sarcastic. "I'm totally exhausted from helping people, you know. Everything hurts." Can coldly exposes her. "I know you only helped because you didn't want to go home." She sits up, frustrated. "Do you think the master is actually pissed?" He smiles awkwardly to reassure her. "Nah. Why would Professor Rose be mad?" Rania laughs bitterly. "It's not that there's no reason for her to be mad. There are dozens of reasons. The western sector of Kadanak is gone. Please, calm down. Do you have any idea how much I invested in that? The clock tower we spent years building is destroyed. She's definitely heard the news by now. Half the city is wiped out. I'm going to get shredded." Can comforts her, surprised. Facing a disaster, and only losing half the city is actually a win, isn't it? At least the whole place isn't gone, especially when fighting Gladys. She asks, "Really?" He reveals, seriously. "One more important thing. The royal family sent something." "Yeah, a gesture of goodwill." Rania takes the paper and sighs. "Huh? From the royals? Forget it. It's never anything fun anyway." Can states bluntly, "Let's be honest. Cleaning up this disaster wasn't just your hound's work. I cleverly mentioned your contribution, too. They were worried after you retired, they were afraid you'd head to another country." He shrugs and adds, They really want to keep you here, whether they miss you or whatever reason. She says his name specifically. Can. Rania considers a bold idea. Should I build a magic tower? Can eagerly supports it. Go for it. Build 5 of them, and give me 1. She cuts him off loudly. I'm being serious. Forget it. Let me off here. I'm going to walk a bit before heading in. Take care on your way home, senior. Rania smiled, satisfied. Yeah, you too. You did great today. On the walk back, she couldn't help but wonder, what was that? The match was intense, but it wasn't like her first time. Why did Sierra feel so strange? She used to be the type to lecture others. Just then, Rania snapped out of it and looked up. Huh? Seeing a familiar figure waiting for her, she called out in surprise. Master! Rania rushed over breathlessly. You're still awake, Master? Rose sighed wearily. How could I possibly sleep? He asked with concern. Are you doing okay? She remained silent for a long moment. Then Rania bit her lip and thought to herself, so, you've realized it, haven't you? That I traded part of my own lifespan as the price for that deal. However, she put on a cheerful facade to reassure him. Don't worry, Master. I'm perfectly fine. Rose looked skeptical. Was that really necessary? Rania explained with a strained smile. I was the only one who could do it. He listened, then fell into a deep silence, saying nothing. Roselle Vanchaias gently patted her head. I trust that you'll find a way to make everything right. It's cold out here. Go inside. She thought shyly that she had mistaken this strange feeling for something else. She just wasn't used to it. She wasn't used to the idea that she actually had a place to return to and rest. Rania smiled and called out, I'm home, Master. The next morning, he calmly called for Rania. Wake up, get ready, and come out quickly. We have guests. Meanwhile, she was still lost in her dreams. Roselle Vanchaias stepped out politely. It might take a moment. My apologies. Yo Toai replied gently, his tone full of understanding. No need to apologize. It's our fault for showing up unannounced. He added sincerely. I just wanted to thank you. The Ash Mage asked curiously. Who else knows about this? She replied calmly. Only my master and Gan. Now, it's 4 people, he remarked with admiration. Physical transformation, even seeing it with my own eyes. It's hard to believe. Rania joked. Isn't soul transformation even harder to explain? Then, Yotoai sincerely expressed his deep gratitude. Look, I didn't come here to interrogate you. I truly, from the bottom of my heart, wanted to thank you. If not for you, I might have lost all my students. Thank you. Truly. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. She replied calmly. That wasn't even a requirement. He felt even more grateful because of her humility. Rania warned him cautiously. Please keep this a secret. It's not something that should be spread around. Yotoai nodded in agreement. You don't need to ask. I'll stay silent. He then mysteriously extended an invitation. There's someone I want you to meet. When you've fully recovered, come to the Black Tower. Got it. Well then, Benoa. Let's head back before it's too late. Just then, she probed. Aren't you going, Benoa? Is there something you want to tell me? He hesitated and asked. Yes. The thing is, how? How were you able to put your own lifespan on the scale? I tried calculating it as a part of the body, but the exchange didn't work. If I could have sacrificed my own lifespan, I could have defeated that Black Knight. Hearing this, Rania looked puzzled with a giant question mark in her head. Once she understood what he meant, she flicked his forehead to stop him. No. If you're not careful, your soul will shatter into pieces. Caught off guard, Benoa winced from the flick. Rania smiled reassuringly. If that's the kind of power you want to pursue, don't worry. She warned him with a cryptic look. You know who I am now, after all. Morning at the academy, the students were all in an uproar. I'm worried about the final presentation. I heard there was chaos at the CIA yesterday. I read in the papers that it was completely destroyed. Let's double-check everything. Sounds good. Did they say it wasn't in their room? So, who's going to handle the presentation? Just get everyone together first. Siwi sat on Letty's left shoulder. She turned to remind her. Siwi, class is starting. Go on in. The little girl looked at the miserable expressions of everyone in the class and wondered why they were acting like that. We took all the presentation materials and ran. Don't we have a copy? Letty laughed and answered Siwi. It seems like the team leader just vanished. The girl asked in surprise. Vanished? What do you mean? Letty patted Siwi's head and said gently, I'll explain after class. Get inside quickly. Just then, 2 girls approached and asked Han Letty, Are you done preparing for the presentation? She smiled, answering with plenty of energy. I'm ready. Thanks to yesterday's practice, I'm finally calm. The blue-haired girl frowned slightly and said, Really? Because I'm scared to death. The red-haired girl next to her laughed and said, You don't even have to present. Why are you nervous? Just then, the blue-haired girl cried out, "The instructor is here. Go for it, Team Boozlepter Letty. Good luck." The red-haired girl turned to her hopefully. "All right, Letty, the whole team is counting on you." Rania Vanchaias stepped up to the podium. As announced, we will begin the group project presentations. Give a brief explanation and demonstrate its practical application. Group B, you're up first. He turned to the leader of Group B, who was demonstrating the magic stone, and asked, "Are you ready?" The leader replied confidently, "We'll begin the presentation now." He activated the startup magic, then raised both hands to demonstrate the luminescence phenomenon. He explained, "Our group focused on luminescence, using one sphere, and we aimed for the highest efficiency." He was about to continue when Rania Vanchaias said, "Wait." He stared at the Group B leader and asked, "Is this magic circle one your group designed?" Facing the sudden question, the leader broke into a cold sweat. "Yes, of course it's ours." Rania Vanchaias gestured with a powerful look. "This magic circle looks incredibly intricate, which makes me even more curious." He asked sternly, "What is the purpose of this curve in the middle?" The Group B leader stuttered, not knowing how to respond to the question. "That," he thought nervously. "What is that? It wasn't there before. What is it?" The researcher we hired didn't mention anything about this. The researcher firmly believed that magic circles had to be beautiful. Rania Vanchaias stroked his chin, evaluating every detail. The connections between the nodes and the side effects are implemented quite well. That is exactly why the purpose of this curve makes me even more curious. His eyes turned cold as he pressed, "What is this?" That gaze made the Group B leader cry out and confess, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me," Rania Vanchaias announced bluntly. Group B is disqualified. Next, Group E. You may begin your presentation. The leader of Group E stood up, trembling. "Yes, ma'am." The girl walked to the podium, thinking nervously, "What should I do? If that magic circle was disqualified, is ours okay? Will our group?" Several members of the group prayed for survival. As the magic stone burned black and crumbled, Gon frowned slightly. "This method isn't bad," he noted, pointing out the key flaw that made it imperfect. However, the connections between the nodes are a bit too rigid. Basically, a magic circle is like a contract, so it needs to be clear. Fixing the nodes usually helps resolve the errors. The Group E leader listened with wide eyes. He praised them. "Good presentation. You did a great job." Next, Group D. You may begin your presentation. Lavan Gray stepped forward with his weapon in hand to present. "Team leader, I'm Lavan Gray. Our group would like to showcase our practical application. This magic circle enhances weapon strength. The monoload is set to 1 phi. As per the rules." Rania Vanchaias glanced at the tense look on his face and smirked to himself. "Look at him." Lavan Gray lunged forward, focusing as the magic circle glowed with stats and power. With a single swing, he slashed through the pile of magic crystals. Lavan Gray said shyly, "That's all. Great application. Well done." Next, after checking the group's presentation, Rania Vanchaias wrote something down on the desk and said, "It seems all the presentations are finished." He added, "The goal of this assignment was for you to get familiar and gain experience with custom designs. Some groups completely destroyed the magic resistance targets. Others didn't break them but showed good effort. One group got results, but all the work was dumped on one person. And here is the team leader who used the Shadow Blade alone." Rania Vanchaias emphasized every word. "Regardless, I believe everyone put their own unique effort into it." Finally, he praised them. "Great job, everyone. There will be no homework for this week." This announcement left everyone shocked to their ears. Before leaving, Rania Vanchaias reminded them to get some rest and see them in the next class. The students looked at each other, whispering, "Did you hear that right?" Rania Vanchaias walked away quickly, thinking, maybe they were too busy to grade them. This was the second time Lius's arm had been severed. Last time, Chow had retrieved it, but not this time. Furthermore, the arm was slowly turning black after being cut. Whether it was unrecoverable or just impossible, there were still many things to clarify. Rania Vanchaias suddenly thought of C. Only one person might know. He smiled bitterly, thinking, what kind of bad luck is this? Standing there, holding a bottle of booze with a shifty look, he thought, looks like I'll be busy this weekend too. Meanwhile, Lavan Gray was staring intently at a piece of paper. Two members of his group looked at him and asked, hold on, I'll be right back. Did you get a compensation request or something? Lavan Gray said solemnly. No, it's a letter from my family. The brown-haired guy said to read it later. Come over here and have some tea first. The other person also said, move over, Lavan Gray. Missing only Professor Gake's lecture, he looked at the letter suspiciously. My dad wrote me a letter? a harsh land, covered in blizzard storms year-round. The northern territory of the DC family. His father, the guardian of that land, was an unparalleled warrior. He opened the letter, still skeptical. He's usually the type to show up in person, rather than write a letter. This definitely isn't normal. Inside the letter, it mentioned a guest coming to the house, and called for the strongest teacher to head down there. Lavangray stared at it, then shook the envelope. His two friends watched him with judgmental eyes, saying, "What on earth has he been doing this whole time? Forget him, he'll crawl out to eat sooner or later, right?" Rania Vanchaias sneezed loudly. Kadi brought tea out. "Here's hot tea. You look so tired." Rania Vanchaias stared at the cup of tea. Kadi crossed her arms, wondering, "What's wrong?" Rania Vanchaias pointed at the cup and asked, "You want me to drink this?" "Wait, it feels like something I have to chew, not drink?" Kadi froze, confused. "That's weird. She definitely likes it." Rania Vanchaias looked at the indescribable cup of tea again and asked, "Is your sense of taste malfunctioning or something? Let's get back to the main point. Forget the tea. Give me some booze. Hurry up." Kadi bit back. "I'm out of booze. Just deal with it." Rania Vanchaias rummaged through his bag, hoping he would reconsider. "Trust me, we're definitely going to need it. This conversation might take a while." He put the item on the table and emphasized, "Explain this properly this time." Kadi became more serious, exclaiming, "This is truly unexpected." Rania Vanchaias said bluntly, "The arm of a heretic. It was severed from the body but is still intact. No rot, immune to impact, and not even light can pass through it. Looking closer, it shimmered like the endless night sky. Touching it felt like dipping your hand into water." He shrugged helplessly. "No matter how many times I tested and examined it, I made no progress. In the end, I could only think of you." Kadi thought in silence, then asked, "So, you've already met her?" Rania Vanchaias replied, "She infiltrated the imperial city, so I had to stop her. She probably intended to use the kid as bait to find an opening." He reached toward the hand and admitted, "But this was beyond my imagination. Severing Dihim's arm without a holy sword or the star's blessing, just by sheer muscle power?" Rania Vanchaias asked in surprise. "You said Dihim's arm?" He rolled up his sleeves, saying, "That name isn't important now. Stay quiet for a second. I need to focus." Rania Vanchaias replied solemnly, "Understood." He picked up the arm and poked it directly with his finger. Rania Vanchaias watched in awe. Kadi looked at the black substance spreading out. It didn't take long to find the key inside. "I knew it. She still has it." He held the key out to Rania Vanchaias, instructing him to take the key and her arm to the Northern Research Center in the Quach mountain range. Because it's located in thick fog and blizzards, it won't be easy to find. "That heretic is definitely there," C added. "When you get there, you'll know how to finish off the heretic in Gatus." He leaned back in his chair, tiredly saying, "Almost halfway there." Outside the door, someone called, "Sorry, Senior." The person walked in with a tall stack of papers, saying, "Just a few more reports that need approval." He looked blankly. "Just leave it there." The young man added, "I'm counting on you, Senior." He looked at the pile of papers, repeating himself, suddenly seeing something, and freezing. He jumped up, shouting, "Wait, what is this?" The young man asked in shock. "What is it?" He asked urgently. "Isn't the sword monster in the western region?" He reported. Yes, he was in the western area, but after wiping out the heretic's monsters, he headed straight north. Hirokayo is handling the remaining monsters. Since she is heading north, it won't overlap with your destination. Senior stared intently at the paper with a worried look. That should have been the case, but why do I feel so uneasy? If those two meet, things are definitely going to get messy. The young man observed his face and thought, the senior looks so stressed. Early in the morning, Duso called him out. Yawning, he came out and replied, "Good morning, master." Duso handed him a letter and asked, "The sun is already high, you idiot. Come here and take this letter." Rania Vanchaias smiled wryly. "But it's the weekend, sir." He looked at the seal and asked, "Whose crest is this?" Duso said, "This is the crest of the DC family." Rania Vanchaias was surprised. Lavangray had recommended him, and they wanted to invite him to the north. That was exactly it. He chuckled, realizing things seemed to be going according to plan. Rania Vanchaias laughed and agreed, since he had intended to head north anyway. Deep down, however, he felt a bit uneasy. "I don't know anyone there, so I'm a little worried. But this was a fantastic opportunity. He would just go for a short trip and be back soon." Outside, sunlight filtered through the leaves across the campus grounds. Inside the room, Aaron Vantirent replied awkwardly, "These plans." But before he could finish, Rania Vanchaias cut in with a darkening expression. "Are you saying organizing these things before the semester ends is too rushed?" The question put Aaron Vanchaias in an even tighter spot. He whispered to himself, "Does she think this is just a matter of time?" Her face, filled with an unreadable hint of sadness, made him frown. It was truly baffling how she could say such chilling things while maintaining such an innocent look. From Aaron Vanchaias' perspective, he forced a smile to break the tension. "As you said, the semester is ending soon, but we still have final exams to get through. I'm worried this might put too much psychological pressure on the students." Even though he tried to appear calm, Aaron Vanchaias was struggling internally. Don't let that innocent face fool you. Aaron Vanchaias shuddered as past memories flooded back. How much had the students hated him throughout this semester? It was almost haunting. The image of the exhausted students kept playing in his mind. As the dean, he had to protect their sleep and their youth at all costs. The two stared at each other in silence, yet it felt like a fire was burning quietly between them. Even though the plans were prepared with such dedication, he thought, just skip the exercises the knights can learn later. Don't stress too much about perfect presentation or strict adherence to rules. Rania Vanchaias, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. "I must have been too hasty, wanting to finish everything before the semester ends." Hearing this, Aaron Vanchaias looked struck by lightning. He stammered, shuffling his papers nervously. "Wait, hold on a second." Each item appearing before him felt eerie. Experience disassembling, analyzing, and reassembling electrical circuits under extreme conditions. Experience the dense magical energy in places like the Hayman Forest, and master the power of defensive spells and the flow of mana within the body. After processing this, Aaron Vanchaias froze for a few seconds before holding the paper out to Rania Vanchaias. "Perhaps I can approve at least one of these plans." Hearing that, Rania Vanchaias' face lit up with surprise. He smiled, taking the paper excitedly. "Thank you so much, Dean. I'll do my absolute best to make this event perfect." Aaron Vanchaias gave a strained smile in return. "All right, do your best." Even as he said it, he felt a bit panicked. "This should be fine, right?" Aaron Vanchaias sighed. Is this the right choice? Inside the forest, the students were chatting away. It had been a long time since they had an extracurricular event. "Did you do okay on the last test?" "No, I think I'm doomed. I pulled an all-nighter, and last semester was a disaster. I have to make up for it this time." A student piped up. "It's so crowded." The others chimed in. "Probably because extracurricular credit events are so rare. Even the upperclassmen told us to join. Can we even handle the golem training?" They laughed and joked. "I'll at least last 10 seconds. Another student said confidently, "We can do it. I can even take it on barehanded." Just as he finished speaking, a roar rang out, making him freeze. A giant, armored golem appeared, looming over them with immense presence. Rania Vanchaias stood on its shoulder, looking down. "Oh wow. More people showed up than I expected." He smiled warmly. "I'm the one who planned and organized this. My name is Rania Vanchaias. Nice to meet you all." Upon hearing that, the students' faces turned pale. After the introduction, he jumped down decisively. The students were still standing there, stunned. Rania Vanchaias announced proudly, "This is a simple activity. You just need to use protective spells to endure it. Whoever lasts the longest gets 50 points plus a reward." As soon as he finished, the group looked like they had lost their souls. "We have to endure that?" The golem's eyes flashed a terrifying blue. Rania Vanchaias waved his hands. "Don't worry. All safety measures are in place." A female student stepped forward. "Let me demonstrate." She trembled, having heard that supporting roles get extra points. She clasped her hands, eyes tearing up, and activated her shield. The golem raised its fist. She screamed for help. The punch landed, blue light flared, and dirt and rocks flew everywhere. The students gasped. Is it actually hitting her? The iron hand was smoking. The power was terrifying. The female student collapsed and started vomiting. The others ran over, but she was still alive. Rania Vanchaias continued, explaining cheerfully, "This golem has a function to convert electricity into magical energy, so even if you get hit, you won't die. We've upgraded it thoroughly. It sounds intense, but at worst, you'll just feel dizzy. If you quit halfway, it'll be hard to participate in other events." Rania Vanchaias placed a hand on his chest. "Extracurricular credits are a graduation requirement, so I prepared an activity that's simple and easy to join." The whole group forced a smile. "Now, let's begin." A student rushed forward screaming, but was punched away before he could do anything. Rania Vanchaias remained calm, encouraging them, "Great job." Too bad, one by one, they rushed in and were knocked away. Amidst the peaceful natural scenery, screams echoed alongside his gentle words of encouragement. "Try again, come on." By the afternoon, as the sun set, The students lay sprawled on the grass, exhausted. Someone asked tremblingly, "How many people passed?" The person next to them replied, "About 5. He looked at the golem. "It's so annoying. I feel like if I try just a little harder, I can do it." A cheer went up. Another person had passed. The student asked, "Who was that?" "Not me." Even though he was exhausted, he stood up to try again. Everyone else stood up one by one. They couldn't stop here. Everyone gave it their all. The event was gradually becoming meaningful. Rania Vanchaias watched the scene with pride. Recalling the past, he felt guilty for neglecting the class. Even though the students were constantly being knocked back, he felt a sense of peace. Right before the semester ended, he could still pass something on. He looked at the black key in his hand. The event had been a success. Rania Vanchaias stood before a tower in the middle of the cold, snowy land. Now I can head north, with peace of mind. Outside the ancient school, the summer sun hung in the silence. Inside a room, the butler urged the maids. All right, hurry up. We've still got a long way to go to the north." The head butler of the family gestured to the carriage in the courtyard, where 2 students sat looking bewildered. "Right. I forgot he was a noble too. Where were all those things hidden?" "Yeah, I'm surprised too. That carriage is massive," they called out. "Lavan Gray, come over here for a second." As he approached, "What's wrong?" The hands of the 2 people touched his hair, leaving Lavan Gray stunned. "Turns out they were trying to fix your hair. Try to look a little more serious, would you? Should your hair hang down a bit more? If it just stayed in place, you'd actually look like a noble from time to time." Lavan Gray was taken aback after hearing that. "Why the sudden change, Sierre? Are you guys sad about having to part ways?" The 2 of them were silent for a moment, confused, and then burst into laughter, just as expected. Lavan Gray is still just Lavan Gray. Lavan Gray held his head and said quietly, "Of course, I'm still just me." The butler checked his pocket watch and approached respectfully. "Young master, everything is ready." Lavan Gray replied softly, "Thank you." With that, he turned to his 2 friends and waved goodbye. "Well, see you next semester." The other 2 waved back. "Okay, have a great summer break, Lavan Gray." "On the way," the butler reported. "As you instructed, I have sent a letter to the master of the White Tower." Just as they reached the carriage, Lavan Gray asked, "By the way, I heard there is a guest arriving at the manor before us. Butler, do you have any information on that?" The butler spoke in a low voice. "I apologize. I cannot disclose that. You will have to see for yourself." He then invited him into the carriage. Lavan Gray looked up, shielding his eyes from the sun. "All right, I must be so excited to return home that the heat is getting to me. Back to my cool, refreshing homeland." On the floor, luggage was scattered everywhere. Rania Vanchaias looked at her shoulders, beaming. "Is this enough, right?" Duso was a bit worried. "Are you really planning to go north with just that? Do you have any idea how cold it gets up there?" Rania Vanchaias smiled. "If it gets cold, I'll just layer everything on at once." Duso sighed. "Just as I thought." A magic circle appeared, and from it, a set of warm winter clothes emerged. He reminded her, "How long has it been since you cleaned up that mess in Ka? You'll freeze to death if you go in that outfit." He handed the clothes to Rania Vanchaias, telling her to make sure to wear them. Rania Vanchaias obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Duso was still worried. "The north is much colder than you think." Rania Vanchaias hugged the clothes and smiled brightly. "I even went to the battlefield without a coat not long ago, didn't I?" Duso said gently, "This time you aren't a soldier, you're an invited guest. Try to stay safe and healthy." Rania Vanchaias listened silently and then smiled in response. "Don't worry, master. Who do you think your disciple is?" So closed his eyes thinking and then picked up a torn coat. "By the way, why don't you throw that old cape away? You're rich, aren't you?" Rania Vanchaias immediately said, "It's almost time to meet them. I'll go first." But it was the most comfortable one she had. In the middle of the cold, snowy region, a white banner was planted deep as a symbol of dominance. The master of the north, the Jassi family. According to legend, they had served faithfully for many years, living among royalty but staying distinct, never ostentatious, never arrogant, choosing only a simple and honest life. When he was young, Lavan Gray was once mocked for that very reason, but that lifestyle was unique. They were people with firm principles, like a small white flower amidst the frost. The butler adjusted his collar. Of course, respecting guests was essential as a butler of the Jassi family. He was determined to put his best foot forward for the north. Just as he finished thinking, Rania Vanchaias arrived, pushing her suitcase. "Is that all?" Kosei looked wonderful. The butler bowed to welcome her. Rania Vanchaias replied softly, "Yes, it's too formal. Do so gestured for her to follow. Please go with the young master. I will handle the luggage. Lavangre's voice rang out. Professor, you've arrived. He smiled warmly. The invitation was a bit sudden, but it's a true honor that you accepted. Rania Vanchaias didn't recognize him at first. I'm sorry. Who are you? I don't know any nobles. Lavangre continued to smile, wearing his familiar outfit. It's me, Lavangre. Only then did Rania Vanchaias exclaim in realization. The butler panicked. Young master, when did you take that out? The two continued chatting. Rania Vanchaias looked at the magic ring. Hand it here. Let me fix it on the way. Lavangre replied. I think it's perfect already. The butler could only watch in silence. In the north, there are many spirits, and, well, right? Yes, and besides that, there are many wild beasts. The carriage door closed. As the wheels began to roll, the butler thought to himself how silly it was to have forgotten she was also a guest. Inside, she and Lavangre talked comfortably. When talking about the spirits, she used her hands like this. In the dark forest, the atmosphere became eerie and terrifying. The soldiers were trembling. One called out for his mother, while the others were panicked. Kai bravely stepped forward, his eyes determined. Everyone, into your positions behind me, a voice echoed. Naila listened carefully. They're here. At that exact moment, a dense wave of malevolent energy flooded in, accompanied by a terrifying scream that sounded like it came from hell. Rania Vanchaias, holding a beer mug, said, you've ruined my mood for drinking. Why bring up that coward Sierre? He was dead drunk. The altar is going to face a mass betrayal. He's just a coward who doesn't dare to show himself, always hiding behind the scenes, pulling strings. An image of Skabon appeared, bone-chilling. Even if you cut him down 1,000 times, he would still come back to life, as if he had hidden countless life essences somewhere. Rania Vanchaias toyed with his glass and muttered, but he's not stupid. Because he's a coward, he always calculates 1,000 possibilities in advance. The traps and the altar are just a part of it. A single slip-up, and he'll tear you apart immediately. His voice deepened. He wouldn't usually appear unless directly provoked. Having said that, Rania Vanchaias slammed his hand on the table. The reason he takes the initiative is always the same. He is certain he will win. Back in reality, Kai cursed. Damn it. Looking at the failed war map, the casualties were heavy due to the apostates' attack. The Demon King's army, focusing on the eastern front, was slowly disintegrating. Images of soldiers from the haunting battle flashed by. He wants to stop us from advancing to keep complete control of this front. Skabon stood there, his eyes burning with red flames, preparing to declare war on Kai's legion. If we fought here, it would be so much better. You useless thing. Along with magic, his image became even more sinister and terrifying. I warned you, child of the stars. A judgment far too arrogant. Right now, there isn't a single soul here capable of breaking my magic. In this place, no one can help you take another step. Pink magic circles exploded like a storm, carrying terrifying power, lacking anyone to contain it. What can you do by yourself? Kai became even more furious. The ground cracked open, revealing a yellow-green light. That's none of your business. Sa, sitting behind, prayed silently. I am enough on my own. Kai stood there, his sword emitting a brilliant yellow-green light, his eyes resolute. I am the hero chosen by the stars. The ground exploded. Rocks flew everywhere. Kai lunged forward, swinging his sword straight at Skabon. Behind him, Lemia quickly drew her bow and aimed. A golden light flashed. The arrow shot out, piercing through the thick stone. From her palm, magic power also erupted. Skabon smirked. Foolish. Your attack will become my weapon. He roared. The anti-magic spell echoed coldly. The two forces collided violently, and the twisted magical energy shot back, causing the hero to cough up blood in pain. Skabon continued to mock him. You cannot destroy me. You can't even touch me. Kai knelt on the ground, disheveled, his eyes full of hatred as he glared at him. Suddenly, Rania Vanchaias froze. What's this? An ambush? Her gloves glowed blue. Lavangre asked anxiously. Professor Rania Vanchaias, did you just have a nightmare? Look at your face. Rania Vanchaias looked at Lavangre. No. Maybe I'm just tired from the long journey. Having said that, she pulled back the carriage curtain. Even after hearing that, Lavangre remained bewildered. The road to the north is still long. If you're tired, should we take a break? Rania Vanchaias waved her hand. No. Get there as soon as possible. Then we'll rest. She looked out the window. It's so strange for that dream to surface right now. The carriage kept rolling on, and I still haven't gotten used to this feeling. Memories of that eerie land resurfaced. A place overflowing with demonic energy, where carriages couldn't pass, where you had to walk among the carcasses of beasts and men. Back in reality, Rania Vanchaias thought to himself, going north like this, I really am a fake. The carriage stopped abruptly. Why stop here? The butler opened the door and said softly, Lord Lavangray, Miss Rania Vanchaias, we will take a break here to rest and resupply. The two stepped out, and the butler added, I will prepare a meal. Please wait a moment. Rania Vanchaias' eyes widened. A meal? Is he really cooking for us? I was even planning on catching a rabbit for stew. He sat at the table looking confused. No need to stand guard, no need for silence spells, no sounds of battle. Thanks to those guys, I don't have to chew on grass anymore. The meal was laid out exquisite, delicious beef. Rania Vanchaias suddenly remembered the past. Can we really be this comfortable? He stared at the plate, deep in thought. Lavangray noticed the expression. The butler also asked, Is the meal not to your liking? Rania Vanchaias forced a smile. No. This is the first time I've eaten this well on the road. The taste is truly amazing. He used his fork to separate the meat. That's right. Now I'm a teacher. I can enjoy the trip. Rania Vanchaias ate ravenously. Out there are heroes who only care about flirting. Whether on the battlefield or elsewhere, under a starlit, rosy sky, his thoughts drifted. Kai, that bastard might be busy reproducing right now. Somewhere else, in the middle of a bloody battlefield, he probably feels more comfortable without me around. Corpses of soldiers lay scattered, the air thick with miasma. Seabowl still stood there like a victor. Child of the stars? I already told you. You won't be able to do anything on your own. Yotoai sighed in exhaustion. I still have so much to do. What should I do now? Sally, on the other end of the line, replied, Sierre, you're the one who contacted me? You look so curious, huh? He scowled in anger, telling her that she was the one who called him first. She deliberately changed the subject. You're trying to act busy when you're actually doing nothing at all. Isn't that the reason it was so easy for me to defeat you? Yotoai growled in frustration. I'm very busy. If there's nothing important, I'm hanging up. Only then did Sally speak seriously. She is heading north right now, she cautiously reminded him. While you're acting, relaxed, Lavangray and I have already moved quickly to protect her. In truth, young Master Lavangray is the one doing most of the work. Sally's tone became increasingly mocking, making him tired of even talking. Of course, we should thank my wonderful education, Sally Gel. Anyway, that means the outcome is sealed. We just need to recruit her while she's here, and everything will be complete. Finally, she burst into laughter. Isn't this the difference between you and me? E replied with the emotionless tone. Good luck. Sally's eyes widened in surprise at his attitude. What? She was annoyed by being ignored and having him hang up first. No way. He actually hung up? Is this old man truly insane? Sally muttered in annoyance. Fine, keep acting calm, and I'll take that professor straight to the White Tower. Lavangray and Rania Vanchaias were sitting in the carriage to the north. He spoke up first. If Chode is the champion swordsman, then who deserves the title of the strongest mage? He widened his eyes and asserted, Obviously, it's me. Lavangray stared at him with a blank expression. History has recorded a mage with my name. Rania Vanchaias looked away, flustered. I just relaxed for a moment, and my true feelings already slipped out. He stammered. I mean, yes. Right, Lord Rania Vanchaias Neo. The one awarded 3 stars by the nation? Isn't the Shadow Mage the strongest? She wondered. What about the Soul Ancient, or the Apostate? Rania Vanchaias replied immediately. Someone who is always getting beaten to a pulp by Neo? Lavangray asked again. That person isn't a mage, but a summoner. His expression didn't change as he answered. What about the Ancient Dragon Mage? That guy isn't human, so he doesn't count. How should I put it? He's simply completely different. She asked another question that made Rania Vanchaias freeze. Wait, you speak as if you've actually met him. He glanced away, confused. I've heard many stories about him from Lord Rania Vanchaias. In name, we are family, after all. Rania Vanchaias froze when Lavangray asked, So, have you heard stories about Mr. K? He lifted his head to look at her expression and silently judged. It seems she is way too delusional about K and mages. Rania Vanchaias sank into his own thoughts. The church had pulled out all the stops to elevate him to the heavens. He figured they even had singers praising Kai's achievements, eventually worshipping him as the embodiment of Dim. The more Rania Vanchaias thought, the more annoyed he became. So frustrated, he spoke up, challenging her. Lavangray, in your opinion, what is a hero? Lavangray seriously stroked her chin, offering her own thoughts. A person who protects humanity, a shield that shelters mankind, I suppose. Rania Vanchaias nodded in agreement. Yes, That is exactly what a hero is, he thought to himself. But Lord Rania Vanchaias describes Kai as a spear. She looked stunned, admiring. A spear? Rania Vanchaias continued to explain. It doesn't look back. It doesn't care about the sides. It only looks forward and charges, but it is the most excellent spear when it strikes straight ahead. Lavangray listened attentively as he rambled on. Actually, very few heroes can unleash such great power. It's a talent sufficient to behead a black dragon. The problem is, because he is so talented, he refuses to put in any effort. Rania Vanchaias couldn't hold back. If Kay's talent belonged to Sally, humanity would probably have wiped out another one or two of the 4 great evils by now. She suddenly imagined Sally's angry face. Lavangray, are you even listening? For some reason, I'm reminded of my teacher. He went pale when he said the next words. To maximize power, many conditions must be met, but he just dumped it all on me. Rania Vanchaias gave a forced, confused smile. So, what do you think? Lavangray frowned. I find it so hard to understand. He pulled the curtain to look outside. Don't bother with it. How far have we come? Rania Vanchaias looked at the snow and rain outside and said, Snow in the summer, it shows we're almost there. He raised his voice to remind her, regardless, remember that the strongest mage is keep that in mind. She nodded, taking it in. Yeah, okay. Even in the streets, filled with the laughter and chatter of buyers and sellers. The children excitedly played at sword fighting. Take this, little barbarians. Rania Vanchaias stared intently at the children. This isn't my first time coming north, but the feeling is still amazing. He enjoyed sensing the rhythm of life of the northern people. Jono's cheeks flushed red seeing these things. Up until now, I've just been running across battlefields, so I never paid attention. Before coming here, he had carefully researched the characteristics of each region. The north is cold and desolate, the west is desolate, the east is desolate, and the south is hot and desolate. Should I buy this for the professor? The north isn't just about the cold. Rania Vanchaias hurried over to Lavangray's side upon hearing his call. Professor, the shop I mentioned is right here, he said, raising his voice. I come here often to maintain my weapons. As soon as it opened, the two of them heard the clanging of metal from inside. Jack and the rest of the shop gang were hyped when they saw Lavangray arrive. You're finally here. I've been waiting so long my neck was about to snap. Young Master Lavangray. Welcome, young master. Hey, young master. Why are you and Sebastian? Wait. Why is everyone else basically naked? He cheered and shook hands with the man. Long time no see, huh? The man grinned back. Look at you. All grown up now. Only then did Jack notice Rania Vanchaias and the others. Who's this guy with you? Doesn't look like a northerner. Lavangray quickly introduced him. Sorry, I'm late with the introductions. This is a professor from Apia Academy. The blonde youth led him and Sebastian on a tour of the workshop. These weapons are fit for mighty warriors, Rania Vanchaias remarked in awe. The design is quite unique. He dropped his jaw in surprise when the young master told him the lady was a guest invited by his father. Jack leaned in and whispered into Lavangray's ear, You know how hospitable northerners are, right? Yet you bring a lady like this here? He nodded, looking confused. Why? Is there a problem? Over there, he enthusiastically showed off the workshop's gear. If you're looking for a unique weapon, we've got just the thing. He asked curiously, How do you even use this? Lavangray simply replied, From what I see, it looks like nothing but trouble. The blonde youth kept pitching, but no matter how good a weapon is, nothing lasts forever. Rania Vanchaias and Sebastian watched him posing and rambling on like a warrior. If you stop training, it'll go to waste. He didn't say it out loud, but thought to himself, does he have to pose while saying that? Rania Vanchaias glanced around the workshop, but he understood what the guy meant. He silently critiqued the workflow. If you stop training, whether it's man or weapon, both become useless. Now, Rania Vanchaias understood and made up his mind. Basically, just use them regularly so they don't rust. Next semester, I'm going to train my students even harder. The next morning at the academy, Chloe suddenly sneezed. Benoa asked with concern, Don't tell me you caught a cold in the middle of summer? They say fools don't get colds, she muttered, shivering as she hugged herself. Ever since I saw the school, I've had this bad feeling. He carefully told her, I brought you here because you said you wanted a tour before classes started. And yet, you stayed up all night reading novels, and now you're late. Are you sure you can handle your studies? Chloe scowled in annoyance. It's not like that. I wasn't just reading, but this bad feeling is real. That's just Hero's intuition, huh? Benoa ignored her and pointed at the building ahead. Anyway, that building there is the dorm. Seeing that she wasn't paying attention, she shouted in frustration. Benoa, don't you believe me? Lavangre and Rania Vanchaias' carriage stopped in the middle of a snowy forest. The two stepped out when they heard the driver's announcement. My apologies. Young Master Lavangre, Lady Rania Vanchaias. The carriage cannot continue any further from here. He figured she'd have to walk the rest of the way to the castle, but at least the weather was nice today. He stared blankly at the snowstorm and the freezing wind. Nice weather, you call this? Sebastian's expression didn't change even when he heard the blacksmiths cheering. Young Master Lavangre cracked a happy smile when he heard their voices. Welcome, Rania Vanchaias thought to himself. What is going on now? The blonde youth and Jack brought the passion of their youth to greet him. Long time no see. They excitedly took off their shirts, posed, and shouted in unison. Too long. The man and Rania Vanchaias were bewildered by the strange behavior of the blacksmiths. Why did they take everything off again? They stood on the ramparts, making strange shapes and noises. Long time no see, everyone. He waved back, clearly amused. Your biceps are even more toned than before. Rania Vanchaias wanted to ask about it, but the head butler, Sebastian, read his mind and replied, This is a common way to greet people in the north, sir. He seemed used to these actions. To warriors, a well-trained body is the most priceless treasure. He stood there, stunned as he tried to absorb this strange culture. They are simply showing their most valuable treasure to their guests. Sebastian continued to explain, That is why we are so careful about which guests are allowed into the north. The blacksmith stood high above, greeting them enthusiastically. Young master, you've grown up so fast. Lavangre laughed and replied, At least you've got some muscles now. Rania Vanchaias still couldn't hide his confusion. I see. He thought to himself with a frown. Wait, wasn't I invited too? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Ogalus appeared out of nowhere to greet her. Greetings, Lady Rania Vanchaias. I am Oglaeus, your guide. He was the 13th warrior. At that, Oglaeus burst out laughing. There is one thing you must overcome before entering Beithau Castle. Rania Vanchaias didn't answer right away, silently sizing him up. This guy is actually wearing clothes. What are the standards around here? He lowered his voice to introduce himself. I heard you teach magic at the academy, so I have two options specifically for you, Lady Rania Vanchaias replied in a tone of surprise. Two options? Oglaeus enthusiastically introduced them. One is a knowledge test against the mages, the other is a survival test on the snowy mountain. He pointed to the castle on the mountain and continued, Consider it a test if you like. You must make your way to Beithau Castle, using the method you choose. He returned with 2 axes in his hands. I intend to climb straight up the mountain. I walk this path every single year, Oglaeus said excitedly. This year, I've prepared much better. Rania Vanchaias chimed in. Are there any professors from the White Tower among the mages? He was surprised by Rania Vanchaias' question. How did you know? The guys from the White Tower said they'd join first. Oglaeus laughed again. They want to evaluate the guests themselves. Rania Vanchaias thought to himself, Who do they think they are, planning to evaluate me? He relaxed his facial muscles and thought to himself, Even if they are the young master's guests, they're still mages. Surely no one would climb that dangerous snowy mountain alone. The snow was falling harder and harder. Sebastian was startled when he heard him speak. Then I choose the mountain path. I'm curious what kind of test the north has in store. Oglaeus' eyes widened in surprise at his choice. He grinned, baring his teeth in excitement. You're bolder than you look. I like it. Oglaeus looked at Lavangre, who was warming up, and said, The young master will start from the east. Lady Rania Vanchaias will start from the west. He also began to warm up his body. There were already many people hiding behind the trees around them, waiting for the two. He spoke up, telling them that before sunset, Oglaeus carefully warned the two to reach the gate of Beithau Castle. He announced in a loud voice, Now, begin. As soon as the command left Oglaeus' lips, he quickened his pace and bolted forward. Oglaeus sat on a pillar, looking down. The young master will be fine, but I must be ready to step in if the guest gets into trouble. Meanwhile, Rania Vanchaias was still standing at the starting line. He was a bit surprised. Why does it look like nothing is happening? He also noticed Oglaeus' eyes were fixed on him. Why is he watching me instead of Lavangre? Only then did Rania Vanchaias leisurely take action. Whatever. It looks like there are plenty of new traps I haven't encountered before. He pushed power into his legs and sprinted forward. It looked like he wouldn't be interfering. Forget it. Rania Vanchaias pondered while running. Honestly, I've learned quite a bit from fighting the zombies, spotting traps, expanding my field of vision, and developing a sense for things. He was lost in his own thoughts. In reality, these guys were such excellent training dummies that he was tempted to lock them up and make them practice in front of him for a few days. Even so, Rania Vanchaias kept his guard up against everything on the track, though there were still some strange traps he hadn't seen before. He stopped in front of a rock to examine it. This is pretty interesting, good for hunting, Rania Vanchaias thought curiously, stepping on the rock. Sharp spikes suddenly shot up from the ground. He watched intently. So, it triggers like this. I'll try this next time. Oglius, at the starting line, looked in that direction and wondered, who on earth is that guest? He was sweating, surprised by Rania Vanchaias' actions. Rania Vanchaias leisurely explored every trap on the snowy mountain racecourse without leaving a single trace. He wasn't surprised by their traps at all. In fact, was he intentionally triggering them just to study them? Oglius frowned to himself, thinking, they're more observant than I thought. Maybe I should adjust the traps further ahead. He decided to head into the forest himself. Even if they aren't lethal, they're definitely dangerous. Oglius went to reset the traps, thinking he should make them a bit more treacherous. While he was focused on fixing a trap, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Oglius jumped and turned around. Rania Vanchaias suddenly reached out, not hesitating at all, and slammed his head down into the trap. Oglius groaned in pain. What kind of strength is this? Rania Vanchaias stammered, confused. What is it? He looked on, bewildered, as the man lay face down in the white snow. What's going on? I thought this was just a test, but is there an actual fight now? Wait, were you fixing the traps? Rania Vanchaias felt a bit guilty. If he caused another accident, he'd surely be kicked out for real this time. You know, right? You're my only precious student. Rania Vanchaias anxiously shook the man. Please, wake up. Did I hit him too hard? Hey, hello, can you hear me? No way. Wake up. Falia set her teacup down on the table and looked up, concerned. They must be taking the test right about now. She expressed her worry. I'm worried about Lavon Gray, but honestly, I'm even more worried about the guest. After saying that, Falia's eyes dropped. The lady of the family sighed. Falia looked confused at the calm expression on Lavon Gray's father's face. Sierre, how can you be so calm? He sighed in response. There's nothing to worry about. Lavon Gray's father actually held some hope. To be honest, I'm actually looking forward to it. He placed high expectations on Lavon Gray. This child has perfectly inherited my senses. I wonder what kind of results the guest Lavon Gray introduced will bring. Lavon Gray's father sighed. What a disappointing battle. Everywhere Rania Vanchaias went, he left his opponents on the ground. One soldier leaned against a tree, sighing, nothing but disappointment. Another blamed himself. I completely underestimated the opponent's strength. They watched the way he handled the others and marveled. I was wrong to judge by appearances. The blonde soldier gripped his weapon tightly, saying, as a warrior, it's truly shameful. I should have realized it the moment Oglius was taken down with just one hit. He looked at Oglius's pathetic state and asked, the guy hasn't even used his full strength yet, so why bother provoking him? The man argued back, not one to take it sitting down. You were unconscious a second ago, and now you're talking so clearly? The others burst into laughter, teasing him. Making mistakes is fine, we can still fix it. The bearded soldier stood up and shouted, hurry up, you'll meet that guest at the final checkpoint anyway. We are the proud warriors of the North. He clenched his fist with determination. Losing a fight really is a bitter pill to swallow. The bearded soldier grinned, pointing at himself. But even if we lose, we still learn a lesson. That is our medal. The others, feeling empowered, joined in with shared resolve. For sure, let's go. Let's apologize to the guest in the northern way. After Ogelus's rally, the rest poured their strength into their legs and charged to attack together. Now, many people were chasing after him. Rania Vanchaias, feeling tired, picked up his pace. Why are they still following me? He suddenly remembered his time at the academy. They were just as stubborn as ever. Back then, they were always following me around, constantly asking how to train. Rania Vanchaias glanced back to assess the situation, 4 behind him, 6 in total, but he didn't know when the other 2 would catch up. He waved his hand and cast an enhancement spell. Rania Vanchaias launched an attack that brought the crowd to a halt. The axe flew right out of the blonde soldier's hands the moment his attack hit. Just as the blonde fell, the bearded one jumped in to attack. Rania Vanchaias looked into his eyes and realized, I can't block this one anymore. Rania Vanchaias raised his hands to defend himself as the hammer in the bearded man's hand came down. He channeled his strength with determination. I can't let it end like this. A magic circle appeared repeatedly. Summoning magic, chains of binding. The soldier's arms were locked tight. Ogelis looked on, bewildered. His entire body restrained. Rania Vanchaias sighed, exhausted from binding them all. Fighting them for this long. I'm getting a bit tired. He frowned, thinking, if I keep holding back, This will never end. The space around them grew dark as Rania Vanchaias cast his magic. Let's do this. Let's put on a grand show and head to the castle quickly. He clenched his fist, brimming with intensity. A deafening sound echoed through the space. Right as he unleashed his attack, it grazed the man's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Ogalus' eyes went wide with shock. As he looked at the scene before him, a small section of the forest had been obliterated by that single strike. To have this much power in just one blow? Everyone else had a stunned, surprised expression. If that had hit, at least an arm or a leg would be gone. Did I even have a chance of surviving from the start? Rania Vanchaias' expression didn't change as he looked at the result. That was a mage's strike, not a warrior's. One spell is enough to make everything clear. He realized his overwhelming victory. Oglius and the others knelt on one knee and declared, "The trial is over." His voice blended into the falling snow. "I will escort you to the castle, Rania Vanchaias." As soon as he stepped inside, a table full of food was brought out. He excitedly raised a glass of wine. "Please, eat up." Rania Vanchaias looked, bewildered, at the mountain of meat on the table and the laughter of Oglius. "We're just eating this? This is the main course." Ogalus placed another plate of meat in front of Rania Vanchaias and invited him. "Eat more. I only brought out the best parts." Rania Vanchaias watched as the man carved the meat for him and thought, "Did he just butcher an entire pig?" The man explained, "Warriors only offer meat to guests who have passed the trial." The others nodded in agreement as they listened to the introduction. "Just looking at the amount, you can tell how much they've acknowledged you. I've never seen so much." Rania Vanchaias looked pale and confused. "Sierre, why does the amount keep increasing?" Falia happily walked over to him. "I heard my son was taken care of by you." Rania Vanchaias turned his head toward her and thought, "Who is this?" Falia placed a hand on her chest and smiled, saying, "I am Falia, the lady of the Ree family. If you're willing, could we have a little chat?" He immediately realized she was Lavangray's mother. Rania Vanchaias stood up joyfully, smiling, feeling relieved to know he would soon be able to leave this place. "Let's go, quickly." Sally suddenly barged in, looking frantic and shouting, "Wait, Can. If the party has already started, I need a moment to breathe." She had been waiting in the room earlier, sure they would arrive. They didn't come, and this time she had prepared so much just to tease them. Sally panted, looking at the scene before her. Why was there a party all of a sudden? What is this? She broke out into a nervous sweat, seeing Sally panting. "Oh my, are you all right? What happened?" she replied, sweat beading on her forehead. "Thank you for your concern, my lady," Flya said, her voice filled with heartache. "Oh dear, your ears are all red. Come with me." Sally Lavangray refused. "No, I have some matters to discuss with the professor." She laughed softly and said, "Then sit down and relax." Sally stammered, flustered. Lady Philia Rania Vanchaias was confused and dazed by her sudden appearance. Why was she here? Philia continued to urge, "Let's go, Professor. My father is waiting." Sally nodded and followed. "All right, let's go." In a certain room, the green mushroom-headed one bowed to report to Degletus Ka. "Sir, there is a message from the Duke." He looked out the window and replied to the message. He continued his presentation, saying they plan to hold a party to welcome the new guest. "They are asking if you would like to attend?" Degletus K turned his head and replied, "No, that's not necessary. I don't want to attend such a noisy place. The north is covered in white all year round, a mountain covered in snow, where fierce blizzards rage throughout the seasons. Amidst the majestic mountains, a castle stood tall, the remnants of an ancient kingdom. On that peak, there was only that single structure, the White Castle, or the Anna Castle outside. A blizzard raged. The white fortress glittered even in the dark of night, quietly waiting. Dejia Ka stood before the castle gate. The new king of the north, Lavangray's father, stood inside the castle, looking out the window. The very moment the first clan leader stepped through the castle gate, the snow stopped falling, and the storm went silent, as if the entire snowy mountain were bowing before that person. He turned his head and continued. "This is the legend passed down in the Bathar Castle, Rania Vanchaias," and he listened intently to Lavangray's father. "Have you ever heard of this legend, Professor Ania?" He froze, thinking to himself, "I'm not a professor, I'm just an associate professor." What a legend. Rania Vanchaias Ho spoke up in response. "During my research at the crumbling tower, I discovered this legend. After all, the Bathar Castle remains a legacy of an ancient dynasty." He sat down in his chair to continue the conversation. "Then, we only need to exchange a few brief words." Lavangray's father spoke in a serious tone. "A challenge that the heirs of the Ree family must face," he announced loudly. "It is the Ree family's coming-of-age ceremony, passed down through many generations. Lavangre's father nodded and continued. I hope you will accompany him during the coming-of-age ceremony in our family's sacred land. He opened his eyes wide in surprise upon hearing this. He turned to pat Lavangre's head. Of course, I could take him, but I choose to trust you, his future mentor. Rania Vanchaias scratched his head shyly. Even as his teacher, am I truly allowed to freely enter the family's sacred grounds like this? Lavangre's father closed his eyes and sighed. With your mediocre skills, you wouldn't even make it past the entrance gate. The massive room echoed only with his voice, enduring half a day in the blizzard of the sacred land. That is the challenge of the coming-of-age ceremony, Lavangre's father said while tapping his hand on the chair. But am I aiming for something more than that? He listened attentively. More than that, sir? He rambled on enthusiastically. Right at the center of the sacred land, where the blizzard never ceases, there is a spring that never freezes. Lavangre's father raised his voice proudly. The place where the first leader of the Ray family planted his precious sword. Lavangre listened silently as he spoke. This is a place no one in our family has ever reached. Rania Vanchaias' knee piped up. Do you believe Lavangre can do it? Lavangre's father nodded. Of course. It's still too early. The boy's cheeks flushed slightly with shyness when he heard him say that. But this child has the talent and potential to do it. And it's not just because he's my son, he said, closing his eyes and sighing. With the right teacher, he will go even further. He gave a confident smile. Actually, I've already been pushing him quite hard. Lavangre's eyes widened in confusion, hearing Rania Vanchaias and his father talking. Then I can push him even more. Feel free. I'm counting on you, Professor. He puffed out his chest and laughed radiantly. He promised, don't worry, I will push him to his limits with all my might. The boy looked like he might faint upon hearing his announcement. Let's start, he said, ending the conversation with the father. Rania Vanchaias' whole body felt tired, stretching and yawning. The boy chuckled softly watching him yawn. If you're tired, you can sleep a little longer. He quickly returned to a state of alertness. No way. The Grand Duke asked me personally, so I have to do my best, right? Rania Vanchaias nodded in agreement. Got it. Rania Vanchaias followed Lavangre to the training yard, looking confused and dazed. What's this morning's training? There were already quite a few people here. The boy replied, start light. Run about 30 laps around the training field. He froze when he heard Lavangre's last words. Strength training. Right. The boy shuddered with anxiety. It seems there are guests at the training yard today. I'm not sure who they are. Lavangre broke into a cold sweat in fear when he saw Rania Vanchaias' expression darken. Professor Anya, he gritted his teeth in anger upon seeing Aglias and Daka. Sierre here again? The sword in the man's hand flew up into midair. Aglias looked at him excitedly. Just as predicted, Sir Naicha. I've come to learn the lesson. The boy was also surprised by Dega's appearance. Sir Naicha. He shuddered in fear, seeing the man looking in his direction. Daka raised his voice to challenge him when he saw Rania Vanchaias' gaze fixed on him. That guy. He cleared his throat and demanded, Who are you to dare look at me like that? The atmosphere in the training yard fell into a silence as their eyes met, and whispering broke out all around them. What's going on? The atmosphere was a bit. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. I mean, looking at your face, it looks as black as a pot. The people around were stunned, in shock that someone would speak to Degletis Sia in such a tone. Even Ogletis Ko himself was surprised by his attitude. The man frowned and judged him. Judging me the first time we meet, your Gletis clan probably isn't much better anyway. Rania Vanchaias smiled friendly at Degletis Ka. Well, at least it's better than being someone who has lost their entire territory, family, and even their country, ha. He gritted his teeth in fury. His pride stung. Degletis Ka swung his sword up, grinding his teeth as he pressed the cold blade against the boy's neck. Rania Vanchaias remained calm despite Degletis K's outburst. Do you even know who I am? He glared, questioning how he dared to even mention the territory in his presence. Lavangre broke into a cold sweat, terrified by the provocation. From the very first time we met, I was taught to curse you, Rania Vanchaias said, his expression darkening as he spoke. Because you're a trash mage. Everyone around them was sweating, terrified on his behalf. Degletis Ka growled, You brat! Are you with the Chies family? He shouted in rage. Just as he was about to say more, Degletis Ka was cut off by Cheryl's frantic shouting. Found you at last! She seemed to have used every ounce of strength to run here, breathless. Who would come all the way out here this early? Degletis K looked stunned by Cheryl's sudden arrival. Miss Cheryl, she was sweating, trying to regain her composure, still as obsessed with training as always. What? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Cheryl pointed toward him. I just came to find that associate professor. I went yesterday, too. but I couldn't find anything. He hurried over to her. Of course, you went looking for her yesterday, didn't you? There must be a mountain of things you haven't had a chance to say yet, right? Cheryl looked startled. What? That was so sudden. Degletus K cleared his throat and urged, hurry up, take her away from here. She frowned, annoyed. Obviously, I don't need you to tell me that. Degletus K stopped at the gate and said, the information about her. A green-haired minion hiding behind the wall reported, she was adopted by the Tower Master in the spring and is currently an associate professor at. Degletus K gripped his sword tightly as he continued listening. I need to find out more, he instructed carefully. There's definitely something off. Investigate it thoroughly. The green-haired minion nodded. Understood. Degletus K stroked his chin in thought. The way she talks, and the fact that she didn't even blink when faced with my blade. It reminds me of that kid. His necklace swayed as he spoke. Rania Vanchaias. Degletus K clenched the necklace in his hand with steely determination. It doesn't matter who she is. This time, no one can stop me. Faya walked into the office of Lavan Gray's father and asked, hey, have you heard the news? She relayed the information. Lavan Gray said, he's heading to the holy ground. He frowned. That kid is still as impulsive as ever. Faya worried. Is it really going to be okay if he goes with that professor? Lavan Gray is still so young. His father looked out the window at the backs of the two boys. Isn't he almost of age? She interrupted. That's not what I'm talking about. Faya looked uneasy. Aren't you worried that he just suddenly decided to go to the holy ground? He closed his eyes and sighed. Though he's still young, Lavan Gray is a talented warrior. I trust the boy's ability as a warrior. His father placed high hopes on him. I'm also curious to see how that professor will teach Lavan Gray. She wouldn't kill him, would she? She looked even more worried. Are you serious? He nervously followed behind Rania Vanchaias. Professor, are you really going to the holy ground? Rania Vanchaias nodded firmly. Your father already agreed. Why not? Lavan Gray froze when he heard him laugh. Don't worry. I only saw you standing on the edge of death. I'm not going to kill you. Rania Vanchaias relaxed his face, looking toward the snowy mountain range, thinking to himself about a spring that never froze, even during a blizzard. If his guess was right, it was similar to that place. He looked at the unfinished structure before him and thought, a place like this could only be used for a coming-of-age ceremony in the north. Rania Vanchaias slowed his pace, observing a place where paths vanished after a single blizzard. It was a dangerous land that even explorers avoided. He felt a bit of unease in his heart, but there was a nagging feeling that something was wrong. Rania Vanchaias carefully reconsidered. The north has a white tower, so how come no one knew about this spring until now? Are there no good mages? He remembered Cheryl's actions and judged silently. She's a bit of a ditz. She had mentioned, completely innocent and carefree, that if he went to the White Tower, he could use the research equipment and expensive facilities. Rania Vanchaias had shyly refused. No need, he thought. Even if she's a bit lacking, she did become the Tower Master. But Cheryl had left a good impression too. Her knowledge of magic is impressive. Rania Vanchaias frowned. Sierre, his feet stopped on the white snow. Lavan Gray turned his head and said, Professor, we're here. He pointed toward the distance. A little further and we'll be at the holy ground. Rania Vanchaias grinned, delighted that his prediction was correct. He looked excitedly at the 3 suits of armor in the distance. Just as I thought. The scene shifted to Degletus K's office. The green-haired minion and another man with short hair knelt down and spoke in unison. Report. Your Majesty. He listened to the report, frowning. Rania Vanchaias. According to G, she is currently 21. Degletus Sia's hand paused. She arrived right after At and Mai retreated. The man continued. Other than that, there is no information about her past. The green-haired minion added, there are no records of her being a mage. Even the Tower of Magic has no knowledge of her past. Degletus K calmed down and replied, nothing at all? The two replied in unison. Understood, upon hearing the order that there was enough information. Degletus K picked up the necklace, fiddling with it as he asked, more importantly, how is the church responding? The man nodded. They promised to cooperate fully. The green-haired minion spoke in a serious tone. This is the message from Cardinal B. He rambled on without stopping. The loyal followers of the Count, Necha. I only hope that your faith and dedication will be rewarded. He listened silently as the minion relayed the message. We will spare no support for him. That is what he said. Degletus stood up and replied, they must be desperate. He clenched his fist in anger. I've only lived half a life, but for them, this has been a wait of hundreds of years. Degletus cleared his throat and gave the command to notify the cardinal. The miraculous moment is approaching. He needs to be present in person. At the same time, Lavangre and Rania Vanchaias returned carrying the iron arms. He asked sheepishly, "Professor, how much does it cost to repair that statue I broke earlier?" He laughed, trying to comfort him. "Don't worry about that. I should have deactivated the trap sooner." Lavangre remembered the scene earlier as he followed Rania Vanchaias. "Professor, what is happening?" he continued. "Anyway, inside this barrier is the holy ground. They stood in the middle of the blizzard," Lavangre reminded him. "The coming-of-age ceremony requires you to endure this place for about half a day." Rania Vanchaias stared into the distance, listening to his voice. "Or you go straight through the center and come out the other side." Rania Vanchaias hopped ahead toward the void. "All right, let's head in a little deeper." Lavangre followed anxiously. "Wait!" Lavangre shouted. "If we go any further, it's dangerous. The blizzard is too strong. We won't be able to handle it. You go ahead." Lavangre ran after him, calling out, "Professor Rania Vanchaias." Rania Vanchaias looked around, evaluating the barrier surrounding the holy ground. It's a combination of raw and primitive circuits, but they are circuits designed for absolute safety. The corner of his mouth curled into a sly smile, and it's all written in an ancient language. It's a mix of crude, primitive circuits, yet they're designed for absolute safety. A sly grin curls on his lips, and everything is inscribed in an ancient language. "I know that language. Let's wrap up this special lecture quickly and go see it." He couldn't keep up and collapsed to his knees. He stopped, looked down, and said, "Stop right there. Lavangre, this must be your current limit." Rania Vanchaias stood there, hands on hips, and said loudly, "So, the special lecture begins now." Lavangre frowned, looking visibly annoyed. "A special lecture? What are you planning to do? We need to get back before it's too late." He stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. Simple, as always. Rania Vanchaias channeled magic into the lecture, reinforcing basic skills for harsh conditions. He cleared his throat and summoned chains with a sharp, commanding sound. Lavangre's entire body was tightly bound by the chains as Rania Vanchaias spoke. "Now, I'll teach you how to handle this." He was shocked and surprised by his actions. Rania Vanchaias said, "Just gritting your teeth and enduring it here is pointless." Lavangre listened to him in silence. "No matter what situation you're in, feel the flow of magic, grasp it, and control it." Rania Vanchaias clapped his hands, speaking fluently, utilizing body reinforcement magic. "Break these chains. It's the only way to overcome this. Believe it or not, I haven't even used my full strength yet." He clenched his fists and stammered, "Is that even possible in a place like this?" He replied with a stern voice, "On a battlefield where magical beasts and demons run rampant, do you think anyone will spare you just because you can't fight at full strength?" Lavangre's pupils dilated in shock. Rania Vanchaias' voice mixed with the sound of the snowy wind. "Do you really think it's impossible?" He spoke excitedly. "The person right in front of you is someone who can do exactly that. They are called mages, the Mon controllers. They are the ones who manipulate Mon to live alongside Mon, and with that mage. It's an obvious truth that needs no explanation. That is why many mages make mistakes." Rania Vanchaias looked into the distance, thinking he had mastered the way to control Monday. He said in a cold voice, "The foundation is the most important core." His fingertips flashed with light as he continued. "That is why building a foundation is incredibly difficult." Lavangre looked like he was struggling with the chains on his body as he listened to his teachings. "That foundation must be solid and impregnable against any adversity." Rania Vanchaias knelt on one knee and touched his forehead gently to express, "If they easily collapse or crumble under pressure, then those foundations were wrong from the very start." His eyes shone with seriousness as he added, "Now, we are going to break that weak foundation." Lavangre clenched his fists tightly upon hearing Rania Vanchaias' reminder. "If you want to stop, just say it now." His face showed clear determination as he insisted, "No, I'm fine. I can still take it." He smiled faintly, satisfied with the response. "Good. That's the right answer." Magic circles suddenly appeared in thick clusters. Rania Vanchaias signaled that he would be reborn today. Suddenly, he broke into a radiant smile and announced, "But for that to happen, you will have to die once first." After saying that, he touched Lavangre's forehead, leaving him stunned. In that exact moment, a surge of power like a lightning strike pierced through his head, causing him to cough up blood, a branding skill. Lavangre screamed with lifeless eyes, radiating extreme exhaustion and pain. Rania Vanchaias sat nearby, propping his chin on his hand, calmly commenting, "Observe carefully, memorize it, and follow along. That's right. You're enduring it very well." With a face that couldn't hide his interest, he pointed out that the magic circuits, just carved deep into his mind, were the answer that he wouldn't be able to find anywhere else. The snow continued to fall gently, as time passed slowly, and the space between the two gradually became quieter. Rania Vanchaias revealed a look of surprise and spoke, "Faster than I thought." Levon Gray was still tightly bound in the cold snow. The chains were wrapped tightly. He was already showing signs of improvement, making him exclaim, "Not even 2 hours have passed, yet he's already come this far." This gave Rania Vanchaias an idea. Perhaps he should bind him a bit tighter. In his mind, what was carved deep into his consciousness became clear. The way I arrange Mon is the answer I gained after struggling on the cold ground. He felt that the deepest part of the magical realm was overflowing with Monday. Rania Vanchaias said with a sense of helplessness that in that place, all his previous knowledge became useless. That uncomfortable feeling only made him more determined. "I tore down the tower of magical knowledge I built myself and rebuilt it. I went through endless pain and exhaustion. Because no one had ever done that before, I was forced to find my own path." Then, he appeared again with persistence. "I broke that foundation over and over again, repeating it countless times." That unyielding will made Rania Vanchaias even more certain. "That is how I achieved it." Rania Vanchaias held a firm will in his heart and asserted it decisively. "No matter when, where, or who the opponents are, my magic circle can never be broken." Returning to reality, he thought to himself with a look of surprise, "I thought it would take about 3 days. This is better than expected." The chains suddenly snapped in the moment of silence. Rania Vanchaias said with satisfaction, "Because you progressed faster than I predicted, I will take the opportunity to go on a trip and come right back." Before leaving, he applied a protective skill, stating, "This will help you from freezing until I get back." Meanwhile, in a different scene, Falia looked through the window, hoping it would be enough. In another turn of events, a shadow flashed by. It was Rania Vanchaias. He dashed forward with the thought, "The Mon is getting denser as I get closer to the center." Suddenly, he glanced behind him, wondering, are all these traps meant to protect the sanctuary's spring? With lingering memories of images of green trees and clear flowing water, Rania Vanchaias confirmed that there was definitely a Mon spring blooming in the center of the sanctuary. He thought that unlike the previous one, this one was much more dangerous. Just as Rania Vanchaias finished wondering, he hesitated slightly. What in the world are they protecting that they have to go this far? A violent gust of wind suddenly hit, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut. He raised his hands to shield himself, his eyes unable to hide his astonishment as he exclaimed, "What is this?" Before Rania Vanchaias opened up a vast landscape, a lush green meadow stretching under a deep blue sky, with a clear winding stream sparkling beside it. The scenery was so pristine that he gasped in amazement. Below, a butterfly suddenly flew up high and landed gently on his fingertip, causing him to exclaim, "I can't believe it, even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes." He glanced back and marveled. Behind me is a snowstorm, yet here, it's warm. Rania Vanchaias walked along, wondering to himself, how much Moner have they gathered in this place? The flow of Moner was becoming increasingly dense, yet he expressed that he truly had to know what they were protecting. He believed that a mage must investigate what they are curious about. Rania Vanchaias couldn't hide his excitement. As he ran, he was certain that his master would surely feel the same way. "My only disciple." His eyes suddenly lit up when he saw something in front of him. "That must be the thing I'm looking for." Seeing the surrounding scenery filled with giant statues holding swords, Rania Vanchaias wondered. But why does it look like a tomb, he wonders, touching the statue to assess it. The stone figure looks a bit unusual too. Suddenly, Rania Vanchaias touches something out of the ordinary, making him freeze. Wait, why is this here? He quickly pulls his hand back, realizing it was hidden, or was it meant to be? The statues shifted ever so slightly in the heavy silence. A sudden burst of light flared from their eyes, as if they had just been awakened, before emitting a sharp warning sound. Unauthorized intruder. Ian stood calmly among the statues as he heard the command to leave. He looked at the scene before him, and suddenly, something clicked. Right. They said no descendant was ever allowed to touch this. His gaze hardened with sudden resolve, and he thought to himself, but I've come all this way. The least I can do is see what they're actually protecting. Having made up his mind, he pulled on his gloves, determined to find out why this relic was hidden here. He looked up at the two statues and remarked, "Stone friends, I'm just simple-minded enough to be curious about everything." A mysterious smile played on Ian's lips as he issued his challenge. "I need to get back to class, so let's wrap this up quickly." Amo frowned, calling out in confusion, "Dad? Dad, are you listening to me?" Digletuska jumped, startled, and turned around to respond. "Ah, Amo." The knight beside him looked a bit helpless as he chimed in. "My lady, you'll only hurt yourself if you keep doing that." Amo immediately hugged her sword and pouted, insisting, "You just need to teach me how to use the sword. If you teach me, I'll be great at it in no time." Seeing this, Degletus Ka could only smile. He leaned down and asked his daughter, "Amo, do you really want to learn swordsmanship that badly?" Amo opened her eyes wide and declared proudly, "Of course, I'm a member of the house too," the little girl said, feeling a bit hurt. The other kids said, "I don't know how to use a sword, even though I'm a—" Hearing that, Degletus Ka froze and immediately spoke up. "Who said that?" he asked, his voice seething with rage. "Amo, which bastard dared to say that?" Degletus Ka's expression turned sinister as he ordered, "Give your sword to your father. Amo, I'm going to teach them a lesson right now." Amo rushed to stop him, worried. "No, you'll get kicked out of the academy again." Then, with naive innocence, she told her father, "I want to teach them a lesson myself, so just teach me how to use the sword." Degletus Ka listened, then gently reached out to pat her head. "Amo," he sat down to meet her gaze, trying to comfort her. "I will always be by your side." Degletus Ka pulled her into a hug, promising firmly that no matter what happened, he would protect her. "I swear it on my honor." Yet, a sea of fire swept in and washed it all away, including the vow he made to Amo. A solitary sword lay on the floor, and Degletus Ka's hands were filled with nothing but dust and sand. He lifted his head to the sky and let out a tortured scream. Before Degletus Ka stood the face of Lavoy. The Count returned to reality, and the Cardinal asked with a hint of concern, "Count Degletus Ka, are you all right?" Degletus Ka remained dazed for a long time, as if still trapped in the memory, before he finally answered cautiously, "I'm fine. My apologies." Degletus Sia tapped the table and asked, "Where were we?" He then pulled out a box and said, "Right, first, I should show you this." The Cardinal was absolutely stunned by what he saw and gasped. An incredibly blinding light radiated from it. As the old man muttered in shock, the divine power held within this tiny bone fragment. Degletus Ka watched him and remarked, "As expected of a cardinal." He explained slowly, "But I suspect this is a relic of the first saint." The cardinal's mouth twisted as he bowed his head, then asked anxiously, "Where did you get this?" Degletus Ka replied calmly, "Does it matter where it came from?" He closed the box and continued, "I've poured my energy into our great cause, and through that, I've learned two things." Degletus K's eyes darkened as he said, "Divine relics have a strong attraction to one another, and no matter where they are, they always point toward the north." The cardinal looked anxious and hesitant. He continued, "The first saint, her identity is still unknown, but her remains are definitely in the north." Then, Degletus Ka closed his eyes and concluded, "That is the story." The cardinal hurriedly questioned, "What is the specific location?" He remarked calmly, "You're too impatient, Cardinal." Degletus Ka narrowed his eyes and asked, "But before that, aren't you going to give me something?" The cardinal calmed down and replied, "Of course, I've already prepared it. I've placed it in a small church on the outskirts." He offered a trade. "This land lacks faith, so there are very few churches. But thanks to that, the preparations for the offerings are complete. There are children there who are very sad because they've been locked up." The cardinal frowned as he suggested, 30 children, nobody cares about, all that's left is to prepare the altar." Degletus Ka heard this and nodded in agreement. "I'll leave the altar preparations to you." He looked down at the box and continued, "In the meantime, I will follow the direction the bone fragment is pointing." Degletus Sa stated his mission, "I will head to the Quay mountain range." Meanwhile, in a lake within the Lavan Grey family estate, the stone fragments began to crack. Ian kicked the statue's torso repeatedly. He landed steadily on the water, sending splashes flying everywhere. Ian glared behind him, muttering, "This is really driving me crazy." Immediately after, it launched an attack, forcing him to dodge. "Would you just stand still for a second?" Ian jumped back, evaluating the strange shape filled with circular holes. He gritted his teeth and cursed to himself, "It's definitely that thing. But damn it, why is it in the Lavan Grey family tomb?" Right then, a voice rang out, commanding from within the mass of statues, "Back away, back away." They threatened in a monotone. "This is your final warning," but Ian ignored them, retorting, "That's my line." He leaped high into the air, looking to counterattack. Damn stone statue. Ian used an enhancement skill. He struck down hard, causing a spray of water to obscure everything. The stone statue shattered into pieces. Ian stood in the middle of the lake, roaring in anger. "This damn thing is so stubborn." He took a step forward. Ian walked toward the sword with the circular holes, grumbling. Honestly, it was irritating seeing it glow like that. Why the hell is this cursed thing here? Engraved on the sword's blade were lines of text. It read, "Ganikan van Gathi, to honor you who are prouder than anyone else." The cardinal watched as the sky turned gray and rain began to pour like a waterfall. When Ganakan Vangathai appeared, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "So that's how it is." Gan gripped the sword tightly in his hand. He lifted it up and spoke. "So, you finally found it." Gani stood frozen as he spoke. The flow of centuries of silence is now beginning to awaken. Jiabeo Ame's chain shimmered with a mystical turquoise light. It was tightening around someone's wrist. Lavangre's entire body was bound tight, he thought to himself. Something kept lingering in his mind. Lavangre's face darkened, sweat pouring down like a spring as he muttered, the intricate, chaotic patterns and the interlocking structures. Before his eyes were a series of overlapping magic circles. Lavangre evaluated them wearily. Every bit of knowledge he had ever learned was useless against this. That's how vast and alien this structural chain was. Just then, Ian's face appeared in his mind, commanding, "Look closely and memorize it." The magic circuits that were carved deep into his mind were the answer he wouldn't find anywhere else. At this moment, Lavangre's mind was still locked tight by the chains, but my intuition tells me he's pushing to unleash his power. If I can make this power my own, I'll be far stronger than I am now. Just like that, the chains were shattered by Lavangre, and a massive surge of energy erupted from his body. Lavangre panted, exhausted. Standing amidst the snowy sky, he wondered, where did the professor go? Lavangre tried to step forward but collapsed face first. "I have to get out of here." Right then, Rania Vanchaias appeared to catch him, exclaiming, "What a surprise. Now, who's supposed to be looking after whom?" He smiled, praising him. "You've shown incredible determination yet again." He looked down at the unconscious LC in his arms. "Well done, L." The scene shifted to a grand mansion in the snow. Glatus, head of the Glatus clan, asked worriedly, "Are you really planning to climb the Kui Mountains alone?" Rania Vanchaias replied with a smile. "Yes, I'll leave after checking on Lavangre. I need to give him some training instructions while I'm gone for a few days." He furrowed his brows, his eyes downcast. "Listen, Professor Rania Vanchaias," he added with a hint of anxiety. "I know you're no ordinary person, but the Kui Mountains are a completely different story." The Gletus clan had explained that calling them just dangerous doesn't even begin to describe their true nature. In hundreds of years, no one has ever crossed the middle mountain slopes. Rania Vanchaias spoke plainly. "I understand the difficulty, but I have to climb them," he stated calmly. The Gletus clan had hesitated. "I assume you can't tell me why." "If that's the case, then remember this one thing," he advised. "No matter what you see, don't panic. Just accept it. That is the essence of the Kui Mountains." Then, Rania Vanchaias set off during a heavy snowstorm, unable to stop worrying about Lavangre back at the mansion. He wondered if Lavangre would even train properly. At the same time, back at the mansion, Lavangre had already started combat training. Fa watched from a distance, commenting, "It's surprising he started sparring so early in the morning. I thought the kid would be bedridden for at least 3 days." Yet, he was gritting his teeth, determined to see it through. She exclaimed with a mix of worry and pride, "Truly extraordinary." Running through the heavy snow, Rania Vanchaias muttered to himself, "That gloomy demon swordsman really has me worried." He cautiously glanced behind him and whispered, "But now, I've got my own business to handle." Every step he took was firm and steady against the snow. Rania Vanchaias pushed forward, thinking, "Even if I get buried under this mess, everything around here is already dead." He examined the debris on the ground, noting they looked quite like the monsters created by that crazy woman. Rania Vanchaias felt a bit anxious. "This is surprising. It's not as cold as I thought. I can still handle it, but finding the way is going to be tough." He placed a hand over his chest and sighed. "If it wasn't for this, I'd be completely lost." What Rania Vanchaias had placed there was the strange magical energy flowing from Gitos's arm. "It's radiating and leading the way for me. Thanks to this, I'm heading in the right direction." Rania Vanchaias exclaimed excitedly. "Looks like I'll get there faster than I thought." Suddenly, something appeared behind him, whispering, "Damn prophecy." Rania Vanchaias spun around instantly, but the voice continued to echo. "Where on earth am I supposed to go?" Rania Vanchaias panicked, eyes widening, asking himself, "Is this person an indomitable hero? But how? Someone who died so long ago, how are they still here?" The figure continued to ask, "What should I do now?" A terrifying face appeared, filled with endless regret. "I just wanted to save everyone." Rania Vanchaias reached out to touch the presence before him, but he couldn't make contact. He quickly realized they were nothing but echoes of the past. He balled his fists in confusion. But why? He wondered. "I don't know the reason. But is someone intentionally holding on to these echoes of the past?" Rania Vanchaias rushed forward, scolding, "You old bastard, what the hell are you trying to show me?" He panted, muttering, "Only I can see them. Anyone else would think it's a ghost." Rania Vanchaias hissed in anger. "The fabric from the spring, and everything else you're keeping to yourself, you'd better just spit it out." Right then, Caddy spoke from a distance. "So that's how it is." He turned his head and asked, "You followed me all the way here?" It was Cebole. The arrow directed Rania Vanchaias to turn left, but then it told him to turn right. Rania Vanchaias panicked when he saw Cebole on one side and Caddy on the other. So he shouted, "What?" His face was full of confusion as he saw Cebole speak. Still as talkative as ever, the man mocked unpleasantly. "You broke your vow, yet you still don't understand your own situation." Hearing this, Caddy's face darkened, and he said nothing. Cebole made a demand, "Hand it over. That thing doesn't belong to you. It needs to return to its true master." Caddy couldn't take it anymore and cut him off, warning, "This warning is the first and the last, Cebole." The man questioned him irritably. "Still clinging to those delusions?" Cebole flew into a rage, asserting, "It's over. Everything has come to an end," Caddy replied hesitantly, "even if everything has ended." Seeing that things were spiraling out of control, Rania Vanchaias called out frantically, "Hey, wait." A fireball was created along with Caddy's declaration, "This journey isn't over yet." He shot it straight at Cebole, ordering, "Get out of my sight." Outside, the snow had stopped falling. A path stretched out across the ground. A man entered to report to the cardinal. Reporting, "Holiness, Lord Gletus has departed for the Kui Mountains." A sinister glint flashed in the old man's eyes as he replied, "I see." The cardinal looked into the distance and sighed. It's hard to believe the first saint is resting in such a godless land. He furrowed his brows in annoyance and muttered, "I don't like this." The man behind him asked tentatively, "Sir, may I ask a question?" The cardinal sat down and commanded loftily. The man immediately asked, "Why is Lord Gletus participating in this mission for the Order?" The cardinal answered without a second thought, "He may be a member of the Order, but his only goal has always been the heretics. I heard he'll stop at nothing to get his revenge." The man asked again, "Then what is his reason for joining this?" The cardinal closed his eyes to explain, "Because he covets the first saint for himself." He looked a bit dissatisfied. Even as a believer, he hasn't kept Deem's teachings. The cardinal recounted one of the 5 doctrines of Deem. Do not live in the past. Live for the present. The third of the 7 commandments. Do not covet what belongs to the deceased. The old man lowered his head sadly, and yet, he still pursues the shadow of his deceased daughter. As the cardinal wiped his cup, he muttered, "Resurrection magic." Then, he revealed the main reason. He believes the first saint can resurrect his daughter. The cardinal asserted, "And Diem, in his mercy, will grant the lost a chance to atone for their sins." The blond man understood immediately after hearing that. "Truly worthy of your reputation, sir," he stated. "Once again, you have taught me a valuable lesson." The old man smiled faintly, satisfied. "I am merely fulfilling my duty," the cardinal replied. "Spreading the teachings of Dehim, that is my mission." Suddenly, his eyes darkened as he looked at the items on the table. The man noticed and asked cautiously, "Is there a problem with the relics, sir?" The cardinal spoke in a low voice. "We are short on them. We cannot provide any more on such short notice," he asserted. "In that case, we need more sacrifices." This took the man by surprise. He hurriedly followed the cardinal, trying to dissuade him. "But sir, didn't the council confirm that we had a sufficient amount? Besides, collecting them now will take too much time." The old man stopped and glanced over, saying, "We are trying to create a miracle with human hands. We cannot afford even the slightest oversight." Then, the cardinal gestured outward. "Bolang, look outside." He pointed toward the laborers, stating, "Those who receive Dehim's grace yet refuse to offer their prayers. The harder life becomes, the stronger one's faith must be." He lectured imposingly. "This will also serve as a lesson for those who lack faith." Bolang bowed his head in obedience. "How many more do we need?" The old man turned sharply, declaring, "As many as possible. Ensure we are fully prepared." Outside, people were walking through the snow, and the blizzard in the mountain range was growing stronger by the moment. Rania Vanchaias followed behind Caddy, thinking to himself that he never expected this. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I never imagined Caddy was a mage." Rania Vanchaias felt a bit unsettled inside. But was this really the Caddy he knew? He remembered the moment Katie summoned the magic orb, wondering if he could truly accept his friend as a mage. But he had never seen him with that much mana before. Rania Vanchaias fell silent, bowing his head as he thought about everything he knew regarding Caddy. Everything he had judged him on was that he was well-read, lived a long life, and was skilled in alchemy. He always carried the air of a scholar, but returning to the present, he no longer felt that way. But Kadi looked more like a soldier now. And, of course, an old man who loved expensive liquor. Kadi kept walking forward and suddenly spoke up. "We're almost there." Seeing this, Rania Vanchaias exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" He irritably shielded his eyes from the snow, muttering, "Who would call that a research lab?" Nevertheless, Kadi kept heading toward it. A large castle lay covered under a thick screen of snow. A bewildered Rania Vanchaias pointed with a trembling hand. "Is this old man crazy? It looks exactly like a magic tower. And what are all those magic circuits doing there?" He couldn't help but be confused by the magic circles arrayed before his eyes. Behind the layer of snow. "Katie?" Rania Vanchaias kept calling out to him, but he didn't care. He just took out a key. After stepping inside, Rania Vanchaias seriously questioned, "What exactly are you?" 2 keys were inserted into the lock, a light flashed, and the space shifted to Kadi's home. He stood silently by the window. At that moment, Chloe approached and happily announced, "Grandpa, I'm home." Kadi asked with concern, "It's late. Why not stay the night, dear?" However, she smiled and reassured him, "It's okay, Benoa will go with me." She proudly asserted, "Besides, I'm old enough to sleep at home now, and Benoa has been holding on to me for a long time. Surely he's still on a novel he hasn't finished yet." Hearing this, Chloe immediately turned to defend herself. "Stop it. That's not it. I have to prepare for school. I'm so busy. I need to buy a uniform and check my textbooks." Kadi stepped forward and patted both their heads, cutting off the argument. All right, get home safely." The 2 children left his house. Before leaving, Chloe playfully waved goodbye. "I'll come visit you again soon." Inside, Katie waved back. Just then, a voice rang out. "Kadi, are you listening?" Gletus smiled happily, saying she would cook dinner tonight. "It's been a while since we've had a home-cooked meal." She tucked her hair behind her ear and suggested, "Let's go, Gabalameo." She called out to Rania Vanchaias as well. The scene dimmed, leaving only Kadi behind. The sky above was filled with countless bright stars. Kadi thought anxiously, by now, he must have arrived. He closed his eyes, thinking to himself, whatever he sees or realizes, only he can find the answer. Only his own thoughts can be the correct answer. Rania Vanchaias. At that same moment, Gladys pushed open the door on the other side. A portrait appeared, every word seeming to engrave into everyone's minds who that character was. Back in the day, there was a famous mage by that name, the first master of the tower, the one who built the first magic tower, the Tower of Ruin. A symbol with elaborate winding details representing him appeared. A majestic, ancient castle stood tall against the blue sky. It lay there as if saying that a person with mysterious power had once been there. He had built the tower to study the ancient kingdom. A mysterious figure, colorless, scentless, and hard to grasp. The brilliant scholars constantly chattered, thousands of rumors surrounding him. One of them pointed as if he knew Kadi very well. It was rumored that he came from the ancient kingdom, while others said he always wore a cloak to hide his face. Under those discussions, Kadi kept his appearance hidden under a tight cloak, his face obscured behind a wide-brimmed hood. But all of that was just speculation. That mysterious figure suddenly disappeared one day, leaving no trace. Returning to the present, the scene was now a blank white, with swirling snow blowing across as if to cover the entire massive castle. Standing in front of that castle were Kadi and Rania Vanchaias. He looked up, his expression stunned, and whispered to the person beside him, "It's here too." As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy, massive gate opened, and a stream of white light shone upon Rania Vanchaias. No matter how you looked at it, that was. He reached out and touched the inscription carved into the large stone beside the door, reading aloud softly, "Kadi." Afterward, Rania Vanchaias turned his gaze toward Kadi, who had been standing still since the moment they arrived. Stepping inside, following Kadi's silhouette, Rania Vanchaias couldn't help but exclaim, "Is the Kadi I know really this man? None of this adds up." Suddenly, he stopped walking completely, a long silence following. With an expression of disbelief, Rania Vanchaias widened his eyes, looking at what was in front of him. Following Kadi's every step, Rania Vanchaias blurted out, "Is this a church?" Looking out the window, the rays of sunlight streaming in made Rania Vanchaias exclaim, "It's spring weather here, morning or afternoon." Gazing into the distance, he muttered in disbelief, "I don't even know how many days have passed." Returning to follow Kadi, who was walking ahead, Rania Vanchaias couldn't help but whisper to himself, "What truth is waiting at the end of the hallway?" Saying that, he clenched his fists, composed his expression, and took a step forward. In a different scene, Kadi had now reached another gate. Before him lay a long corridor lined with towering pillars. He dropped to his knees. Kneeling down before the intertwining beams of light, Kadi seemed to sink into his memories. "I'm sorry, Gletus." In the distance, a beam of light suddenly flared brilliantly. Pale golden rays washed over the walls, the entire space seemingly submerged in a rain of shimmering light. The sight left many standing in the corners, stunned, gasping out, "4 lights. What kind of space is this?" Silence was the only reply. Kadi showed no sign of moving. He reached out to gently touch the patterns carved into the ancient monument. "That promise? And you." Before he could finish his sentence, a shimmering ring of green light appeared, coiling around Kadi's arm like a wave. "I couldn't protect anything." The slender figure of Gletus appeaed, bowing her head as she looked down at Kadi. She called out, "Are you planning on being late forever?" Bailio, Vani, and Gani cut in. Gletus turned to look at Bailio, Vani, and Gani, smiling as she said, "I've been waiting for you both for such a long time." In response, she was met with Bailio Vani's radiant smile. Indeed, he eagerly patted Gani on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Gletus must have been really worried, right?" Gani continued. "He wears that gentle, warm smile of Ganikan Vangathi. You've worked hard too, Kadi." Witnessing this sudden, surprising appearance, Gano helplessly slapped his forehead. This is insane. He compared the image of Bailio Vani he had met in the past with the one before him now. Rania Vanchaias couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. "No way. Is that really Bailio, the black dragon I knew?" He turned his gaze toward Gathi. Seeing Ganik in his hooded cloak and pitch-black mask, looking the way he did, he was stunned. "Is that really Gathi?" Rubbing his head with a speechless expression, Rania Vanchaias looked hesitant. And that girl, her demonic, alluring appearance combined with the air of a fallen angel. It was no wonder Rania Vanchaias found it hard to speak. She was clearly the heretic, Gletus. Together, they turned back the clock. A group of 4, hands clasped and raised high. Once, there existed a group created under the heavy expectations of the entire world. Back then, they still carried the innocence and fiery enthusiasm of youth. The 4 superhumans whom this generation called the Next was the one with a muscular build, yet no less sharp, the mage Beliovani. Next was the gentle, kind-faced girl known as the Saintess Gletus. Finally, none other than the intense, combative face of the young man titled the sage Kadi. He looked at her playful demeanor and sighed helplessly, warning her, "Gletus, if you keep dancing around like that, you're going to trip again." Under the harsh sunlight, Gletus's clear, ringing voice replied, "But I haven't left the sect in so long." She clasped her hands together expectantly and continued, "I understand the sect's perspective, but I still want to go out there and save people myself." Gletus's eyes suddenly turned sharp, looking toward the distant horizon with melancholy. "Just praying to Dahai won't save anyone." Contrasting her anxiety, Beliovani laughed heartily, ruffling her hair as he said, "Your words are truly admirable." Under the strength of his hand, Gletus's hair quickly became a mess. She clenched her fists and shouted, "My hair! Beliovani, don't ruin it." He flashed his bright white teeth and laughed out loud. "Sorry, it's a habit of mine, just like with my daughter." Beliovani stood with his arms crossed in a heroic stance, his face full of pride. "If she were still alive, she'd be the same age as you. Of course, my daughter is much prettier." After laughing and joking for a while, he suddenly turned serious. "This world is truly full of injustice." Having said that, Beliovani clenched his fist as if to express his frustration. "I also lost everything because of the Demon King." Recalling his own broken past, he couldn't help but feel resentful. "Because I understand that pain, I want a world where no one has to suffer like I did." After finishing, Belio patted Lavangray on the shoulder, as if seeking solidarity. "With our team, nothing is impossible. What are you doing? Let's go." Unlike Beliovani's enthusiasm, Kadi lightly brushed his hand away and spoke indifferently. "No, I only came to keep an eye on that clumsy fool." Hearing his reply, Beliovani calmly smirked. He stepped past Kadi, gently teasing him, "What a stubborn old man." As he headed toward Ganikan Vangathi, he asked hurriedly, "Ganikan Vangathi, do you have anyone?" Ganikan Vangathi turned and smiled slightly. All 4 walking forward under the echo of Gathi's voice across the sky. "Not a lover, but I have comrades who share the same path." Returning to reality, Kadi's voice suddenly broke out, "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." He bowed his head and continued, "Right from the start, we chose the wrong path." Looking at the 2 who used to be his comrades, Kadi softly called out, "Beliovani." With a pained expression, he reached out his hand to her. "Gletus, I couldn't stop you." Touching Gletus's transparent face, Kadi reminisced in agony. When you all turned into a different version of yourselves, I could only stand and watch. Watching this, Rania Vanchaias sighed. Our journey has come to an end. Below, Kadi was struggling, clutching himself in extreme pain. The lights suddenly flared up, and voices rang out. No, the final battle before it was too late left everyone filled with sorrow. No matter what, it should have ended. Gladys sat by the window, the only light casting shadows into the dark room. Touching a picture frame, she couldn't help but look lost. A still innocent Gladys called out softly. Kadi looked at her with a sense of dejection, and she called out loudly, "Kadi, are you even listening to me?" She couldn't escape her lingering attachment to him. For 10 years, you've ignored me every time I told you not to call me by my saint name. So why change so suddenly now? Ignoring his stunned expression, Gladys raised the camera affectionately and excitedly replied, "Let's take a picture with this magic camera. Come on, we just found it." He reached out to touch it, but Gladys nimbly pulled away. "Where did you dig that thing up? Give it here." Under the intense pressure emanating from Kadi, Gladys quickly hid behind Bo. He remained slow and steady, calling out to Gladys. Ignoring Kadi's anger, Gladys hid to one side and waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, stop it. It's just one photo. What's the harm? You're being too difficult." The little pixie wouldn't be swayed by his irritation. He pointed aggressively, telling her, "Don't always hide behind Lio." When things didn't go his way under his pressure, Gladys panicked and grabbed his arm. "Balio, save me." Finally, he had to step in and speak up for Gladys. "Come on, let's just take one picture as a souvenir. What's the big deal? I don't know how long I can keep this form, so let's at least leave one photo as a memory." Hearing Bo's words, she opened her eyes wide, her expression blank as if she couldn't believe it. Gladys tightened her grip on Beliovani's sleeve. After composing her emotions, she leaned over to look at Kadi, continuing unyieldingly. "That's right, photos have their own sentimental value, after all." Kale thought for a moment with a pensive look, before saying calmly, "I guess one picture won't hurt, but it's still hard to believe." Kadi stared at him and asked, "Kale, you too?" He replied nonchalantly, "Well, since I'm already joining in, I might as well polish my armor." Under the gentle pressure of everyone around him, Kale quickly surrendered. Meanwhile, Gladys was beaming with excitement. 3 against 1. Beliovani, you've lost. Just give up and take the picture with us. As if trying to save a shred of his dignity, Belio scratched his head and asked Gladys bashfully, "Want me to predict something for you?" He smiled peacefully and continued, "One day, you'll understand." Gladys smiled as he watched him and added, "Why am I so obsessed with taking a picture?" Kale seemed to agree with them, and although he didn't say anything, he let out a faint smile. Finally, the camera was activated, and a blue magic circle appeared, facing them. It wasn't about convenience or necessity. There was a reason why that picture became so important. Their journey began. It opened with scenes of everyone happily waving and running toward Katie's group. They set off. Their journey was filled with cheers and victories. Wherever they went, joy followed. We became symbols of triumph. Kale carried a massive sword on his back, standing confidently before the cheering crowds. If someone's path is one of righteousness, and their presence brings comfort to others, then they are a hero. Kale once said, drawing his sword from its scabbard, a single strike unleashed a flash of light. Once Kale swung his blade, enemy formations crumbled with just one downward slash. The ground cracked instantly, and debris flew into the air under the heavy pressure of magic. Even the bodies of magic beasts couldn't withstand it, shattering into tiny pieces. His whole body looked as if it were bathed in fresh, bright red blood, with every agile and decisive movement. A transcendent warrior, having mastered the art of swordsmanship, had paved the way forward. Elsewhere, magic circles appeared incessantly. A mage who had reached the truth had cleared the path ahead. Katie could summon thousands upon thousands of ancient magic circles with just one hand. He flicked his finger, and the light flared up before vanishing in an instant. With that gentle gesture, a blue pillar of light blew away layers of earth and dust. "Watch out." Beliovani shielded his face from the rising dust, his expression showing exaggerated amazement, still as strong as ever. After speaking, he looked down at his glowing palm. "We have to hurry." Clenching his fist, a ring of light flared up around Beliovani. "At this rate, all our cool moments are going to be gone." The light swirled like tiny snakes before morphing into a giant monster. "Die." It raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Kim Rock-soo, the wizard using magic to take revenge. But suddenly, Beliovani coughed up blood. His brow furrowed in pain. Scales and long, sharp horns began to emerge on his arm, and Gladys trembled as she called out to him. "Belio, your arm!" She quickly chanted a spell, hoping to help Beliovani recover in time. The first humans stood beside them, side by side with heroes, voluntarily sacrificing themselves in battle. Gledis's hand emitted a pale green light, the color of healing magic. It wrapped around Beliovani's arm, where the transformation had begun. He reached out and gently touched her head to reassure her. Gledis, save your energy. Beliovani offered a faint smile, his expression full of comfort. This body is the price of magic. I've already prepared myself to accept it. Gledis couldn't hold back her sobs at his words. This isn't your fault. The backs of the four remained as upright as they were at the beginning, continuing to walk forward. Yet, we pressed on. The vast blue sky seemed to cleanse the dangers lurking in the shadows. We extinguished the sun, bringing a curse to purify the land and water tainted by them. The light shone on every inch of earth and every blade of grass, as if it never knew exhaustion. They pierced through the clear water, making it shimmer with a gentle film of light. Kale was exhausted by now, his armor stained a dull gray. We walked and walked forever. Even Beliovani had changed by then. His body was constantly sprouting sharp scales and long, jagged horns. Kadi wasn't doing much better. With our faces smeared with dirt, we witnessed countless tragedies. The group kept walking. Before long, everything around them was swallowed by deep darkness. We saw hell with our own eyes and overcame it. At the end of that journey, something with a grotesque, monster-like form and swirling, thick films of light appeared. It was all over. Only Kadi was left, sitting listlessly before a tomb. We failed. I couldn't keep my promise. He squeezed his fist tightly as he said, I am a failure. Under the intent gaze of Rania Vanchaias, Kadi slowly stood up. His eyes remained fixed on the tomb before him, having lost everything and witnessed too much. Looking at Kadi's profile now, no one could read the expression on his face as he paid the price for the contract. Our journey had been wiped clean. The colors of those concentric magic circles were fading. I could only watch helplessly as my friend's soul sank into the darkness. The towering castle was submerged in a sea of fire and dark, bony smoke. To witness the kingdom once called home, burned to ash by one's own friends. Kale was no longer the brave, spirited young man he once was. He wore a heavy cloak and a mask that obscured his face. Seeing his friends turn into catastrophes, and Beliovani becoming a pitch-black dragon with a wide, gaping maw gathering magic, he couldn't stop them, couldn't destroy them, only stand and watch. Gledis was no exception, becoming a demon who had lost her former innocence. The contrast between those two versions of them was a jarring difference that filled Kadi with profound regret. I want to return the light you all once had. The magic circle around the castle suddenly flared up, one ring after another lighting up. Rania Vanchaias looked around with a stunned expression. I spent 10 years of research to find a way. The golden light receded, revealing the scene protected within. Then he erected a magic tower and studied alchemy. Kadi bowed his head, his eyes full of contemplation and sorrow. But in the end, I still couldn't find the answer. Observing the familiar scene, he couldn't help but sigh. It's not me anymore. Kadi stood in the middle of his life, feeling somewhat lost. With who I am now, I haven't been able to find the answer, but I can't give up. He created a flicker of light in his palm and muttered, Who knows? You were the one who said that. Kadi reached out and let the light float upward, whispering to himself that life is but a fleeting moment, and whatever cannot be achieved in one short lifetime must be passed down from one generation to the next. And so, he created the scales to barter with the stars? The scales spoke, asking, What is it that you desire? Kadi answered calmly, The birth of a new law, as he made his intentions clear. The brilliant star that you once held. I wish for the cycle of the stars to continue, generation after generation, so that when one star fades, the others can support it and move forward together, so that the wishes of my comrades and I may be passed on to the future. Let this star become that very law. After speaking, Kadi closed his eyes, steeling his resolve. I accept the price. The scales of balance glowed, signaling that the contract had been forged. A brilliant light erupted, filling the entire room. Kadi's parting message was etched into his thoughts. He had made a contract with the stars, using the relic they had entrusted to him as the price to ensure their journey would serve as the foundation for future generations. Kadi recounted how the maiden had cut off her own arm to create a vessel, and inside that vessel, she placed the star of Kai Helter. That law became the origin of all heroes. He revealed the secret of his own existence. Was this the third contract between me and the stars? After hearing this, Rania Vanchaias Ho stood there, dazed and stunned. He looked at the glowing skeleton and exclaimed, So this is the reason those skeletons were there. Rania Vanchaias glanced at the light above, realizing the truth. These stars themselves were the reason why heroes kept appearing. His heart remained clouded with uncertainty. He had always wondered about this. Rania Vanchaias had been questioning it all this time. Why do heroes keep appearing? Some say it is proof that humanity has been chosen. But a star is, after all, just a star. Neither good nor evil, merely a cold, calculated design of creation. Rania Vanchaias finally understood the problem. The stars had never truly chosen humanity. He looked up at the lights above, confirming that in every age, there was only ever one true hero. Rania Vanchaias calculated silently that if the hero of an era was too powerful, the rest would become weaker. It was for that very reason. He flipped through the books on the shelf, thinking, because their power comes from the same source. Rania Vanchaias' gaze froze for a long moment. Then he closed the book and let out a sigh. Rania Vanchaias' expression turned ruthless as he devised a plan. If I just reveal a record from this collection, I will become a man cursed by the whole world. Rania Vanchaias placed it back on the shelf, muttering, who would have thought that the very first hero was one of the 4 great calamities? He fell deep into thought again. Kadi had mentioned a third contract with the stars. Rania Vanchaias stepped outside, pondering the reason for their downfall, the true identity of the Demon King, and the ancient kingdom to which they once belonged. The gate to the truth closed once more, leaving mysteries unsolved. Gladys Nee felt satisfied and murmured, but at least I know how to exterminate the heretics. He looked toward Kadi, affirming, the opportunity you left behind, I will not let it go to waste. He closed his eyes and replied, if it is you, I trust you will find a way. Tears streamed down Gladys's cheeks as she said, I have always believed in you. I love you. In a place unseen by anyone, tears also rolled down his cheeks. Kadi held Gladys, whispering, you, who have touched the truth. He lowered his eyes and asked, are you a hero? Kadi asked skeptically. Or are you a priest like that one? Or perhaps a mage like me? Rania Vanchaias could only stand there silently, listening. I don't know who you are, having set foot in this place. He bowed his head and expressed, but I hope you will remember us. Kadi bowed low to express his gratitude, so that our journey may eventually reach the future. They wanted their beautiful memories to be remembered forever, from the past reaching into the future. Don't forget us. The image of Kadi gradually faded, and the light was drawn away elsewhere. Rania Vanchaias watched, mesmerized. He saw the figure of Gladys appear. She smiled and continued. With the sole desire to save everyone, a world where everyone achieves what they wish for. A world where people love each other completely. I wish for such a world. A world where no one loses those precious to them. After all these memories, they vanished. Rania Vanchaias recalled the image of Kadi walking beside Gladys, while Belial remembered his own family. A world where no one loses their family. A world without sorrow. I hope for what I have built. Belial took a step forward. Gannikin Van Gathi did the same. He gripped his sword tightly, declaring, my weapons and my strength will contribute to this world. A world where we light the way for each other. A moment later, he was left alone, pacing through the villa. He stood there silently, deep in thought for a long time, then turned toward the light, affirming, very well. He threw the gate open, repeating his promise once more. From generation to generation. Snow piled up on the window frames. Inside the villa of the family, Falia was asking Falia, what did the Grand Duke say? She answered honestly, he has already departed for the Holy City. Lavangray approached from a distance, asking curiously, Mother, is something wrong? But Falia turned away sharply, replying, you don't need to worry about this. Go back to your room. Lavangray asked even more anxiously, I also saw Father heading to the Holy City. Did something happen in the village? Seeing her clench her hands in distress, he called out in confusion, Mother. Finally, Falia told Lavangray the news. They say the Haveo village has been attacked, and it is now engulfed in flames. She recounted, all the villagers have been taken away. Hearing this, Lavangray was so shocked his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, so, the heroes traveled all the way to the north just to do that? Falia looked at Lavangray, helpless, and muttered, we still don't know what their intentions are. I just hope everyone is safe, he shouted, agitated. Then I'm going there right now. Falia objected immediately. Absolutely not. Do you think you can go anywhere in this condition? Lavangray's hands curled into fists in anger as he replied, I understand, Mother, but, he said, with great determination, I cannot ignore the danger to the village. After all, I am the heir to the north. Falia became serious and warned him, instead, bring back proof connecting them to this, and show them exactly what place this is. Just like that, Lavangray and Falia turned to look at Falia, waiting for orders. Her eyes flashed with a sinister glint, asserting, "Who is the true master here? The North needs no prayers, only strength. Show them clearly." Outside, the snow was still falling heavily over the mountain range. As he walked, he marveled at what he had witnessed. "No wonder that old man was always so mysterious," he muttered. "I never expected the first saint to be him." However, before he could finish, the star appeared to warn him, "You are not permitted to reveal the truth." The scales of balance asserted once more, "That is a violation of the contract." Rania Vanchaias Ho waved his hand in annoyance and scolded, "If that's the case, you should have said so sooner. Why are you making such a scene when no one is even here to listen? Damn it, my head is throbbing. The Libra scales have set their conditions. Only those who meet them can know the truth." Rania Vanchaias demanded in a rush. "Fine, tell me. What are those conditions?" It explained immediately. "First, you must enter the place designated by the original contractor. In this case, that place is defined as the Firewood Research Facility." Rania Vanchaias, blood boiling, shot back. "So what do I need to get into the facility? Is a key all I need?" The Libra scales replied, "You must obtain the Shadow Sword or the Demon's Arm. The contractor calls them the Remnants of the Stars." Rania Vanchaias asked, confused, "Then what is this key for?" The Libra scales answered, "The truth is only for those who satisfy both conditions." It gave a stern warning to remember those rules. Rania Vanchaias stood in the blizzard, annoyed, cursing. "Damn it, that glowing guy. Talking a bunch of nonsense, then just leaving?" He stomped hard on the snow, muttering, "So irritating." Rania Vanchaias started trekking back through the snow to question that old man later. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong and stopped. A sword strike was unleashed, aimed straight at him. He quickly blocked it without warning. It was De Gledis Ka. He muttered quietly to himself, "Even in this state, your abilities are still quite impressive." De Gledis Ka, while pressing the attack, questioned, "Sierre, why did you end up in this state again?" Immediately after, he was sent flying by Rania Vanchaias. De Gledis K landed gracefully and exposed his identity. The wizard Rania Vanchaias. Rania Vanchaias questioned him back, sternly, "You think I'll answer just because you asked?" He mocked him, standing tall, a fool chasing illusions all the way out here. De Gledis Ka looked at him with disdain and questioned, "Even if I explained it, would you understand? How much do you even know?" This annoyed De Gledis Ka. "Are you using those bones to find something?" He speculated. "Connecting the stars. Connecting the remnants." De Gledis K got straight to the point. "Things related to the stars will resonate with each other. The first saint, the one said to have created the miracle of resurrection." Hearing that, Rania Vanchaias realized, "I guess you came all this way just to hope for that miracle, huh? You still won't accept your daughter's death." Hearing that, De Gledis K tightened his grip on his sword in irritation, then coldly retorted, "That's none of your business." De Gledis Ka blandly issued a demand, "Shut your mouth and hand it over. You still haven't learned your lesson, have you?" Rania Vanchaias picked a fight again. "You think if you tell me to hand it over," he said, eyes widening as he questioned him, "I'll just say sure and give it to you?" Seeing he wouldn't listen, De Gledis Ka took a stance, preparing a threatening attack. "You and I will never understand each other." He remembered Amo and asserted, "You don't know that smile, the warmth of that child." Countless regrets welled up in De Gledis Ka's heart. He shouted into the blizzard, the pain of not being able to hear his daughter's voice anymore. Rania Vanchaias muttered while creating a magic circle. Such a pathetic excuse. He countered with a direct question. "What about the people who had to sacrifice themselves for your goal?" Rania Vanchaias roared in anger. "You're no different from a monster. Like this." Rania Vanchaias' entire hand was encased in frost. "I should have finished you off a long time ago." He fired a powerful blast of energy, asserting, "This is your greed." De Gledis K lashed out. "Those 4 calamities are no different from natural disasters. They strike as suddenly as a drought and flood the land like a deluge. They come unexpectedly, without warning, for no reason at all. People whose lives are ruined fall into despair, but they don't hold a grudge against anyone. They just silently pray to soothe their pain." De Gledis Ka used to be like that. Even after losing his wife to those calamities, he kept living without hatred. He had loyal knights and people who trusted him. He had a precious daughter. He had to live for her. But even so, tragedy struck again, and when the reason to keep living was ripped away, anger swallowed him whole. The thirst for revenge kept him alive, but it also clouded his reason. He became a living ghost, abandoning his name, throwing away all moral boundaries. He slaughtered, burned, and trampled on the innocent. And even after taking down those who were no longer human, he kept chasing his vendetta. Even a sage couldn't understand a swordsman like him. Thinking of the past, Rania Vanchaias lamented. I should have finished you off the first time we met. He glared, questioning angrily. What was that garbage you spewed back then? That being a human was a blessing? Rania Vanchaias' hand clenched in fury. Finally, he mocked him as he smashed him into the rocks. You disgusting animal. Rania Vanchaias glared coldly, ordering, I know you're not dead yet. Get up, now. Degletis Ka heard that and stopped pretending, sitting up and taunting. Well, why so angry? He muttered, asking, Do you know anyone in that village? Rania Vanchaias gritted his teeth in anger, scolding, changing the subject again. Are you? He stepped forward to lecture him. No matter what you've been through, there are boundaries that you must not cross if you're still a human. Another magic circle was created by him. Rania Vanchaias leaped up, roaring as he used an enhanced attack, mocking, You can't even control your own bladder. Are you even a man? Degletis K drew his sword to retaliate. Bark all you want, he coldly asserted. It won't change what I have to do. Their strikes collided head-on. Both of their eyes were filled with the determination of a fight to the death. Then, both were pushed back by the shockwave of the attack. Inside, Degletis Ka was calculating. By now, the cardinal must have finished the altar. No more time to waste. While he was distracted, Rania Vanchaias had suddenly vanished. He appeared from behind, scolding. Dreaming at a time like this? He stated coldly. I said it before. I'm going to finish you today. Degletis Ka leaped back, taking a defensive stance. Fine. We understand each other then. You think I let you live until now out of pity? Rania Vanchaias was ready to charge. Across from him, Degletis Ka did the same. He used a flurry of sword strikes to attack, while Rania Vanchaias used his own strikes to parry. Degletis K's eyes flashed with surprise, inwardly exclaiming, A mage who can go toe-to-toe in close combat with a swordsman? That's ridiculous. Just like that, the two collided again. He thought to himself, but he's nothing more than that, because this fight is meaningless to me. Suddenly, Degletis Ka vanished again. Rania Vanchaias roared in a fiery rage. You bastard! What are you up to now? He kept firing fireballs that caused explosions across the area, the blizzard growing fiercer. Rania Vanchaias stood there, stunned, hearing Degletis Ka say, I'll let you know one last thing. The one who gave. He retreated into the distance, asserting, I never fight a battle I know I'll lose. Time passed, but the snow continued to fall heavily, and deep cracks spread across the ground. Bolang followed close behind, reporting, Report! The cardinal has detected many warriors approaching this location. The cardinal gently touched the sacrificial items on the table and sighed. Is that so? His eyes widened as he challenged. And so what? Bolang just stood there, stunned. He stammered as the cardinal spoke in a low, somber voice. Bolang, this place has become a sacred ground. He grabbed a young girl and said, For a heretic, just stepping foot here is already a luxury. The little girl was terrified, struggling and screaming, Mom! Mommy! Then, she began to sob uncontrollably. Mom, please, wake up! Mom! Facing this scene, Bolang could only ignore it, letting his head hang low. Droplets of blood slowly trickled down to the ground as the cardinal drained the spiritual power of the departed. Bolang, look at this, he shouted, brimming with excitement. Can't you feel it? He is drawing near. The cardinal stared eagerly, asserting, We sacrifice the meaningless to resurrect something truly valuable. He then raised both hands to the sky, calling out, Oh, Delhin, I can feel you are right beside me. Bolang spun around in alarm as Lavangre swung his sword down with immense power. His eyes blazing with rage, he shouted, Get out of here! Bolang was shaken, assessing him. You, a northerner, a heretic. How can you wield such power? Within the sacred ground, he gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the pressure radiating from the youth. Then, Bolang retorted aggressively, I am one of the chosen ones of the Holy See, the second pillar. Bolang paced near the iron wall, his voice harsh as he asserted, This is sacred ground. Bolang lost his composure and screamed, We reject any heretic who denies the path. The flames surrounding Lavangre flared up even brighter. He threatened bluntly, If you don't get out, I'm going to crush you. A blizzard raged, intensifying in the outskirts of Hamlin village. The guards whispered in a panic, Aren't those people from the north? Some of them slunk away in fear. Suddenly, one man raised his voice and scolded, What the hell are you all doing? Hurry up and drive these heretics out of the sacred ground. Hearing this, Ogletis Ko burst into loud laughter. How ridiculous. With one swing of his arm, he sent that man flying into the distance. Ogletis Ko's gaze turned cold as he questioned, Since when did this part of the north become your land? The group surged forward, their will to fight reignited. Everything is according to Delhin's will. How could a lowly creature like you ever understand the heavens? Ogletus Ko gripped his sword tightly, asserting, I don't know about other places, but this is the north. He stood firm, marking his territory. This land was carved out by the sweat and blood of men. A flash of killing intent glinted in Ogletus Ko's eyes as he warned, this is no place for trash like you to run wild. The knight, upon hearing this, was so furious he gnashed his teeth, hissing every word. You dare use those words to insult Delhin? I will tear you to pieces. Facing the threat, the army charged forward with a battle cry. The northern warriors were like a raging fire, like iron tempered forever, never cooling. They screamed with fury, using their heat-based techniques. The knight, now slightly afraid, barked out orders. Damn it! Stop these savages, don't let them reach the altar. They kept urging each other on. Don't be afraid, charge. The crowd raised their swords high, shouting, Delhin will always be with us. Immediately after, Ogletus Ko launched himself forward. A sharp arc of his sword slashed through the air, his blade clashing against a spear with a loud metallic clang. The battlefield where Lavan Gray and Bolang were fighting was no less intense. Bolang watched him cautiously, taking in the white hair, the blood-red eyes, and the axe held firmly in his hands. Bolang quickly realized that he was definitely a descendant of the Desi clan. Lavan Gray. Desi. Bolang leaned forward nervously. A heretic, without even a shred of divine protection, was able to move freely within the sanctuary. Sweat poured down his face, his anxiety mounting. What is this terrifying pressure? Suddenly, Lavan Gray spoke up, issuing a warning. Don't make me repeat myself. He commanded with deadly seriousness, move out of the way, now. The pressure left Bolang stunned for a long moment. He gripped his sword tighter, calming himself down before replying. You intend to face me alone? How arrogant. Bolang challenged loudly. Can't you feel the grace of Delhin filling this place? He flared up his aura, mocking him. A heretic dares to act so brazenly. Then, Bolang pushed off the ground and lunged forward. He attacked while shouting, If you're so good, then step over my corpse. Lavan Gray struggled slightly to defend himself. At that same moment, Rania Vanchaias' voice echoed in his mind. Listen closely. Lavan Gray remembered the advice about places where the presence of mages is most critical. Rania Vanchaias had calmly closed his eyes, feeling the surroundings, and said, That is where polluted magic has reached a state of saturation and is spreading. He turned to him and continued, Just by standing there, a mage's blood will be blackened. Rania Vanchaias explained with absolute seriousness, The place you must overcome isn't just your opponent, but the harsh environment itself. That is where you will fight, against things you have never experienced before, in a place filled with enemies many times stronger than you. Recalling this, his vision began to blur. Back in reality, Lavan Gray silently steeled his resolve, even in a place like this. He had to win. Bolang felt a bit weary, thinking, using full power continuously is making my breathing heavy. He blocked Lavan Gray's slash, assessing the situation. Each swing of his sword makes my body feel heavier. Bolang's eyes widened in horror. This is unbelievable. He watched helplessly as Lavan Gray rushed toward him. The youth's movements hadn't slowed down in the slightest. He swung his axe again, preparing to bring it down on Bolang. A powerful blow was once again blocked. Bolang sneered. For a heretic, you're not bad. He was pushed back, his feet sliding. However, immediately after, Bolang counterattacked. But your experience is still green. A punch aimed straight at Lavan Gray's face. The youth quickly raised his axe to block, but the force still caused the ground to explode. Dust and smoke billowed up, masking Lavan Gray's darkened expression. Bolang chuckled with excitement. Direct hit. Now he's surely just forcing himself to stand. However, contrary to his expectations, the youth scoffed. Sorry, but this level of force is a long way from taking me down. With that, Lavan Gray activated his enhancement spell, LG Info. His hand tightened around the weapon as he spoke. Compared to the fists of the people I know, these tricks are nothing. Lavan Gray then used a shockwave strike to slam directly into Bolang's stomach. He wasn't focused on dodging and was sent flying backward, a large mouthful of blood spewing from his mouth. Lavan Gray stood up, sighed in exhaustion. I've had enough of these near-death experiences. Why did I have to get such a cranky master? As he complained, his jacket got snagged on a thick branch in the middle of the snowy wilderness. He grunted, swinging his body in the wind as he muttered. Still, I gotta admit, that guy's creative. Rania Vanchaias looked down at his feet, extremely annoyed. Can't win in a fight, so he resorts to causing a landslide, huh? A mountain? What kind of twisted logic led him to come up with this? Rania Vanchaias could only thrash his limbs around, cursing under his breath in pure frustration. Just then, the branch holding him began to crack. As it snapped, he was finally freed. I'm no different from him, he thought. He used magic to levitate his body. His eyes glinted with excitement. Let's see now. Finally, he had a plan for himself. Maybe I should go take a look at the face of that poor client who got swindled. The blizzard showed no signs of stopping. Bo Lang had been defeated. Slumped over by the base of a large tree, Lavangray stood up, breathing heavily with exhaustion, then quickly tightened his grip on his axe and pressed forward, telling himself he had to stop the cardinal immediately. He had no idea what kind of monstrosity the old man was trying to create, but Lavangray firmly resolved that he absolutely could not let it be completed. Meanwhile, the cardinal was chanting his spell. He glanced back with a sneer. What a bunch of barbarians. But he didn't lose focus for long and turned back to his ritual. Just a little longer. Just a little more, he repeated to himself. Almost there. The cardinal looked into the distance, worried. De Gledis should have arrived by now, shouldn't he? He looked at the bodies strewn around him and swore that even if it cost him his life, he would protect the ritual. With grim determination, the cardinal picked up his sword. For the sake of that person, a flicker of burning resolve ignited in his eyes as he muttered, I will. No sooner had he said those words than the cardinal's head was clean cut off, blood spraying everywhere. Lavangray was stunned. De Gledis stopped in his tracks and let out a sharp breath. He glared at the boy with fierce intensity, demanding, Even you want to stand in my way? De Gledis's eyes turned cold as he gave the order. Get out of the way. Lavangray trembled as he faced him, asking, Lord de Gledis, what brings you all the way out here? He gripped his axe tightly, his mind racing. His instincts were screaming at him. Lavangray looked straight ahead with unwavering resolve. Whatever your reason for being here, I have to stop you. De Gledis watched him in silence for a moment. He stepped forward, thinking, of course, with my strength, he shouldn't be able to stop me. He lunged forward with everything he had. Lavangray silently steeled his heart. Even so, I have to stop him. Opposite him, De Gledis raised his sword, remarking, You've got guts. With a cold expression, he unleashed a single slash. That was all it took. Lavangray suffered internal injuries, coughing up blood, before collapsing to the ground without a final word. Then, De Gledis walked toward the altar. From behind him, Lavangray's weak voice rang out. Stay. Right there. The boy struggled to pull himself up, insisting it wasn't over yet. Despite his words, a thought echoed in his mind. He silently assessed the situation. That technique, it cuts through everything it touches. That sword stroke has reached its limit. Lavangray stared at the fire before him, determined to see it clearly. He surged with spirit, telling himself, Don't take your eyes off the enemy. Having lost all reason, Lavangray lunged forward, thinking, Fight until my final breath. An explosion erupted. Lavangray tightened his grip on his axe, whispering to himself that this was the way of a northern warrior. But just then, a cold voice cut through the air. That's enough. Rania Vanchaias had appeared, pulling him away from danger. Lavangray's eyes returned to normal, and he turned around, blinking in shock. Rania Vanchaias? He couldn't believe his eyes, muttering the name of his assistant professor. When De Gledis saw him, his eyes turned icy. He moved his lips slightly to cast the first technique. De Gledis lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike through the air. At the same time, Rania Vanchaias quickly manifested magic circles. They activated instantly, accompanied by a sharp rebuke. This bastard really doesn't know when to quit. Furious, Rania Vanchaias clenched his fists and charged. What do you think you're doing to my star pupil? Reinforcement spell. Info. Next came his signature technique, Heavy Strike. De Gledis used a flurry of sword strikes to counter. Rania Vanchaias thought bitterly while attacking. This madman is actually going all out against Lavangray. He's a raw recruit who hasn't even reached the threshold, let alone a superhuman tier. De Gledis didn't seem to care at all. Rania Vanchaias stepped back, waving his hand to check on him. Lavangray, are your limbs still attached? The boy hurriedly held up his broken arm, replying, Yes, sir. Both arms and legs are still here. Knowing the boy was enduring the pain, Rania Vanchaias teased, Just sit tight. Looks like you've got a few broken bones. De Gledis, losing patience, cut into their conversation. I'm getting bored of this. How much longer do you intend to block my path? Rania Vanchaias roared back, his anger rising. Then stop playing these stupid games. He smirked mockingly. Either way, the outcome would be decided now. De Gledis's face darkened as he replied, What nonsense are you spouting? The sword in his hand slowly began to crack. De Gledis looked down, bewildered, at the blade snapped in two. It fell into a pool of dried blood on the snow. Digletus stared at the broken sword, muttering, "So, it has come to this." Then, looking toward the altar that had been set up, he sighed, "Is that so? I've lost. I have lost." Rania Vanchaias calmly confirmed it once more. "Yes, you lost." Once he opened his eyes, he helplessly sighed. "So, just be good now." Seeing Digletus kneeling before him, Rania Vanchaias asked, confused, "What on earth are you doing?" Digletus let out a long breath and confessed, "It's all on you now." He opened up sincerely. "I will hand over all my authority to you." This left Rania Vanchaias stunned. He could only watch silently as Digletus pleaded, "Because of that, please, let me see my daughter." Rania Vanchaias furrowed his brow, questioning him with tension. "Do you even know what you're saying?" He curled his fists tightly, muttering in frustration. "You intend to entrust everything to a mage like me?" Digletus lowered his gaze, hesitating before confirming, "Yes." He added, "Just as you guessed, I am signing a contract of submission." Hearing this, Rania Vanchaias' eyes widened in confusion. His face darkened as he asked, "What is the price?" Digletus spoke solemnly, "The face of my daughter." Rania Vanchaias looked toward the altar, probing, "You caused all of this just for that?" Then, he scolded him seriously, "You've truly lost your mind." Lavangray looked at Digletus in confusion, realizing, "From the very beginning, I never had any intention of resurrecting the Saintess. My goal has always been the same." He remembers Amo's conviction, "And ever since that day, I've lived only to bring my daughter back." Digletus Ka bows his head in sorrow, admitting, "Once they finish the altar, I plan to finish it off and use it to summon her back to this world." Rania Vanchaias Van Gray, looking exasperated, says, "You're so blunt about it, I don't even know how to respond." Hearing this, Digletus Ka looks up, pleading, "Just let me use the altar for a little while," he negotiates. "If you let me do that, I'll sign the contract of submission." After hearing that, Rania Vanchaias is even more annoyed. He bites his lip, thinking to himself, "You're talking about it as if it's nothing. When it comes to the contract of submission, it's a contract so powerful that no amount of brainwashing can break it. It grants a wish at the cost of a human life, and the price is incredibly steep. In exchange, the person will steal your very existence, and you will become a puppet, moving only according to their will." Rania Vanchaias thinks to himself, "They say it's better to die than to sign that contract. But how does this guy even know about the contract of submission?" He feels a flicker of curiosity, wondering if the remains of the first saint, a holy relic with similar properties, are being used as a catalyst. Then, Rania Vanchaias looks to the side and mutters helplessly about the altar, nurtured by the sacrifices of so many lives. Annoyed, he clutches his head, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that could actually happen. Then, he sighs helplessly and speaks up. "If we're only talking about the possibility of resurrecting the dead, then yes, it might work. But that doesn't mean you should do it. There will always be people who have their reasons to stop you." Digletus Ka can only bow his head in resignation. He stands up coldly and commands, "What's the use of lecturing me now? If you intend to refuse, then finish me right here." Rania Vanchaias can't help but snap back in anger. "You're acting as if you've already won." Then he turns to the glowing altar, warning, "I've warned you already." Digletus Ka steps forward and picks up the arm placed on the table. "I will begin the ritual now." Suddenly, his eyes go wide. Digletus K is shocked by what lies before him. "Wait, what is this?" He turns hurriedly to look at Rania Vanchaias, shouting, "I clearly used the saint's remains." Rania Vanchaias calmly reassures him, "Don't panic, that's enough to activate the altar, because this relic shares the same essence." Digletus Ka asks, looking confused, "They share the same essence? So this cursed arm and the saint's remains have the same essence?" Then he begins the ritual. Digletus Ka laughs in delight. "It's starting." Rania Vanchaias speaks calmly, "The resonance between the three elements." Then he creates the balance scale. Light radiates from it as it speaks. "You who seek the contract of submission." The balance scale demands, "State your 3 wishes." Digletus Ka looks up blankly and replies, "My daughter, Amo." He prays silently. "I wish for Amo to come back to life." The light of the balance scale flares up. "Your wish shall be granted." A magic circle wraps around Digletus Ka's neck. Rania Vanchaias turns away, reminding him, "I warned you." He turns to pull a cloak over Van Gray's head, leaving him confused. "Professor, what are you doing?" But he just coldly orders, "Just close your eyes and cover your ears." The student doesn't ask any more questions and obeys immediately. All right, behind us, the miracle of resurrection is unfolding. a forbidden art said to have been used by the first saint. The one who makes the covenant offers their own existence. But this skill has never truly saved anyone. It only binds the soul of the departed at the moment of their death for a brief second. Into this world, Amo's voice rings out endlessly. Father, Father. He can only stand there, trembling. The balance scale glows, announcing, Your wish has been fulfilled. At that exact moment, the terrifying laughter of Ji resounds. She floats behind Degletis Ka, marveling, what an adorable child. Even as she died, she was still calling for her father. Tears stream down Degletis Ka's face. He sobs uncontrollably. Amo, Amo. Father is sorry. Degletis Sa remembers the days when he could laugh and talk with her, muttering, Amo's agonizing screams echo endlessly. The girl's body lies in a pool of blood. Degletis Ka keeps calling, Amo, Amo, my daughter. Memories of that day intertwine with the agonizing screams. Rania Vanchaias grabs Degletis K by the collar amidst the flames, shouting. The charred face of Amo appears. She reaches out with both hands toward him, crying, Father. Degletis K hugs the mud in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably. He looks up and screams in agony. After the storm comes the calm. The palace grounds are peaceful. Someone calls out, Sorry to bother you. Gao Te, exhausted, scratches his head and replies, Yeah, come in. Go opens the door to announce a letter has been sent to him. He explains it was sent from the seniors, but there is no sender's name. How should we handle this, sir? Hearing this, Gao Te's pen stops. He asks wearily, I think I know who it's from. Give it here. While you're here, take this pile of processed paperwork. Go takes the papers and replies, Yes, senior. With dark circles under his eyes, Gao Te picks up the letter and mutters, Let's see what kind of trouble she's caused this time. The text on the letter reads, Encountered the sword demon Degletis Ka in the north. Get here immediately. After reading it, Gao Te's expression turns dark for a few seconds. He feels frustrated, shouting, That annoying senior. My neck. At the same time, he walks through a heavy snowstorm. Night finally falls, and a silent atmosphere blankets the vast villa. Crashing sounds echo incessantly. A knight keeps using his fists to smash everything. The cardinal's men run out to confront him. What is the meaning of this? Why don't you stop? They roar in anger. How dare you cause a scene in this sacred holy land? Someone else steps forward to explain. This is an act of retaliation for what Vodich caused. I told you. He has absolutely no connection to our order. Yet, the destruction continued unabated. Gledis, the head of the Zixi clan, radiated a murderous aura and raised his voice. Who do you think is going to believe that nonsense? The man from the Cardinals faction replied, clearly frustrated. That's just the way it is. What do you want me to do? He insisted firmly that the group was merely using the church's name as a cover. Meanwhile, Bolang had already been handcuffed and locked away. They kept trying to explain, Didn't we already tell you the church had absolutely nothing to do with this? The Cardinals' men didn't stop lashing out at the Zixi clan. Even so, we've already paid the compensation for that tragedy. And yet this insolence is the price we get in return. Stop right there. Enough. And back off right now. Someone stepped forward to diffuse the tension. Let's go inside and talk. The cardinal bowed his head, explaining, It's just that their faith is too deep-rooted. I hope you, Grand Duke, can be generous and let it slide. Gledis, the head of the Deci family, replied with a laugh. I already intended to do that. He tossed a protective shield aside. I just came here to return some things you people left behind. The ground began to shake, and rocks and debris flew into the air. Gledis, the head of the Deci family, ordered, burning with rage, I don't care if you want to shirk responsibility or do whatever else. Our conditions have only one requirement. His eyes grew stern as he issued the command. You are never to set foot in the north ever again. Gledis, the head of the Deci family, left them with that threat. The day that cursed cross symbol appears in the north again will be the day the north declares total war on you. The next day, Gao Te traveled to the northern mountain. He greeted him with a smile. Greetings, dear senior. Could you please explain this to me in specific detail? On the opposite side, Rania Vanchaias also responded with a gentle smile. Gao Te gestured helplessly toward the adjacent mountain and sighed. About this catastrophic scene, Rania Vanchaias gave a helpless, forced smile and said, Hey, is it really that catastrophic? The mountain is just a little bit shorter, that's all. Gao Te muttered in agony. The mountain range is gone, so the snow won't stop falling. You have to fix the map. Rania Vanchaias thought about the broken corner of the mountain and muttered, Goodness, I only did that part. Then he pointed at Degletis Ka standing behind him, placing the blame. He's the one who did the rest. Gao Te's face darkened. and he exclaimed in confusion, Duke de Gledis Ka. Then he turned and whispered to Gao Te. I was planning to ask Duke de Gledis Ka, what on earth did you do? But why are you two traveling together? He let out a sigh and explained, because he has already pledged his allegiance to me. Gao Te was bewildered and sighed. I don't know what it is, but that name doesn't sound like a good omen at all. In the middle of the heavy snow-covered village, 4 severed heads were displayed. Rania Vanchaias walked ahead and muttered, I told you, it's better to see it for yourself, because if you ask me to tell it from the start, even I feel a bit lost. The surrounding area had been ruined and devastated. Finally, Gao Te understood. So that's it. He lightly touched the extinguished altar and spoke up. Because he wanted to save his daughter, he ended up in this state. Gao Te muttered a bit tiredly. It's hard to pass judgment, he said, hesitating. Honestly, we still need the support of Duke de Gledis Ka. Ever since the senior retired, every superhuman has become incredibly precious. Gao Te was deeply conflicted. If we only look at power, before he could finish, he was directly interrupted. To be frank, given the sins committed, he doesn't deserve pity. The sword demon, de Gledis Ka, will now have to live a life worse than death. He loved his daughter the wrong way and harmed too many people for an impossible goal. I am truly furious and have been trying to stop his actions, Rania Vanchaias thought to himself, clutching his head in exhaustion. Yet, deep down, I still feel a bit of sympathy. He closed his eyes to let it pass. These feelings are truly hard to put into words. Then he turned to leave and commanded, let's just focus on the task at hand. A beam of light was created again. Rania Vanchaias started to chant a spell, pledging allegiance, changing the wielder of the command, Hank Van. He issued a notice that he had limited the command authority solely to the chief knight. A person like him would surely know how to utilize this guy effectively. The golden thread wrapped around Diga Kaka's neck also shifted. Rania Vanchaias walked over and patted Gao Te's shoulder, saying, the rest is up to you. Gao Te responded mechanically, yes, I will do it. Wait, what? Gao Te couldn't help but shout in confusion. Hold on, what do you mean by the rest? Don't tell me you're planning on leaving for the royal capital by yourself. Rania Vanchaias responded with a smile. Well, of course I'd want to stay and help, but before he could let him finish, Gao Te realized it and shouted, first, wipe that cheerful smile off your face before we keep talking. Rania Vanchaias continued to explain, but the master is calling me back. Shouldn't I go back immediately? Gao Te turned away, muttering, since when do you listen to him that much? Just like that, a massive punch landed. Looking at the lump on Gao Te's head, Rania Vanchaias' host smiled and consoled him. Don't worry, I'll introduce you to an extremely reliable assistant. He could only clutch his head and agree. Yes, thank you very much for your grace. The scene shifted to the DC family villa. La Vangray stood quietly by the window looking outside, when suddenly someone approached from behind and called out, so you're here? Rania Vanchaias' Ho asked curiously. Did the mass funeral go smoothly? La Vangray turned his head and replied, yes, it just finished. Then he asked further, excuse me, but who is the person standing behind you, senior? Rania Vanchaias was startled and replied, I'm sure you two met at school once, right? Gao Te bowed his head and expressed, let me introduce you again. This is Gao Te, a member of Team Hao. He also replied politely, I am La Vangray Vanji. Rania Vanchaias smiled and reminded, I have urgent business, so I have to go back to the royal capital immediately. He will stay behind and handle the remaining tasks for me. La Vangray looked like he understood and exclaimed, so, that's how it is. Seeing him hesitate, Rania Vanchaias Ho patted La Vangray's head and asked, it seems like you have a lot of questions, right? Then he reminded him directly, but no matter what you find out or guess, the truth won't change. Rania Vanchaias affirmed firmly, I am still a teaching assistant at ABA Academy so that you guys can stand firm and fight alongside me. I will teach you everything I know. The people he was referring to were Letty, A, B, Noah, and Kawai. Rania Vanchaias smiled brightly and reminded them, the next semester is expected to be much tougher. Take some time to rest and we'll see each other at school. The heavy snow had stopped falling, and the sun shone its warm light down again. Rania Vanchaias' hair blew in the wind, and he frowned in slight annoyance. Oh my god, I'm going crazy from the heat. Rania Vanchaias Ho muttered unhappily. It's better to be in the demon realm or the north. Then suddenly, Rania Vanchaias froze and remembered, didn't we first meet near a shop? Back when Kai and I were just wandering aimlessly after losing our homeland, just heading toward the capital, carrying a glimmer of hope. 2 kids with unclear backgrounds, drifting from a refugee area, having to dig through trash to find food to survive. Every day we begged for food on the big streets and got beaten up. Ghani reminisced a bit. Meeting C in a place like that was truly a coincidence. That day, he coldly ordered, "Lift your head high and stand up straight." Caddy said that your talent is already starting to show, the kind of gift that any mage would crave. He gave advice to that energetic child, walk with confidence so people recognize your true worth. Rania Vanchaias remembered as he walked. The next day, I followed Katie's advice to the letter. I stood right in the middle of the plaza, channeling my mana. For days, I'd been staring at that street corner, just hoping someone would notice me, and that was when I met my master. That day, Duso reached out a hand to him. Rania Vanchaias smiled, genuinely happy. It was thanks to that string of coincidences that I'm even still alive. If it weren't for that old man, I would have starved to death a long time ago. People in this capital are so heartless. I fell back into my own thoughts. Come to think of it, that old man was none other than the legendary Am. Standing before the door, I whispered to myself, thinking of the mage I'd always respected so deeply. The door opened, and with it, my thoughts turned to the person who had left behind such great achievements in human history. I called out happily, "I'm home." But then, Rania Vanchaias froze and blurted out, "Skipped, wait, what?" Inside stood someone with long white hair, braided neatly. A young, childish voice rang out, questioning, "Sierre, you finally decided to show your face?" Chloe turned around, scolding me. She'd said she would be back early, after all. Rania Vanchaias' gaze lingered for a long moment. He thought to himself, white hair and green eyes. He started gathering mana in his hand, assessing that familiar voice, too. A thought flashed through Rania Vanchaias' mind as he prepared to lunge at Chloe, the heretical lust, and a massive explosion erupted. Chloe just stared at him, eyes wide with shock. Rania Vanchaias glared and demanded, "What are you?" She was so terrified she started sobbing, shouting back, "What about you? Who is this stranger?" Only then did Rania Vanchaias stop and look more closely. What was this? It wasn't Lutra, but if it wasn't her, she looked way too familiar. He told himself that this strange mana signature was exactly like that woman's. Rania Vanchaias. Ho cautiously studied Chloe. She was even showing up at Am's shop, no, Katie's shop. Something was fishy. By now, she was panicking and screaming for help. Help me," Chloe cried out internally. "Benoa, Grandpa, please save me." As it turned out, Katie had gone out. I had errands to run, so I went to the market. "I'll be right back, so just watch the shop." Gio asked seriously, "What exactly is your relationship with that person?" At that moment, someone else returned. "Huh? Why is the door open?" Katie muttered as he pushed the door open. "I was sure I locked it before I left." Benoa saw him and greeted him. "Hello, teacher." Chloe had read many articles about Avanchiacer, the new instructor at the ABA Academy. She was incredibly excited, wondering what kind of person the teacher really was. Chloe thought excitedly, "Her lessons must be profound and sophisticated. Even I learned so many important things just from sitting in on her class. Gray hair, deep blue eyes. She must be an incredibly elegant and noble person." All of Chloe's illusions were shattered. I really thought she was like that. Rania Vanchaias Ho greeted them with a smile. "Benoa, is that you? How have you been?" he asked, looking puzzled. "Sierre, a prestigious assistant instructor, visiting this humble shop?" Chloe turned to see Rania Vanchaias smiling and explaining, "Well, I came to see the old man standing behind you." When she looked back at Benoa, she heard him say, "I saw you last time. You two seem awfully close, don't you?" Then he probed, "So, what is your real age anyway?" Suddenly, Benoa got a rap on the head from Katie, who snapped, "The shopping's done, so leave the bags and get out of here." "I don't know what happened, but it looks like you've reached your limit," I asked Chloe, confused. "Why are you just standing there like a statue?" She was currently collapsing under the weight of her own shattered illusions. All that nobility had vanished. This person is the assistant instructor? Seriously? A moment later, everything was brought inside. The pastries were neatly arranged. Benoa prompted, "Hey Chloe, snap out of it." Chloe stared at Rania Vanchaias, who was standing nearby, muttering to herself to stay calm. "No way, it's definitely a mistake." Meanwhile, he was reading the news about himself, silently judging it. "If you're going to teach, just teach. All that acting sophisticated, how strange." Chloe buried her face in the wall and sobbed. "My dream student life is ruined." Benoa grabbed her shoulder and announced, "We'll be heading out for a moment, sir." Rania Vanchaias replied with a smile, "Have fun." Then he turned to talk to her. "You're Chloe, right?" Rania Vanchaias Ho pointed to the circled spot on the newspaper and promised, "I'll make sure to teach you very elegantly. See you at school." Hearing that, Chloe blushed a deep shade of red. She nervously clenched her twin tails, swallowing hard. Then, all of a sudden, Chloe bolted, shouting, "I'll be heading off now." The house returned to its quiet state. Rania Vanchaias laughed. "That kid is pretty interesting." He kept chuckling, saying, "Teasing her is actually pretty fun." Katie could only grumble. "That's hardly the behavior of a grown-up." Then he looked down at the purple steaming tea and asked, "The kind of tea the first saintess used to love, right?" Katie shifted into his younger elf form and inquired, "Now I can finally connect all those names together. Have you gone through everything I left behind?" "Those are the memories of the 4 of them." Katie raised an eyebrow. "But it seems you haven't touched them at all." Rania Vanchaias smiled and explained, "It's a waste. This body wouldn't be able to handle it even if I tried." He smiled faintly and muttered, "Once something is cracked, trying to force it together just makes it fall apart." Then he laughed it off. "I'm just a mortal. After all, not like Lord Am." Katie sighed and reminded him, "I've truly thrown that name away now." Katie bowed his head and asked, "Rania Vanchaias, how does it feel knowing the truth?" He replied sadly, "It's shocking in more ways than one. Who could have seen this coming?" Rania Vanchaias recounted what he had understood. "The 4 calamities, which I thought were created by the Demon King. It turns out 3 of them were actually the original hero party." Then he raised his head to offer his opinion. "But even knowing the truth, something still feels off." Rania Vanchaias Niho asked point blank, "If the Demon King I saw and the one you saw are the same, does that mean you truly couldn't defeat him? All 4 of you fought the Demon King, so I want to know the real outcome," he asked coldly. "Or is it possible you actually killed the Demon King?" Rania Vanchaias explained why he was asking. The Demon King the first faced that day was just a pile of filthy sludge. It was an entity with no consciousness or will of its own, a creature that just spread curses and tainted everything around it. He probed cautiously. "That's why I'm wondering, how could something like that be a king?" Rania Vanchaias rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful as he muttered, "A mindless thing, just existing there. Can you really call something like that a king? But since ancient times, that's what people have called it." Katie listened in silence. Rania Vanchaias recalled the feeling. Back in the day, it was truly strong enough to live up to that title. We've also felt that same overwhelming fear and helplessness. You made a guess, but if it were you guys, it would be different. Surely, you could take it down. C heard that and asked, "How can you be so sure about that?" He shrugged and replied, "Well, because I fought it all by myself." Rania Vanchaias looked confused as he probed further. "Even though I had to pay a heavy price, I still managed to pin it down long enough to escape, didn't I? People stronger than me like you guys. How could you possibly not win?" Then, Kadi spoke up to explain, "That's because you're special." He started to explain that before talking about the price to pay, it wasn't exactly something anyone could just walk away from. C looked at Rania Vanchaias's blank expression and asked again, "You don't really believe me, do you? It's like you're saying if I could do it, anyone else could too." So, he held up a finger and said, "Anyway, I do have a theory." Rania Vanchaias began to present his thoughts. "The original hero team actually did defeat the Demon King," he stated seriously. "It's just that what they destroyed wasn't the entity's true life essence." Rania Vanchaias speculated further about its nature. "It's an existence we can't even touch," he concluded. "But they stripped away its status, which is why we're finally able to affect it." Rania Vanchaias muttered to himself, "I think this theory is probably very close to the truth." Hearing that, Katie laughed and helplessly praised him. "This kid is annoyingly sharp." He nodded in confirmation. "Just as you said, that day, we managed to slice through the Demon King's shadow body." Rania Vanchaias asked in confusion, "The shadow body?" "So," C began to recount, "do you remember the concept of the shadow I told you about before?" Rania Vanchaias replied immediately, "Is it the concept that is completely opposite to the stars? I heard some madman was the one who dragged it out," he reasoned calmly. "I also suspect it has something to do with the Demon King, because both that filthy sludge and the Demon King swallowed the stars, right?" Rania Vanchaias recounted, "The shadow that devoured the stars, the Demon King the first saw was that very same filth." Kadi then confirmed, "That's right, the Demon King is the embodiment of the shadow." He explained further that it was a concept born from human observation, an alien object interfering with the laws of nature. But then, Kadi denied it. "We used to think so, but it turned out to be a huge mistake." Kadi closed his eyes, reminiscing. What we faced that day wasn't just some vague concept. He seemed to return to that day, his eyes full of shock. The Demon King was terrifying, covering the entire sky. It wasn't born just because people saw it, and it wasn't an incomplete existence. Kadi asserted that it was born from humanity's original evil, something not bound by laws, yet something that could never be separated from humans. In Gladys's words, it was a god. It had transcended being a living entity to become a law itself. Kadi sighed, saying that was what they had to face. He murmured with a hint of regret. We traded everything, using every forbidden art to fight, which is why we managed to slash the body of that king. Katie looked sadly at the things shattered on the table and lamented. But in the end, we still couldn't destroy it. He recounted how they couldn't kill it. Instead, it flared up even more violently. Finally, Katie said, since you haven't reached the second contract yet, this is as much as I can explain for now. Rania Vanchaias scratched his cheek in thought, then spoke up softly, questioning him. So, you're not planning on hiding anything else now? Kadi sighed and explained. Before, I just hoped you wouldn't go digging into the truth. Then he added, but knowing your personality, I'm sure you'll dig until you find the rest of it. Kadi sighed with deep respect. You've already dedicated your entire life to humanity. He bowed his head regretfully. You should have spent the rest of your life resting instead. Rania Vanchaias heard this and went quiet, calling out to C. He waved his hand, annoyed, and replied, Rest? What kind of rest? I've only lived for 27 years. This left Kadi speechless. Huh? He laughed until tears came to his eyes. Even if my lifespan is cut in half, I've still got plenty of time left. Don't use the standards of the EO tribe on me, he stated, completely calm. I never had any intention of giving up. Rania Vanchaias remembered his fallen comrades. The rest is up to you. Their words were etched into his mind. It's my honor to help you, hero. Master Kunteo's face also appeared, kind and gentle, reminding him, everything from here on out is in your hands. Rania Vanchaias stated firmly, if others give up, that's no reason for me to follow suit. He was completely determined on his path. Even if others give up, or if Sa and Lei turn their backs and avoid responsibility, Rania Vanchaias sincerely expressed, at the very least, I must be responsible for the lives they entrusted to me. Hearing that, C could only laugh. Honestly, he sighed, it's infuriating how much you're alike. A while later, Rania Vanchaias waved goodbye and left. Kadi stood by the door, feeling a bit lonely. Inside, the house became quiet again. Rania Vanchaias walked over to the photos on the table. He looked at the photo of Chloe and sighed. Rania Vanchaias also said that she and that child were very similar. Kadi smiled, filled with melancholy, and murmured, I thought I was the only one who felt that way. Gladys's image appeared in his mind, a child exactly like her. I don't know if her walking the path of a hero is a coincidence or just another prank by the stars. Kadi gently placed the photo back on the table. He looked at the group picture of the four of them and spoke lightly. Or is this truly all destiny? The training match at the Daishi family was lively and intense. Faster. It has to be sharper. Good. One more time. Falia called out from afar, reminding Lavangray, it's time for you to leave, the household staff said with a smile. We hope you gain a lot of knowledge during your apprenticeship, and please remember to send our greetings to the young lady. Ogalus was also excited and wanted to pass on a message. Tell her that next time I'll design even more diverse traps. Lavangray smiled and confirmed, all right, I'll be sure to pass that on. The two of them even Pinky promised. While outside, the snow was falling heavily. Falia walked with him and nagged, you should have rested on your departure day. Your wounds haven't fully healed yet. Lavangray's eyes turned serious as he replied, I have goals this semester that I absolutely must accomplish. She heard him and hugged him, praising him. Whatever it is, I believe my son will do great. Lavangray replied proudly, of course, who do you think my mother is? She kindly wished him a safe journey. High up, the head of the Gray family watched his son's retreating figure. Lavangray waved goodbye with a bright smile. I'm heading out now. Deep down, he silently steeled his resolve. This semester, I'm taking the top spot. I've got to beat Benoa. As the carriage pulled away, Lavon kept looking back, making the people inside nervous. Young master, please, have a seat. Moments later, evening arrived, and the atmosphere at the Gray Magic Tower was peaceful. People inside walked back and forth, papers in hand, chatting. Did your proposal get approved? Mine just got its budget slashed. A door behind them slammed shut, a clear sign of the frustration brewing inside. The person who walked out looked grim and asked, you got rejected too? The other student replied, flustered. It's not just that the budget was cut without mercy. He was on the verge of tears. The way that person acts is terrifyingly cold. I just got scolded so hard I couldn't even catch my breath. They reminisced about the weak Letty of the past. She was nowhere to be found now. They sighed wearily. She worked with such precision that there wasn't a single mistake to pick on. In reality, the Magic Tower's performance was rising significantly. Both of them felt utterly helpless, yet there was something strangely familiar about it. You feel it too, right? Honestly, I noticed it a bit. They remembered back when they were chased off by Rania Vanchaias in a similar fashion. It felt like they were facing Lord Rania Vanchaias himself. How dare you bring this so-called report here? Finally, both of them gave up, dejected. At least they were lucky she didn't throw it right in their faces. Let's just go back and report the situation. Guess we have no choice. Inside, Letty was deep into reading numerous documents, with Sinvai helping her organize them in order. The young girl announced happily, "I've finished cleaning up the papers on this side." Letty smiled and praised her. "That's my Sinvai." "Thank you." The girl replied cheerfully, "It's nothing at all." Letty bowed her head, focusing on her work again. "Let's try to finish cleaning everything up before the new semester starts. Now then." She intently continued to balance her role as the Tower Master and her studies at the academy. "I want to excel at both." Sinvai gently encouraged her from the side. "You definitely will." "Let's do our best, Master." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the wind blew through, fluttering the curtains, and a maple leaf fell onto the desk. Aila picked it up and smiled, remarking that the start of the school year was almost here. She laughed, saying things would get even busier once classes started. Haveo asked, slightly confused, "Princess, who exactly is on this list?" Aila looked down, writing on the files as she replied, "Arrange a meeting for me with everyone on this list. As soon as possible, right after the opening ceremony." Haveo hesitated. "But these people?" Aila chuckled, teasingly looking at his worried expression. Haveo helplessly spoke up. "Is it that obvious on my face? My apologies." Aila stood up and turned to reassure him. "Because this list includes people who have been poorly evaluated." She smiled gently, affirming, "I completely understand your concern. It's just that they haven't had their chance to shine yet. With just a little push, they'll advance very quickly." Aila said firmly, "I've personally verified this with my own eyes, so you don't need to worry." Suddenly, Aila remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh, one more person," she instructed Haveo. "I haven't written this one on the list yet. Secretly arrange a meeting for me with Lady Chloe." At that same moment, Chloe was hugging her pillow on the bed, feeling exhausted. "I'm so tired." Benoa saw this and reminded her, "Aren't you going to pack? You were so desperate to go to school before, why are you like this now?" Chloe cried while hugging her pillow. Benoa understood immediately and asked, "Don't tell me you're still hung up on that?" She muttered sadly while clutching her pillow. "I really still can't believe it. I never expected that person to be an assistant professor." Chloe felt disillusioned and miserable. "It's so different from what I imagined," Benoa thought to herself. "Once you attend one lecture, you'll find that difference quite charming." So, he reached over and patted Chloe's head to reassure her. "Isn't this the Academy of Eternal Dreams? Who knows? Maybe it will feel different once you actually start classes." Benoa advised, "Just try going to school first. It's not too late to decide later." So, she finally got up to pack her study materials. Benoa thought to himself, "The schoolwork is killer, but the knowledge is top tier. Plus, no one has actually died yet." He didn't say it out loud, just urged Chloe on. "Stop overthinking it and finish packing. How am I supposed to move all this by myself?" She smiled and exclaimed, I know, Benoa." As Chloe packed, she asked, "I heard you're preparing for some kind of duel too?" He focused on his task and replied, "Yeah, that's happening too." Benoa announced that his main opponent was the young master, Levon Gray. Chloe imagined his image. "Hello, Chloe. Just call me Levon Gray." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Being the son of the Grand Duke, he must be this cool, right? Benoa looked blank and clarified. Maybe he's not quite like what you're imagining." Chloe stepped closer and probed, "You seem pretty close with that young master, don't you? Introduce me sometime." Benoa hesitated to answer. "I don't even know if I'd call it close." She laughed, teasing him. "Benoa usually doesn't like these dual things. Yet, I saw you training extremely hard at your grandfather's place." He turned away, slightly embarrassed. "How long have you been spying on me?" Chloe just laughed. Benoa turned his head away, blushing, and said that being close or not didn't matter. He stated seriously, "I just want to show respect to my opponent." Hearing that, Chloe thought to herself, "Just admit you're close. Stop being so dishonest." Then she changed the subject. "So, just how strong is that young master?" Benoa admitted that Levon Gray was quite strong. He added, "But if he's still standing in the same place as last semester, I'll be the one who wins again." On enrollment day, the two walked in with steady steps. Both Levon Gray and Benoa looked extremely confident. Levon stepped forward and asked point blank, You seem very confident, don't you? Lavon Gray responded with equal bravado. Things won't be like they were before. The two stood face to face. The referee shouted out the announcement. The battle for the top spot had officially begun. Amidst the noisy cheering for the match between Benoa and the others, Aaron approached from afar and exclaimed, "I can hear the students screaming from all the way over here." He expressed his joy. Everyone must have worked so hard to prepare. Thank you. Those accompanying him could only smile awkwardly in response. It's nothing. It's just our duty. Aaron Vantirant's eyes gleamed as he exclaimed, "The academy should be this passionate, that's what it's all about." He was extremely satisfied with the current result. A story of youth, full of competition, meant to help them all improve together. This special arena was built for that exact purpose. Aaron Vantirant clenched his fists, grinning with a wave of nostalgia. Last year, this place saw so many heated duels. The instructor beside him could only offer a wry smile. "It's been half a year since the last head student tournament, hasn't it?" he remarked. "And this year, thanks to that overly talented Benoa, none of the other students dare to challenge him. Everyone looks pale as a ghost." He chuckled, feeling bad for the assistants and secretaries who had to pull all-nighters cleaning up and prepping for this event. "Because of him, we've actually had a relaxing semester without having to touch the arena." Continued from previous, "Because of him, we've actually had a relaxing semester without having to touch the arena." The truth is, this magic combat department was built to train battle mages, so they value practical combat way more than all that textbook theory. And they have a pretty wild rule. The duel for the head student spot. Anyone who takes down the current leader immediately takes their place. Simple, yet bold. "Besides using poison, any trick is fair game," Benoa said, with a dismissive wave. "But honestly, I think these duels are completely pointless," he thought to himself. "Real combat always strikes when you least expect it, especially when you're caught off guard." Benoa walked forward with confidence. "So, these staged, pre-planned fights don't really prove anything." Across the way, Lavon Gray called out, "What are you daydreaming about?" He greeted him with a smile. Benoa didn't lose his momentum, smiling right back. "Long time no see." The crowd started to gather around the arena. The Tower Masters were busy arguing among themselves. The list of contestants this year only had Benoa and Chloe. Watching the excitement, thought to herself, "Did all these people come here just to see Benoa fight? You're incredible, Benoa." Her eyes sparkled with happiness. "I was so worried you'd be a total loner, without a single friend." The people around them started gossiping about Chloe. "Is that really the transfer student everyone's talking about?" "Definitely. It's gotta be her." They were all thinking the same thing, that she was Benoa's secret girlfriend. They huddled together, whispering, "I even heard she's the apprentice of the Black Tower mistress, so they must have hit it off back at the Black Tower, right? Every time that guy Benoa sees her, he's grinning ear to ear." "Exactly. I saw him smile the other day too." It was all just a wild, imaginative scenario cooked up by the students. They were convinced the two were a couple. Some even claimed they'd seen them out on a date in the Royal District. The students below were getting restless. They were curious about the fight, but their eyes kept drifting toward Chloe, thinking, "I'm way more interested in how they got together. Other people's love lives are just too good to ignore." She wandered into the stands looking a bit lost, as every spot was packed with gossiping students. Chloe stood there, flustered, unable to find an empty seat. Then, her eyes fell upon a spot near Rania Vanchaias, where there wasn't a soul in sight. Seeing some empty seats over there, Chloe cautiously approached. "Excuse me, if you don't mind, is this seat taken?" Rania Vanchaias turned around. Suddenly, the whole area went dead silent, the atmosphere freezing over as everyone stared in absolute shock. They started whispering again. Hey, that new girl has no idea. If you mess with that guy, you're in for a hellish semester." Everyone looked away, thinking, ignorance really is bliss or maybe just terrifying. Let's just pray for her. Everyone backed away as far as they could. "Sorry, newbie, we can't help you." But the moment Rania Vanchaias saw her, he smiled and greeted her. "Chloe, right? There are plenty of seats. Go ahead and sit." Remembering the nightmare she'd had, she became timid. "Thank you, sir." Before Chloe could finish, Rania Vanchaias spoke up. "I was a bit harsh the other day. My apologies. I had some things on my mind, and I wasn't in the best mood." Her face lit up. Teaching assistant? The students behind them were even more terrified. They clutched their chests, confused. Did I just hear that right? The nightmare of Amnea just apologized to the new student? Their faces went pale, looking over in sheer disbelief. After calming down, Chloe asked with a smile, "Are you here to watch the match too?" Rania Vanchaias generously shared a bag of sunflower seeds. "I'm the referee for this match," he explained while snacking. The rules are simple, but these fights can get dangerous fast. Rania Vanchaias analyzed it for Chloe. The match ends when one side surrenders or can no longer fight, he added with a playful smirk. Or I'll just make the call based on what I see in the moment. Just then, both combatants entered the ring to the roar of the crowd. Oh, looks like it's starting. Soli jumped up excitedly, shouting, Go, Lavangray. Tear that posh, pampered pretty boy apart. Eiler sighed, helpless. Show some decorum, will you? Baiksa, along with Aaron Vantirent nearby, chuckled. Youthful energy. This is what makes it fun. They started chatting away. Who do you think will win? Definitely Benoa. Most people were leaning toward Benoa. Lavangray was strong, but his opponent was. Benoa gripped his sword tight. Amidst the cheering, he charged straight at Lavangray. Benoa is a genius. No way he loses. A cold, killing intent radiated from Benoa. Yet, Lavangray just smiled softly. He swung his weapon, parrying the strike. Benoa's sword aura shattered in an instant. Benoa's eyes went wide as he heard Lavangray speak. If it were the old me, he said, sounding exhilarated, that blow would have knocked me out. Lavangray continued, glowing. But over the break, I went through some brutal special training. It almost killed me. Below them, Soli, Eiler, Rania Vanchaias, and Chloe watched in astonishment. Aaron Vantirent jumped up in excitement. Lavangray declared proudly. As for the head student spot for this semester, he said with absolute confidence, I'm officially taking it. The arena held its breath, witnessing such a perfectly matched duel. Lavangray stared at Benoa with a confident smile. Benoa was already starting to struggle, thinking, just what the hell did you do over the summer break? The students watching from above were equally stunned, never expecting him to block Benoa's strike so easily. That was seriously impressive, right? Sulai Tiktu laughed heartily, patting E to L's head to tease him. Did you see that, master? She asked. He just asked calmly. I can see perfectly well on my own, so would you mind letting go of my head? Italo awkwardly avoided Sulai's gaze, scratching his beard. Well, you know, Benoa has always had such easy wins, so it's only natural he'd be this excited to finally have a decent challenge for once. Suli didn't hold back at all. You're only bragging now, master. From here on out, your student doesn't stand a chance of winning. The instructors couldn't stop bickering, watching him jump around. Are you scared already? You just got lucky and blocked one attack, and now you're acting all cocky? Benoa said coldly, wanting to get right back into the fight. This is actually a bit of a surprise. Then, he wanted to keep fighting. Let's see if you can handle this next move. Benoa summoned countless shadows. They enveloped his body. Benoa used a shadow technique to launch a direct attack at Lavangray. On the other side, he also turned serious, crouching low. Lavangray's footsteps were swift. He leaned back, dodging a direct hit. This stunned Benoa, leaving him momentarily frozen. He watched Lavangray dodge and evaluated him. He was clearly different from the guy who used to rely only on instinct. Lavangray's eyes were incredibly determined, as if he could read the attack direction and dodge with perfect precision. Right then, Lavangray wanted to counterattack great. He still kept that speed, as sharp as ever. So, charging forward, he shouted, My turn to take the initiative. Benoa coolly waved his hand. Two powerful bursts of energy collided, shaking the entire arena. Those of you watching in the stands had better prepare yourselves for the pressure. The wind was blowing hard. Aaron Vantirent was so excited he jumped up, shouting, This fight is intense. Totally awesome. Lavangray jumped back a bit. Benoa crouched low. Steady yourself. In his heart, he thought that he never really liked this kind of fighting. Benoa was a bit distracted, lost in thought. Even with the cheers echoing through the arena, and everyone's eyes locked on them, he didn't feel any excitement at all. Then he told himself, but for some reason, the corners of his mouth just kept curling into a smile. Benoa began to provocatively tease him. Not planning on using that move today? The one where your eyes turn red and you charge in like a madman? Lavangray replied gently, At this level, there's no need to bring that out, and besides, it would be underestimating you. So Benoa summoned even more shadow power, saying, Don't bother worrying about nothing. He arrogantly challenged him, because sooner or later you'll be forced to trigger it anyway, the ritual sacrifice. Lavangray heard this and accepted the challenge. Fine. He raised his axe, replying, The warm-up is over. Now, let's fight for real. Reinforcement magic. In a split second, Benoa charged forward. On the other side, Lavangray did the same. Both of them clashed in a flurry of swordplay. Benoa smiled in praise. From the very beginning, that guy has had sharper senses than anyone. He began to respect Lavangray more, but these movements were truly beyond simple intuition. As for Lavangray, he remained incredibly determined in his actions. However, besides the two of them, The other students were confused. From the moment the spells were cast until the counterattack, it happened so fast that they couldn't see anything. Are those two really still students? Su Lai excitedly exclaimed. I've never seen Benoa this explosive. Rania Vanchaias agreed. You're right. They both look so excited fighting each other. He silently assessed it in his mind. At a glance, they seemed evenly matched, but the momentum was starting to shift. Rania Vanchaias theorized. That boy clearly reached the realm of heightened senses, but Benoa has the advantage of experience. He smiled inwardly, thinking, this is truly a battle of talent versus experience. He was incredibly excited. It wasn't a waste of time training them. They've progressed so much in just half a year. Seeing Gladys Niu's expression, Chloe, who was next to him, was confused, as Lavangre shook his head. That smile looks as evil as a villain's. Oh no, I shouldn't be thinking such weird things. Then she changed her mind. Even though we punched each other when we first met, he eventually lowered himself to apologize sincerely, and he gave me so many sweets too. Oh, look, a star symbol. Countless stars were gathering nearby. Chloe was a bit confused, puffing out her cheeks. Is he signaling me to run because he's afraid I'll panic? Then she happily ate some candy. That can't be it. Why am I always so anxious? A mass of shadow was slashed to pieces. Lavangre charged forward valiantly. He thought to himself that the amount of shadow being unleashed was unbelievable. Someone who was always as calculated as Benoa, wasn't hiding anything anymore, and was going all out with everything he had. Across the way, Benoa was laughing with excitement. Lavangre stopped to begin casting his own magic. He determinedly challenged him. Let's see if my axe will split everything in two first. Benoa, in front of him, was also gathering a massive amount of shadow. He replied without any hesitation. Or will my darkness swallow everything first? And so, they both used their breakthrough moves at the same time. Their ultimate moves, they both had the same thought. Clash head-on and unleash all their power. The entire arena exploded, filled with billowing smoke.